Yang, your vitality is alarmingly low. Perhaps you should reconsider participating in the martial examination. What? You have broken through. Yang, as a beast master, your very existence is your greatest vulnerability. You must cultivate with utmost caution. What? You have achieved another breakthrough. Yang, this monstrous beast has reached the rank of Demon King. Its physical prowess unparalleled. What the hell? You defeated it with a single punch. Yang has traversed into a world of advanced martial arts, acquiring the Spirit Beast Rebirth System. With each ascension in rank, he is granted a personal Kirin, marking the true beginning of his extraordinary journey. He intended to maintain a low profile, yet his burgeoning strength simply would not allow it. Whenever he beheld those beasts of higher realms, his eyes would gleam with excitement, thinking to himself, "Soon, they shall be my new admirers." Many years later, whenever Yang's eyes sparkled with fervor, he would exclaim, "The greater the storm, the more precious the fish." Who else is there? All the deities fled in panic, exclaiming, "Goodness, run! That fellow has far too many fans. If we linger, we shall be ensnared in his fan base." Chapter 1. I shall participate in the martial examination. The registration area for handsome men and beautiful women. Blue Star, Swaching number 1 High School, Class 9 of the senior year. Yang, your vitality stands at 81 points. The homeroom teacher, Yang Gang, cast a sympathetic glance toward the boy seated in the last row. Once the top student in the class, his vitality had soared to an impressive 115. Yet in merely 3 months, it had plummeted to this disheartening state. The youth donned a white and blue school uniform, his delicate features marred by exhaustion. Upon hearing this figure, Yang managed a faint smile, refraining from uttering a word. The gazes of his classmates shifted to one of increased disdain and scorn. Yang Gang looked towards Yang with earnest concern. Yang, although you have awakened an S-grade talent, truly one in a million, your profession, beast husbandry, is simply not suited for the battlefield. Moreover, given your current vitality, you are entirely unfit for the martial examination. Therefore, perhaps you should opt for the arts. Yang Gang's words immediately elicited a wave of laughter. Yang, take your teacher's advice to heart. Do not heed the nonsensical chatter of certain individuals online. The humanities still possess promise. Well, thank you, class monitor. I have decided to heed your counsel and choose the martial examination. Yang chuckled. Yang Gang. Yang disregarded the scornful jests of his peers, allowing his consciousness to sink into the depths of his mind. The progress bar, which had been stagnant at 99.99, finally reached its full capacity. Yang couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, his eyes brightening with newfound hope. He is a time traveler, yet inexplicably stuck on this progress bar. Due to this perplexing progress bar, over the past 6 months, not only had his vitality dwindled drastically, but his mind was also bombarded by chaotic numbers, incessantly fluctuating, driving him to the brink of neurosis. At present, hope has finally emerged. Within the ocean of consciousness, what was once a veil of mist has now revealed a clear expanse of ground. Upon this ground stands a diminutive abode. In front of the house looms a shadow, somewhat obscured and indistinct. Unable to discern it clearly or approach, Yang finds himself momentarily bewildered, suspecting he has encountered a glitch, when suddenly a thought materializes in his mind. As that thought manifests, the shadow becomes increasingly distinct. What the? Yang exclaims involuntarily, recalling the words that had abruptly surfaced in his mind. Regaining his composure, he hastily gestures an apology. Yang Gang casts a resigned glance in his direction, refraining from reprimanding him, but secretly ponders whether he should consult a teacher proficient in mental therapy after class. Is there still hope for this child? Meanwhile, Yang pays no heed to his teacher and once again plunges his consciousness into the sea of awareness. In front of the house, the previously dim shadow reveals its true form. A divine beast, measuring 20 centimeters in length, stands proudly. Its body, enveloped in jade, radiates a spectrum of colors, particularly the single horn atop its head, which emanates a sense of strength and authority. As his gaze turns toward the divine beast, a panel materializes before him. The awakening system of Yang is anchored in this mystical realm and is known as the Kirin rejuvenation system. With a mere thought, the incessantly flickering numbers are finally obscured, and a virtual panel manifests. Current primary spirit beast, Jade Kirin, origin level. Realm, unranked. Talent, infinite reincarnation, energy, rejuvenation. Functions, innate divine strength, wisdom, and attack reversal. Ascension progress, 0/5000. Fan count, 0. Explanation. The Qilin clan once ruled over a vast domain, and the Jade Qilin serves as both the intellectual and physical powerhouse of the group. Besides jade-like substances that can enhance its strength, emotions are also a favored sustenance of the Jade Qilin. Upon reading this, Su Yang's heart ignites with fervor. The moment the Jade Qilin appears, he feels an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Yet, this is not the crux of his exhilaration. Rather, he senses an unprecedented clarity of thought and a dramatic enhancement in his perceptiveness. The most immediate evidence lies in the fact that the wind-chasing blade technique, which had previously stagnated at a critical juncture, has now reached perfection in an instant. Moreover, with the presence of the Jade Qilin, it is akin to having a cheat code. While Jade requires financial backing, creating emotions is a venture without cost, provided he accumulates sufficient emotional value. Even while reclining in bed, his cultivation will ascend rapidly. Furthermore, according to the information imparted by the earlier thought, each time he ascends to a higher realm, his primary spirit beast will increase by 1. It is said that those spirit beasts, upon reaching a certain threshold, can transform into human forms. Just the thought of it brings immense joy. Regarding fans, as indicated by the panel, anyone whose life he terminates will transform into a corresponding spirit beast fan, irrespective of level constraints. Fans not only provide energy rejuvenation, but as his realm advances, he can summon varying numbers of fans to partake in battle. Imagine, should he vanquish hundreds of thousands of demon beasts, they would all become his fans. At that moment, even in the face of celestial beings, he would dare to confront them head-on. Of course, all of this remains but a fantasy for now. His most pressing concern is to elevate his vitality. In the realm of martial arts, vitality serves as the fundamental measure of a warrior's strength. A typical adult's vitality does not exceed 100. Surpassing this threshold designates one as a quasi-warrior, opening the door to further possibilities. Crossing the 150 mark signifies a formal entry into the ranks of martial artists. From henceforth, a stark distinction from ordinary individuals emerges. Yet, many individuals find themselves unable to breach this threshold in their lifetime. Contemplating this, his consciousness withdraws from the sea of awareness. At this moment, the teacher has also concluded the assessment of vitality scores. Zhang Tai-Zhang meticulously tallies the final choices of aspirations among the students. Although Suicheng boasts the finest high school, it is merely one of the 12 satellite cities under Piqing, which itself is considered a rural locality. Consequently, resources are naturally scarce, with no more than 1 in 10 able to gain admission to martial arts programs. Moreover, most of those are concentrated within the school team. For ordinary classes like theirs, securing even 1 or 2 spots is considered a stroke of luck. Su Yang, are you certain? The teacher inquires, casting a concerned glance at Su Yang. He cannot bear to witness Su Yang jeopardizing his life out of momentary frustration. Teacher, I have made my decision. I will pursue martial arts and strive to secure a place in one of the 4 major martial academies for you. Su Yang raises his fist toward the void. Has this guy lost his mind? With his vitality score of 81, if he can get into one of the 4 major martial academies, I might as well be a master right now. The teacher rapped the desk several times to regain the class's attention. Ambition is commendable, but do not be overly reckless. The martial arts examination is no trifling matter, and it can indeed be life-threatening. Having said this, the teacher refrained from further persuasion and continued with the main topic. As per the schedule, the school will host an exchange competition tomorrow. Students from the school team will assist martial arts candidates in identifying weaknesses. All participants will receive a blood essence pill. Moreover, if you manage to defeat your opponents, the school will provide additional rewards. Upon hearing of the extra rewards, very few students in the classroom expressed enthusiasm. The reason is simple. Their opponents are members of the school team, a group of formidable individuals. Not to mention defeating them. Merely ensuring one does not sustain injuries in a match would be considered an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yang Gang is acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the 2 sides and refrains from delivering another rousing speech about human determination conquering the heavens. He simply advised the martial arts candidates to prepare diligently before departing the classroom. As soon as Yang Gang exited, the entire class erupted into a frenzy. Su Yang promptly rose and strode toward the classroom door. Su Yang, halt! Just as Su Yang was about to exit the classroom, A cold and piercing female voice suddenly echoed through the air. The girl, with her hair neatly tied back, revealed a strikingly beautiful visage. Yet at that moment, her countenance bore not a trace of a smile. Su-yang stood there helplessly, letting out a deep sigh. Chapter 2. Enhancement of Vitality. Han Jing, the childhood companion of the protagonist, had parents who were close friends and served together in the same guard unit. In jest, they had once arranged a betrothal for the two children. Tragically, both of Su-yang's parents perished in battle, while Han Jing's father took the jest as a solemn promise, showering Su-yang with affection as if he were his own. However, Han Jing never seemed to extend any warmth towards the original owner of this body. Strangely enough, the original owner harbored genuine feelings for Han Jing, enduring her scorn and mockery with unwavering devotion, embodying the essence of a devoted admirer. Yet now, Su-yang saw through her facade, regarding her with a cold gaze as he awaited her words. Su-yang, are you deliberately trying to show off for me? Can you not be so immature? Your behavior only serves to deepen my disdain for you. Su-yang shrugged, feeling exasperated. After 3 months of traversing this world, he had hardly initiated any contact with her, engaging only when absolutely necessary. What had led this woman to continuously misconstrue his intentions? I understand now. Han Jing, upon hearing his words, felt a surge of anger. She deemed Su-yang's response insincere, lacking earnestness, despite his consistent demeanor over the past 6 months. Han Jing was convinced that he must have read some romantic guidebook and was attempting to play the game of push and pull. I must inform you. You better truly comprehend this. My father is returning in a few days, and if you dare to complain, I won't let you off easily. Su-yang paused momentarily at the mention of Uncle Han's return. If anyone had remained steadfast for him over the past 6 months, it was Uncle Han, who had tirelessly traveled back and forth on his behalf. This was primarily why he refrained from speaking harshly to Han Jing. The commotion caught the attention of their classmates. Han Jing's close friend, Lu Xiaoxiao, promptly pulled her back. Jing, you are far too kind, always considering him. Once he faces some hardship tomorrow, he will naturally recognize the disparity. Han Jing silently nodded. Her concern for Su-yang's well-being was merely superficial. She simply wished to avoid her father becoming agitated due to Su-yang. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her phone, wearing a mysterious expression. Jing, do you know who the school team has sent to guide our class? Who? Han Jing furrowed her brow slightly. Although Lu Xiaoxiao's vitality was slightly inferior to hers, her social circle was considerably broader, allowing her to converse with some of the talented students from the school team. The information she gathered was likely credible. Big Bear, Li Tianpao. I heard that in his most recent strength test, he reached 250 kilograms. None of the other team members dare to challenge him head-on. What if you encounter Su-yang? Lu Xiaoxiao suggested, her eyes twinkling. Should I pass on a message to him? Given Li Tianpao's feelings for you, he would surely listen to what you say. Han Jing frowned slightly. This Li Tianpao had previously declared his affection for her publicly, yet he lacked self-awareness. Though he was a member of the school team, he was at the bottom tier, and his looks left much to be desired. How could she possibly harbor any feelings for him? Nevertheless, being astute, she adopted a strategy of neither rejecting nor accepting. After all, there were plenty of fish in the sea to nurture. Now, hearing about this situation, her thoughts became more active. If she were to defeat Li Tianpao while Su-yang suffered a crushing defeat at his hands, perhaps Su-yang would finally understand his place and abandon any inappropriate notions about her. To the south of the first high school, about a mile away, lay a modest residential community known as Windflower Garden. Su-yang's home was situated there. Upon returning home, he immediately began to explore the system. He accessed the main panel, which displayed name, Su-yang cultivation level, none talent, S-class livestock, SSS class chaos power, upgradable 0 to 100,000, vitality, 81150 martial technique, wind chasing blade technique, perfection, upgradable 0, 500, rending mountain fist technique, beginner, upgradable 0 to 1000, rebirth points, 50. The wind chasing blade technique was a foundational martial skill promoted by the school, and Su-yang had already cultivated it to the great perfection stage. Following an enhancement in his comprehension, he achieved the state of perfection. The newly acquired talent, Chaos Power, was evidently a gift from the Jade Qilin, and its SSS rank was formidable, especially since it could be upgraded. However, in his understanding, SSS was already the pinnacle of talent. What could possibly lie beyond that? Most importantly, the rebirth points could be utilized to increase vitality, which was a tremendous boon. This indicated that as long as he had sufficient rebirth points, upgrading would become effortless, particularly at higher levels where an immense amount of vitality was required for advancement, rendering the rebirth points an insurmountable advantage. After taking a moment to collect himself, Su-yang resolved to test the power of this new talent. When his parents were still alive, They had specifically built a training room at home for his practice. The room was not large, approximately 100 square meters, but it was fully equipped with all the necessary training equipment. Approaching a dynamometer, Su Yang took a deep breath. In the prime of his predecessor, he had once struck with a force of 200 kilograms. For context, the average person could muster a maximum of 150 kilograms in a punch. To a youth who was not yet a martial artist, 200 kilograms was already alarming. Taking another deep breath, he executed the rending mountain fist. The dynamometer immediately began to tremble violently, and the red digits on the screen fluctuated rapidly. Once everything returned to normal, Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. For 100 kilograms? He questioned whether he was seeing things. It was well known that ordinary first-tier martial artists could only strike with a force of around 600 kilograms. Had he just casually delivered a punch with 400 kilograms of force? The mere thought of what his strength would be upon reaching the quasi-martial artist or martial artist level was terrifying. However, Su Yang soon recognized a drawback. After delivering that punch, an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloped him. As the ancients warned, the body is the foundation of all endeavors. Without a robust physique, even the most formidable techniques would be rendered ineffective. After some contemplation, he concluded that if he exerted himself fully, he might achieve a punch with around 600 to 700 kilograms of force, but he would be utterly spent after delivering just 2 punches. Alas, his body felt too frail. With that thought in mind, he once again entered his consciousness, accessing the main panel. Without hesitation, he allocated all his rebirth points to his vitality. In an instant, he felt a surge of strength coursing through him. Upon checking the panel again, his vitality had already reached 86. Su Yang shook his head, feeling it was still rather slow. Currently, the 2 methods he had for rapidly enhancing his vitality were limited. One involved generating a substantial amount of emotional value to have the Jade Qilin nourish him. The other was to gather more fans for the Jade Qilin, allowing them to collectively provide nourishment. Since he could not hunt magical beasts, he would have to settle for less. If all else failed, he could visit the slaughterhouse tomorrow. Chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep were, after all, still animals, and it would be reasonable to extract some rebirth points from them. On that night, Su Yang refrained from practicing and instead took the time to thoroughly absorb the knowledge swirling in his mind before drifting into a deep slumber. The following day heralded the exchange competition, which, if executed well, could yield a significant surge in emotional value. Surely a more favorable endeavor than slaying chickens or ducks. Chapter 3. A single blow suffices. The next day dawned bright and sunny. The playground of the first high school had been transformed with the temporary erection of 12 fighting platforms. All the senior students had gathered, and even those not participating in the martial arts examination wore expressions of eager anticipation. At platform number 9, the students of Class 9 had assembled, totaling 7 participants registered for the martial arts examination. Besides Su Yang and Zhang Tai, Han Jing and Lu Xiaoxiao had also signed up. Both had vitality scores exceeding 95. And with a concerted effort, they held a glimmer of hope for admission to a standard martial arts academy. Here they come, someone shouted. Everyone looked up to see a group of young men and women dressed in training outfits approaching in measured strides. Leading the procession was a stoic young man clad in white, his visage chill and his long hair billowing. The spear he wielded glinted ominously in the sunlight, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Lu Qiaofeng is so handsome. What should I do if I fall in love? Lu Qiaofeng, I want to bear your children. Lu Qiaofeng appeared accustomed to such adoration, his gaze unwavering as he strode to the first platform and effortlessly leaped onto it, eliciting a chorus of cheers. Meanwhile, Li Tianpao, trailing behind, chuckled quietly, his eyes occasionally darting toward Class 9. Upon spotting Su Yang, a cruel smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. In Class 9, Lu Xiaoxiao noticed Li Tianpao's expression. Jingjing, did you see that? Li Tianpao is definitely going to settle the score with you. He is just teaching Su Yang to recognize his place. It has nothing to do with me. Yes. By the way, Jingjing, Li Tianpao mentioned he'd take us out of the city for some trials this weekend. Han Jing hesitated at the suggestion. Leaving the city? With her vitality score of only 95, barely qualifying as a martial artist, having someone guide her would be immensely beneficial. Go ahead, Jingjing. I've never fought against a beast before, Lu Xiaoxiao urged, gently tugging at Han Jing's arm with playful insistence. Let us discuss it later. All right, Jingjing. You're the best. Lu Xiaoxiao, well aware of Han Jing's thoughts, understood that this was tantamount to an agreement. Suddenly, she pulled Han Jing's attention. Look, Li Tianpao is on the platform. At platform number 9, Li Tianpao stood like a mountain, exuding confidence. Who will step up first? Zhang Tai, as the class leader, immediately took charge, surveying the crowd with a keen gaze. His eyes lingered on Lu Xiaoxiao for a moment, and she quickly grasped his intent. Su Yang, here is your chance to shine. If you perform well, perhaps our Jingjing will take more notice of you. The others nodded in agreement, realizing that whoever stepped up first would have to face Li Tianpao in peak condition. It was blatantly clear that this was equivalent to becoming a human punching bag. If someone else went first, then Li Tianpao would expend some energy, making it less painful when his fists landed on oneself. You're quite clever. No wonder you can talk so well, Su Yang remarked, his tone less than courteous towards Lu Xiaoxiao. Her face flushed a deep crimson at his words. A mixture of anger and embarrassment overwhelming her, and she burst into tears. Su Yang, you jerk. Han Jing's face also reddened as she scolded him. Seemingly shy to continue, and quickly turned to console Lu Xiaoxiao. Su Yang, do you even consider yourself a man? All you do is bully girls. You should be the one to step up. Seeing this, Zhang Tai no longer sought Su Yang's input, striding to the platform to submit the roster. On the stage, the referee glanced at the list and spoke in a monotone voice. The first contestant is Su Yang. Su Yang, upon hearing his name, chose not to protest further. The sooner it began, the sooner it would conclude. Upon stepping onto the platform, he offered a slight nod to the referee, who happened to be their martial arts instructor. Surnamed Song, a second-tier Gathering Yuan realm practitioner. From Su Yang's understanding, the realms of martial artists could be categorized into several stages. The Qi Gathering Realm, Gathering Yuan Realm, Extraordinary Realm, Sky Sovereign Realm, and Mountain Sea Realm. In their school, the Gathering Yuan Realm represented the pinnacle of combat prowess, with their principal being merely a third-tier Extraordinary Realm warrior. Li Tianpao regarded Su Yang with disdain. Kid, don't cry later. Stay away from Jingjing, and I might spare you some pain. Impatiently, Su Yang shot him a glance, realizing that every antagonist he encountered was incessantly verbose. Is your only skill talking big? Li Tianpao was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Su Yang's retort. Recovering quickly, he pointed a finger at Su Yang, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Class leader, how long do you think Su Yang can last? Su Yang's vitality is at 81, while Pao Guo's is said to be at 109. How long do you expect him to last? Zhang Tai scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain as he raised a finger. Pao Gu never fights by the clock, but by the punch. 1 minute? Someone chimed in. 1 minute is optimistic. Let them go. I doubt he'll last even that long. Zhang Tai sneered. No, it's just one punch. On stage, Li Tianpao could no longer contain himself and swung his fist towards Su Yang. He realized that in a battle of wits, he was no match for Su Yang. Thus, he resolved to let his strength do the talking. Hard words deserve a beating. Li Tianpao's punch was devoid of any flair, merely a straightforward jab. Confident that a single blow would suffice to subdue a weakling like Su Yang, he charged. However, the next second left everyone wide-eyed in disbelief as Su Yang, equally devoid of any extravagant maneuvers, met the punch head-on. In an astonishing turn of events, Li Tianpao's hefty form was sent flying, crashing heavily against the edge of the platform. Had the referee not intervened, he would have likely toppled off entirely. This moment left all students observing the match in stunned silence. No way did that just happen. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted in excitement. No way. Su Yang won, and he did it in Li Tianpao's area of expertise. Zhang Tai and Lu Xiaoxiao were equally dumbfounded. Their anticipated scenario of Su Yang being thoroughly beaten never materialized. Instead, Su Yang had triumphantly felled Li Tianpao with a single punch. As Li Tianpao lay on the platform, his mind momentarily blank, he pondered, what just happened? Did I just get knocked away with a single punch? Chapter 4, The School Team Quota. Immediately, Li Tianpao's eyes turned a vivid red. You bastard, I want you dead. Li Tianpao rose to his feet, his already imposing figure seeming to grow even larger in that moment. His awakened talent was strength enhancement, and as he activated this power, his aura transformed dramatically. Lu Xiaoxiao instinctively clutched Han Jing's arm, her small eyes brimming with eagerness. Jing, did you see that? Just now, Pao Gu must have been holding back for Su Yang. No, it's not merely holding back. It's more akin to teasing, like a cat playing with a mouse. Zhang Tai, standing beside Lu Xiaoxiao, was equally perplexed. They had not only measured their vitality levels previously, but also engaged in combat training every week. Since Su Yang's vitality had dropped below 85, he had practically become a punching bag. How could he possibly knock Li Tianpao away with a single punch? Now, having heard Lu Xiaoxiao's explanation, he nodded repeatedly. Yes, it must be just as you said. Su Yang, however, wore a disdainful expression. That punch he had thrown had only utilized about 60% of his strength. In other words, he could unleash 3 more punches with that level of power. Boom. Li Tianpao came at him swiftly, but fell even faster. After staggering back several steps, his massive frame finally lost control, collapsing onto the ring. This time, his face was filled with sheer terror. Impossible. How could you possibly overpower me in strength? You must have used performance-enhancing drugs. I will report you. Su Yang, however, was disinterested in his accusations and merely glanced at Teacher Tsang. The implication was clear. Given the current situation, it was time to announce the result. Teacher Tsang was equally astonished. As Su Yang's instructor, she was well aware of his combat capabilities. Not to mention the current Su Yang, even at his peak, he would never have been able to surpass Li Tianpao in strength. Thus, the bizarre scene before her left her utterly speechless, to the point where she failed to announce the outcome of the match in a timely manner. Only after meeting Su Yang's gaze did she snap back to reality. She walked to the center of the ring and declared, in the first match, Su Yang wins. If there were still some who believed Li Tianpao was merely putting on a show, teasing Su Yang, they were now utterly bewildered. Su Yang truly won. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What the hell? Tell me this isn't real. Su Yang actually defeated Li Tianpao? Has the world gone mad? The students began to murmur among themselves. In the stands, all the teachers from the senior class were equally astonished. Vice Principal Zhang Wei was smiled at Yang Gang. Old Yang, you've certainly surprised everyone. Yang Gang was also somewhat dazed. What surprise? Just yesterday, I was persuading Su Yang to forego the martial arts examination. And today I'm presented with this unexpected gift. At that moment, the coaching teacher of the school team chimed in. Teacher Yang, you're being a bit unreasonable. How can you keep such an outstanding talent to yourself? Aren't you afraid of him being overlooked? Since Su Yang has defeated Li Tianpao, why not let him replace Li Tianpao and join the school team? Yang Gang was momentarily taken aback. If Su Yang could join the school team, that would indeed be a boon. The resources alone would make many envious. However, with only a month until the martial arts examination, and considering how Su Yang had achieved this victory, he was utterly perplexed. Not only would the team members be dissatisfied, but even some ordinary students might feel the same. Most importantly, this fellow shared the surname Li and was actually Li Tianpao's uncle. Would he selflessly relinquish Li Tianpao's position? Yang Gang had a hard time believing it. Teacher Li, I think it's better to be cautious. There might be some hidden circumstances. Li Kuiwei chuckled and adjusted his glasses. There is some truth to that. Li Tianpao was injured while hunting ferocious beasts outside the city yesterday. But that is not an excuse. And I doubt Teacher Yang is aware of what the school has promised as an additional reward. Yang Gang indeed had no knowledge of the additional reward, and it was understandable he inquired. It was likely no homeroom teacher would be arrogant enough to believe their students could defeat members of the school team. Hearing Li Kuei's words, a sudden realization struck him, and his eyes widened. The additional reward couldn't possibly be a spot on the school team, could it? Vice Principal Zhang chuckled at this. Why wouldn't it be? Good seedlings must be nurtured properly. Teacher Yang, you can inform Su Yang shortly. From now on, Li Tianpao's exclusive training room belongs to him. Yang Gang nodded but felt a twinge of concern for Su Yang. He finally understood why Li Kuiwei had been so magnanimous. It was out of sheer necessity that he played the benefactor. But for Su Yang, whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. At the very least, that spot on the school team was unlikely to be easily obtained. As he made his way back to his class's ring, he overheard discussions solely about Su Yang. He couldn't help but smile wryly. This kid had certainly made quite the stir. Meanwhile, Li Tianpao had already been taken for treatment, reportedly with a fractured arm, and would need a substantial recovery period. In his place, a substitute from the school team stepped in. Zhang Tai had initially hoped to take advantage of the situation and assert his authority as class leader. However, the substitute had no intention of holding back. He pinned Zhang Tai and unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving Zhang Tai unable to even concede defeat. Yang Gang found it unbearable to watch and grew increasingly worried for Su Yang. After a while, he couldn't spot Su Yang and randomly grabbed a student from his class. Whereas Su Yang left, he walked off the ring, came the reply. Hearing this, Yang Gang could only call Su Yang. Within seconds, the call was answered. Su Yang, you've given your teacher quite the surprise. On the other end, Su Yang responded breezily. Teacher, what surprise? Just standard procedure, standard procedure. Yang Gang scolded him lightly before turning to the serious matter at hand. After discussing it, he earnestly advised Su Yang, once you join the school team, remember that we are not as strong as them. If you can endure, endure. Never engage in conflict with them, understood? The martial arts examination is of utmost importance. Got it, teacher, Su Yang replied readily. After hanging up, a slight smile curled at the corners of Su Yang's mouth. Trouble? I welcome it. Otherwise, how would I accumulate so many emotional points? He had already checked his attribute panel, and in just that brief moment, he had accrued over 200 feedback points. If he could seize a few more opportunities like this, he estimated he would soon break through and become a true martial artist. Throughout the entire Suiqing, aside from the exceptionally talented students in the extreme class, it seemed only one other from the entire first high had managed to reach the first tier. Yet, there remained a month until the martial arts examination. During this time, he aimed to generate as many emotional points as possible. Once he broke through to become a martial artist and acquired a new spirit beast, he could venture outside the city to hunt monsters. That would be his moment to soar. Upon leaving the school, he headed straight to the largest slaughterhouse in Suiqing, ready to sweat through the afternoon. At first, the owner hesitated, but upon witnessing Su Yang effortlessly lift a pig with one hand and knock it out with a single punch, his face broke into a broad smile. This is talent. A true genius born for pig slaughter. In the span of one afternoon, Su Yang slaughtered 50 pigs, 30 sheep, 10 cows, and 300 chickens. Naturally, this was not his limit, but rather the capacity of the slaughterhouse. Any further slaughter would result in a backlog of goods. Upon returning home that evening, Su Yang immediately opened his panel. The harvest from the afternoon had elevated his feedback points to 270. This caused him to furrow his brow. Having already amassed over 200 points from harvesting emotional values at school, it appeared that his labor that afternoon had only yielded an additional 50 points. The feedback points obtained from poultry were woefully insufficient. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. These domestic animals could not possibly compare to true monstrous beasts. He once again allocated all his feedback points to his vitality, resulting in a direct increase to 113. How could he acquire more emotional value tomorrow? Su Yang began to ponder anew, secretly hoping that members of the school team would come to seek him out. Chapter 5. Exclusive Training Room. Are you Su Yang? In the hospital, Li Tianpao lay in his bed, his right hand encased in thick plaster. His eyes were filled with resentment. Uncle, have I truly lost my spot? I refuse to accept this. Li Kuiwei shot him a disapproving glance. Refuse? If you are dissatisfied, why not reclaim it yourself? Observing Li Tianpao's speechlessness, his tone softened somewhat. All right, Da Xiong, you needn't concern yourself with this matter. As your uncle, I shall not abandon you, rest assured. Li Tianpao nodded, yet his heart remained unsettled. He had intended to impress Han Jing, only to find himself humiliated. This grievance must be avenged. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoxiao was resourceful enough to provide him with an excuse. Otherwise, he would have been utterly disgraced. The next day, Su Yang arrived at school as usual. Upon entering the classroom, he was met with peculiar gazes from all his classmates. Su Yang, do you consider yourself a man? You ran away after the fight. Lu Xiaoxiao was the first to confront him. With the other students who participated in the martial arts tests standing behind her, their expressions filled with indignation. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh upon seeing them. While Han Jing and Lu Xiaoxiao appeared relatively normal, the other four boys had transformed into grotesque caricatures. Particularly, Zhang Tai's face resembled a world map, his body heavily bandaged, resembling a mummy. Su Yang, the trouble you caused, why should we bear the brunt of it? Zhang Tai exclaimed angrily. What trouble? Su Yang, pleased to collect emotional values, responded nonchalantly. What trouble? You took advantage of others' misfortune. That is no honorable victory. Lu Xiaoxiao interjected immediately. Don't think we are unaware. Li Tianpao was injured first. And you exploited the situation. And now, you even resorted to using banned substances. It's finally clear why your vitality has been declining. You must have been secretly using them all along. Lu Xiaoxiao rattled off a series of accusations, causing Su Yang to frown at the absurdity of their claims. Are you done? If so, move aside and don't block the way. His assertive demeanor startled the other students in the classroom. Su Yang seems different now. Wow. Su Yang looks so cool, right? I think so too. I'm feeling a bit fluttery. Seeing this, Han Jing quickly stepped in front of Lu Xiaoxiao. Why are you being so fierce? It's a pity my dad went to such lengths for you, only to discover you are so pathetic. Su Yang felt somewhat helpless, considering whether to take action to quiet them down. However, he hesitated to strike Han Jing due to her uncle's influence. But others were fair game. With a swift motion, Su Yang delivered a kick that sent Zhang Tai flying. What the hell? Zhang Tai crashed against the back wall of the classroom before crumpling to the floor. Rolling his eyes in agony, he was already battered, and Su Yang's kick only worsened his condition, leaving him speechless in rage. What the hell? Why are you picking on me? Su Yang ignored him entirely and strolled out of the classroom. There was no returning to this classroom, but it mattered little. One of the privileges of being on the school team was the exemption from ordinary classes, allowing them to arrange their schedules as they saw fit. Moreover, now that he had access to an exclusive training room, it was time to make good use of the school's resources. Upon arriving at the training building, Su Yang found the room designated for Li Tianpao, only to discover he could not open the door. Just then, the door of the adjacent training room swung open, and a bespectacled girl emerged. She paused, seemingly recalling something. You must be Su Yang, right? Su Yang nodded. The original owner of this identity was rather introverted and had not recognized the girl before him. Seeing Su Yang's bewildered expression, the girl chuckled. I'm Lu Shui. We will be teammates from now on, so please take care of me. As she spoke, she gave a slight bow, her generously cut neckline revealing a hint of allure. Su Yang quickly turned his head away. Whether in this life or the last, he had always been single and found such stimuli overwhelming. Oh, are you shy? How adorable. Su-yang felt somewhat exasperated. The girl was indeed beautiful, but her manner of speaking carried an air of flirtation. All right then, your information hasn't been entered yet, so you can't open the door. Just wait. After saying this, Lu Shui-er pulled out her phone and made a call. Shortly thereafter, a teacher arrived, verified her identity, and entered Su-yang's information. The training room was officially his now. After thanking Lu Shui-er, Su-yang stepped inside. Upon entering, Su-yang immediately sensed a distinct energy within the room, far more potent than that of the outside world. The equipment was also significantly more advanced than what he had at home. After stretching his limbs, he delved into his consciousness. First, he glanced at the main panel. Aside from minor changes, his feedback points had risen to 288. The progression of the Jade Qilin had reached 500 out of 5,000, finally making a solid first step. Without hesitation, Su-yang allocated all his feedback points to his vitality. In an instant, he felt every cell in his body rejoicing in exuberance, the power within him swelling to the brink of overflow. After about 4 or 5 minutes, the fervor of his cells gradually subsided. He moved his limbs, feeling no abnormality. It was as though those surging vitality points were a result of his diligent training. When he looked at the main panel again, his vitality had risen to 142. Su-yang exhaled lightly. It seemed that with 2 more waves of emotional values, he would likely break through to the martial artist realm. He stretched his limbs and approached the strength tester. With a casual punch, he struck the panel. The value on the panel fluctuated rapidly for a while before finally stabilizing. For 100 kilograms, Su-yang was somewhat astonished. Although this figure was akin to his previous measurement, the state of exertion was incomparable. The last time he had achieved 400 kilograms under the enhancement of the split mountain fist technique, yet this time it was merely a casual punch. To illustrate, if the split mountain fist could unleash 3 strikes, then at present, this casual punch of his could deliver 50, or even 100. However, what Su-yang remained unaware of was that all the instruments within the training room were interconnected, a measure implemented by the school to better monitor the academy's status. The extraordinary values generated by his punch were transmitted to the control room, though no one had yet noticed. Su-yang gazed at the impressive figures, a smile spreading across his face. Not bad. It seemed he could start contemplating the upcoming city trial sooner than expected. At that moment, the door to the training room suddenly resounded with loud knocks. The noise was not that of a polite knock, but rather the forceful banging, as though someone were trying to break it down. Su-yang frowned slightly as he opened the door, only to find 2 boys standing outside. The first, carrying a long knife and clad in combat attire, wore a disdainful expression, complete with a small mustache that made him resemble a villain. Behind him was another boy, his countenance stern. "Are you Su-yang?" The boy with the knife asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest, his tone dripping with contempt. "Get out of here immediately. I can spare your life." Chapter 6. Why don't you restrain your dog with a leash when you step outside? Su-yang disregarded the barking of the boy in front and turned his gaze towards the one behind him. Just then, the door to the adjacent training room creaked open. Lu Shui-er had changed into a different outfit and, upon seeing the group, paused momentarily. "Han Shuo, Liang, what are you 2 doing?" The boy in the forefront. Liang, upon seeing Lu Shui-er, twitched his lips but dared not respond. Han Shuo also furrowed his brow. "Lu Shui-er, this is none of your business. We are merely communicating with our new teammate. Stay out of it." Lu Shui-er pouted and walked over to Su-yang's side. "Su-yang, call me sister, and I will protect you." Han Shuo's frown deepened at her words. "Lu Shui-er, this is instructed by Teacher Li. It's also to prepare for next week's exchange match with Shuqing. After all, you wouldn't want to be entirely ignorant of your teammates, would you?" Lu Shui-er was about to retort when Su-yang stopped her. "He has a point. But with your level of incompetence, how could you possibly understand me?" Very well. Soon, you will come to realize just how foolish that statement was." Han Shuo stepped back slightly, while Liang, stroking his mustache, ominously advanced. Lu Shui-er tugged at Su-yang. "Wait, Su-yang, you can't possibly not know these 2. Can you? Their vitality exceeds 140. They are not far from being martial artists, and they're quite formidable. They are nothing like that Li Tianpao." Su-yang smiled and nodded, signaling for Lu Shui-er to relax. He then turned his attention to Liang. "Are you ready?" A flicker of malice crossed Liang's eyes. This fellow had managed to provoke his anger successfully, initially intending only to teach him a lesson for Li Wei's sake. He now felt compelled to give Su-yang a more thorough demonstration. Just as he was about to utter some threatening words, he saw a large foot swiftly approaching his chest. "What the?" As Liang attempted to belittle the incoming attack, the moment their bodies made contact, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall. Lu Shui-er and Han Shuo stood in stunned silence, incredulously watching as Liang slid down the wall like a rag doll, unconscious. "Su-yang, you!" Lu Shui-er gasped, shocked. She was well aware of Li Yang's usual demeanor. Though she found him contemptible, she had to admit that he was quite skilled within the school team. In terms of raw power, she fell slightly short of Li Yang, but her close friend's strength was undeniable. Even the captain had to show her some respect. She had intended to use this connection to protect Su Yang, but she never anticipated he would be so formidable, knocking Li Yang out with a single kick. Han Shua's expression mirrored her astonishment, but then he seemed to recall something. With a swift motion, he drew his long knife. So, he has resorted to performance-enhancing drugs. It appears they are strength-enhancing. But what of it? Han Shua chuckled coldly. If the opponent was strong, only a fool would engage him in a head-on clash. As he spoke, a thunderous roar erupted from Han Shua's long knife. Su Yang furrowed his brow, feeling an odd sense that Han Shua and his weapon had become one, indistinguishable from each other. Be cautious. Han Shua's talent is called Heart's Connection, allowing him to amplify any weapon he wields, Lu Xuer warned softly. Su Yang's eyes brightened at this revelation. What a fascinating talent. It was the perfect opportunity to test his wind-chasing blade. Drawing his knife, he effortlessly sent forth a flurry of blade flowers, the air crackling with energy. Although wind-chasing blade was a foundational technique, reaching perfection in it rendered it comparable to an ordinary low-tier yellow-grade martial art. Seeing this, Han Shua wasted no time. With a flick of his blade, he surged forward, unleashing a torrent of overlapping blade strikes towards Su Yang. In that confined space, the sounds of clashing metal resounded. Initially, Lu Xuer felt a tinge of apprehension, but as moments passed, her concern transformed into astonishment. While Han Shua's swordplay was agile and intricate, akin to quicksilver, Su Yang's wind-chasing blade was even more refined, as solid and impenetrable as a steel wall. As the force of Su Yang's blade intensified, Han Shua's agility began to falter, and he found himself involuntarily retreating. Lu Xuer was left in a daze. Why had she never heard of such a monster during their time at school? To cultivate a foundational technique to perfection could only be the work of a prodigy. Is that all you've got? If you don't showcase some genuine skill, I might just send you off to dreamland, Su Yang declared suddenly, and with his words, the sound of thunder reverberated. Boom, boom. With each crack of thunder, Su Yang's momentum surged. By the time the sixth thunderclap, symbolizing the peak of mastery, resounded, Su Yang seemed to transform into a war god. The long-suppressed force of his blade erupted at that moment, overwhelming Han Shua. A flicker of terror appeared in Han Shua's eyes as he summoned every ounce of his technique. With a deafening crash, he was sent flying, embedding himself into the wall. Unable to extricate himself, Lu Xuer's initial surprise turned to anxiety. You didn't kill him, did you? The school may not prohibit private matches, but if someone dies, it would be a serious matter. Su Yang sheathed his knife and shook his head. Rest assured, he is not dead. He'll likely just need to lie down for 10 days or so. He sighed softly, feeling that he was still somewhat lacking. Competing against a near martial artist required him to unleash his blade's full potential to secure victory. Clearly, relying solely on the system would not suffice. He needed to hone his martial skills as well. If Han Shua could hear Su Yang's musings, he would likely be driven to vomit blood. You just smashed me into the wall, and you still consider yourself weak? Now what do we do? Su Yang awoke from his reverie and inquired of Lu Xuer. Don't worry, just inform the school doctor. They will handle it, she replied. Then that is settled. Su Yang nodded appreciatively, recognizing the convenience of this arrangement. It provided him with a modest income without the burden of responsibility. After shutting the door to his room, he prepared to head out. Where are you off to? Asked Lu Xuer, noticing his departure. I'm going to the library for a bit, Su Yang replied candidly. Now that he had become a member of the school team, he could access the second-floor reading room. He needed to find a martial arts technique. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage if forced to confront others directly. I'll wait for the teacher to arrive, and then I'll come find you, he added. Thank you, Su Yang expressed his gratitude, feeling quite fond of the girl. By the way, seeing you beat those two like that, Lu Chaofeng will likely want to have a word with you. He is a true martial artist. So don't be reckless. Just admit your mistakes, Lu Xuer suddenly advised him. All right, I understand, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. What did it matter being a martial artist? As long as he set his mind to it, he could become one in no time. Watching Su Yang descend the stairs, Lu Xuer wore a mysterious smile. She took out her phone and approached Han Shua, gently tapping his slumped head, but he remained unresponsive. He sleeps quite soundly. Lu Xuer mused to herself before delivering a playful punch to Han Shua's body. Wake up. In pain, Han Shua stirred from his slumber, struggling to lift his head, only to be met with Lu Xuer's innocuous smile. What are you doing? He groaned. Just cooperate. Let me take a few pictures, she grinned, making a peace sign with one hand as she captured the moment. Han Shua's slumped form became an impromptu backdrop, and the photograph captured his expression of sheer horror and indignation. Lu Xuer changed angles several times, snapping a few more photos before satisfiedly putting her phone away. All right, just hang in there a little longer. The teacher should be here soon. No need to thank me, she said with a bounce as she skipped down the stairs. Moments later, Li Weigong arrived hurriedly with the school nurse. Upon seeing Han Shuo embedded in the wall and Li Kueyong snoring on the floor, he felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. What a disgrace, an utter disgrace. Two mainstays of the school team have been reduced to this. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification from the team group chat. Shockingly, in broad daylight, Han Shuo and Li Yong have. Chapter 7. Selecting Martial Techniques. The Art of Cloud Winding and Thousand Phantoms. Following this were several photographs, unmistakably depicting the current humiliating state of Han Shuo and Li Yong. The angles were rather unflattering, and the two were posed in some rather inappropriate manners, easily leading to misinterpretation. Glancing at the sender, Li Weigong nearly ground his teeth. After enduring a moment, he began to type. Lu Shuer, stop messing around and delete those. You're infringing upon their right to privacy. As a school reporter, this is not appropriate behavior. Only a few seconds had passed when Lu Shuer replied, Teacher, they're not even showing their faces. Li Weigong finally lost his composure. Indeed, their faces are not visible. But you've positioned their heads between their legs. How else could they be recognized? Given their notoriety at school, anyone would recognize them at a glance. But considering Lu Shuer's background, he realized that even his family, despite their wealth and influence, would think twice before confronting her directly. In the library, Su Yang made his way to the second floor, drawing curious glances from students on the first. Their previous admiration for him had turned to disdain, as those who had once idolized him now felt the sting of betrayal. Su Yang, however, paid them no mind and ascended to the second floor. The first floor was filled with a plethora of mediocre martial techniques, whereas the second floor offered only a fraction, yet of significantly higher quality. To his surprise, he even spotted several mid-tier yellow rank techniques. Yet, the prices were staggering. He shook his head at the cost. First tier technique, mountain splitting palm, low tier yellow rank, 1,000,000 Yinxia coins. First tier technique, wave skimming steps, mid tier yellow rank, 3,000,000 Yinxia coins. Too expensive, far too expensive. Although these prices were considered friendly in the market, they were exorbitant for Su Yang, whose total assets barely exceeded 100,000. That sum, while seemingly substantial, would hardly cover the basic equipment he would need for the trials outside the city. Moreover, once he reached the first tier, he would also require a breathing technique. Though breathing techniques could be changed later on, that was not an urgent concern. Have you found a technique that piques your interest? A female voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, Su Yang smiled upon seeing Lu Shuer. Everything is too pricey. I haven't made a selection yet. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shuer suggested, if you find the prices steep, I recommend checking out Ding Shishi. The martial techniques there may not be inferior, but they are certainly more affordable. Su Yang's eyes lit up at her words. Where can I find it? Lu Shuer led him to a large screen, opening a computer with a vibrant display. The words Ding Shishi stood out prominently. After a few clicks, a subcategory called Trillion Subsidy appeared. To his delight, the martial techniques listed were indeed much cheaper and quite comprehensive. The more he explored, the more amazed he became. It was reminiscent of platforms back on Earth. He quickly navigated to the section for movement techniques. In an instant, over a dozen options were displayed on the screen. Su Yang opened each detail page, scrutinizing them carefully. The prices ranged from 50,000 to 100,000, with tiers varying from unranked to mid-tier yellow rank. Yet, the flaws were glaringly apparent. Some pages were missing, others had missing text, and in some cases, entire books were only half complete, and that was the latter half. What kind of genius would purchase such incomplete works? Su Yang chuckled to himself. While these might be useless to others, he had an advantage. Eventually, he focused on a technique titled Cloud Winding and Thousand Phantoms. It bore no rank, primarily due to its significant deficiencies, making it impossible to ascertain its tier from the existing text. However, the price was exceedingly low, only 50,000 Yinxia coins. Su Yang's gaze deepened as his consciousness delved into his mind's eye. One of the abilities of the Jade Qilin was the capacity for deduction. If he could utilize this ability to reconstruct the technique, his instincts told him that this blind box held potential. He was slightly taken aback when he noticed that his income points had nearly reached 200. If he allocated some now, he could immediately become a martial artist. Yet, he soon shook his head. Becoming a martial artist was a pivotal moment in his life, and it would be wiser to return to the training room for a breakthrough. With a long sigh of relief, he realized that achieving martial artist status would grant him a modicum of self-defense, allowing him to venture into the wilderness to hunt beasts. This, in turn, would significantly alleviate his financial concerns regarding training. Feeling elated, He made his decision without hesitation and placed an order for the Cloud Winding and 1,000 Phantoms. When Lu Shuer returned, she was taken aback by the page displaying Su Yang's successful payment. Her eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, I was just joking. Didn't you realize? Lu Shuer said, somewhat exasperated. Everyone knows that none of the martial techniques here can be successfully cultivated. The reason she recommended it to Su Yang was merely to jest. Surely, no sane individual would place an order for such a thing? Little did she know, she would encounter someone quite extraordinary. Wasn't it you who recommended it? Su Yang feigned innocence. Lu Shuer shot him a glare, her chest heaving with indignation as she beheld the specific martial technique Su Yang had ordered. This isn't saving money. This is sheer wastefulness. The Cloud Roll and 1,000 Illusions book? Even a fool wouldn't choose that. Have you not seen its degree of damage? Repair probability, 1. Lu Shuer emphatically pointed at the cover's description. Su Yang scrutinized it closely, and indeed, in the lower right corner of the book's cover, there was a line of text. Nearly indistinguishable from the color of the cover itself. Repair probability, 1. A twinge of regret surged within Su Yang. But it can be returned without reason, right? Lu Shuer rolled her eyes, devoid of the strength to express her disbelief. Return it? What are you thinking? That martial technique's photocopy is probably already prepared for you. Once copied, returns are not accepted. Su Yang rubbed his nose. Well then, I suppose I can just eat 3 fewer meals a day. Doesn't that mean you wouldn't eat at all? No, I eat 6 meals a day. Lu Shuer, drawing emotional energy from Lu Shuer. Su Yang hurried downstairs to retrieve the martial technique. Lu Shuer pulled out her phone and snapped a picture of the large screen. Little Ziyin, I've encountered another stubborn one at our school, just like you. After sending the photo, she waited, but silence ensued. She pouted, accustomed to such indifference. That Lin Ziyin girl spent her days immersed in cultivation, never seeming to feel bored. Meanwhile, Su Yang dashed back to the training room with the photocopy in hand. With everything prepared, he sat cross-legged on the floor. Gazing at the 238 feedback points within his consciousness, he hesitated slightly. He had begun to discern a pattern. The higher 1's vitality, the greater the emotional feedback received. Consequently, the feedback points he earned were also more substantial. It seemed that the adage of choosing the softest persimmon to pinch did not hold true here. Su Yang murmured to himself. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to advance to a martial artist before attempting to utilize the remaining feedback points to derive the Cloud Roll and 1,000 Illusions. With this decision made, Su Yang no longer hesitated, directly adding 100 feedback points to his vitality. Boom. In an instant, he felt as if every cell in his body were exploding, rapidly decomposing and mutating, only to reassemble in a profound new configuration. Simultaneously, in his consciousness, a second Qilin emerged, proudly raising its head. Roar. As the Qilin let out a mighty roar, an intense wave of heat radiated from Su Yang, instantly melting nearby objects. Within his body, the cells that had already mutated began to boil anew. Had he been able to see, he would have noticed flickering flames entwined around his limbs, while his bones emitted a faint golden glow in that brief moment. Chapter 8. Becoming a Martial Artist, the second Qilin of Destiny. The primary focus of cultivation from the first to the third tier of martial artists lies in the strengthening of bones and muscles. When the limbs or torso are cultivated to a golden hue, it signifies the completion of the first tier. Progressing to the second tier involves the cultivation of the remaining body parts. Once the entire skeletal structure attains a golden state, advancement to the third tier entails the refinement of the internal organs. Ascending to a new level signifies a complete liberation from the mortal coil. Stepping into the realm of the extraordinary, and 1's lifespan will double. After a substantial passage of time, Su Yang's vitality finally settled. Looking down, he was dismayed to find his skin coated in grime, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. So this is the filth within my limbs, he murmured, hastily heading to wash up. After showering, he felt completely rejuvenated. Once again, his consciousness delved into the depths of his mind. Within that mystical realm, it seemed to have expanded slightly. Su Yang pondered. Could it be that with each level he ascended, this space would grow larger? The land upon which the Qilin resided must surely possess its own complexities. Unfortunately, despite scouring his entire consciousness, he found no information regarding this land and could only suppress his curiosity for the time being. On the newly available space, a fire-red Qilin stood proudly, and upon spotting Su Yang, it immediately became docile, wagging its tail. Master, you finally arrived. Little Fire has missed you so much. Let us go for a joyride. Su Yang was astonished. This creature could communicate with him through thought, far surpassing the Jade Qilin. Master, it's not that I can't communicate with you, but you were simply too weak before, all right? Just as Su Yang's thoughts formed, a plaintive voice echoed in his mind. This left him somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that in the future, he would have to be exceedingly careful not just in speech, but even in thought. He comforted the Jade Qilin and turned to the Fire Qilin, saying, "Little fire, does this mean I can summon you?" "Of course, master. You can give it a try?" Suyang immediately focused his thoughts, and a ball of flames unexpectedly appeared in his hand. Though it appeared ordinary, it exuded a terrifying aura, as if he were not holding a mere flame, but an ancient beast of destruction. "This." Suyang hesitated, only to hear the Fire Qilin say, "Master, my realm is currently too low to maintain my true form, but I am quite powerful. Once I reach the second tier, I will be able to manifest in a lower form." Suyang nodded, and with a thought, he returned the Fire Qilin to his consciousness. His gaze fell upon the Fire Qilin, and a panel automatically materialized. Current Spirit Beast, Fire Qilin, Origin Level. Realm, First Tier. Talent, Flame, Energy Feedback. Abilities, Flame Form Attack. Explosive Technique, Iron Tree Silver Flower. Advancement Progress, 0-1000. Fan Count, 0. This indicated that the Fire Qilin could elevate its realm by consuming objects imbued with spiritual energy. And as its realm increased, its fire form would undergo evolution. Fire attacks? Suyang glanced around the training room, but found no suitable target. He suppressed his excitement, planning to venture outside the city for an experiment tomorrow. Next, he opened the main panel. Name, Suyang. Cultivation, First Tier, Third Level. Vitality, 152, 500, points available. Talent, S-Class Animal Husbandry, SSS Class Chaotic Power, upgradable 01, 000, 000. SSS Class 9 Heavens Demon Fire, upgradable 01, 000, 000. Martial Techniques, Cracking Mountain Fist, Entry Level, upgradable 01, 000. Fire Dance Silver Snake, Entry Level, upgradable 01, 000. Wind Chasing Knife Technique, not advanced, complete, upgradable 0500. Cloud Roll and 1000 Illusions, Earth Tier, Remnant Copy, not entered, can be derived. Feedback points, 203. Upon seeing this, Suyang's heart skipped a beat. The remnant copy he had casually purchased turned out to be an Earth Tier martial technique. Though it was a remnant, the phrase "can be derived" filled him with confidence. Earth Tier martial techniques are no longer merely measured by monetary value in the market. They could serve as the foundation for a prominent provincial family's legacy. As long as it can be derived, no matter how many feedback points it costs, it would be worthwhile. With this thought, Suyang decided to wager all his feedback points. The Cloud Roll and 1000 Illusions, which he had previously struggled to comprehend, suddenly began to take on a vague understanding within his mind. The sensation was utterly extraordinary, as if he had grasped a fleeting insight, yet that insight remained elusive, perpetually just out of reach. Suyang sighed deeply. Indeed, that meager glimmer of understanding could hardly yield anything of genuine value. Nevertheless, he was undeterred, for the emergence of that feeling indicated that he was not far from making a breakthrough. It appeared that his next course of action would involve venturing outside the city to hunt magical beasts. The elimination of these creatures would not only provide him with valuable materials to exchange for Yenxia coins, but would also aid in the advancement of both the Jade Qilin and the Fire Qilin. Truly a multifaceted endeavor. Within the confines of the hospital, Han Shuo and Li Qiang had been assigned to the same room as Li Tianpao. The three of them wore expressions of dejection, too disheartened to meet the gaze of the person before them. Lu Chaofeng, clad in pristine white attire, observed the trio on the hospital bed, his brow furrowed with concern. "Brother Feng," one of them lamented, "if we allow Suyang to continue his reckless antics, our school's reputation will be irreparably damaged. He is abusing performance-enhancing drugs and employing despicable tactics, acting with unbridled arrogance. Brother Feng, the hard-earned reputation you have built cannot be tarnished by him." Li Tianpao looked at the youth before him with a pitiful expression. "Enough with your scheming. Focus on your recovery. Suyang was personally approved by the vice principal to join the team. I am powerless to intervene. Besides, are we unaware of how you two sustained your injuries? Don't think I don't know." At this, Han Shuo and Li Qiang refrained from responding, feeling embarrassed as they recalled the incident. "Very well. I shall ask Schwer to inform him to apologize to you. For now, let this matter rest. If you possess the capability, reclaim your honor yourselves." Seeing Lu Chaofeng's reluctance to take action, Li Tianpao felt a surge of irritation, though he dared not show it. Their captain was truly a formidable warrior, possessing strength at the 5th level of the 1st rank, albeit somewhat overly proud. Once a person becomes too haughty, their judgment often falters, leading them to believe they alone are in the right. As Lu Chaofeng spoke, he retrieved his phone and made a call. "Schwer, what is the status? When will he arrive?" After listening to the response on the other end, Lu Chaofeng's expression darkened. "Indeed, as captain, it is my duty to inquire personally." Although Li Tianpao and his companions were unaware of the conversation taking place on the line, they were adept at reading the room. Noticing Lu Chaofeng's serious demeanor, they understood that he was angered. The consequences of provoking a man with a penchant for perfectionism could be dire. Li Tianpao exchanged knowing glances with Han Shuo, silently agreeing. Brother Feng, there is another reason why Li Yang and I clashed, Han Shuo began, hesitating slightly. Seeing Lu Chaofeng's impatience grow, he continued. We noticed that Sister Shuer seems to regard Su Yang with peculiar eyes. You don't think she might have feelings for him, do you? Han Shuo. It would be wise not to entertain such thoughts in my presence. Otherwise, you might find yourself participating in the martial arts examination from a hospital bed. Han Shuo swore an oath. Brother Feng, I assure you, I am not lying. Li Yang can corroborate my words. Just as Li Yang opened his mouth to affirm, Lu Chaofeng waved his hand dismissively. Enough. This is a private matter of theirs and does not concern you. I will ensure that Su Yang comes to apologize. With that, Lu Chaofeng dialed Su Yang's number once more. Chapter 9. The captain is angry, preparing to leave the city. The call was quickly answered, and Su Yang's voice came through. Who is this? Upon hearing that voice, both Li Tianpao and Han Shuo felt a surge of rage. This is Lu Chaofeng, he replied, his tone devoid of warmth. Mei Chaofeng, the one who uses the 9 bone claw? My surname is Lu Chaofeng, captain of the school team. Lu Chaofeng, usually patient, felt his irritation rising. This individual was indeed provoking him. Oh, are you selling insurance? I have no money. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Listening to the dial tone, Lu Chaofeng was taken aback. Did this person not recognize him, or was he simply arrogantly dismissive? Did he truly believe that defeating 2 members of the school team made him invincible? Although Li Tianpao and his companions remained silent, their eyes exchanged unspoken messages, revealing a shared sense of amusement. Let him continue with his antics. The more he acted out, the more disastrous the consequences would be. Lu Chaofeng chose not to call again, but curiously asked Han Shuo, is our school team truly in decline? The others were momentarily stunned. While they might be perceived as weak in the grand scheme of the city, within Suiqing, few dared to overlook their presence, save for the elite class. It seems so. Otherwise, a clown would not dare to challenge us so brazenly, Han Shuo mused, his heart elated, though his bandaged body prevented him from celebrating outwardly. He's angry. When Brother Feng is angry, there are dire repercussions. Meanwhile, Su Yang merely scoffed. What kind of person does he think he is? Is the captain truly that formidable? With that, he hung up his phone. Tomorrow was the weekend, a perfect opportunity to venture outside the city and hunt some magical beasts to replenish his fire. However, before that, he needed to procure some equipment on Warrior Street. Warrior Street, located in the heart of Suiqing, stretched for approximately 3 kilometers. Filled with vendors offering all manner of goods essential for warriors, weaponry, medicinal pills, and martial arts manuals available in abundance. Additionally, specialized shops were available to buy back the spoils of war. Among these, Lu stood out as the largest establishment, where one could find everything a warrior might need. Upon arriving at the entrance, Su Yang was taken aback by the scene before him. The throngs of people were a sight to behold, with buyers and sellers alike filling the hall to capacity. Shortly, a waitress clad in the standard Lu uniform approached him. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? I can provide recommendations. After expressing his intentions, the waitress led Su Yang to the second floor. His first choice was, naturally, a battle knife. The ordinary iron-long knife he typically used would suffice within the city, but it was inadequate for combat with magical beasts outside. Should he encounter a creature with formidable defenses, even the iron blade might struggle to pierce its thick hide. Before long, Su Yang selected an alloy battle knife priced at 320,000. Weighing approximately 30 pounds, its sleek black design exuded an air of dominance. Of course, it was merely the most basic of battle knives available, but its affordability was its primary appeal. It seemed that financial constraints were indeed a formidable adversary. Su Yang could only ruefully reflect on his predicament. After purchasing the battle knife, he also opted for a reasonably priced combat suit and a first aid kit, totaling 900,000, which completely depleted his savings. He could no longer afford anything else. Do you accept magical beast materials? Su Yang inquired of the waitress before departing. Indeed, esteemed guest. Should you acquire magical beast materials, you can contact me directly. The waitress beamed at the prospect of earning commission from both selling and purchasing. She promptly handed Su Yang a business card. My name is Zizhuang. Feel free to reach out to me on your next visit. Su Yang nodded, tucking the card into his pocket. Upon returning home, Su Yang opened his computer and navigated to a website dedicated to martial artists. This platform not only fostered discussions regarding martial techniques and various gossip, but also featured numerous guides shared by martial artists detailing their excursions outside the city. These guides typically included information about the level of beasts in each trial area, the degree of danger, and essential preparations required. Su Yang primarily focused on these types of posts and, after half an hour of deliberation, finally settled on Trial Area 31. It was located approximately 100 miles from the city, with shuttle buses available for round trips. Most importantly, the outer perimeter of Trial Area 31 was predominantly inhabited by beasts that had not yet reached the formidable stages, while deeper within lay first-stage beasts. And the core area was rumored to harbor second-stage beasts. Such a configuration was undoubtedly suitable for him. However, a particular comment caught his attention. A warning had been issued to those planning to venture to Trial Area 31, citing reliable sources that a third-stage giant beast had been pursued by a formidable figure from the mountain and sea realm to the vicinity of Trial Area 30, where it had vanished and might have escaped to Trial Area 31. Not only Trial Area 31 was at risk, Areas 29 and 32 were also potential threats. I must call out the previous commenter as a contrarian. One's own life is their responsibility, and losing it cannot be blamed on others. After a moment of hesitation, Su-Yang resolutely chose Trial Area 31, deciding to remain cautious regarding the giant beast. Having made up his mind, he meticulously checked his equipment, prioritizing caution. After all, having traversed to this realm, he did not wish to become fodder for beasts without understanding why. Once everything was confirmed, Su-Yang entered the training room. He approached the power measurement device and delivered a casual punch. The values displayed on the screen flickered like phantoms. Although Su-Yang was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback upon seeing the specific value, 1,000 kilograms. It is worth noting that an ordinary first-stage martial artist, at their peak, could only manage a punch of around 600 kilograms. Yet, his casual strike registered at 1,000 kilograms. If he were to exert himself fully, it would likely approach 2,000 kilograms. It was a level that even ordinary second-stage martial artists struggled to attain. Should he face Li Tianpao again, he could probably send him flying with just a finger. Moreover, if he revealed this trump card publicly, the emotional value garnered would undoubtedly be substantial. The champion of Suicheng held no allure for him anymore. But what about the champion of the main city? Or perhaps even the champion of the entire southern region? At that moment, the emotional value would surely soar to the skies. Furthermore, with over 20 days remaining until the martial examination, he had ample room for improvement. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, his anticipation for the martial examination grew even greater. Early the next morning, Su-Yang made his way to the city gate, where the shuttle station for exiting the city was conveniently located. He purchased a ticket to Trial Area 31 and boarded the bus as directed. He had anticipated that, due to the news of the giant beast, there would be few martial artists heading there. However, to his surprise, upon boarding, he found that nearly 20 martial artists were already seated inside. Even more unexpectedly, several familiar faces were among them. Chapter 10. A chance encounter with the elite class and a talented young woman. Han Jing and Lu Xiaoxiao were seated together, engaged in a low conversation. Upon suddenly spotting Su-Yang, both were momentarily taken aback. In front of them, Zhang Tai also failed to react immediately. It must be said that Zhang Tai had recovered remarkably quickly. Within just a day, he had removed the bandages. However, the exposed skin was still bruised and mottled, resembling that of a patchwork pig. Upon seeing Su-Yang, Zhang Tai's gaze turned somewhat frigid. Originally, such a fortunate circumstance as escorting two beautiful women outside the city would never have been his lot. But fortune smiled upon him when Li Tianpao was hospitalized by Su-Yang, allowing him to seize the opportunity to spend all his savings hiring a martial artist team for protection, thus taking Li Tianpao's place. Now, upon encountering Su-Yang, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, but then, as if recalling something, a cold smirk spread across his lips. Ah, who do we have here? Is it our prodigious newcomer to the school team, Su-Yang? What brings you here? Planning to solo Trial Area 31? Or perhaps unable to fit in with the school team? You're looking to find a little mouse hole to hide in? Zhang Tai's sarcastic tone elicited laughter from those sharing the seat. Su-Yang recognized one of them, another martial examination candidate named Cha Xian, who often trailed behind Zhang Tai. Is your father amusing? Su-Yang suddenly interjected. Cha Xian instinctively nodded. Of course, it's amusing. Zhang Tai retorted dismissively. He is talking about you. Realizing this, Cha Xian felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, rising to confront Su-Yang. However, after just a couple of steps, he abruptly halted. This was due to a martial artist seated at the front who had suddenly stood up. The overwhelming aura of a peak second-stage martial artist instantly subdued everyone. Those who had initially intended to watch the spectacle quickly lowered their heads. Disorder is prohibited on this shuttle. If you have that much energy, you should go outside and slay a few beasts. That's where your true skills lie. As his words lingered, the formidable aura gradually dissipated. Cha Xian struggled to swallow hard. This was the true essence of a martial artist, terrifyingly powerful. When that aura enveloped him, he felt utterly paralyzed, even finding it difficult to breathe. In that moment, he genuinely believed he was on the brink of death. Once the aura faded, he could only glare daggers at Su Yang before returning to his seat. Su Yang, are you stalking me? Cha Xin's indignation was evident. But Han Jing's expression turned even colder. It was clear that this individual was employing a strategy of feigned vulnerability. Seeing no effect, he had resorted to new tricks. Truly detestable. Indeed, you must be stalking Jingjing, Su Yang. Can you not show some dignity? With your mere 81 vitality points. Do you really think you can attract Jingjing's attention? Dream on. Lu Xiaoxiao's remarks prompted no reaction from Su Yang. But the other martial artists cast him glances filled with amusement. 81 vitality points? That is hardly more than an average adult S level. Should he actually enter the trial zone, he'd be little more than beast fodder. The escorting martial artist furrowed his brow, about to speak, when his gaze suddenly sharpened upon Su Yang. Wait a moment, this is absolutely not just 81 vitality points. Although he appears relaxed, preventing me from gauging his true level, the occasional flicker of vitality power he emits clearly indicates he possesses far more than that. Nonetheless, he kindly offered a warning. If you truly only have 81 vitality points, I advise you against entering the trial zone. It could cost you your life. Su Yang smiled at the martial artist without elaborating, merely stating, I wish to see for myself. Hearing this, the martial artist turned away, closing his eyes to rest once more. You can't save the damned from themselves. This matter was, in fact, none of his concern. Su Yang's gaze drifted past Lu Xiaoxiao and settled on Han Jing. Is targeting someone synonymous with stalking you? If that is the case, aren't all martial artists on this bus stalking you? Your ego is quite inflated. This remark left Han Jing momentarily stunned, anger flushing her cheeks. Su Yang, you are shameless. If you have the capability, then enter the trial zone. But do ensure you write a will, lest my father blame me for failing to keep an eye on you upon his return. With that, Han Jing turned her head away, choosing to ignore Su Yang. Su Yang, relishing the tranquility, found a seat and began to meditate. The atmosphere in the carriage remained peaceful for only a brief moment before it erupted into commotion once more. Su Yang slightly opened his eyes to see a group of individuals boarding the bus. At the forefront walked three young men, their ages comparable to his own. They exhibited an air of arrogance, unabashedly radiating a fierce aura. As they boarded the vehicle, the martial artists within the carriage couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. Martial artists? Could it be that these remarkably youthful individuals are all martial practitioners? From whence do these prodigies hail? Truly formidable. I have never encountered such a multitude of young martial artists at once. You do not recognize them? The leader among them is none other than Mo Ryun, the esteemed heir of the Mo family, who entered the realm of martial practitioners a mere 6 months ago. No, look closely at the girl following behind. Is she not? Hush, lower your voice. Do you think you alone know? Zhang Tai and the others gazed at Mo Ryun and his companions with a mixture of awe and admiration. These individuals are the true geniuses. To share a carriage with such prodigies would undoubtedly become a significant asset for boasting in the future. At this moment, Han Jing and Lu Xiaoxiao had long forgotten the displeasure that Su Yang had caused them earlier, their eyes filled with admiration as they shot furtive glances at Mo Ryun. Unfortunately, upon boarding, Mo Ryun remained aloof, walking directly to the middle of the vehicle without a sideways glance. Could we trouble you for a seat? There are 5 of us. A row of seats had already been occupied by 2 individuals. The martial artist, upon hearing this, promptly rose. Of course, young Master Mo. With that, he swiftly retreated to the back, his face betraying no semblance of discontent. Mo Ryun, one of the 2 prominent families in Suiqing, on par with the Lin family. After the 3 in the front settled down, Su Yang finally caught sight of the 2 women behind them. At first glance, he was taken aback. Lu Shuer, she is actually leaving the city with the extreme class. And behind Lu Shuer stood a girl of breathtaking beauty, exuding an aura that commanded distance. A singular term sprang to Su Yang's mind, the frost goddess, with rosy lips and a delicate nose. Her brows and eyes were like ink, her skin as smooth as congealed fat, and her long hair was lightly tied back, revealing a neck as white as snow. The fitted combat attire she wore accentuated her figure perfectly. Su Yang racked his brain for comparisons to female celebrities from his past life, concluding that only the celestial sister could rival her. Zine, let us sit here, Lu Shuer instructed the girl behind her, pointing to the 2 available seats. Lin Zine nodded and took her place. As they boarded, an evident hush fell over the carriage. Even conversations transformed into hushed whispers. Given that Su Yang was seated towards the back, Lu Shuer did not notice him, and he had no intention of approaching to greet her. He silently lamented the prowess of the extreme class. There was no denying that, even disregarding all else. The legendary Lin Zine carried an icy aura that rivaled that of the martial artist guarding the vehicle. This indicated that she had at least achieved the 2nd tier. By comparison, his own accomplishments seemed rather insignificant. Nevertheless, Today is the East River. Tomorrow may be the West River. Once they entered the trial area, as long as there were sufficient demon beasts, gaining ground would be effortless for him. Su-yang steeled himself. Chapter 11. The trials commence, hunting demon beasts. Soon after, the vehicle started, exiting the city. Su-yang gazed out of the window. A long isolation belt, approximately 10 miles in length, had been carved out near the city walls, with guard troops stationed every few miles. Beyond the isolation belt, it felt as though they had plunged directly into a forest. The vegetation was dense and thriving, and the light was considerably dimmer than outside. Numerous guard posts could still be seen, but after about 40 to 50 miles, the presence of the guards vanished. At that moment, the middle-aged martial artist seated at the front suddenly opened his eyes, gravely observing the scenery outside. This area, strictly speaking, no longer belonged to the safe zone, as low-tier or unranked demon beasts frequently roamed, posing threats to passing vehicles. However, today was relatively peaceful. The journey felt as tranquil as the safe zone. Look, a sky-soaring master. Someone suddenly shouted, startling everyone. Su-yang turned his gaze outside, spotting two small figures soaring high in the distance. Upon seeing the aerial figures, the middle-aged martial artist's eyes narrowed, yet he seemed to exhale in relief. Although reaching the sky-soaring realm allows for brief flight, not all who fly are necessarily sky-soaring practitioners. Despite the significant distance between them, the guarding martial artist sensed an exceptionally potent aura emanating from the two figures. That was no mere aura of a sky-soaring practitioner. It was no wonder the surroundings were so quiet. Even if a third-tier demon beast were present at the trial ground number 31, it would likely be too intimidated by that aura to move. In the air, the two figures stood poised. One appeared anxious, adorned in opulent robes, while the other exuded calmness, draped in a cloak. Lin City Lord, have you yet to locate the third-tier demon beast? The composed figure inquired leisurely. Surrounding the two, a protective barrier formed by spiritual energy shielded them from the turbulent winds outside, allowing their conversation to proceed as if on solid ground. Lin Xuanfeng slightly bowed, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. I apologize for troubling Master Ling. It is merely a wounded third-tier giant beast, which we in Suiqing can handle. However, this beast exhibits some peculiarities. It seems capable of altering its form, at times as large as a celestial body, and at other times as small as dust. Tracking its whereabouts has proven somewhat challenging. As Lin Xuanfeng spoke, he found it strange that a mere third-tier beast would warrant the attention of a sixth-tier master from the Southern Frontier Martial Academy. Ling Tian appeared to perceive Lin Xuanfeng's thoughts and smiled faintly. I do not doubt the capabilities of Lin City Lord. My visit is not solely for this matter. I am here for your granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanfeng's face lit up with pride. Ziyin is doing reasonably well. Thank you for your kindness, Master Ling. However, she is merely at the first tier of the second stage, and compared to the geniuses of the main city, she falls short. Ling Tian regarded Lin Xuanfeng with a peculiar gaze. This fellow is starting to play coy. Even if Lin Ziyin does not reach the pinnacle of the pyramid within the southern frontier city, she would undoubtedly be among the foremost echelon of geniuses. Moreover, despite being the city lord of Suiqing, the resources available to him pale in comparison to those of the prominent families in the main city. Given these circumstances, Lin Ziyin's accomplishments speak volumes of her talent. Enough, Lin City Lord, there is no need for such modesty. I have high hopes for her. If you have no objections, once the trial concludes, I shall take her with me. When the martial examination begins, I will personally escort her back. As compensation, I can divulge a little. This martial examination is unlike any other, and the rewards are exceedingly generous. If she places in the top 10, the resources she would obtain would surpass the foundations of even the most prestigious families in Suiqing. I shall heed the master's arrangements. Lin Xuanfeng was taken aback, then elated. Ling Tian's intent was clearly to bestow a great opportunity upon Lin Ziyin, and he could not possibly refuse. As for the reforms to the martial examination, that had long been decided, yet no information had leaked regarding the specifics. However, one could infer the implications. The rewards would be substantial, yet not easily attained. Looking across the entirety of Suiqing, only his granddaughter possessed such potential. The vehicle continued for another half hour before finally coming to a halt in a relatively open area. They had arrived at the destination, trial ground number 31. Upon disembarking, Su-yang was greeted by a sight of various shops, and the open space was bustling with numerous stalls. There exist vendors selling elixirs, battle garments, and a plethora of strategies. Additionally, they procure various materials harvested from beasts by warriors emerging from the trial zone. Su-yang, fully equipped, noticed that the day was still young and proceeded towards the trial area. The soldier at the checkpoint cast a glance at Su-yang. The situation inside has been quite precarious lately. Do not venture too deep, and ensure your return before darkness falls. Su Yang expressed his gratitude and stepped inside. Beyond the checkpoint, a verdant expanse of trees greeted him, with a towering peak faintly visible in the distance. According to the guide, that was the core area number 31. After approximately half an hour, Su Yang finally encountered his first beast, a group of burrowing mice, 10 or so in total, each the size of a piglet. Regrettably, they were all unranked. The burrowing mice spotted Su Yang, their eyes gleaming with a predatory gleam, and they squeaked, charging toward him. Su Yang remained motionless, waiting for the creatures to approach before unleashing his thunderblade, swiftly severing several heads from their bodies. The remaining few, enticed by the scent of blood, charged even more fiercely but were no match for Su Yang's prowess, meeting their demise in rapid succession. Without further ado, he pressed onward, acknowledging that these unranked beasts merely served as a means for him to hone his skills. After advancing for another half hour, Su Yang encountered his first ranked beast, the Howling Sky Wolf. This creature, a key inhabitant of Area 31, was adorned with numerous treasures. The specimen before him seemed to be at the second level of the first rank. Locking eyes with the wolf, it launched itself at Su Yang like an arrow released from a bow. Su Yang sidestepped the attack, and with a swift motion of his right hand wielding the thunderblade, he sliced off a chunk of flesh from the wolf's rear. He internally lamented his lack of experience. Had he been more adept, that strike would have cleaved the beast in two. Realizing this shortcoming, he refrained from hastily killing the Howling Sky Wolf and instead focused on defense, refining his martial skills. Once he felt sufficiently sharpened, he delivered a decisive blow, bisecting the wolf. Just as the battle concluded, he felt a shiver run down his spine and turned abruptly in a certain direction. "Hey, buddy, don't be alarmed. We're merely passing by." However, considering how laborious it was for you to take down a newly ranked Howling Sky Wolf, it would be wise not to venture further. Your vigilance leaves much to be desired. As the voice rang out, several figures emerged from the dense forest, with Mo ruffling at the forefront. In stark contrast to his former arrogance on the bus, he now appeared quite amiable. "Su Yang, what brings you here alone?" Before Su Yang could respond, Lu Shuer leaped forward, her face alight with joy upon seeing him. After posing her question, she seemed to suddenly grasp something, eyeing Su Yang from head to toe. "You didn't leave the city to avoid Lu Chaofeng, did you?" "Avoid him? Why would I?" Su Yang furrowed his brow slightly at her words, recalling that Zhang Tai had mentioned something similar on the bus, though he had paid it no mind at the time. Now, hearing Lu Shuer bring it up, he sensed he had overlooked some crucial information. Lu Shuer appeared equally surprised, scrutinizing Su Yang for several seconds. Upon determining he was not feigning ignorance, she continued, "The school must have already buzzed with the news. You truly are unaware? Lu Chaofeng publicly declared a challenge against you." Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Lu Chaofeng held a grudge. However, he felt no interest in Lu Chaofeng at the moment. Too weak. There is simply no challenge. "Well, it appears the challenge party, was the last to know," he remarked with a self-deprecating tone, then turned to begin gathering materials from the Howling Sky Wolf. With a swift stroke of his blade, he opened the wolf's abdomen and extracted a crystal the size of a fingernail. He then proceeded to harvest other useful materials from the beast's body. Lin Xin observed this and bit her lip, turning to leave. "Brother, take your time harvesting your spoils. May we meet again." Mo Ruffeng, seeing Lin Xin depart, offered a brief farewell and followed suit. Su Yang did not hinder them, reflecting that while the boy's comments were harsh, they contained a kernel of truth. He had been so engrossed in his own pursuits that he had neglected his surroundings. Encountering a beast ambush could spell danger for him. Clearly, he had much to learn. After severing the wolf's claws and fangs and stowing them in his backpack, he continued deeper into the forest. Along the way, he occasionally encountered lower-tier beasts. Su Yang gradually assessed his combat capabilities, estimating that with his agility and the wind chase blade technique, he could contend with beasts ranked 2 or 3 levels above him. Unfortunately, the wind chase blade technique had yet to be ranked, resulting in a considerably diminished combat efficacy. However, should he employ the Mountain Splitter Fist or the Fire Dance Silver Serpent, those beasts would pose no threat, falling swiftly to his might. Yet, the energy expenditure for such techniques was substantial, rendering them impractical in the long run. It seemed prudent to accumulate some restorative points and exchange them for a breathing technique. Su Yang mused inwardly. With a breathing technique, he could significantly extend his combat endurance. Furthermore, he needed to seek a suitable first-rank martial skill. As for upgrading the wind chase blade technique, after much contemplation, he resolved to abandon that idea. The technique's low rank made it an unwise investment of his restorative points. "Master, may I have the carcass as a treat?" At that moment, the Fire Qilin communicated telepathically with Su Yang. His eyes brightened. He had almost forgotten that detail. With a mere thought, a surge of flames erupted from above him. In an instant, the corpse of the Howling Sky Wolf was reduced to ashes. Su Yang stood in awe. The speed was astonishing. He had scarcely registered the nature of the flame's assault. The fiery essence danced before his chest for a moment before vanishing. With this revelation, he no longer rushed to seek out higher-ranked beasts, but instead began searching for food for the fire Qilin. 2 hours later, as twilight descended, Su Yang faced another howling sky wolf, skillfully controlling the fire dance silver serpent in search of the optimal attack strategy. Go. This time, he faced a howling sky wolf at the 8th level of the first rank, unleashing 60% of the fire dance silver serpent's power. With a thunderous roar, the flames engulfed the beast, which barely had time to emit a cry before falling silent. It seems I overdid it a touch. 50% should suffice. Su Yang quietly concluded. The excessive force not only drained his spiritual energy, but also completely obliterated the beast's corpse, rendering it inedible for the fire Qilin. During a brief respite, Su Yang once again accessed his status panel. This time, he first examined his attributes. His restorative points had reached 1,000. Turning his attention to the fire Qilin's panel, he noted no significant changes except for its follower count, which had risen to 112. Its advancement progress had also transformed into 500 out of 1,000. It appeared to be progressing considerably faster than the Jade Qilin, though that was to be expected given the latter's higher advancement requirements. With a thought, Su Yang summoned forth 100 howling sky wolves, a sight that exuded power. Once I possess sufficient strength, leading thousands of beasts, I can only imagine the emotional surge that will ensue, he mused, feeling a surge of elation. As darkness enveloped the forest, Su Yang chose not to return, but instead sought refuge within a concealed cave, burrowing inside. Although the supply station outside has inns, Su Yang had inquired and found that the cheapest room costs 30,000 for a night. He simply cannot afford to stay there. The next day, after awakening, Su Yang consumed a bit of the dry rations he had brought along and prepared to set forth once more. Today, he intended to test the combat prowess of the fire Qilin. Unfortunately, it seemed that many warriors were venturing out of the city today, within less than an hour. He had already encountered 2 groups. It suddenly struck him that today was Saturday, and many students were likely taking advantage of the holiday to venture forth for trials. However, without the protection of warriors, most would merely be active on the outskirts. Without further contemplation, he chose a random direction and continued onward. Upon encountering the first howling sky wolf, he summoned the fire Qilin directly. In an instant, the fire Qilin transformed into a blazing inferno and charged forth. The first tier, 9th level howling sky wolf, did not even have time to react before it became a meal for the fire Qilin. Su Yang inhaled sharply. This creature was indeed extraordinarily formidable. After 2 days of combat, he had gained some understanding of his own abilities. With the use of the mountain-splitting fist or the fire dance silver serpent, he could effortlessly eliminate first-tier, 8th level demonic beasts. As for the 9th level, it required some effort, yet it posed no significant challenge. Regarding second-tier beasts, he dared not speak too boldly. Of course, in a direct confrontation, he felt unafraid. He believed himself to be quite exceptional, only to realize that the fire Qilin exceeded even his own capabilities. It had just effortlessly dispatched a first-tier, 9th level howling sky wolf. Su Yang shook his head. If being extraordinary meant having such a companion, then he would embrace it. However, he resolved not to summon the fire Qilin again, lest he diminish his own opportunities for growth. As the afternoon wore on, an unforeseen occurrence unfolded. Groups of howling sky wolves and mountain mice began to appear in droves. Within a mere hour, he felt he had slain more than he had all morning. Strangely, these beasts showed no inclination to engage in battle. They fled at the first opportunity. Su Yang, unwilling to let such easy prey escape, found himself compelled to summon the fire Qilin once more. Exhausted from the relentless slaughter, he sought a secluded spot to rest. Watching the frenzied beasts retreating down the mountain, a frown creased his brow. It seemed as if some terrifying creature lurked above. Could it indeed be that colossal beast he had heard about? After a brief respite, he checked his status panel. His rebirth points had reached 2,800, while the fire Qilin's advancement progress had climbed to 695 out of 1,000, and the Jade Qilin's to 180 out of 5,000. At this rate, both the fire Qilin and the Jade Qilin would require approximately a week to advance. However, with more than 20 days remaining until the martial examination, he felt no urgency. After regaining some energy, Su Yang pressed further into the wilderness, hoping to see if he might have the chance to slay that giant beast himself. If not, allowing the fire Qilin to feast would suffice. Having traveled only a few miles, he began to hear faint human shouts ahead. Su Yang concealed himself, observing discreetly. Soon, a woman's voice grew closer, heading directly towards his hiding place. Upon discerning the voice, Su Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Han Jing? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Han Jing's figure appeared, ragged and battered, with injuries covering her body. Not far behind her, a howling sky wolf, limping and wounded, was in hot pursuit. Had the wolf not been injured, Han Jing would likely have already been its prey. With a sudden, furious howl, the howling sky wolf startled Han Jing, causing her to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf leapt towards her head. In that moment, Han Jing opened her mouth wide, her eyes tightly shut. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, she heard the sound of a wolf's howl, followed by warm liquid splattering onto her face. Am I dead? Is this what death feels like? Han Jing pondered, eyes still closed. I cannot guarantee that the next beast won't tear you to pieces, Su Yang's voice rang out. Coupled with the fact that his face was obscured, he was unperturbed by the possibility of Han Jing recognizing him. Are you also freshly deceased? Han Jing quavered. Su Yang found himself at a loss for words. So, in saving her life, he had inadvertently condemned himself? Just open your eyes to find out, he replied, somewhat irritated. Han Jing cautiously moved her body, verifying that all was well before slowly opening her eyes. Upon doing so, she was met with the sight of a bloody head beside her, eliciting a sharp scream. Su Yang couldn't help but feel exasperated. With such cowardice, what was she doing even considering the martial examination? Han Jing seemed to realize her lapse in composure, standing up and awkwardly offering an explanation. I apologize for causing you to witness such a spectacle. I actually just killed a howling sky wolf myself. With your level, you should quickly retreat to the outskirts. Su Yang retorted, and as he spoke, he heard a noise. Your teammates are coming. I must take my leave, he stated, not waiting for Han Jing's reply and walking away in the opposite direction. Jing, are you alright? Lu Xiaoxiao rushed over, panting, with Zhang Tai following closely behind. For other warriors trailed behind Zhang Tai. Jing, are you alright? Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, surveying Han Jing with concern. Upon confirming her safety, she let out a sigh of relief. Humph, is this what you call absolute safety? Han Jing glared, incensed. Zhang Tai chuckled sheepishly, explaining that it was purely an accident. He had thought the beasts would be disinterested in battle and merely serve as practice, only to discover they were willing to retaliate. Han Jing refused to accept such an explanation, maintaining a stern expression. Lu Xiaoxiao, noticing this, hastily tugged at Zhang Tai to signal him to silence. Jing, who was that person just now? He looked so familiar. As expected, Lu Xiaoxiao's change of topic visibly lifted Han Jing's spirits. You noticed the familiarity too? I felt the same, but he concealed his face, clearly not wanting to be recognized. And he didn't leave a name, Han Jing replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Though she had not witnessed how he dispatched that howling sky wolf, in that fleeting moment. The separation of the wolf's body was a feat only an exceptionally talented youth could achieve. Han Jing was lost in thought when Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed. I just remembered, that person's silhouette resembled Su Yang. Han Jing froze at this revelation, shooting Lu Xiaoxiao an incredulous glare. Su Yang, what are you thinking? He only defeated Li Tianpao with an overdose of forbidden drugs. Do you really think he could kill a first-tier, 5th-level howling sky wolf? Lu Xiaoxiao burst into laughter at the absurdity of it. Jing, I'm just teasing you. If you really want to know who he is, we should leave soon. I doubt it will be long before the warriors here withdraw. If we wait at the exit, surely we can find him. Upon hearing this, Han Jing's eyes lit up. Indeed, with a 3rd-tier colossal beast appearing in the core area, all the warriors would undoubtedly vacate quickly. As long as she was swift enough, she could reach the exit ahead of time. Surely, he would not slip past her. Moreover, she had just seen him turn back up the mountain after descending a short distance. Thus, it was certain he would not reach the bottom before her. As Han Jing's face revealed a flicker of interest, Lu Xiaoxiao exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Tai. Jing, shall we hasten our descent? At that moment, Han Jing was singularly focused on locating the masked youth, nodding in agreement. Such a figure was the epitome of her dream prince. Meanwhile, Su Yang was indeed venturing deeper into the core area, feeling a sense of reluctance to let a 3rd-tier beast escape so easily. As he advanced, he engaged in combat along the way, dispatching foes with increasing swiftness. A 1st-tier, 5th-stage howling wolf, which might have previously taken him a few seconds to defeat, was now vanquished in a single stroke with his wind blade technique. Before long, Su Yang stepped into the core region, which was markedly quieter than the outside world. With even the chirping of insects scarcely audible, he instinctively lightened his footsteps, acutely aware of his limited knowledge regarding the 3rd-tier beast, even lacking information on its species. Just as he proceeded with caution, a sudden burst of radiant light erupted from the heart of the dense forest, forming a grand funnel of vibrant hues. Within this funnel, countless shimmering illusions of treasures flickered and vanished in rapid succession. The warriors who had retreated to the supply point were rendered speechless. Among them, Han Jing and her companions were equally astonished. What is that? Han Jing felt a dryness in her throat, struggling to voice her thoughts. Is that an illusion of the ruins? Treasures, so many treasures. Charge. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, surging back towards the 31st trial zone like a tidal wave. In the martial world, the most formidable legacies predominantly stem from such ruins or secret realms. As for the origins of these ruins and secret realms, the most objective perspective posits that they are remnants from the previous era. It is believed that the last epoch may have experienced some cataclysmic explosion, with certain pivotal nodes preserved by powerful entities, akin to a speck of dust floating through existence. At opportune moments, these remnants may reopen, bestowing blessings upon the world. Some ruins or secret realms are said to have evolved from certain treasures. It is rumored that the weapon of the Northern King originated from a secret realm, and once that weapon acknowledged its master, the realm dissolved, leaving all other warriors who entered as mere sustenance for the weapon. The allure of wealth is undeniably captivating, especially when it comes to treasures that could elevate a warrior to new heights. Even the guards present were filled with envy, were it not for their duties. They would have sought their luck within. After all, who can say whether one might become the next Northern King? Amidst the crowd's exuberance, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by a colossal axe that cast an oppressive aura downwards. The ground was predominantly occupied by first and second-tier warriors, with some aspiring martial artists, all immobilized beneath that overwhelming pressure. I am Ling Tian, here to inform you all that an ancient ruin has appeared in the core area of Zone 31, with a time limit of 30 minutes for entry. Only those below the second tier, 5th stage may enter. What? Only 30 minutes? The heavens do not favor me. Many warriors lamented, pounding their chests in despair. They had been near the core area, and had it not been for the beastly upheaval, they would not have retreated. The journey from the supply point to the core area spanned approximately 100 miles, and even for seasoned martial artists, completing this in half an hour seemed impossible. This single fact shattered the dreams of the majority. In an instant, many halted in their tracks. Yet, a greater number remained undeterred, continuing to sprint forward once the pressure lifted. What if there were opportunities to seize? Han Jing felt a similar urge. Shall we take a look? Chapter 14, Cooperation. Spiritual Cleansing. Lu Xiaoxiao, equally stirred, turned her gaze towards Zhang Tai. It seems unlikely we can make it now. The warrior team I hired has severed ties with me. They have already entered the trial zone. If we venture in alone, we would be unable to contend with those beasts. Zhang Tai shook his head with a bitter smile. What a tremendous opportunity, yet I have no chance to seize it. His words momentarily stunned Han Jing, who then nodded in agreement. Indeed, the three of them would not reach the core area. As she spoke, her thoughts drifted back to the masked youth. He had descended the mountain and possessed formidable strength. He must have already entered the ruins by now. At that very moment, beneath the radiant funnel, Mo Rufu wore an expression of astonishment. After a night of struggle, they had penetrated the core area and only just defeated a second-tier beast when this funnel had abruptly formed, seemingly rooted in the beast's very essence. Gazing at the three white pillars before them, the group's expressions wavered. Behind the pillars, several flourishing spirit herbs thrived, and it was these herbs that caused them to hesitate, wary of making a rash move. This ruin appeared rather peculiar. Which ruin would manifest treasures right at its entrance? Are you all not eager to be the first to seize them? What generous souls you are. Just as they hesitated, a voice suddenly broke the silence, startling them. They turned defensively, only to relax slightly upon recognizing a familiar face from earlier. Not long ago, Mo Rufu had remarked on Su Yang's lack of vigilance. Yet he had not anticipated that the latter would return so swiftly. At this moment, Mo Rufu had no desire to engage in a verbal spar with him. He merely gestured for Su Yang to observe. Brother, how about I test the waters for you? Su Yang proposed, clapping Mo Rufu on the shoulder. Mo Rufu regarded him with suspicion. What are the terms? Su Yang held up 5 fingers. 5 million. I'll enter first to assess the situation. And I promise not to act until you all follow. Mo Rufu chuckled at this and glanced at the others. This sum was merely a trifle for any of them. Seeing no objections, he was about to agree when Lu Shuer interjected. Su Yang, have you thought this through? If there's a trap, your life could be at stake. Delay any longer, and the ruin may vanish, Su Yang replied, pulling out his phone with a smile, revealing the payment code. Mo Rufu wasted no time, transferring 5 million without hesitation. Excellent. Thank you, my benefactor, Su Yang said, striding confidently into the depths of the ruins. Mo Rufu and Lu Shuer tensed, their eyes fixed intently on Su Yang. Lin Ziyin maintained a calm demeanor, yet her gaze subtly followed Su Yang's movements. The other two young men exchanged glances filled with unspoken meaning. Su Yang was not motivated by greed. Rather, he had received a warning from the Fire Qilin prior to this, concluding that the risk was minimal. Thus, he proceeded with unwavering confidence. Upon passing the white pillars, he was enveloped by an overwhelmingly rich aura of spiritual energy that surged rapidly into his being. As the energy coursed through him, his presence surged dramatically. and his cultivation level began to ascend. The others outside the pillars clearly sensed this transformation. Lin Xin finally spoke, her voice cold and clear. His cultivation is rising rapidly. This must be a spiritual cleansing. Let us go. She took the lead, and the others promptly followed. The spiritual cleansing was a true treasure of heaven and earth, capable of rapidly enhancing a warrior's cultivation without any adverse effects, even surpassing some earth-tier spiritual herbs in value. As they crossed the white pillars, they too were enveloped by the spiritual energy, which surged into them with wild intensity. Goodness, what is this? With urgency, Lin Xin admonished, focus on absorbing, do not speak. Just as Imo Rufu was about to voice his thoughts, he promptly fell silent, concentrating intently on the task at hand. Before their very eyes, the ethereal energies of the universe, dense as liquid, swirled fervently, forming white vortices around them, completely engulfing the group. Even more astonishingly, these white vortices ascended skyward, stirring the heavens and the earth. At the 31st outer supply point, onlookers who had previously been hesitant were suddenly captivated by the sight of the white vortex. At its apex, indistinct silhouettes could be discerned. Within the ephemeral forms, the spiritual energy coursed wildly through their bodies. Was this a baptism of spiritual energy? A baptism of spiritual energy? What could that possibly mean? The moment someone recognized the white vortex, gasps of astonishment and envy echoed throughout the trial grounds. Missing out on such an opportunity was regrettable enough, but witnessing others partake in the treasures was a torment that gnawed at the very core of their beings. This time, the observing warriors could no longer contain their eagerness and surged toward the ethereal relics. If they could just get a little closer, perhaps they might encounter their own fortunes. Jing, shall we go as well? Lu Xiaoxiao finally could not suppress her curiosity and suggested tentatively. Han Jing, equally stirred, contemplated the fact that with such a large group of warriors, even if the beasts were to act violently, they likely wouldn't dare approach. Let us go, Han Jing replied, and promptly followed the throng. Zhang Tai's heart raced with excitement. This was a baptism of spiritual energy. Even drawing near to absorb a fraction of the dissipating essence would significantly enhance his vitality. In that moment, he could surpass those in the school team and emerge as a true prodigy. As for the warriors who had departed early, they gazed longingly at the white vortex, their fervor intensifying. They could even faintly sense the spiritual energy automatically flowing into them. High above, Ling Tian hovered in the air, unmoved by the scale of the relic. Yet, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. Something was amiss, absolutely amiss. Meanwhile, those undergoing the baptism of spiritual energy were jolted awake. Su Yang suddenly opened his eyes, forcefully halting the process. Just moments ago, the Jade Qilin had issued a warning to him. The spiritual energy poses a threat. What kind of threat? Su Yang inquired mentally. While this energy can swiftly enhance cultivation, it simultaneously erodes the sea of consciousness. It is likely a form of puppet secret technique, replied the Jade Qilin. Su Yang turned to the individuals nearest him, with Lu Shuer being the closest. Lu Shuer, halt. The spiritual energy is problematic. At that moment, Lu Shuer's aura had surged tremendously, her face adorned with an eerie smile, seemingly oblivious to Su Yang's warning. Frustrated, Su Yang unleashed the cracking mountain fist, dispersing the white vortex above her head. Lu Shuer blinked in confusion before realizing what had transpired, glaring at Su Yang in anger. You dare interrupt my opportunity? Seeking death, are you? Su Yang refrained from engaging in an argument and continued, the spiritual energy is hazardous. It can corrode the sea of consciousness. Lu Shuer's expression shifted with alarm. The erosion of the sea of consciousness was an absolute taboo for warriors. The consequences could range from minor damage to the mind to instantaneous death. After a brief assessment, she slightly relaxed. I've broken through to become a warrior. I only feel dizzy, otherwise, I am well. Wake them up. Hearing this, Su Yang too felt relieved and swiftly moved to disperse the remaining white vortices above the heads of the others. Lu Shuer immediately relayed Su Yang's discovery to the group. Lin Xin sensed her cultivation level had ascended to the second tier within mere minutes, her head also feeling muddled. Imo Rufu appeared somewhat unsteady, while the other two were in similar predicaments. One of them expressed dissatisfaction. Are you suggesting we've absorbed too much and that it poses a threat to you? Tianhao, don't speak recklessly. Time is running short. We should see if there are any other treasures, Imo Rufu interjected diplomatically. Upon hearing the name, Su Yang paused momentarily. Tianhao? What is your surname? The youth named Tianhao, noticing Su Yang's sudden attention, smiled in confusion. Li Tianhao? Su Yang recalled, realizing why the youth seemed familiar. Indeed. Li Tianpao is my younger brother, Tianhao replied with a knowing smile. Su Yang nodded in silence. This individual was indeed composed, not revealing any reaction while Lu Shuer introduced herself. As they conversed, the group ventured deeper into the relic. The further they walked, the more astonished they became. Apart from the baptism of spiritual energy before the stone pillars and a few sprigs of Tianyang grass, there appeared to be no other treasures. Unable to contain himself, Li Tianhao finally struck out. The greatest treasure in this relic is likely the baptism of spiritual energy at the entrance, which, regrettably, has been forcefully interrupted. Such a heart is condemnable. The others remained silent, their expressions reflecting a complexity of thoughts, likely mirroring Li Tianhao's sentiments. Even Su Yang found himself questioning whether the Jade Qilin had misinterpreted the situation. Just then, an explosive sound rang out, and as he looked up, he saw the spiritual energy rapidly coalescing behind them, morphing into a fox-like figure approximately half a meter tall. The group gasped in alarm, instinctively adopting defensive stances. The fox figure floated in midair, exuding a thick aura of spiritual energy that seemed to resonate with the energies within them. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. The spiritual energy within you is of the same source as mine. You are all my subjects. Submit to me, and I shall aid you in becoming divine. Kneel. As the fox figure uttered its final command, a wave of spiritual power enveloped the group. They felt their energies surging uncontrollably, and a persistent thought echoed in their minds. Kneel, kneel, kneel. Kneel to become divine. Li Tianhao and Lu Shuer, being the weakest, felt their knees bending. On the verge of submission, seeking death, Lin Xin shouted, her sword suddenly in hand, a chilling aura radiating from her as she charged at the fox. Kneel? How foolish. Su Yang had sensed the fox's level of power and found it undetectable. Such an outcome could only arise from two possibilities. Either the opponent employed a secret technique to conceal their aura, or their cultivation level was significantly superior to his. The latter was evidently more plausible. Yet, instead of retreating, he chose to insult the creature. While he spoke, his mind was focused on attempting to empower Yuan Wanxianhuan. If he could master it, it would undoubtedly bolster his strength. The Fire Qilin was his trump card, and it was best not to employ it unless absolutely necessary. Silence. Li Tianhao wished he could strangle Su Yang. Did this fool not realize the danger of provoking their adversary? If they were angered, they would lose even the chance to submit. However, it was too late. The fox figure had clearly been incensed. A white vortex abruptly emerged, violently disrupting the spiritual energies within the group, hindering their martial techniques. Kneel, and you may avoid death. The fox reiterated its demand. This left Su Yang pondering whether kneeling might indeed be advantageous for this beast. However, it is evidently not the time to ponder such matters. Within a mere few breaths, apart from Lin Ziyin, who could still engage the foe directly, the rest could only resort to evasive maneuvers. As the spiritual energies surged chaotically, their movements grew increasingly hindered. Su Yang was violently hurled away, picking himself up while continuing to hurl insults. Oh, are you angry? Those 3 pillars at the entrance wouldn't happen to be your tail, would they? Bald-tailed fox, you're truly hideous. Li Tianhao felt he was on the brink of madness, regretting not having eliminated the adversary sooner. Such insults were clearly a path to self-destruction. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Lin Xin interjected, let him curse. This demon beast is weakening. Upon hearing her words, the others paused, reflecting to realize that indeed, the fox was indeed diminishing in strength. With each outburst, it became increasingly feeble, and at that moment, the disturbance it caused in their spiritual energies had lessened considerably. Could it be that this exchange of insults was having an effect? Li Tianhao found it difficult to comprehend, but chose to remain silent. Although the fox's power was waning, they still held no advantage. Since you are so obstinate, a physical puppet is not out of the question. As the fox spoke, its aura surged dramatically, enveloping them in a palpable sense of dread. The atmosphere thickened with a lethal intent, and all present realized that this beast was clearly intent on murder. Yet, at that moment, their spiritual energies were in disarray, leaving them utterly defenseless. They could only watch helplessly as a long blade of spiritual energy took shape above them. The immense pressure ignited a singular thought within their minds. They could not resist, they would die. Just as Su Yang prepared to summon the Fire Qilin for assistance, a fierce shout from Lin Xin rang out. Instantly, a powerful aura enveloped the entire area, rivaling even the oppressive presence of the fox when it first appeared. Su Yang's pupils dilated. Indeed, they had hidden trump cards as well. In Lin Xin's grasp was a piece of a weapon-suppressing stone, as the strongest combatant among them. Her battle attire was tattered and stained with blood. Humph, do you think a third-tier weapon-suppressing stone will make me retreat? The fox's form retorted, even as its condensed aura began to dissipate. Trying to flee? Lin Xin barked, and the weapon-suppressing stone in her hand emitted a radiant light. The brilliance transformed into a sword, slicing directly toward the dispersing fox form. A tremendous blast ensued. The air rippled violently, sending the figures of the group reeling several meters away. In their hurried retreat, They witnessed the spiritual energy in the air being largely obliterated, the remnants disintegrating. Is it dead? One voice queried. However, silence fell over them. The phenomenon was too peculiar for anyone to ascertain. After a brief moment, with no further anomalies, they collectively exhaled in relief. It appeared that it had indeed perished. Lin Xin, too, relaxed her taut nerves, her body trembling slightly. In the previous battle, she had absorbed the majority of the attacks. Had it not been for her advanced breathing technique, she would have surely exhausted all her strength. Even now, she felt herself on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Lu Shuer rushed forward to support her. Su Yang stood by, scanning the surroundings. Moments ago, the Jade Qilin had clearly communicated with him. Although the previous aura had weakened, it had not completely vanished. This indicated that the fox form was not yet dead, merely hiding away. We must exit first, Lin Xin declared. She had come to realize that this ruin was a trap, a complete ploy by that fox form. The group quickly approached the white pillars. Moving forward, they should soon escape this area. Li Tianhao lingered behind, his gaze fixed upon 3 spirit sun grasses. You all go ahead. I will take these 3 spirit sun grasses. Just as Lin Xin intended to object, she saw Li Tianhao already in motion, yanking one from the ground. A thunderous quake reverberated through the entire ruin. The uprooted spirit sun grass withered rapidly, and the white spiritual energy in the air surged, beginning to coalesce. This is bad. Mo Rufu's expression shifted dramatically. If the fox form were to reassemble, they would surely face doom. Chapter 16. Is that a spiritual artifact? Lin Xin's face for the first time displayed a look of terror. The others were equally pale, their faces ashen. Run, Lin Xin shouted. Her only hope now was to escape this ruin and free themselves from the chaotic spiritual energies. If they could achieve that, perhaps they would still have a glimmer of hope. Outside, the first group of martial artists racing towards the ruin was frantically striking at the air before them. Damn it! How could there be a barrier here? Curse this, my great opportunity. The crowd was in a frenzy, yet they could not breach the barrier, only lamenting their misfortune and frustration. Meanwhile, Ling Tian remained furrowed in thought, a new figure appearing beside him. Lin Xuanfeng. You say Lin Xin's team has entered the ruin? But from my sensing, this ruin seems dubious. It appears to be the work of that third-tier giant beast. Its abilities are indeed peculiar. Lin Xuanfeng, visibly anxious, hastily asked, what should we do? Xin did bring a weapon-suppressing stone, Ling Tian replied, but it only possesses the power of the third-tier 9th level. If that is insufficient, we could be in trouble. Ling Tian shook his head slightly. The level of this ruin is quite low. I just conducted a spiritual probe that nearly caused the ruin to collapse. Now, they can only rely on themselves. Before Ling Tian could finish his thought, the colorful funnel of light suddenly collapsed, and all manifestations vanished in an instant. On the ground, 6 figures stood silently. Among them, a white fox stood, its fur pristine. It's all right now, they have emerged. Ling Tian let out a small sigh of relief, his tone casual, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Indeed, as expected of the foremost talent of Suiqing, a second-tier cultivator capable of slaying a third-tier demon beast across multiple realms. More importantly, this beast was able to disguise itself as a ruin, indicating it had ulterior motives. The fact that they emerged unscathed speaks volumes of the girl's cleverness, great talent coupled with intelligence. It seems this trip was indeed worthwhile. Lin Xuanfeng, unable to sense the energies below, but seeing the ruin dissipate and that his granddaughter was unharmed, felt reassured. Let them bask in their joy. We shall return and wait. Ling Tian stated, to which Lin Xuanfeng had no objections. The massive axe turned, and with a flash, the two disappeared. On the ground, apart from Su Yang, the other 5 looked utterly astounded, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they regarded Su Yang. What was that just now? Mo Rufu swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. Just a minute prior, the group had been preparing to hasten their escape, only to find that the white pillar gate was completely impassable. Behind them, the spiritual energy coalescing had grown exponentially larger. This realization plunged them into despair. Their internal spiritual energies began to surge uncontrollably, careening wildly within their bodies. Just when they thought all hope was lost, a burst of fire erupted from Su Yang's position. In that instant, both their bodies and souls froze. When they regained their senses, they discovered the ruin had vanished, and their internal energies had returned to normal. What had transpired in between became an enigma. Su Yang merely smiled, remaining silent. Yet within, a tumultuous stir arose. Just moments ago, he had explored the depths of his consciousness, and to his astonishment, that white fox had become an ardent admirer of the fire Qilin. In the eyes of the onlookers, Su Yang had suddenly transformed into an enigmatic figure of profound mystery. Li Tianhao cast a complex glance at Su Yang, feigning indifference as he remarked, if my conjecture is correct, That must be a high-tier spiritual artifact, yes? The mention of a high-tier spiritual artifact caused the others to pause in astonishment. This hypothesis held considerable weight, for such formidable power could only be attributed to an artifact of that caliber. Typically, the weapons wielded by ordinary warriors are crafted from iron or alloys. Those of exceptional quality have undergone specialized processing by blacksmiths, enhancing certain attributes. For instance, some may be attuned to the fire element, while others resonate with water. The longsword wielded by Lin Xin possesses unique attributes, perfectly complementing her water affinity. Ascending further, one encounters spiritual artifacts or even divine weapons. These are forged with the essence of heaven and earth, most often acquired from ancient ruins. Judging by the recent display, the spiritual artifact in Su Yang's possession was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely at least of the earth tier. Well then, let it be known that it was Su Yang who saved us all, Lin Xin remarked, casting a glance at Su Yang before quickly lowering her head. Thank you, she muttered softly. What remained unspoken was that the instant that fiery orb had manifested, her own talents had been suppressed. That was no mere artifact's power. It bore the semblance of a superior talent suppressive force. Contemplating this, she looked up at Su Yang once more. Could it be that he possessed dual elemental talents? If that were the case, what had driven him to endure mockery for half a year? The more she pondered, the more her curiosity about this young man grew. With Lin Xin taking the lead, the others felt compelled to express their gratitude as well. Brother, well done. Thanks. From now on, we're brothers. If you need anything, just call my name. It'll be effective, Mo Ruffung declared, giving Su Yang a hearty pat on the shoulder. No need for formality. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave, Su Yang replied, stepping away. Though this expedition into the ruins had been fraught with peril, it had not been without its rewards. In addition to advancing his realm from the first stage 3rd level to the first stage 6th level, he had also gained a 3rd-tier admirer, a formidable asset, indeed. During the martial examination, unleashing this 3rd-tier powerhouse would render him nearly invincible. Even more thrilling was that he had indeed begun to unravel a portion of Yuan Wanqian Huan, leading him to a breakthrough. This revelation filled him with more joy than acquiring the 3rd-tier White Fox. To his knowledge, no family in Suicheng had yet possessed Earth-tier techniques. Hey Su Gu, since we're all heading out anyway, let us go together. Mo Ruffung, ever the extrovert, chimed in, already drawing closer to Su Yang and chattering away. Lin Xin approached Su Yang as well, yet she maintained her aloof demeanor, choosing to remain silent as they walked together. Su Yang felt a twinge of helplessness. Though he was somewhat anxious to depart, he realized that forcing his exit would only raise suspicion among them. Outside the barrier, the once frenzied crowd hammering against the constraints suddenly found themselves stumbling forward uncontrollably, collapsing in disarray. Simultaneously, the radiant funnel in the sky vanished. Wait, the ruins have disappeared? Heavens, it's truly gone. Curse it, return my opportunity. Have you heard? It seems a group of martial examination candidates entered the ruins. Those are students from the extreme class. Didn't you see the city lord of Lin just now? If they obtain some opportunity, wouldn't this year's martial examination in Suicheng soar to new heights? Finally, after being overshadowed by nearby cities for so long, we can finally hold our heads high. The crowd buzzed with regret, yet it was of little consequence now. Their discussions gradually shifted towards the fortunate individuals who had entered the ruins. Jingjing, have you seen Su Yang? I feel like I haven't spotted him at all. Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly tugged at Han Jing's arm. Han Jing instinctively jolted at the mention of Su Yang. Absent Lu Xiaoxiao's reminder, she might have entirely forgotten that he had arrived on the same transport. Yet, she had not seen him since they arrived. He hasn't been gobbled up by a monster, has he? Chapter 17. Is that Su Yang? Lu Xiaoxiao's words sent Han Jing's heart racing. Though she held no affection for Su Yang, she certainly wished for his safety. After all, her father was due to return soon. How would she explain if he learned that Su Yang had perished? Surely not. Perhaps he hadn't even entered? Han Jing herself struggled to believe such a notion. Even if he had initially hesitated, upon discovering the core area was accessible, he would surely have ventured out to see the spectacle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all this way just to sleep in a tavern, would he? Humph. In my view, it's bound to end poorly. Zhang Tai, standing behind the two women, scoffed. His vitality had been artificially enhanced by prohibited substances. And now the backlash was beginning. Do you think his vitality has already plummeted below 80? With such a frail constitution, even the lesser beasts would likely overwhelm him in a single exchange. Just then, as Zhang Tai was articulating his analysis, he looked up and his eyes widened in disbelief. Emerging from the barrier were several figures approaching with measured steps. At the forefront were two individuals, shoulder to shoulder, engaged in light-hearted banter. One of them was none other than Su Yang, flanked by two beautiful women, one being their school team member, Lu Shui, and the other, the renowned genius of Suicheng. Lin Ziyin. Zhang Tai felt a wave of numbness wash over him. What kind of sorcery had Su Yang employed to be so familiar with the prodigies of the extreme class? Han Jing and Lu Xiaoxiao shared his astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld the approaching group. Lu Xiaoxiao, brimming with excitement, shook Han Jing's arm. Jingjing, that S.M.O. Ruffeng. He is so handsome. Far more so than Lu Qiaofeng. I've heard he is already at the first stage 8th level. I would love to spar with him. Han Jing could only roll her eyes. However, what bewildered her even more was that Su Yang was mingling with them, just as she was lost in thought. Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly released Han Jing's arm, raising both hands high and waving fervently. Su Yang, Jingjing's here. Han Jing's heart raced, her cheeks flushing as she quickly grasped Lu Xiaoxiao's arm. What are you doing? How embarrassing. Lu Xiaoxiao winked at Han Jing. Jingjing, you're brilliant, but a bit scatterbrained. If you call Su Yang over, you might just get to meet M.O. Ruffeng. Upon hearing this, Han Jing instantly grasped the implication, her heart fluttering with excitement. She quickly lowered her gaze, subconsciously tidying her attire. She wanted to present her best self to welcome M.O. Xiao. What is going on with Su Yang? I've called out to him so many times, yet he is ignoring me. Jingjing, you must teach him a lesson when we get back. This is too much. Lu Xiaoxiao's loud exclamations drew the attention of those around them. Even the most fervent fans would typically call out for M.O. Ruffeng or Lin Ziyin. At the very least, they might shout for Li Tianhao. Yet Su Yang, who was that? Was there even such a person in the extreme class? Lu Xiaoxiao grew increasingly anxious as she watched Su Yang and the others prepare to pass by another way. She tugged at Han Jing's arm, urging her to follow. As Su Yang and his companions pressed forward, M.O. Ruffeng nudged him gently. Su Gu, it seems someone is calling your name. Without turning his head, Su Yang responded coolly. You must have misheard. M.O. Ruffeng scratched his head in confusion. How could I mishear at such close proximity? To suggest that is somewhat insulting. Su Yang, I've shouted until my voice is hoarse, and you dare to ignore me? Lu Xiaoxiao, panting, caught up with Han Jing, scolding them momentarily before quickly adopting a cheerful demeanor. Ruffeng Gu, I'm Lu Xiaoxiao, you're my idol. As she spoke, a shy expression graced her face, her enchanting eyes nearly sparkling with tears. Han Jing paused for a moment, suddenly realizing she had been played by Lu Xiaoxiao. She had come over to meet M.O. Ruffeng herself, but with Lu Xiaoxiao's words, she felt like a mere backdrop. M.O. Ruffeng remained silent, merely observing Su Yang, his eyes seemingly questioning. Did you mishear? And what about now? I'm leaving, Su Yang said indifferently, ignoring Lu Xiaoxiao entirely. M.O. Ruffeng hurried to catch up. Who is she? What is she about? Lu Xiaoxiao fumed quietly, her chest heaving with indignation. Small? Just because of these two assets. How many men have I captivated? To be dismissed like this today is outrageous. Yet, she dared not harbor any resentment towards M.O. Ruffeng. Directing all her ire towards Su Yang instead, Zhang Tai stood behind, observing the expressions of the two women. After cursing Su Yang's ancestors silently, he cleared his throat and stepped forward. Hey, I noticed you two running so fast. I thought something was amiss. You just wanted to meet the people from the extreme class, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Class leader, do you know them? Zhang Tai adjusted his clothing and lifted his chin. Know them? Not quite, but I am quite familiar with them, like brothers. Han Jing looked at Zhang Tai in surprise. She hadn't realized he had such connections, considering he came from an ordinary merchant family. It seemed Zhang Tai was indeed being modest. With both women's eyes fixed on him, laced with a hint of envy, he felt a sense of satisfaction and lightly cleared his throat. Do you see that boy behind Lin Ziyin? That is Li Tianhao, the brother of our school's Li Tianpao, the most talented heir of the Li family in this generation. I've dined with him before. Wow, class leader, you're amazing. Could you introduce me? Lu Xiaoxiao clung to Zhang Tai's arm, adopting a whiny tone. Her sweet voice, combined with her gentle affection, made it impossible for Zhang Tai to refuse. Just watch me, he replied eagerly. The two girls hurried after Zhang Tai, closing the distance. As they approached, Zhang Tai's face was already adorned with a broad smile. Li Xiao, wait a moment. Li Tianhao, lost in his thoughts, was jolted from his reverie by the sudden call. Irritation surging within him, he turned coldly to Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai wore a sycophantic grin. Congratulations, Li Xiao, on the return of the relics. Do you remember me? At the last business banquet, I toasted you. Li Tianhao frowned, his expression one of disdain. The Li family, while not as powerful as the Lin or Mo families in Suicheng, was nonetheless a top-tier clan. Many sought to curry favor with him, but he dismissed the small fry who failed to make a lasting impression. Noticing Li Tianhao's demeanor, Zhang Tai's heart sank. If Li Tianhao were to dismiss him, he would be left humiliated. He hastily added, my father is Zhang Dafa from Dafeng Corporation. Bringing up his father was a mistake. Li Tianhao's face twisted with contempt. Get lost, with your insignificant connections. He turned away, leaving Zhang Tai standing there, his face alternating between shades of blue and red. In Zhang Tai's memory, Li Tianhao had always been accommodating, deftly navigating social situations. It was precisely because of this that he had dared to leverage Li Tianhao's influence. Yet today, everything was different. It must be Su Yang's doing. I wonder what he said to Li Tianhao to provoke such a reaction. With this thought, all of Zhang Tai's embarrassment morphed into animosity towards Su Yang. Class leader, I believe Li Xiao was just unsettled after the relics returned and momentarily forgot about you. Han Jing attempted to console him, her gaze lingering on Mo Ruffeng with a touch of regret. Exactly, class leader, it's all Su Yang's fault. If it weren't for him, Li Xiao wouldn't have acted this way, Lu Xiaoxiao chimed in. Zhang Tai forced a smile, feeling even more awkward. His reputation seemed utterly tarnished. However, he soon found solace in the thought that Su Yang would have to face Lu Chaofeng's wrath upon returning to school. A sense of satisfaction flickered within him. It appeared he needed to stoke the flames further, ensuring that Su Yang would not escape unscathed. As night fell, Su Yang and Mo Ruffeng exchanged contact information before parting ways to seek out a training facility. Although it was twice as expensive as those in the city. With Mo Ruffeng's generous sponsorship of 5 million, he didn't hold back. After completing the necessary procedures, he entered the training room. After a thorough inspection, Su Yang entered his consciousness. Xiaohua, did you truly sense Li Tianhao's murderous intent? The fire Qilin was engrossed in training, surrounded by hundreds of glowing points. While beneath it, numerous demon beasts lay obediently prostrated. The leading white fox was particularly striking. Upon hearing Su Yang's question, it opened its eyes, affirming, there's no mistake. After I killed the white fox, his murderous intent towards you intensified. However, he concealed it well. Without my insight, you might not have detected it. Indeed, Xiaohua, you're the best, Su Yang praised casually, his mind racing with thoughts. Li Tianhao's intent to kill him likely stemmed from more than mere revenge for Li Tianpao. He was after the so-called earthly rank spiritual artifact that Su Yang possessed. Yet, knowing that Su Yang could defeat third-tier demon beasts, what audacity did Li Tianhao possess to harbor such thoughts? Where would he make his move? After pondering for a while with no clear answers, Su Yang chose to set aside his worries. Let come what may, I shall confront whatever challenges arise. Moreover, aside from the fire Qilin, he now had a third-tier white fox at his disposal, which might just lend him sufficient strength for a confrontation. Settling his thoughts, he opened the main interface. Name, Su Yang cultivation level. First stage, 6th layer vitality points, 205, 500, available for allocation. Talent, S-level animal husbandry, SSS level chaos power, upgradable 0 to 1, 000, 000. SSS level 9 heavens demon fire, upgradable 0 to 1, 000, 000. Martial skills, cracking mountain fist, entry level, upgradable 0 to 1, 000. Fire dance silver serpent, entry level, upgradable 0 to 1, 000. Wind chasing blade technique, unranked, complete, upgradable 0, 500. Cloud roll 1000 illusions technique, earth rank, entry level, upgradable 0 to 50, 000. Feedback points, 1, 500. Su Yang's heart soared with joy. He had invested the previously accumulated feedback points entirely into advancing the cloud roll 1000 illusions technique, and thankfully, the outcome was favorable. He had finally made some progress and successfully entered the entry level. Now, the feedback points have increased by 1500, the majority of which are likely provided by the white fox. Turning to the other two panels, the advancement progress of the Jade Kirin has reached 2,500 out of 5,000, while the Fire Kirin has attained 895 out of 1,000. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yang decided to expend 500 points to upgrade the Gale Blade technique. The initial thought that it was not worth it vanished like smoke as the feedback points became abundant. In an instant, dazzling flashes of light danced in his mind, resembling a whirlwind, swift to the extreme. A rumble akin to muffled thunder erupted, the blade's tip exploding with radiance, engulfing a radius of 20 meters in its luminous fury. Wherever the blade's light reached, everything was reduced to dust. Su Yang inhaled sharply, astonished by its formidable power. This strike could likely slay any being below the second tier with a single, thunderous blow. Unfortunately, this attack required a build-up of energy beforehand and could not be unleashed instantaneously. Observing the panel once more, he noted that the Gale Blade technique had transformed into the Gale Thunder Blade, now classified as a low-grade yellow-tier skill. After testing the blade technique, he turned his attention to the cloud-winding 1000 phantoms technique. With a mere thought, his body vanished like a phantom. If one possessed keen eyesight, they would perceive 10 distinct silhouettes of Su Yang darting in various directions. As swift as a specter, there was an underlying order amidst the chaos. It was not until his spiritual energy was nearly depleted that Su Yang ceased the display, yet the excitement on his face did not wane in the slightest. With this agility, He felt confident in escaping even from third-tier opponents. The only drawback was the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. If he were to exert himself fully, it would likely be exhausted within a mere 10 minutes. He needed to enhance his vitality promptly. Su Yang sighed contentedly. With that thought, he allocated all remaining 1,000 feedback points to augmenting his vitality. Instantly, his blood surged once more, and once everything stabilized, he glanced at the main panel. His realm had ascended to the first tier, 7th level, while his vitality reached 305 points. His gaze sharpened immediately. The Li family? They wish to kill me? Let them come. In the supply zone, at a certain hotel, behind the drawn curtains of a third-floor window, a pair of shadowy eyes fixated on the opposite side. Father, I am certain he is still there. Li Tianhao suppressed the fervor within and spoke respectfully. Your second uncle has already taken the town-guarding stone and is on his way. He will arrive tonight. Are you certain that is an Earth-tier spiritual artifact? Li Tianhao exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Father, is second uncle personally coming? Li Kuei scoffed coldly. However, you still do not grasp the significance of an Earth-tier spiritual artifact. It can be said that if our Li family possesses such an artifact, we would not only dominate in Suiqing, but also stand as a top power even in the main city of Piqing. That spiritual artifact will surely belong to our Li family. After hanging up the phone, Li Tianhao's heart raced with anticipation. His second uncle was one of the pinnacle forces within the Li family, having reached the peak of the second tier. With his second uncle's personal intervention, coupled with that treasure, Su Yang would hardly have a chance to unleash that spiritual artifact. Su Yang, for the prosperity of the Li family, I hope you do not hesitate to part with your insignificant life. Meanwhile, as Li Tianhao plotted how to ambush Su Yang in the room of Lin Ziyin, the atmosphere was equally tense. Ling Tian sat on the sofa, while Lin Xuanfeng stood beside Lin Ziyin. Girl, are you certain that is not an Earth-tier spiritual artifact? Ling Tian inquired with utmost caution. Initially, he had come solely for Lin Ziyin, but unexpectedly, due to a third-tier behemoth, he had stumbled upon an unforeseen opportunity. Though Su Yang did not admit it, my instincts do not lie. When that red aura appeared, my talent was suppressed. Therefore, I am convinced it is not a spiritual artifact, but rather an innate ability. Lin Ziyin articulated her thoughts carefully yet firmly. If your S-rank water rhythm is suppressed, then the opponent's innate ability must surely exceed S-rank, Ling Tian remarked, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice. Even as a revered master, he could not help but feel exhilarated at the prospect of discovering such a promising talent. It could be SS or even SSS, especially a combat-type ability, if it grows. Even a master like me would not dare to imagine the potential. Master Ling, should I send someone to invite him over? Whether or not he possesses such abilities, a Master S discerning I will surely not be mistaken, Lin Xuanfeng suggested cautiously, observing Ling Tian's excitement. However, Ling Tian shook his head. No need. I will remain in Suiqing for several days. Let us observe him discreetly for now. It is regrettable that had he not concealed his talent initially, he would surely have received focused training. With his current strength at the first tier, 6th level, he will face significant challenges in the martial examination. To my knowledge, some prodigious talents in the central main city have already reached the peak of the second tier, not to mention a few little monsters. The gap is indeed considerable. Lin Xuanfeng nodded silently, feeling a tinge of regret for the young man. Regardless of how exceptional one's talent may be, it requires the accumulation of resources to transform into combat power. Without resources, even the highest talent becomes but a castle in the air, destined to fade into mediocrity over time. That night, a slender middle-aged man quietly entered Li Tianhao's room. Unbeknownst to Li Tianhao, who had been lurking behind the window to spy on Su Yang, he remained completely oblivious until the man subtly released his aura, startling him. Second uncle, you have arrived? Have you perfected your technique of leaving no trace? Not quite. The yellow-tier upper-grade martial technique is not easily mastered. However, my innate gift is speed, so I naturally progress much faster than others, Li Kuei declared with pride. Once we acquire that Earth-tier spiritual artifact and combine it with my technique, the Li family will be invincible in Suiqing. Chapter 19, Becoming a Glutton. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhao grew even more fervent. Due to the lack of high-tier martial artists, the Li family had always been overshadowed by the Lin and Mo families. This compelled him to wear a smiling face towards Lin Ziyin and Mo Ruffeng. Once the Li family ascends to the pinnacle, he would ensure that Mo Ruffeng kneels before him, singing his praises of conquest. Where is he? Have you kept watch? Li Kuei returned to the main topic. Rest assured, he entered the training hall across the street and has not yet come out. Additionally, I have heard that he will continue to venture out to hunt beasts tomorrow. Li Kuei nodded upon hearing this. Perfect. It saves us from alarming others. The trial zone is a natural graveyard. The beast will consume his body without leaving a trace. The next morning, Su Yang exited the training room. having spent a total of 200,000 overnight. Fortunately, the materials he collected from the beast yesterday fetched over 300,000. Overall, he still had more than 500,000 on hand. Su-Yang patted his belly, relishing the feeling of having ample provisions. After a light meal, he entered the trial zone once more. Today was the weekend, and the flow of people was noticeably higher, particularly youths of similar age to him. They formed small teams or were accompanied by martial artists, all eager to gain practical experience as the martial examination approached. However, the reality was evidently not as rosy as they had envisioned. Damn, where are the ferocious beasts? I've only encountered one in half a day, and I didn't even get a chance to engage. I haven't seen a single fur. The murmurs reached Su-Yang's ears, and he too realized that the ferocious beasts in the periphery had diminished significantly. It is likely due to the influence of the ruins from yesterday that many fierce beasts have taken refuge. However, he remains largely unconcerned. For those beasts that have yet to advance in rank no longer pose any threat to him. His aspirations still lie within the inner and core regions. Just as he exited the cultivation hall, Li Tianhao had already spotted him, and his spirits lifted with excitement. Uncle, he has come out. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Kuei-bua had arrived by his side. Let us go, the spiritual artifact is ours. Li Tianhao refrained from alarming the other teammates, stealthily slipping out until they reached the trial area, where he finally exhaled in relief. If the others had caught sight of them, it would have aroused suspicion and proved counterproductive. Su-Yang hurried towards the inner region, engaging in a mental exchange with the fire Qilin within his consciousness. Have they followed us? Indeed, Master, one at the first stage, 5th level, and another at the second stage, 9th level. Master, should I incinerate them now? Su-Yang shook his head, his heart brimming with confusion. Logically, since Li Tianhao witnessed him slaying a 3rd stage monster yesterday, if they were to summon reinforcements, they should at least be 3rd stage or above. Why would they send a peak 2nd stage fighter? That would be tantamount to delivering oneself to death. No, there is certainly a scheme at play here. Or they must believe their methods can restrain this spiritual artifact. Little fire, if you were to reach the 2nd stage, would you then be able to move freely? Yes. Master. Good. Su-Yang then devised a plan. The fire Qilin was merely 105 points away from leveling up, which would require approximately 20 or so 1st stage beasts. The fact that the opponents had yet to strike suggests they are wary of nearby warriors. With this in mind, Su-Yang changed direction and swiftly advanced. Li Tianhao observed Su-Yang's sudden acceleration with growing concern. Uncle, has he discovered something? Impossible, Li Kuei-bua replied decisively, followed by a cold smirk. Even if he has, we can always confront him directly. With you by my side, he cannot escape. Approximately 20 minutes later, Su-Yang finally encountered his first pack of howling sky wolves. The 5 wolves, almost in unison, detected his presence and scattered to charge at him. A wicked smile crept upon Su-Yang's face. He unleashed the wind-chasing blade technique, dodging left and right just in time to evade the onslaught of the wolves, though peril loomed at every turn. By the time he dispatched the 5 howling sky wolves, he was slightly out of breath. Humph, being able to handle 5 1st stage, 3rd level howling sky wolves simultaneously shows decent combat prowess, but it ends there. Li Kuei-bua, now unhurried, mused that the more Su-Yang killed, the greater the enemy's depletion would be, making it all the easier for him when he finally made his move. An hour later, after vanquishing yet another pack of howling sky wolves, Su-Yang felt a flicker of light within his consciousness. A surge of joy filled him. Had he finally leveled up? Within his mind, the aura of the fire Qilin intensified, surrounded by a halo of white light. Over 100 beast spirits lay prostrated in reverence. Suddenly, the fire Qilin opened its eyes. Master, I have advanced. Su-Yang nodded with satisfaction. With the fire Qilin's advancement, the real spectacle was about to commence. In the next moment, Su-Yang collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. After resting for a considerable time, he shakily rose to his feet and proceeded forward towards the core area, a desolate place ideal for eliminating witnesses. Uncle, Li Kuei-bua waved his hand dismissively. The burial ground he had chosen for himself was quite agreeable. Li Kuei-bua felt a sense of satisfaction and grew increasingly bold in his actions. In his eyes, Su-Yang was nothing more than a turtle in a jar. However, as Su-Yang continued to advance, Li Kuei-bua's brow began to furrow in concern. The core area was marked by an extraordinary peak, its rocky surface barren, with a winding path snaking down between the mountains. What is he doing here? Li Tianhao questioned. Puzzled. Perhaps he is selecting a grave he fancies, Li Kuei-bua replied, momentarily taken aback before easing into understanding. The opponent's only reliance was that earthly-grade spiritual artifact. Meanwhile, he possessed a formidable weapon capable of restraining spiritual artifacts. All of the opponent's antics were merely desperate resistance. As the two conversed, Su-Yang turned a corner and vanished from sight. The Li duo hurriedly followed, but upon rounding the bend, they found themselves momentarily stunned. Ahead lay a slightly larger clearing, resembling an expansive cage. Su-yang sat in the center, his back to them, rummaging through his backpack. Before long, he had arrayed an assortment of food around him. Is he aware of his impending doom, preparing to indulge before his demise? Li Kuei-bua murmured to himself. After surveying the vicinity and confirming there was no one else around, he let out a sinister laugh. What a choice of location. This will be your natural grave. With that, Li Kuei-bua beckoned with his right hand, summoning a disc-shaped spiritual artifact into his grasp. He activated it, and an invisible force enveloped the entire valley. This was one of the Li family's hidden treasures, a low-grade yellow-tier silent space. Its coverage extended for hundreds of meters. Within this realm, the spiritual awareness of any warrior below the third stage would be severed, rendering them incapable of activating any spiritual artifact. Deprived of their artifact, the opponent would be nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Li Kuei-bua no longer concealed his presence, boldly striding towards Su-yang, who appeared utterly oblivious. He even took out several plates, meticulously arranging the food he had brought. Good lad, seize the opportunity to eat well. Better to be a glutton before your journey ends. Ah, how benevolent I am. Chapter 20. A full stomach for the journey ahead. Su-yang turned his head, grinning at Li Kuei-bua. You've all arrived? Come, sit down. Eat well. It will prepare you for what lies ahead. Supply base. Mo Roofing's eyes were bloodshot as he pounded furiously on Lin Ziyin's door. Just moments ago, he had received news from his family. Li Kuei-bua had led Li Tianhao into the trial area, seemingly in pursuit of a martial candidate named Su-yang. He had refrained from informing his family about Su-yang's possession of an earthly-grade spiritual artifact. The family had merely relayed this information to him as a precaution, advising him to be cautious to avoid unwittingly becoming embroiled in the matter. Yet, upon hearing this news, he instinctively deduced that the Li family had ulterior motives. Those scoundrels, resorting to such despicable acts. They failed to realize that without Su-yang, we would all be reduced to refuse. Mo Ruffing seethed in anger, feeling anxious and cursing. However, he found himself powerless. Even if he sought assistance from his family now, it would take an hour for them to arrive. By then, it would be uncertain whether Su-yang's body could even be found. Reluctantly, he turned to Lin Ziyin for help. He recalled that a master had accompanied the city Lord Lin yesterday. If they were willing to intervene, they could surely rescue Su-yang. With this thought in mind, he wasted no time and hurried to find Lin Ziyin. At this moment, Lin Ziyin was in her room cultivating when her practice was interrupted by a knock. Annoyed, she opened the door to find Mo Ruffing's anxious face. What's wrong? Mo Ruffing, disregarding pleasantries, quickly relayed the news he had received to Lin Ziyin. Lin Ziyin's brow furrowed instantly. Although she typically harbored a disdain for Li Tianhao, she never anticipated that he would resort to such treachery. To repay kindness with malice, to murder and seize treasures, is a disgraceful act in the eyes of society. Come, let us visit my grandfather. Lin Ziyin led Mo Ruffing into Lin Xuanfeng's chamber. Mo Ruffing recounted the events once more, articulating his deductions as well. Both Lin Xuanfeng and Lin Ziyin exchanged peculiar glances, their brows furrowing slightly. As you mentioned, they have been in the trial zone for an hour. Although the number 31 trial area is not vast, it spans thousands of acres. Blindly searching would likely yield no results. Lin Xuanfeng pondered for a moment before continuing. I shall devise a plan. You two wait outside for me. Although Mo Ruffing felt anxious, he dared not act recklessly in front of Lin Xuanfeng, a figure of equal stature to his grandfather. Once they exited, Lin Xuanfeng contemplated deeply. If only it were earlier in the morning, when Master Ling had yet to depart, perhaps he could have sought his assistance. But now, with Master Ling gone, he could only rely on himself. He promptly retrieved his communicator and sent a few lines of text. Moments later, a reply came through. Upon reading it, Lin Xuanfeng's brow furrowed once more. They have gone to the core area? If they sensed they were being followed, the most prudent course of action would undoubtedly be to seek refuge in a crowded place, where their pursuers might hesitate. Yet, judging by the current situation, Su-yang seemed completely unaware of any tailing and was wholly focused on hunting demonic beasts. Lin Xuanfeng shook his head. Such low vigilance would likely lead him to become prey for the beasts before long, even if he escaped this ordeal. It was a pity a talent such as his, lacking the requisite wisdom, would struggle to achieve longevity. Nevertheless, saving him was imperative. Without uttering a word, he gestured for the two to follow and strode directly into the trial zone, hastening towards the core area. Whether he could save him was now left to fate. In the core area, within a natural prison, Li Kuei-bua approached with a broad smile. Fear not. I am not one to be cruel. Surrender your spiritual artifact, and I shall ensure you are well fed before you continue your journey. Su-yang regarded him with surprise. Have you misunderstood something? This is prepared for you, after you eat. I will send you on your way. Li Kuei-bua erupted into laughter, doubling over with mirth. How amusing, truly amusing. A first-tier warrior, yet you speak with such bravado. Li Kuei-bua's laughter subsided. Are you still counting on that earth-tier spiritual artifact? Why not give it a try? At that moment, Li Tianhao stepped forward, his confidence unshaken by the absence of an earth-tier artifact. He believed he could slay Su Yang without any assistance from Li Kuei-bua. Boy, still boasting when death is upon you. I shall send you on your way now. With that, Li Tianhao swung his long blade, unleashing a flurry of blade images towards Su Yang. Bam! A muffled sound reverberated as the blade images vanished in an instant. Li Tianhao was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground over 20 meters away, lifeless. Li Kuei-bua was momentarily stunned, staring at the fallen Li Tianhao in disbelief. Li Tianhao is dead? The brightest talent of the Li family has perished just like that? He could not bear the consequences of such a calamity. His eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Su Yang. You dare to kill Tianhao? I will have you dead. Li Kuei-bua was consumed by fury. The allure of the earth-tier artifact had faded entirely. His sole focus now was to eliminate Su Yang. The aura of a peak second-tier warrior erupted from him, sending food scattering across the ground. Su Yang stood at the eye of the storm, bracing himself, yet his expression bore no trace of fear. I already said, one must eat well before embarking on a journey. Look, without food, you lack strength. Li Kuei-bua did not respond, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he charged at Su Yang. Just as he surged forward, 10 phantoms suddenly appeared before him. Huh. Just as Su Yang made a move, a voice of astonishment echoed from above. Yet the two on the ground remained oblivious. Li Kuei-bua felt a surge of alarm, but there was no time to alter his course. He swung his blade at one of the phantoms. As the blade light sliced through the phantom, Li Kuei-bua realized something was amiss. A sense of impending danger washed over him. With no time to think, he attempted to retreat swiftly, but it was too late. A tremendous force struck his chest, forcing him to stumble backwards several steps before regaining his footing. Su Yang, somewhat dissatisfied, shook his fist. Still too weak. The same technique, Cloud Scroll 1000 illusions combined with Cracking Mountain Fist, could dispatch a first-tier 8th level Li Tianhao in a single blow. Yet against Li Kuei-bua, it merely inflicted minor injuries. Furthermore, these two attacks had consumed a significant portion of his spiritual power. Should he unleash his full strength once more, he would likely exhaust himself. Alas, it seems I must procure a breathing technique as soon as possible. Haha, boy, I admit I underestimated you. You managed to push me back, but that is all. Now, prepare to die. Li Kuei-bua grinned wickedly, his speed increasing as he struck again, the blade light even more ferocious. It appeared he had not utilized his full force previously. Is that so? Little fire, it's your turn. Su Yang arched an eyebrow and snapped his fingers. In an instant, Li Kuei-bua felt his heart racing. A single thought flashed through his mind. I will die? Chapter 21. Slaying Tianhao and defeating Kuei-bua, assistance from a master. Li Kuei-bua could not afford to continue his assault on Su Yang. He retreated at full speed, yet his pace was still insufficient. In the next moment, his entire body was enveloped by a mist. In the haze, a flicker of flame vanished. Su Yang's consciousness stirred, and he widened his eyes. At that moment, within his sea of consciousness, two figures appeared, Li Tianhao and Li Kuei-bua. This revelation sent a shiver down Su Yang's spine. The mysterious realm not only harbored demonic beasts, but could also command the spirits of slain warriors. In his recollection, only divine beings possessed similar secret arts, capable of transforming the bodies of deceased warriors into puppet generals. Such individuals were unequivocally designated as evil warriors by the Security Bureau to be exterminated without mercy. This implied that if his hidden card were ever revealed, he would find himself on the opposing side of humanity. Su Yang's emotions became tumultuous. Fortunately, as long as he refrained from summoning them, those human warrior spirits would not manifest on their own, granting him some operational space. Never mind. I will cross that bridge when I come to it. Su Yang shook his head, resolving not to dwell on these chaotic thoughts any longer. He began to inspect his spoils. After rummaging through their belongings, he found nothing of value aside from Li Kuei-bua's spatial ring. He attempted to probe his consciousness into the ring, but soon shook his head. Generally speaking, each spatial ring would be linked to the user's consciousness. If one wished to erase the previous user's spiritual imprint, aside from personal erasure, only those of a higher realm possessed the formidable ability to erase. Su Yang, still not yet at the second tier, naturally cannot achieve this. He felt a pang of regret. If only he had a spatial ring. He could venture out of the city without the burden of a hefty backpack, which would be far more convenient. Would you like some assistance? We can split the spoils. Just as Su Yang lamented, he felt an emptiness in his hand, and the ring had vanished, accompanied by a voice that pierced his ears. In that instant, Su Yang's heart nearly ceased. A master, undoubtedly a master. The figure approached, and he was completely oblivious. Here, take this. Imprint your consciousness on it, and it shall belong to you. Su Yang stood dumbfounded, clutching the ring, his gaze fixated on the individual before him. The man, in his 50s, donned a gray robe. With thick brows and large eyes, his face adorned with a smile. Su Yang did not speak immediately, but fervently communicated with the fire Qilin through his thoughts. Upon learning that even if all his followers self-destructed, it would likely be futile against this individual, his heart sank. Unless I self-destruct, perhaps I could force him to retreat. The fire Qilin added as an afterthought. Su Yang felt somewhat speechless. What was the point of even attempting? Self-destruction would be of no use. This person was at least 5th tier, far beyond what he could contend with at present. What? Do you still contemplate silencing me? The elder inquired. A grin on his face. Su Yang shrugged his shoulders. How could that be? The elder waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to expose Su Yang's intentions. His eyes narrowing as he scrutinized him. Are you a beast master? Is this white fox your spirit beast? The elder clicked his tongue in astonishment, while Su Yang felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Who was this figure, with such piercing insight? Wait, a beast master? Su Yang's mind brightened, as he had not previously considered how to explain his situation. Now, the explanation presented itself. He broke into a silly grin. You saw right through me, old man. Enough with the games, the elder chided lightly, then grew serious. While beast masters are formidable in the early stages, their ascension presents significant challenges, and they themselves become their greatest weakness. Su Yang nodded repeatedly. After all, he could not defeat him, so whatever the elder said was correct. At this juncture, the elder furrowed his brow in contemplation, seemingly making a momentous decision. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. If you join the Southern Realm Martial Academy, I will assist you with your problems. What say you? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. The sudden twist was somewhat overwhelming. Noticing Su Yang's silence, the elder's expression darkened. What? Do you feel wronged? Here, the elder said, thrusting an object into Su Yang's hand. This is the identity token of the Southern Realm Martial Academy. From this moment, you are a first-year student of the academy. My surname is Ling, my given name Tian. Do not forget it. With that, Ling Tian vanished into the sky. Left in a daze, Su Yang stood alone. Simultaneously, Ling Tian soared through the void, laughing exuberantly. What a treasure I've found. Earth tier movement technique, 3rd tier spirit beast. This martial examination is secure. Huh. And I even have a fire affinity talent. Even more astonishing, I cannot see through his soul. However, this quota was originally promised to the Chun family of Chun City. I cannot go back on my word, can I? No, backtracking is out of the question. Oh, I must send someone over, lest those rascals interfere. Ling Tian seemed to have an epiphany and chuckled to himself. If Lin Xuanfeng were to witness Ling Tian in this state, he would find it hard to believe that this was the same grandmaster, solemn and dignified. Su Yang did not return immediately. Instead, he first bound his consciousness to the spatial ring. As he probed within, he couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. It was unexpected. This fellow was quite wealthy. The ring's space was approximately 10 cubic meters, filled with a substantial quantity of Yenwang coins, which Su Yang estimated to be worth at least 10 million. Moreover, there was a second-tier creation pill, reputed to significantly enhance the success rate when breaking through to the 3rd tier. Additionally, within the spatial ring, there was an ornate box containing several martial techniques. A low-tier yellow-grade technique, the untraceable goose. Su Yang scoffed, utterly unimpressed. A superior-tier yellow-grade breathing technique, 5-body refinement technique. Su Yang's expression brightened. This was precisely what he needed at the moment. Although the grade was somewhat low, it was sufficient to handle his current realm. After reviewing these findings, he sank his consciousness into his sea of awareness. Having slain Li Tianhao and Li Kueibua, along with the previous beasts, he had directly accrued 1,500 feedback points. Su Yang promptly allocated 500 points to the 5-body refinement technique, elevating it to a low-grade profound tier, and then spent another 500 points to bring it to the entry level. Completing this enhancement, Su Yang sensed that his breathing had become more harmonious and natural, and with each breath, his spiritual energy began to recover rapidly. Indeed, with the breathing technique, the consumption of spiritual energy began to diminish. Its effect was akin to that of a potent revitalizing elixir. The remaining 500 points were allocated to his blood vitality, bringing it to 355. His realm also ascended to the 1st tier, 8th level. Once everything was settled, he turned his gaze to the item Ling Tian had bestowed upon him. It was a golden token, inscribed with the words Southern Realm Martial Academy on one side, while the reverse bore incomprehensible runes. Centrally positioned above the token was a vividly colored axe. Upon seeing the axe, a flash of realization struck Su Yang. He recognized the individual. It was the very master he had observed soaring through the air on his way into the trial area. Su Yang chose not to return directly, but instead sat in place. The Li family had undoubtedly made a grievous enemy of him. It would not be long before they received word of Li Kueba's demise. Awaiting him would undoubtedly be a new wave of retaliation. If someone offends me, I shall retaliate. He thought. The best solution would be to eliminate them all. Otherwise, the back and forth would be too disruptive to his peace of mind. A cold glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. We must eradicate the roots. If one hesitates, living this life would hold little meaning. Chapter 22. The Li family's preparations to kill Su Yang. Currently, the urgent matter at hand was to elevate his strength as much as possible. His blood vitality was just over 100 points shy of reaching the second tier. In the past, this might have taken a year or even longer, but now, with the assistance of the Jade Qilin and Fire Qilin, increasing his blood vitality would be as effortless as eating and drinking. For the next few days, he could not return to the city. He needed to hunt as many beasts as possible. Although fighting was prohibited within the city, this restriction only applied to ordinary martial artists. For those with wealth and power, it was merely a piece of paper. The trial area, though perilous and potentially subject to ambush, also afforded him greater convenience in utilizing the strength of his followers. As long as the highest combat power remained uninvolved, he would be safe. Su Yang murmured to himself, gradually formulating a plan. Although Master Ling had given him a token, he was unclear about its true utility. Relying on oneself was ultimately the most dependable approach. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Someone was approaching. The two corpses on the ground had been entirely consumed by the small fire, their clothing incinerated beyond recognition. He was not worried about leaving behind any incriminating evidence. He regulated his breathing, retrieved some provisions from his backpack, and seated himself upon the ground to partake in his meal. After a few moments, three figures materialized in the valley, and a voice echoed from afar. Mo Ruffling, what brings you here? Su Yang expressed a hint of surprise, for he had not anticipated their arrival. Mo Ruffling spoke up, while Lin Chuanfeng surveyed the surroundings. His nose twitching as a look of perplexity crossed his features. Upon spotting Su Yang, Mo Ruffing's face brightened with joy. He had presumed that, after such a long interval, Su Yang had likely met with misfortune. To his astonishment, he found him leisurely enjoying a meal. The image in his mind did not quite align with the reality before him. Su Ge, wasn't he that scoundrel Li Tianhao supposed to bring his uncle to eliminate you? Where is he? Su Yang rolled his eyes, realizing that he sensed no murderous intent emanating from Mo Ruffling. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to suspect that the lad was part of another scheme to take his life. I received word that the Li family's uncle and nephew were plotting against you. We beseeched grandfather to help us find you. Lin Xin stepped forward to elucidate. Thank you, City Lord Lin, and thank you both, Su Yang replied, but continued. However, I have not encountered any members of the Li family. Having grasped the situation, he felt a surge of goodwill towards Mo Ruffling. Haven't you seen them? Those two fools haven't lost their way, have they? I always said that the Li family fool is hardly fit to kill or seize treasures. They lack the wit for it. What? Am I simply destined to die? Mo Ruffling scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, realizing his words might have been somewhat ambiguous. Well, as long as nothing is amiss. As the city lord, I can assure you that martial arts are prohibited within the city. If all is well, you should hasten back. Lin Chuanfeng spoke casually. Yet his gaze upon Su Yang glimmered with a subtle intensity. Su Yang forced a smile and responded, Thank you, City Lord Lin. However, I wish to train a bit more. I am in no hurry to return. At this declaration, Lin Chuanfeng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, lingering on Su Yang's face for several moments. Suddenly, he composed himself and burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. A young man with courage. Upon your return, you are most welcome to visit the City Lord's residence. With that, Lin Chuanfeng did not wait for Su Yang's reply, gesturing for Mo Ruffing and Lin Xin to follow as he turned to depart. It was only when their figures faded from view that Su Yang exhaled deeply, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. He felt as though his inner thoughts had been entirely laid bare by that mere glance. Meanwhile, after a short distance, Lin Chuanfeng halted abruptly. What a daring lad. If he survives this encounter, I suggest you two cultivate a closer rapport with him. Mo Ruffing and Lin Xin exchanged skeptical glances, puzzled by his unexpected remark. Lin Chuanfeng offered no explanation, resuming his stride. Su Yang might have been able to deceive others, but he could not obscure his true self from Lin Chuanfeng. The turbulent fluctuations of spiritual energy in the valley had not yet dissipated, surely remnants of a fierce battle. Most astonishingly, the strongest aura was one of fire. Furthermore, the ground bore two distinct scorched patches, the implications of which were all too clear. This revelation astounded him. The adversary's fire affinity was likely formidable. Although Su Yang hesitated to return to the city, Lin Chuanfeng did not mind fostering a beneficial connection. In Suicheng, Li Kueisho sat at the head of the table, his expression grim. Below him sat a throng of martial artists from the Li family, all of second tier or above. Gentlemen, I have summoned you for a significant announcement. My son Tianhao has discovered an Earth-tier spiritual artifact in the 31st trial zone. The news elicited joyous exclamations from the assembly. An Earth-tier artifact? Such treasures truly exist within Suiqing? The excitement was palpable. If the Li family possesses an Earth-tier artifact, we shall dominate the city lord's residence. Laughter erupted from the crowd. I have long viewed the Mo family with disdain. They have pilfered many of our resources recently. Once we acquire the Earth-tier artifact, we must not spare them. Has my elder brother dispatched anyone? Who possesses the artifact? Could it possibly be in the hands of the Lin or Mo families? And if it is, do they not understand that wealth should not be flaunted? Li Kueisho observed the fervor of the crowd, remaining silent until their exuberance diminished. Only then did he speak calmly. My second brother has personally taken the artifact along with the Jinwu stone. Your second brother has intervened? With the Jinwu stone in hand? This is assured. Laughter erupted once more. Suiqing shall be the realm of the Li family. Li Kueisho scanned the room, raising his hand slightly as his voice grew softer. Your second brother and Tianhao are both deceased. Li Kueisho's voice was low, yet it struck the assembly like thunder. Many faces, still suffused with excitement, abruptly froze in shock. Deceased? No, elder brother. Both my second brother and Tianhao are dead? Who dares to harm my family? Was it a third-tier expert? Li Kueisho shook his head. The artifact is in the possession of a martial examination candidate, whose strength is but first tier. I suspect we are not the only ones coveting that artifact. According to reports, Lin Xuanfeng has already encountered that candidate. Perhaps they have reached some form of agreement. Thus, I have gathered you all to deliberate on how to proceed. To be cautious, I shall publicly declare that Li Kueibua and Li Tianhao have absconded with the family's treasure and are currently unaccounted for. The coldness in Li Kueisho's gaze was palpable. This course of action was merely to prevent certain individuals from finding an excuse. Yet he could not let his son's vengeance go unavenged. After the initial shock, the assembly gradually regained their composure. Where's that scoundrel? Although he did not kill them, the trouble began with him. I must personally claim his head to appease the spirits of my second brother and Tianhao. A voice proposed, and immediately others followed suit, the room brimming with fervent calls for Su Yang's demise. His name is Su Yang. He has yet to return to the city and should still be in the 31st trial zone. Elder brother, I take my leave. I shall bring back that scoundrel's head. I shall accompany you. I shall go too. In a moment, excitement transformed into outrage as many volunteered to pursue him. Li Kueisho's eyes sparkled with intensity, yet soon dimmed, his demeanor growing somber. Very well, since there is no dissent, let it be so. We shall form groups of 3 to exit the city and ensure he is slain beyond its walls. The assembly received their orders and departed. Among them, Li Kueijia's gaze flickered as he recalled an important detail. While fighting was indeed prohibited within the city, challenges were not restricted. Elder brother, if that scoundrel infiltrates the city, I have a plan. Li Kueijia proceeded to share his idea. Li Kueisho's eyes gleamed, and he nodded slightly. Inform him that resources will be plentiful. Should he eliminate Su Yang, the Li family will reward him generously. Chapter 23, The Counterattack begins. In a moment, the entire Li family was enveloped in an air of tension. 3 second-tier martial artists, accompanied by 5 first-tier warriors, marched out of the city with formidable resolve. There were indeed 3 such groups. Many martial artists, upon catching sight of them from a distance, quickly made way. Such a formidable assembly could easily sweep through Suiqing. Yet, as the intended target of their wrath, Su Yang remained blissfully unconcerned. After returning to the supply base and stocking up on provisions, he boarded the bus. This time, his objective was to delve deeper into the Trial Zone 33. This location served as the nexus between 2 nearby cities, where the beasts were notably more formidable. The outer perimeter was teeming with first-tier beasts, and it was said that few dared to venture into the core area. Those who braved the journey to Trial Zone 33 invariably traveled in groups, and even then, they only dared to hunt in the outskirts. The supply base itself was encircled by towering walls, forming a fortress of war. Naturally, the prices within were at least tenfold higher than those in the city. Like Su Yang, he was the only one to venture alone. Upon arriving at Trial Zone 33, Su Yang bypassed the supply base entirely and plunged directly into the trial area. Here, the number of warriors was significantly lower compared to Zone 31. Without second-tier warriors leading the charge, there were few willing to enter, even in small teams. This place was indeed a prime hunting ground. A smirk formed on Su Yang's lips. He thought to himself, come on, little fire, I'm just getting started. As he boarded his vehicle, he noticed a small group casting furtive glances in his direction, their intentions cloaked in malice. It was evident they belonged to the Li family. Entering the trial zone, Su Yang remained unhurried, leisurely making his way. When he encountered a first-tier beast, he dispatched it effortlessly with a single strike. The three onlookers, witnessing Su Yang's prowess, dared not act recklessly, even maintaining a distance of a mile. After advancing a short distance, they found themselves momentarily blinded, only to discover that Su Yang had vanished. Where did he go? What should we do now? They pondered, deliberating cautiously before proceeding. However, before they could take more than a few steps, a voice echoed from behind them. Looking for me. Startled, they turned around, on high alert, yet none dared to strike. After all, if he could slay a first-tier beast with a mere flick of his wrist, they were no match for him. One of the men managed an awkward smile. You must be mistaken, brother. We were merely passing by. Right. We'll be on our way. They hastily retreated. But it was too late. No sooner had the words left his lips than a searing gust of wind struck them from behind, and before they could react, their souls were extinguished. Su Yang dusted off his hands. Such warriors were hardly worthy as appetizers. The following 2 days, Su Yang predominantly lingered in the outskirts. The first day was dedicated to honing his skills, adjusting his attack positions, and timing in battles against the beasts. By the end of the day, he could effortlessly dispatch first-tier beasts at the 9th level. He could also slay early second-tier beasts, although it required considerable effort, against those at the 6th level. He could only flee. After thorough self-assessment, Su Yang determined his limits, without employing the Mountain Splitter Fist and the Fire Dance Silver Serpent. His threshold lay at the second-tier 2nd level. By combining the Mountain Splitter Fist with the Cloud Wrapping Illusion, he could obliterate second-tier 5th level beasts with a single blow, albeit at a significant cost. But what of it? He had his trump card. The Fire Qilin had already slain 3rd-tier white foxes at the 1st tier, and now that it had reached the 2nd tier, it could easily contend with peak 3rd-tier adversaries. This was his source of confidence. By noon of the 2nd day, his rebirth value had reached 1,800 points. At this moment, Su Yang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After waiting for over a day, could he finally reap some rewards? He mused with a sly grin. From that point on, he ceased hunting beasts and began his return to the supply base at Trial Zone 33. This time, he made no effort to conceal his actions, brazenly tossing the materials of formidable beasts from his spatial ring. After selling all the materials, he found a restaurant where he spent 10,000 to indulge in a bowl of instant noodles, relishing his flamboyance. As expected, once Su Yang had satisfied his hunger and returned to the trial zone, several figures trailed behind him. Leading them was a middle-aged man, his face adorned with a beard. His cultivation around the 2nd tier 3rd level. The others clearly followed in his wake, mimicking his every move. This assembly was something Su Yang found utterly unappealing. Without any ostentation, upon entering a secluded area, Su Yang came to a halt, cradling the white fox and rubbing it gently. Li Kuan seemed to realize they had been discovered, but remained unperturbed. In his eyes, as long as he found the opponent, he could ascertain their demise. Not running anymore. Are you? Li Kuan sneered. Fool, Su Yang retorted disdainfully, continuing to caress the white fox. Thankfully, the white fox's spiritual form was too weak to awaken its soul. Otherwise, it might have found Su Yang's peculiarities rather odd. That imbecile you think is protecting you 1T stick around forever. Such naive delusions. Today is your end. Li Kuan, growing impatient with the idle chatter, waved his hand, and the 5 first-tier warriors behind him immediately brandished their weapons. In the next moment, Li Kuan felt a flash of white light before him. When he regained his senses, he was greeted by the sight of 4 severed heads soaring through the air, blood cascading like a waterfall. Li Kuan stood frozen, his mind reeling. What had just transpired? Had Su Yang not been standing there with his blade, he wouldn't have even known who had slain those 4 first-tier warriors. At that moment, a surge of profound shock gripped him. He was certain of one thing. The family head had erred. This was no mere martial examination candidate, but a veritable harbinger of death. Yet, what did that matter? A sinister smile crept across Li Kuan's face. I admit I misjudged you. You are indeed formidable, but so what? No matter how strong a first-tier warrior, they are but a mere plaything before a second-tier one. You have no idea how vast the chasm between the 2 levels truly is. As he spoke, a tempest of blood energy erupted from his body, the pressure of the 2nd tier 3rd level enveloping his companions. In the skies above, ominous thunder rumbled. His innate talent was rare, possessing the power of lightning, yet lamentably low in level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a mere 2nd tier 3rd level at over 40. Is that so? You may leave first. Consider it interest. Before long, I will deliver your entire Li family down to join you, Su Yang declared, lightly patting the white fox. A flash of white light enveloped the scene. Li Kuan instinctively sensed the impending danger, but it was far too late. He felt an intense heat coursing through his body as his consciousness began to fade. Only then did the realization dawn upon him. There was no great master behind Su Yang. He himself was the true master. But alas, it was all too late. The thunder in the sky dissipated, and 3 second-tier warriors along with 5 first-tier warriors had not even had the chance to unleash their full power before they vanished into the void. Su Yang wore a smile, murmuring to himself, "Li family, consider this your interest. Before long, I shall reclaim both principal and interest in full." Meanwhile, as Su Yang dispatched the first batch of Li family members, the entire first high school was in an uproar over Su Yang's various misdeeds, igniting the indignation of the entire student body. Chapter 24. The fury of the first high school students returned to the city. The atmosphere within the school was electric. Not merely due to Su Yang's refusal to accept Lu Yunfeng's challenge the previous day, leaving everyone hanging, but more so because a plethora of scandalous revelations regarding Su Yang had surfaced during this time. His reputation as a drug-fueled coward had been laid bare. The act of illicitly consuming forbidden substances and launching a surprise attack on the injured Li Tianpao is utterly reprehensible. Class 9 students have come forward to unveil the misconduct of the newly recruited school team member, who has incited the wrath of many. In the trial zone, he disregarded the safety of his classmates, opting instead for solitary escape. Han Shua recounts his experience, declaring Su Yang to be a tempest of fury. Indeed, various rumors surrounding Su Yang have not only spread across every class, but have also been meticulously compiled into a large poster. A blood-soaked lamentation detailing Su Yang's 10 grave sins has emerged, each word dripping with anguish. This poster meticulously catalogs Su Yang's transgressions, each substantiated with evidence. Almost every student in the school possesses a copy, igniting a fervor among the student body. Initially, they believed a dark horse had emerged from their institution, only to discover a mere charlatan instead. In a fit of righteous indignation, some students stormed into the principal's office, demanding severe punishment for Su Yang. Vice Principal Zhang, after much persuasion, ultimately promised to ascertain the truth of the matter. Should the accusations prove valid, the institution would undoubtedly take stringent action in accordance with its regulations. In the exclusive training chamber, Lu Chaofeng stood before the force gauge, his eyes glinting with determination. After adjusting his breathing, he unleashed a powerful punch. The numbers on the display fluctuated rapidly before gradually stabilizing. 1,000 kilograms? Lu Chaofeng suppressed a grin. "Teacher Li, I have reached the 6th layer of the first stage." Li Kuei-wei, equally content, noted that Su Yang's highest recorded punching power was a mere 400 kilograms, a discovery that had astonished him for quite some time. Lu Chaofeng's strength dwarfed Su Yang's by a staggering 600 kilograms. In a head-to-head confrontation, Lu Chaofeng could dispatch Su Yang with a single blow. Nevertheless, he reminded himself not to grow complacent. He too was under the influence of enhancement drugs. He quickly consumed a Qi blood pill, eager to absorb its potency. Li Kuei-wei handed him another pill from his pocket, urging him to take it. "Thank you, Teacher Li. Rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission. I guarantee that Su Yang will not leave the arena alive." Li Kuei-wei nodded, instructing Lu Chaofeng to train diligently before departing the training room. Lu Chaofeng gazed at the pill in his hand, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Though his family was relatively well off, it could not provide him with the ample resources required for his training. Li Tianpao often boasted of his brother Li Tianhao's prowess, claiming he ranked among the top in the elite class. Lu Chaofeng, while maintaining a facade of politeness, harbored disdain within. Given sufficient resources, he was certain he would surpass Li Tianhao, and perhaps then, Lu Schwerer would regard him with more favor. Now, he finally had an opportunity. Initially hesitant when Li Kuei-wei suggested he eliminate Su Yang in the arena, Lu Chaofeng was soon overwhelmed by the allure of the pills. These pills not only enhanced strength and vitality, but also had the potential to unleash latent energy in dire circumstances. Thus, they could serve as his ultimate trump card. Under such enticing conditions, how could he remain steadfast? Moreover, Li Kuei-wei had promised that, upon success, the Li family would fully nurture him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the martial artist's world, the strong prey upon the weak. The inept are destined to perish. Su Yang, do not blame me. If anyone is to be blamed, it is you for provoking those you ought not to have. At most, I will ensure a swift end, sparing you prolonged suffering. In Trial Zone 33, after clearing the scene of any traces, Su Yang chose not to delve deeper, but instead returned to the supply base. Regrettably, his fishing expedition bore no fruit. He chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Had he been discovered so quickly? It seemed fruitful fishing was off the table. He would have to return to the city and await another opportunity. Though reluctantly, he acknowledged there was little he could do if they did not seek him out. He would have to present himself instead. As anticipated, he encountered no obstacles on his journey back to the city. Upon entering, he proceeded directly to Martial Artist Street. Just as he entered the building, intending to find the server named Zijuan, he unexpectedly ran into a familiar face. Lu Shuer, what brings you here? Lu Shuer's expression mirrored his surprise, quickly morphing into a peculiar look. Suyang, you dare to show your face? What do you mean? Suyang was taken aback. Could the Li family be so audacious as to trouble him within the city? Don't you know? Lu Shuer remarked, observing Su Yang's bewildered expression, which appeared genuine. She proceeded to recount the events that had transpired at school. Suyang felt somewhat speechless. Lu Chaofeng was indeed a petty individual, making a mountain out of a molehill. However, he finally understood why Zhang Tai had worn such an expression during their last encounter in the trial zone. Not interested in sparring with him? Not interested? Lu Shuer widened her eyes before nodding. That's right. I was worried you might impulsively agree. After all, the use of spiritual tools is prohibited in the arena. Engaging him would simply be inviting suffering. Suyang gazed at Lu Shuer with a bemused smile. Do you hold me in such low regard? Lu Shuer puffed out her chest. This isn't about underestimating you. After all, you did save my life. Naturally, I am on your side. But how do you plan to contend with Lu Chaofeng, who is already at the 6th layer of the first stage? Suyang nodded in acknowledgement. Fair point. I'll focus on enhancing my strength. Go on, work hard, and strive to reach the realm of martial artists as soon as possible, just like me. Suyang smiled, deciding not to engage in further banter. Instead, he called Zijuan. Moments later, Zijuan, clad in a qipao, greeted him with a smile and escorted him to his room. Lu Shuer sighed, feeling somewhat envious. Great, he even has a personal server now, making him seem like a true expert. Once inside the training room, Suyang immediately accessed his panel. To his astonishment, his feedback value had reached 300 points, leaving him somewhat speechless. It seemed the warriors from the Li family had contributed more than he expected, albeit still insufficient. However, remembering that the Li family had more to offer, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Those were all resources for his growth. Without hesitation, he allocated 2,000 points to enhance his vitality. Boom. Just as he completed the allocation, Suyang felt a violent eruption within his body, as though his bones were being shattered and restructured. Cold sweat poured from him, as the pain nearly rendered him unconscious. How could the first ascension feel so benign, yet this time be so excruciating? At this juncture, he had no choice but to endure. His shattered bones began to reassemble, while his flesh twisted and contorted in a bizarre manner. Suyang gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening as he cursed while enduring the ordeal. He felt fortunate for not having recklessly ascended in the wilderness. Otherwise, encountering an enemy could have proven fatal, even from a mere stick. The agony persisted for an indeterminate duration, leaving Suyang utterly drained, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Eventually, the pain began to dissipate, replaced by a faint glimmer of light that flickered within his bones. Chapter 25. Ascension to second rank. Lu Chaofeng blocks the door. Initially, the radiance was feeble, but it soon burgeoned into a formidable brilliance. Suyang felt enveloped in a warm embrace, as if he were infused with boundless energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and an overwhelming aura surged uncontrollably from him, indenting the wall before him significantly. Suyang inhaled sharply. It was worth noting that the walls of the training room were designed to withstand the limits of a 4th-rank warrior. Typically, a 2nd-rank warrior could not leave any marks upon them. Yet, merely by the overflow of his spiritual energy, he had managed to create a concave impression in the wall. Truly, he was a little anomaly, Suyang mused to himself. However, he had little interest in dwelling on this. He was fervently eager to discover what spiritual beast he would acquire upon entering the 2nd rank. Indeed, within his sea of consciousness, a new territory was unveiled, where the fire Qilin and the jade Qilin were animatedly surrounding a new creature, chattering incessantly. The fire Qilin was exuberantly prancing about, while the newcomer appeared somewhat shy, merely grinning bashfully. Upon noticing Su Yang's approach, the little fire Qilin transformed and leapt into Su Yang's embrace. Master, this fellow seems a bit dim-witted. Still, little fire is the cutest, it remarked. Suyang affectionately patted the fire Qilin, feigning agreement. Indeed, little fire is the most adorable. While speaking, his gaze shifted to the new Qilin. A brand new panel materialized before him. Current contracted spiritual beast, Earth Qilin, origin level. Rank, 1st stage. Talent, defense. Abilities, Earth Shield. Chaotic body, void divine form. Advancement progress, 0-1000. Fan count, 0. It indicated that the Earth Qilin could enhance its rank by utilizing various rare soils. And as its rank increased, so too would its defensive capabilities evolve. Defense, you say? Suyang was elated. Indeed, his greatest shortcoming at present was defense. If his defensive capabilities were sufficiently robust, he could engage opponents head-on, experiencing the thrill of direct confrontation. The dream of delivering solid blows seemed imminent. He then opened his main panel. Name, Suyang. Cultivation, 2nd rank, 1st stage. Vitality, 555-1500, points available for allocation. Talents: S-Class Husbandry, SSS Class Chaotic Power, upgradable 01000000. SSS Class 9 Heavens Demon Fire, upgradable 01000000. SSS Class Shielded Sacred Body, upgradable 0100,000. Martial Techniques: Cracking Mountain Fist, Novice, upgradable 01,000. Fire Dance Silver Serpent, Novice, upgradable 01,000. Earth Shield, Novice, upgradable 01,000. Chasing Wind Frenzied Thunder Blade Technique, Yellow Rank, Low Quality, Novice, upgradable 01,000. Cloud Roll 1000 Illusions Technique, Earth Rank, Novice, upgradable 03,000. Rebirth Value, 1,300. The advancement progress for the Fire Qilin had transformed to 1125, 3,000. While the Jade Qilin stood at 330, 5000. Both were still far from leveling up, so he need not focus on them for the time being. As his consciousness withdrew from the sea of consciousness, he noticed that his once pale skin now faintly shimmered with a golden hue, resembling an impenetrable wall. Su Yang's thoughts stirred as he drew a long blade and lightly traced it across his arm. As expected, there were no marks left on his smooth skin. On the second attempt, he exerted more force, yet still left no trace. The third attempt yielded the same result. After several dozen attempts, having unleashed the power of a peak first-stage warrior, only the faintest of scratches marred his skin. Su Yang gritted his teeth and unleashed the entirety of his second-stage first-rank strength. This time, however, he altered his approach from a slash to a slice. It would be foolish to risk losing a hand, he thought. Even if he failed to withstand it, it would merely result in a loss of flesh. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the gruesome scene he envisioned did not unfold. Instead, only a deep mark appeared on his arm. At this moment, even Su Yang was astounded. What? Is this really so abnormal? Although I am merely at the first stage of the second rank, I possess such extraordinary capabilities that I cannot be cut through? Master, are you engaging in self-harm? The Jade Qilin suddenly communicated telepathically. Of course not. I am merely testing the defensive capabilities of this body. Testing defense? Master, your defense can withstand the full force of a second-stage 6th rank attack. Why the need for testing? How do you know? Su Yang inquired. You should have mentioned it sooner. The Jade Qilin responded, somewhat aggrieved. Master, you never asked me. I could have inferred it. Haha, Master, you are quite amusing. I wasn't laughing. The Fire Qilin could no longer contain its laughter, then quickly stifled it. Su Yang could even see the effort it took for the Fire Qilin to suppress its laughter. Su Yang felt a bit dizzy, realizing that those three little creatures had been laughing at him for quite some time. Could you not have said something earlier? However, when he considered that he could withstand a second-rank 6th-stage attack, any lingering displeasure vanished instantly. As for the remaining 1,300 rebirth points, after much contemplation, Su Yang ultimately decided to allocate them to the Cracking Mountain Fist. Strength was indeed his most formidable asset and one of his trump cards. Once the allocation was complete, Su Yang felt an exhilarating surge of vitality coursing through him, as if power was overflowing from every pore. Glancing at the panel, he found that the Cracking Mountain Fist had advanced from novice to mastery. He rose immediately and approached the power testing device. As per his usual practice, he refrained from exerting his full strength and casually delivered a strike. However, the ensuing scene left Su Yang in a state of shock. As soon as his fist swung, the numbers on the screen began to flash rapidly. What? Su Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Fist Chi. This means that now, even before my fist reaches the opponent, the power has already been transmitted. It was akin to striking a cow from behind a mountain. Elated, Su Yang waved his arms a few times, and the training room walls echoed with thuds, leaving shallow imprints. He quickly reined in his energy, estimating. My fist chi can now extend about 5 meters from my body. This effectively meant that his arms had, in essence, been extended by 5 meters. Caught off guard, he could unleash an unexpected effect. Having completed everything, he exited the training room feeling invigorated. As he opened the door, he was met with a large face blocking his path, causing him to instinctively take a step back. What are you doing? Su Yang exclaimed, his irritation rising as he recognized the intruder. Lu Chaofeng, clad in white, with a spear slung across his back, gazed at Su Yang with a cold expression. Following closely behind him was a second-rank warrior, trailed by a throng of onlookers. It was evident they had come prepared. Su Yang, we finally meet. Lu Chaofeng formally introduced himself as the captain of the first high school's team. I hereby issue you a challenge. Su Yang scoffed, who are you? Just issuing challenges without prior notice? I have no time for this. With that, he attempted to walk away. The second-rank warrior abruptly blocked his path, unleashing an aura befitting a second-rank warrior that forced the crowd to recoil in surprise. Su Yang furrowed his brows, glancing at the second-rank warrior. What? Do you not wish to remain a good dog? Chapter 26. Pressures from all sides. Who says I won't accept? The moment Su Yang uttered these words, the crowd erupted in a commotion. How dare he? That was a second-rank warrior, someone who could stride confidently through Suiqing. The onlookers gazed at Su Yang with expressions filled with pity, as if his head was about to roll at any moment. Unexpectedly, the second-tier warrior exhibited no response. Instead, Lu Qiaofeng spoke with solemnity. Su Yang, you have harmed your teammates and bullied your classmates. As the captain of the school team, I shall seek justice for all students today. Should you lack the courage to face me, return to school and apologize to everyone, then resign from the team. Lu Qiaofeng's words rang with conviction, and his countenance was resolute. His declaration resonated deeply among the onlookers, who expressed their admiration. This is the genius of Suiqing, one who does not bully the weak. Indeed, I appreciate his reasoned approach, assertive yet humble. This young man is destined for greatness. Su Yang, however, felt no inclination to explain himself. He had encountered individuals like Lu Qiaofeng numerous times before, those who assumed a lofty moral stance, speaking grandly and issuing commands. With a dismissive remark, he turned to leave. This time, the second-tier warrior did not impede his exit. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, Su Yang discovered that the entire square was teeming with students from Class 1. As they caught sight of him, their indignation flared. Shameless scoundrel, leave Class 1. Drug addict. Despicable and shameless. Get out of the school, leave Class 1. The collective fervor of hundreds of students was indeed a formidable sight, their voices echoing through the air, drawing the attention of many warriors nearby. Lu Qiaofeng followed behind, a cold smile on his face. This was a scene he had orchestrated, applying pressure through the crowd to leave Su Yang with no avenue of retreat. And this was merely the initial wave. Su Yang, do you see? Accepting the challenge is your sole opportunity to prove yourself. Otherwise, you may lose your qualification for this year's martial arts examination. Su Yang chuckled inwardly. Those students could no longer provide him with much emotional value, while the surrounding warriors unexpectedly contributed a significant amount. Who do you think you are to command me? And what am I standing? Just as Su Yang finished speaking, a commanding middle-aged voice resounded. The crowd parted, revealing a portly man who strode forward. Though his personal aura was unremarkable, he was flanked by two figures, one clad in black, the other in white. Despite their lack of movement, the palpable murderous intent they exuded caused those nearby to instinctively retreat. The black and white duo? Upon hearing this name, the crowd instinctively stepped back a few paces. The black and white duo, known in whispers as the Black and White Demons, were notorious for their vengeful nature and ruthless methods. Rumor had it that one individual had merely glanced at them and had subsequently suffered the dire consequence of losing their eyes and internal organs. Yet, these two seldom made public appearances. Their presence today suggested that matters were far from simple. With their arrival, the identity of the rotund middle-aged man became glaringly apparent. Hong Dingquan of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, second only to the Lin, Mo, and Li families in Suiqing. Hong Dingquan approached coldly. He is unworthy. What of me? I, Hong, have already notified the Education Bureau. If Class 1 cannot prove its innocence, my family shall withdraw our support. A tumult erupted among the crowd at this declaration. It was well known that the Hong family had numerous ties to the school, not only through students, but also through various teachers connected to them. More importantly, Class 1's educational resources were largely sourced from the four great families, with at least 30% provided by the Hong family. Their withdrawal would deal a catastrophic blow to the school. Among the onlookers, parents with children at the school became agitated. Mr. Hong, such a disgraceful student should be expelled from Class 1. Mr. Hong, we, the parents, collectively petition the school to expel this disgrace. Indeed, Mr. Hong, we shall submit our petition. You must not leave. Su Yang observed the unfolding scene with a frigid gaze. Having lived two lives, he was well acquainted with such tactics. Yet, he found it perplexing why these individuals insisted on forcing him into the arena. Even if Lu Qiaofeng emerged victorious, what benefit would they gain? As this thought crossed his mind, a realization struck him. No, they were not concerned with victory or defeat. It was about life and death. And the ones most eager for his demise were none other than the Li family. With this revelation, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed their thoughts were quite aligned. They were all keenly aware of one another. With this understanding, Su Yang found himself somewhat anticipating the impending duel. Withdraw? By all means, go ahead. No one is stopping you. Su Yang addressed the self-important Hong Dingquan, who appeared confident in his victory, with a nonchalant tone. The words hung in the air, and silence descended upon the crowd, as if they were rendered speechless by Su Yang's audacity. Soon, however, mocking laughter erupted. Truly, arrogance begets disaster. He likely has no idea what Hong Dingquan represents in Suiqing. The black and white duo's icy gaze fixed upon Su Yang, as if he were a mere corpse. The aura of their second-tier strength surged forth. enveloping Su Yang in a suffocating pressure. Although combat was prohibited within the city, it did not preclude intimidation and psychological warfare. Su Yang composed himself. The two were indeed formidable among the second-tier warriors, particularly as they seemed to have cultivated a special technique that allowed their auras to merge and amplify, transcending the simple addition of their strengths. Oh, quite the spectacle. The atmosphere is charged, so why not engage? Amidst the silence, a disdainful female voice broke through. Has the world of Suiqing changed, or has Mr. Hong lost his edge? Hong Dingquan, infuriated, found it increasingly difficult to contain his rage. In this small territory, being challenged repeatedly was intolerable. His gaze turned to the source of the voice, and he beheld a young girl approaching. Dressed in athletic attire, she possessed a slender physique. With long hair simply tied back, revealing her delicate neck, she walked straight to Su Yang, appraising him before nodding in approval. No wonder the teacher spoke highly of you. This style truly suits you. After speaking, Jiangwan stepped aside and waved her hand, causing a chair to float down from above, landing gracefully behind her. She then seated herself and turned her attention back to Hong Dingquan. You may continue, Mr. Hong. Hong Dingquan, now seething with rage, forced a smile. Very well. Both of you. I shall bear the consequences if anything goes awry. The black and white duo, undeterred, unleashed their full strength upon the girl. Yet, she merely raised a hand, and their overwhelming aura vanished in an instant. The expressions of the black and white duo shifted, their demeanor growing cautious. A third-tier warrior. They had not anticipated that this girl possessed such prowess. But what did it matter? They had dispatched third-tier souls before. Exchanging glances, they acted in unison, unleashing two whistling streams of energy toward the girl. Wait! Another booming voice interrupted. Just as their attacks reached the girl, a figure intervened mid-air, forcefully halting their advance. Vice Principal Gao? Su Yang found the unfolding drama increasingly intriguing. A mere martial arts skirmish had attracted so many prominent figures. Gao Han steadied himself, casting a glance at Su Yang before turning his attention to Hong Dingquan. Boss Hong, I trust my matter concerning the middle school team does not require your esteemed presence. If any issues arise, I shall make them public. Even if Su Yang is reluctant to engage, it seems you lack the authority to coerce him. Hong Dingquan trembled with indignation, yet dared not utter any threats. Though Gao Han held the position of vice principal, he was also a formidable third-tier warrior. If he chose to protect Su Yang, Hong had little recourse. After Gao Han spoke, he disregarded Hong Dingquan and turned to Su Yang. Su Yang, if you are unwilling, you may leave with me now. No one can compel you. Surprised, Su Yang glanced at Gao Han, astounded that the principal was willing to assist him at this moment. He smiled lightly and shook his head. Principal Gao, I never said I would refuse. Chapter 27. The Price of Fortune. Uncle Han returns. Gao Han's expression changed in haste at Su Yang's words, eager to respond, only to find Su Yang had already turned away. Lu Chaofeng, I am willing to fight, as long as you possess sufficient stakes. Lu Chaofeng hesitated slightly, glancing at the warriors beside him. Stakes? A second-tier warrior chuckled. If you can secure victory, I shall offer 5 million in cash, along with a yellow-tier martial art. How does that sound? The crowd fell into a stupor upon hearing this offer, only to erupt in excitement moments later. 5 million, plus a yellow-tier martial art? How extravagant. Goodness, if he won't do it, I certainly would. Even if it means being a punching bag. Are you foolish? No matter how high the price, the key issue is winning, isn't it? The crowd soon realized the truth of the matter. Even if a generous offer was made to an infant, they would still be incapable of defeating an adult warrior. Thus, the stakes were merely a castle in the air. Su Yang scoffed with disdain. 5 million. That's an insult. I demand 10 million along with a mid-tier or above yellow-tier martial skill. The warrior chuckled at his response, showing no hesitation in agreeing. His reasoning aligned with that of the crowd. Regardless of the cash on the table, Su Yang would likely be unable to claim it. Therefore, whether it was 10 million or 5 million, there was little difference. Very well, then we shall meet at the school's arena tomorrow morning. Wait, Lu Chaofeng interjected. I've presented my stakes. What about yours? Mine? Su Yang shot him a scornful glance. The mere fact that I am willing to fight is my stake. Lu Chaofeng, infuriated, opened his mouth to retort, but was restrained by the second-tier warrior beside him, leaving him to glare furiously at Su Yang. With matters settled, the students soon departed, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. However, news of this extravagant arena match spread like wildfire throughout Suiqing, prompting various factions to activate their intelligence networks to investigate the underlying truths. The situation reached a climax when both the Lin and Mo families announced they would send representatives to observe the arena match tomorrow. After giving Su Yang a few words of advice, Gao Han took his leave. At this moment, Su Yang turned to the girl sitting leisurely beside him. Thank you. No need for thanks, junior brother, she replied nonchalantly. However, Your social connections are rather dismal. It fits our faction style perfectly. Junior brother? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how he had acquired a senior sister. My name is Jiang Wan. Follow me, she said, leading the way into the building. After requesting a training room, she summoned a token with a flick of her wrist. Su Yang recognized the token as somewhat familiar, resembling his own but differing slightly in color. I know you've likely seen similar tokens. The only difference is the color. All new students receive bronze tokens, while only select core students are awarded these silver tokens. Of course, there is also the most prestigious golden token, reserved for the elite who grace our martial academy's rankings, so don't hold your breath. Golden, you say? Su Yang murmured, recalling that his own seemed to be golden. However, he chose not to contest Jiang Wan's statement. My teacher instructed me to assist you with certain matters. Specifically that incident earlier? Su Yang shook his head, now aware of Jiang Wan's identity, and briefly recounted the grievances with the Li family. Jiang Wan expressed mild regret. If that principal had appeared just a second later, I might have been able to take you to raid that fat man's home. Su Yang was momentarily stunned. Fighting is prohibited in the city. That rule applies to you new students. Do you see this? Jiang Wan proudly raised her token. Holding a silver token is akin to being a senior inspector of the security bureau. Anyone daring to act against an inspector can incur the wrath of the city-level security bureau, which has the authority to dispatch forces for eradication. Now, do you understand your senior sister's prowess? Su Yang's eyes brightened at her words. He had no idea that the tokens from the Southern Realm Martial Academy held such power. If he possessed one, could he not act freely within the city? With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his token. Senior sister, does mine have this effect? Your bronze token is useless unless... Jiang Wan waved her hand dismissively, nonchalantly glancing at Su Yang's token, only to be suddenly struck speechless, as if someone had grasped her throat. Is this golden? She could hardly believe her eyes, rubbing the token to confirm its color. Indeed, it was golden. Goodness! How is it that this old fool is so biased? I worked tirelessly to obtain a silver token, and you, without lifting a finger, somehow possess a golden one. Why not ask that old fool about it? Su Yang replied weakly, though he was equally astonished internally. It seemed he had underestimated the prowess of those experts. This realization heightened his vigilance. No matter what, he must safeguard his ability to command spirits until he grew stronger. Senior sister, can I use this token to take lives within the city? As long as you don't reveal your identity as a member of the Yanhuang. You could kick their heads around like balls, and no one would care, Jiang Wan retorted, her mood suddenly sour. She had initially intended to discuss further matters with Su Yang, but found herself disinterested. She waved her hand dismissively. Enough, you may leave. I wish to cultivate. Senior sister. Farewell. Su Yang, in high spirits, bid her goodbye and promptly departed, leaving Jiang Wan with a look of displeasure. That wretched Su Yang. Thinking the golden token is so easily obtained, once he reaches the academy, he'll face hardships aplenty. Su Yang did not head to the school, but returned home directly. Upon reaching the stairway, he spotted a middle-aged man clad in military attire standing there. His face lit up with joy. Uncle Han, when did you return? The soldier was Han Wei, who turned at the sound of Su Yang's voice, a smile breaking across his face. Good lad. I thought I might not see you this time. Why didn't you call me when you arrived? Your phone was off, didn't you know? Feeling a bit sheepish. Su Yang chuckled awkwardly, recalling that he had indeed forgotten. In the trial area, fearing that the phone's ringtone might attract the attention of beasts, he had turned it off and stowed it away in his storage ring. He hurriedly ushered Han Wei inside, only to realize the kettle was already empty. Don't fuss about it. I don't have much time. We can only exchange a few words before I must leave. As he spoke, he retrieved a brocade box from his bosom. Young lad, within this box lie 3 advancement pills. Upon consumption, you may directly ascend to the realm of martial artists. Uncle Han lacks the means to assist you further. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Advancement pills? Those are far more precious than blood essence pills and are virtually unobtainable in the market. In the black market, one would fetch at least 10 million. This is primarily due to the arduous process of their refinement, as they are predominantly supplied to the military. After all, not all warriors can become martial artists. Uncle Han. Su Yang was about to express his gratitude when he was interrupted by Han Wei. Enough, you impudent brat. Why engage in pleasantries with your uncle? Han Wei then proceeded to impart some advice to Su Yang, yet made no mention of Su Yang's blood essence. He did not wish to wound Su Yang's pride. Su Yang merely nodded vigorously, embracing this rare display of affection. All right, uncle must take his leave now. Do take care of your health. Strive your utmost in the martial examination. After a moment of hesitation, Han Wei added, rest assured, even if you ultimately do not become a martial artist, I will certainly ensure that your parents' remains are returned to you. With that, Han Wei turned and departed. Once the door was closed, Su Yang regained his composure. He had intended to present the martial techniques and blood essence pills he acquired from Li Kuebwa to Uncle Han for his cultivation, but reconsidered. If he did so, it would undoubtedly lead to a barrage of inquiries that he would struggle to explain. Fortunately, once he entered the martial academy, he would have ample excuses. Contemplating this, his eyes narrowed. Tomorrow, after the arena battle, it would be time to settle accounts with the Li family. Chapter 28. Arena competition, Lu Chaofeng breaks through defenses. As for the matter concerning his predecessor's parents, Su Yang nearly forgot it when Uncle Han didn't he mention it. The predecessor had ardently trained in hopes of retrieving his parents' remains from the demon realm. This was also the reason why he had perished suddenly after awakening his pastoral profession. If I ever venture into the demon realm, I shall fulfill this wish for you. Su Yang murmured. The night passed in silence, and by dawn, the streets were teeming with martial artists. Their destination was not outside the city, but rather to No. 1 high school. Following the events of yesterday, many sensed an unusual atmosphere, compounded by the hype surrounding the exorbitant stakes. Consequently, No. 1 high school even declared an impromptu holiday, thoroughly clearing the expansive playground once more. Even so, by 8 o'clock, the schoolyard was already overflowing with martial artists. They engaged in conversation while they waited, displaying no signs of impatience. Look at the platform. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. A considerable number of prominent figures from Suiqing occupied the stands, with some smaller families unable to secure seats. Look, the head of the Hong family has arrived. The head of the Li family is here as well. Who is that? Mo Xiao from the Mo family. He truly came? And the genius girl Lin Ziyin from the Lin family is here too. In the stands, Lin Ziyin walked alongside Mo Ruyun, with many significant figures rising to greet them. The two exchanged slight nods, exuding an undeniable aura. After taking their seats, Mo Ruyun softly inquired, Ziyin, do you think Suga can win? Lin Ziyin glanced at him, nodding towards Li Kueisho in the distance. It seems rather difficult. Some individuals are intent on ensuring he does not survive. Mo Ruyun grew anxious. What should we do? Su Gu has saved us once. Can we merely watch him perish? You could persuade your father to intervene. Though the Li family is powerful, they would not dare act recklessly if your father steps in. Mo Ruyun shook his head vigorously. Let us forget it. My father would certainly not wish to involve himself in such matters. Lin Ziyin fell silent. Sometimes, opportunities present themselves right before you. It all depends on whether you can seize them. The main event is here. The crowd began to buzz with excitement. Lu Chaofeng, clad in white, brandished a long spear. His formidable presence unmistakable. That pill can temporarily elevate your realm to the second tier. It should suffice. Your sole objective is to eliminate him on the arena. Lu Chaofeng nodded, and as he approached the arena, he lightly tapped his toes, launching himself into the air like a great rock, landing on the platform. The spectators erupted into cheers. Truly a genius from No. 1 high school, his strength was comparable to some peak first-tier fighters. It was rumored that his opponent's talent lay solely in the pastoral profession, with a mere 81 points of blood essence. How could he possibly contend? I wager that even if his opponent resorted to drugs, he would likely be felled by a single strike. Given such strength, how could he have offended the Li family? Shoo! Before the words could finish, a nearby martial artist interrupted. Are you courting death? How dare you speak such words? Realizing he had overstepped, the martial artist lightly slapped his own mouth. Do you think that kid is aware of his impending doom and dares not show up? At this point. Whether he comes or not is beyond his control. As they were discussing, someone ahead suddenly gasped. On one side of the arena, Su Yang ambled forward, leisurely munching on a bun and occasionally greeting acquaintances. Forget everything else. I quite admire Su Gu's demeanor, Mo Ruyun remarked in awe. Lin Ziyin shot him a disapproving glance, uninterested in engaging, her gaze fixed intently on Su Yang. Her curiosity grew. What other hidden talents did this boy with concealed fire affinity possess? After all, in this arena, spiritual weapons were prohibited. Without spiritual artifacts, what means did Su Yang possess to counter his opponent? Lost in thought, Su Yang had already ascended to the platform. The two took their positions on opposite sides, awaiting the commencement of the match. The referee for this contest was the head of a neutral minor family, with a cultivation level at the 8th layer of the second tier, more than capable of managing any unexpected situations. Su Yang, you finally decided to show up? Lu Chaofeng sneered. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Lu Chaofeng gripped his spear, his eyes fixed on Su Yang like a wolf eyeing its prey, intent on delivering a lethal strike. Su Yang swallowed the last bite of his bun and waved at Lu Chaofeng. Humph! Lu Chaofeng snorted coldly, his overwhelming aura erupting. Pressing down towards Su Yang. Simultaneously, his spear danced through the air, conjuring several illusory figures that enveloped Su Yang. The gale generated by the spear resembled a tornado, swirling outward. What a move, the wild dragoness tail. This must be a yellow tier martial technique, indeed formidable. I wager this single move will incapacitate his opponent. Yet before the words could fully escape his lips, his eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Su Yang merely sidestep, flawlessly evading Lu Qiaofeng's attack. Lu Qiaofeng's initial strike missed, and his frenzied spear techniques were unleashed, creating a tempest that rustled the garments of the spectators below. Su Yang did not rush to conclude the encounter. Instead, he executed the Windstorm Thunderblade, his speed rivaling that of Lu Qiaofeng. Observant individuals noted that it seemed energy was accumulating within Su Yang's blade technique. Should it erupt, it would likely be formidable. After this brief exchange, many spectators retracted their earlier dismissive attitudes. Indeed, anyone targeted by the Li family was far from ordinary. Humph, is that all you're capable of? If so, you shall have no further opportunities. Lu Qiaofeng scoffed, suddenly slowing his spear technique, making his movements entirely discernible. Each shot grew more formidable and powerful. With every parry, sparks erupted. I wonder how many you can withstand. Lu Qiaofeng scoffed. Thunderous fury. Su Yang bellowed, unleashing the energy accumulated within his blade, resembling a tempest as it surged towards Lu Qiaofeng. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of thunder resonated through the arena, billowing thick clouds of smoke. Suddenly, a figure was seen stumbling out in disarray. As the onlookers recognized the silhouette, their eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Lu Qiaofeng had failed to withstand the thunderous fury and now stood in tatters, his body marred by blood. Wait, you are a martial artist. Have you truly broken through to that level? In that instant, Lu Qiaofeng found it hard to believe, his expression twisting into one of grotesque fury. A man who had relied on the long-term use of forbidden substances had actually been forced back, even sustaining injury. This was an utter humiliation. Even more intolerable was the fact that his pristine attire was now sullied beyond recognition, shattering the image of the elegant gentleman he once embodied. You shall perish. Lu Qiaofeng, driven to madness, bit down hard on his silver teeth. The pill concealed within his mouth shattered immediately, releasing a fierce torrent of energy coursing through his limbs. His power began to escalate rapidly. First level, 7th tier. First level, 8th tier. At last, he shattered his shackles and stepped across the threshold into the 2nd tier. In an instant, his aura surged to several times its previous strength. You shall perish. Lu Qiaofeng cackled maniacally, reveling in his newfound, unparalleled might. He thrust his spear forward, unleashing a turbulent wave of energy towards Su Yang. While Su Yang's performance had been surprising at the first level, when Lu Qiaofeng ascended to the 2nd level, nearly everyone concluded that this time, Su Yang was doomed to die. Yet, Su Yang stood there, a cold smile gracing his lips, utterly unmoved, merely observing the torrent surging towards him. What on earth? Is he stunned into inaction? Does he intend to endure this head-on? Surely, he has never witnessed the might of the 2nd tier, otherwise, such a foolish decision would be unthinkable. Regardless of the crowd's rising skepticism, Su Yang remained rooted, his gaze fixed on the spear's impending strike. Chapter 29. Has Su Yang perished? With a tearing sound, the turbulent energy rent Su Yang's garments, striking against his flesh. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the crowd fell silent. That overwhelming force had failed to budge Su Yang even a step. The anticipated bloodshed did not materialize. Su Yang stood resolutely, delivering a single, unembellished punch. This strike, devoid of any martial prowess, was simply a straightforward blow. 2,000 kilograms of force was instantly transmitted to Lu Qiaofeng. A piercing scream echoed as Lu Qiaofeng's body soared into the air, blood raining down upon the ground beneath. He crashed to the arena floor like a broken stone, motionless for an extended period. In that moment, the arena was engulfed in silence. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Was this truly the same youth who had, just days prior, possessed a mere 81 points of vitality? This singular punch could only be matched by a peak first-tier martial artist. Mo Ryun gaped, unable to close his mouth for what felt like eternity. Zien, is Su Gu truly this formidable? Do you think it's too late for me to change my mind? Lin Zien was equally astonished. In her understanding, only by harnessing his hidden fire affinity could Su Yang possibly triumph over Lu Qiaofeng. Yet, it was that simple. A plain and unadorned punch had brought Lu Qiaofeng to the ground. She privately compared her abilities and concluded, somewhat helplessly, that even at the 2nd tier's 3rd level, she could hardly guarantee a single decisive strike against Lu Qiaofeng now. Is this where your confidence lies? Lin Zien murmured softly. Equally astonished were Zhang Tai and his companions, who had conspired so diligently to tarnish Su Yang's reputation, hoping to use Lu Qiaofeng to ruin him. They had not anticipated this outcome. I understand now. Han Jing suddenly interjected beside Zhang Tai, her expression one of revelation. Understand what? My father returned yesterday and sought out Su Yang. He must have brought him some elixirs, bestowing him with his current combat prowess. Zhang Tai's eyes lit up at her words. Indeed, If my suspicions are correct, it must be a blood-boosting elixir or something similar. I once heard my father mention a potion circulating among the guards. A soldier on the brink of death could consume it and unleash strength even greater than in their prime. Yet, once the blood is unleashed, their life is forfeit. Zhang Tai smirked coldly. Moments ago, he had worried that Su Yang's newfound strength might lead him to seek revenge later. However, after hearing Han Jing's words, he felt utterly relieved. In the arena, Su Yang gazed quietly at Lu Qiaofeng. Is this the trump card the Li family prepared? To be honest, he was quite disappointed. According to the rules, unless one party conceded or perished, the battle would continue. Alas, there is nothing I can do. Su Yang shook his head, preparing to approach Lu Qiaofeng when suddenly, a strange light flickered across Lu Qiaofeng's body. Accompanying this was a peculiar shift in his aura, which became ominously strong. A sense of impending danger surged within Su Yang. At that moment, he felt as though his scalp had exploded. This was Lu Qiaofeng's true trump card. Amidst the strange radiance, countless droplets of blood began to bloom. Lu Qiaofeng's aura continued to swell. The blossoming blood transformed into a mist, enveloping the entire arena. A terrifying energy rapidly spread. In the stands, the previously unperturbed heads of major families almost simultaneously rose. Blood Lotus? This was a secret technique rumored to rely solely on the power of elixirs. When consumed within a designated time frame, the energy would be stored within the body in a peculiar way. When the final catalyst entered the body, all that energy would be released in its entirety, creating an astonishing surge of power in a short span of time. Even the blood-boosting elixir could not be compared to it. The blood-boosting elixir primarily drained strength from the blood's potential, while the Blood Lotus extracted power from every part of the caster's being. Quick dodge! Lin Xin shouted urgently. Su Yang, run! Mo Ryun echoed the warning. Yet, the assembled powerful figures sighed inwardly. At this juncture, escape was no longer an option. Every minuscule blood molecule in the air was infused with potent energy, primed to detonate at any moment. Lu Qiaofeng's chest visibly caved in. Yet once the secret technique was invoked, he stood upright once more, a cruel and twisted smile upon his face. I admit I underestimated you. But what of that? You shall still perish by my hand. Lu Qiaofeng declared, his laughter maniacal. Let destruction reign. In a frenzy, he cast aside his spear, raising both hands to the heavens, one hand gripping tightly. The blood energy surged violently, even emitting faint crackling sounds. In the next instant, a colossal wave of energy erupted with ferocious intensity. The entire arena was violently launched into the air, shrouded in a swirling mist of blood, rendering the scene nearly unrecognizable. Some martial artists who were too close were directly swept away by the powerful shockwave, crashing into the crowd behind them. Chaos erupted all around. Those who were further away stood in horrified astonishment. Was this truly the energy unleashed by a first-tier martial artist? It seemed unlikely that even an average third-tier could achieve such devastation. Han Jing stood there dazed, her eyes devoid of focus. Had Su Yang truly perished? But her father had explicitly instructed her to take care of him before he left. While she held no affection for Su Yang, she certainly did not wish for his demise. If he were dead, how could she face her father? Lin Xin and Mo Ruffeng shared her stunned expression. Under such overwhelming energy, even second-tier martial artists would find it nearly impossible to survive. Given Su Yang's strength, he might not even be able to piece his body back together. Hai Han sat, brow furrowed, casting a meaningful glance at the distant Li Kueishou. Because of him, the first high school had lost two prodigies, two individuals likely capable of gaining admission to the four great martial academies. Li Kueishou appeared unfazed, his demeanor calm, as if he were merely an outsider. Suddenly, as the blood mist began to dissipate, a raucous laughter erupted from within. Lu Qiaofeng, clad in tattered garments and smeared with blood, laughed maniacally. I told you, you are nothing but garbage. How about now? Do I still lack worth? Lu Qiaofeng stood amidst the ruins, resembling a madman. Let us depart. Lin Xin quietly rose and turned to leave. Mo Ruffeng, reluctant, stood and followed suit. As the two exited, the onlookers gradually regained their composure. Although the match had been thrilling, it had ultimately concluded without any unforeseen incidents. Suddenly, from the debris of the arena, another voice emerged. Is this how you wield a secret technique? Do you still consider yourself worthy? As the voice echoed, a figure slowly emerged from the rubble, stunning the departing crowd. Who was speaking? Chapter 30, Lu Qiaofeng's demise, the Li family's retribution. Lin Xin spun around, incredulous as she gazed towards the arena. As the blood mist receded, two figures stood facing each other. Lu Qiaofeng, equally astonished, stared at Su Yang, who cradled a pure white creature in his arms. You're alive? Lu Qiaofeng's eyes widened. Do you have another trick up your sleeve? If so, then continue. Su Yang, stroking the white fox, replied in a calm tone. Just a second before the blood mist erupted, he had summoned the White Fox, which created a temporary space beneath the arena, allowing Su Yang to evade danger. Naturally, he was unharmed. Lu Xiaofeng was consumed by rage, but found himself momentarily speechless. He had no further tricks. Who could have anticipated that a secret technique capable of countering third-tier martial artists would fail against Su Yang? Just as he raised his hand, his eyes widened in horror as his arm, raised mid-motion, suddenly crumbled like decayed wood, falling from his shoulder and shattering upon impact with the ground. Realization dawned upon Lu Xiaofeng, his eyes filled with dread. His body froze in place. Master, master. He called out, but received no response. Li family head. At this moment, Lu Xiaofeng could no longer afford to be concerned about anything else. He urgently contacted Li Kueishou. What a farce. His own life was at stake, leaving little room for other considerations. Li Kueishou, initially shocked, felt a surge of murderous intent upon hearing Lu Xiaofeng call his name. Suddenly, the second-tier martial artist who had been following Lu Xiaofeng clenched his fist. Lu Xiaofeng's long spear shot out from the ruins, its tip fracturing into countless icy glimmers, encircling both Lu Xiaofeng and Su Yang. There's more? Someone in the crowd gasped, realizing the Li family had indeed invested heavily this time. In an instant, the icy glimmers pierced through Lu Xiaofeng's body, leaving him riddled like a honeycomb. Meanwhile, Su Yang remained standing, unperturbed, as the icy shards failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. The surrounding martial artists felt their hearts racing, their expressions growing numb from the intensity of the spectacle. It was exhilarating, far beyond what anyone had anticipated from a clash between two low-tier martial artists. Brother Su is incredible, Mo Ruffin couldn't help but exclaim. The second-tier martial artist was also taken aback, although the icy glimmers lacked considerable power. Their unexpected nature made them nearly impossible to evade. Yet, it seemed the opponent hadn't even attempted to dodge. Did he possess some form of protective attire? But wasn't he just a destitute youth without connections? How could he afford such treasures? Though puzzled, the second-tier martial artist refrained from further attacks. The situation had escalated to the point where alternative strategies were required. All right. A voice from the crowd broke the tension with a cheer, leading to an eruption of applause. At this moment, many cast aside their reservations. The law does not hold the masses accountable, after all. Would the Li family pursue each individual for this cheer? Brother Su, you're truly amazing, Mo Ruffung exclaimed as he and Lin Xin approached Su Yang, giving him a thumbs up from a distance. Although his gaze lingered on the white fox in Su Yang's arms. What is this? Su Yang had anticipated this question and was waiting for it. It seems there's an issue with the school's instruments. In truth, my awakened profession is not that of a rancher, but rather a beast master. You are a beast master? Lin Xin asked in surprise. Su Yang nodded, presenting the white fox forward. This is my first spirit beast, the white fox. His voice was soft but clear enough for those nearby to hear. Indeed, many who heard this revelation displayed expressions of dawning comprehension. If he were a beast master, it would certainly explain a great deal. As the name suggests, a beast master primarily depends on spirit beasts for combat, with the spirit beast's combat prowess directly influencing the beast master's strength. Thus, if a beast master were somewhat lacking, it was not particularly surprising. This spirit beast of yours, Lin Xin hesitated, gazing at the white fox, a sense of familiarity washing over her, as if she had seen it somewhere before. However, Su Yang had no intention of elaborating further and waved his hand dismissively. We can discuss this later. I have urgent matters to attend to. Mo Ruffin was utterly bewildered. The referee had already awarded the match's stakes to Su Yang. Wasn't he the main event concluded? Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Su Yang's gaze directed towards the audience. Li family head, shouldn't we settle our accounts? Humph, we will take our time with that. Li Kueishou's face darkened as he turned to leave. The situation had unfolded to the point where their hunting scheme had been utterly foiled, and they had gained crucial information. The opponent was indeed a beast master. Even more unsettling was the fact that he couldn't discern the realm of that spirit beast, leaving him uneasy. Very well, Li family head, you may take your leave. Su Yang replied with a smile, not attempting to stop him. He had no inclination to harbor grudges. He preferred to settle scores in the moment. Today was the day of his retribution. However, he also wished to keep the commotion to a minimum. After Li Kueishou departed, he too exited the school. Zien, what does Su Ge mean by that? What does it mean to take a step ahead? Mo Rufeng felt somewhat perplexed. Lin Zien shot him a glance. Do you think he might have only spoken half a sentence? After saying this, Lin Zien departed. Mo Rufeng was left in a state of bewilderment, scratching his head in confusion. That was clearly a complete sentence. Where could half a sentence possibly come from? Regardless, he decided to follow along. Mo Rufeng resolved to stop overthinking and hurriedly kept pace with Lin Zien. At that moment, the spectators in the stands had all departed, leaving no one behind. and their expressions were hurried as if something significant was about to transpire. Once they left, the gathered martial artists felt a wave of relief and began to discuss amongst themselves. I never expected that there would be such a genius, said Zhong. His spirit beast is remarkably powerful. Of course, it must be strong to have taken down so many of the Li family's backup. What do you think the Li family patriarch meant by his last words? I always feel like there's something peculiar about their conversation. Not bad. You've got some wits. What comes after the phrase take a step ahead? Indeed. The martial artist who had posed the question scratched his head as a sudden realization struck him. He exclaimed, I'll follow shortly. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment before their hearts began to race. What does that mean? Is Su Yang planning to attack the Li family's stronghold? Not to mention the ban on fighting within the city. Could he truly handle so many members of the Li family with just his spirit beast? What are we pondering? Let us go see for ourselves. One martial artist suggested, and the others quickly came to their senses. Yes, speculating aimlessly would not yield answers. Witnessing the situation firsthand would clarify everything. Those quick to react surged ahead, while the slower ones hastened to catch up. If their suspicions were accurate, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar in Sui City. In mere moments, thousands of martial artists flooded the streets, charging toward the Li family's location like a swarm of locusts. The Li family estate was situated at a considerable distance from Zhong. Just as the crowd approached within 2 miles of the Li family, the vanguard suddenly halted. What the hell? Is someone squatting in front? Hurry it up. What are you stopping for? Move. The martial artists trapped behind became increasingly agitated. There are safety bureau personnel ahead. The road is blocked. Chapter 31. The Fall of the Li Family, the Might of the Master. Li Family. Li Kuei-shou entered with a grim expression. Upon entering, he saw numerous clan members anxiously waiting in the courtyard. How many times must I say it? In times of trouble, one must remain calm. What a disgrace. Observing the murderous look on Li Kuei-shou's face, the clan members quailed, refraining from further words. Once inside, a middle-aged man finally spoke up. Patriarch, we have been placed under house arrest by the Safety Bureau. House arrest? Li Kuei-shou raised an eyebrow, realizing that indeed, there were more family members present than usual, including some whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Initially, he thought they were merely concerned about the outcome of the tournament. But now he sensed something was amiss. What is the reason? Li Kuei-shou shook his head, saying nothing but that they needed to cooperate. Yet no one had come to question them thus far. Hearing this, Li Kuei-shou scoffed. Humph, the Safety Bureau may be powerful, but my Li family is not one to be trifled with. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Murder! Murder! As Li Kuei-shou was about to speak, he heard a panicked voice from outside. Master, Master, there's a young man outside, killing anyone he sees. Young Master Yu and Young Master Wu tried to reason with him and were also killed. What? Li Kuei-shou could no longer sit still. Upon hearing that his son was dead, his eyes turned red with fury. Let us go. Li Kuei-shou barked, leading everyone out swiftly. In the courtyard, the clan members huddled together, their voices trembling. Before them lay 4 corpses scattered about, blood gushing from their necks. Su Yang stood opposite them, cradling a white fox. Is your patriarch a turtle? Why so slow? As Su Yang spoke, a flash of white light erupted from his arms. In the next instant, a young man in black cried out in agony before collapsing. You insolent wretch, how dare you? With a thunderous roar, a group of individuals rushed in. It was none other than Li Kuei-shou and his companions. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, their eyes widened in horror. Li Kuei-shou coldly raised his head, and on the towering courtyard walls stood several safety officers in law enforcement uniforms, standing stoically without acknowledging the chaos within the courtyard. This left him with a sense of doubt. Clearly, the Safety Bureau had tacitly allowed this to unfold. But what leverage did they have over the Li family that they dared to brazenly invade? In the town, killing at will. If I were to execute you on the spot, the Safety Bureau would likely have nothing to say. Li Kuei-shou's words were evidently directed at the officers atop the wall. Unfortunately, they remained unresponsive, as if they were mere bystanders unperturbed by the events occurring. Li Kuei-shou steeled himself, his gaze icy. Seize him. If he resists, kill him on the spot. At his command, 4 or 5 second-tier martial artists immediately charged forth, attacking Su Yang. However, the very next second, Li Kuei-shou regretted his decision. The opponent had only a fox with him, yet it surged forward. In an instant, blood sprayed, and severed limbs flew. In a single encounter, 3 of the 5 second-tier fighters fell. The remaining 2, panicking and looking around, could not find the fox's whereabouts. Seeing 3 out of 5 dead, the remaining Li family warriors surged forth. Umph, it's the perfect opportunity to test the might of those spirit beasts. With a thought, Su Yang summoned the white fox back and replaced it with 10 first-tier spirit beasts. Explode, Su Yang murmured, and the spirit beasts charged into the fray, detonating with a massive shockwave that engulfed everyone. The scene turned into a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. Su Yang shook his head. One first-tier Spirit Beast self-detonation could hardly trade for a second-tier warrior. It would take at least 2 to take down one second-tier opponent. Gritting his teeth, he decided on 3. Instantly, 10 Spirit Beasts re-entered the battlefield. There was no choice. His current strength only allowed him to summon 10 first-tier Spirit Beasts at once. It seemed he needed to level up swiftly. Otherwise, no matter how precious his treasures were, they would go to waste. Su Yang murmured to himself. Although one first-tier Spirit Beast could not take down a second-tier warrior, they were easily dispatched against those who hadn't reached the second tier. The initial wave of explosions had already halved the enemy's ranks. At present, fewer than 10 of the Li family were left in the fight, most of whom were first tier. The second wave of explosions eliminated all the first-tier fighters. Though it may sound lengthy, all of this transpired in a remarkably short span of time. Before Li Kuei-shou could even comprehend the situation, his side had already suffered significant losses. Seeking death. Unable to remain idle, Li Kuei-shou directly joined the fray. It must be said, Li Kuei-shou truly lived up to his status as a third-tier high-ranking martial artist. With his involvement, the previously agile white fox found itself hindered in its movements. On the top of the courtyard wall, Lin Xuanfeng stood silently, observing the scene below. Accompanied by a young girl clad in a hoodie, Jiang Wan gazed down, her brow slightly furrowed. Lord Lin, how many spirit beasts has Su Yang truly contracted? Up to this moment, he has already self-destructed 20 spirit beasts. This tactic is utterly unlike any beast master I have ever known. Which beast master would not cherish their spirit beasts as treasures? How can Su Yang so readily resort to self-destruction? Lin Xuanfeng glanced at Jiang Wan and then at the white fox engaged in battle. The self-destructed spirit beasts were of low rank, yet that white fox was somewhat peculiar. If my conjecture is correct, that white fox is Su Yang's principal spirit beast. It appears he can manage, thus we need not interfere. Revenge is most meaningful when executed by one's own hand. Jiang Wan nodded, falling silent. When she first encountered Su Yang, she had even doubted her master's judgment, especially since he had obtained the golden token signifying unparalleled honor in the martial academy. However, today she found her opinion of Su Yang shifting. Below, Su Yang summoned 6 more beasts, half of which were second tier. Li Kuei-shou began to find himself in a precarious position, his thoughts racing as he fought and retreated. By now, the other second-tier fighters were all dead, intensifying his sense of impending doom. Trying to escape? Su Yang had seen through Li Kuei-shou's intentions and promptly detonated 3 second-tier beasts. Boom. Almost simultaneously with the explosion, a bright light abruptly appeared around Li Kuei-shou. In the next moment, an extremely dangerous aura enveloped the arena. Above the crowd, a phantom of a massive blade slowly took shape. The overwhelming pressure caused Su Yang's calves to tremble. He wanted to move, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Lin Xuanfeng, who had been observing, changed countenance dramatically. Li Kuei-shou, how dare you? He shouted, propelling himself towards Su Yang's position. If he did not intervene, he was convinced Su Yang would not withstand that strike. Too late. Li Kuei-shou cackled madly. Su Yang wished to kill him, and he likewise desired Su Yang's demise. There was no possibility for any other outcome. As Li Kuei-shou spoke, the phantom blade descended with great force. Finally resorting to your trump card? Su Yang's gaze was icy, yet he exhibited no fear. In the next moment, a colossal phantom appeared beside him. A golden axe, akin to a divine weapon from beyond the heavens, manifested. Its formidable might swept through, shattering the blade's phantom. And Li Kuei-shou's body was reduced to dust, the golden light unrelenting, hurtling backward. Wherever it passed, it obliterated the Li family, nearly annihilating them entirely. Lin Xuanfeng stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide with astonishment. The might of a master. Such talent exists in our Suiqing? Chapter 32. The hidden threat of Su Yang, evidence of treason. In contrast, Jiang Wan remained unfazed. My master's axe is indeed the might of a master. However, it seems my junior brother is a cause for concern. In just a few days, he has already used the protective talisman gifted by my master. Alas, my junior sister is faring better. Lin Xuanfeng, recovering from his stupor, finally regained his composure. You say Su Yang is also a newly accepted disciple of Master Ling Tian? But I distinctly remember Master Ling Tian stating that the token was reserved for Chun Ping'an of Chun City. Chun Ping'an, a name renowned even within the capital of Piqing. He was celebrated as the prodigy of the Chun family, awakening his swordsmanship talent at the age of 8, stepping into the first tier at 10, and at 13. He boldly defeated a second-tier warrior who had been entrenched for years, gaining fame across various cities. He had been promoted as a holy son by the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion and was being cultivated with utmost dedication. In the past 2 years, it was said he had already entered the 9th level of the second tier and might soon ascend to the 3rd tier. Even in the talent-saturated capital of Jinling, He was a figure at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Su Yang had now usurped his place, a situation that would likely bring significant trouble for him. Jiang Wan waved dismissively. That is my master's affair. You need not concern yourself with it. Su Yang, holding the token, was equally astonished by the axe's power. Indeed, a master is a master. The primary fighting force of the Li family lay dead, with only a few fortunate survivors remaining. Casting a cold gaze at the remaining members of the Li family, Su Yang felt a sense of satisfaction, having gathered 10 or so second-tier warriors as fans, significantly increasing his own return points. Approaching Lin Xuanfeng, he expressed gratitude. Thank you, Lord Lin, for your assistance, and thanks to my senior sister as well. Lin Xuanfeng dismissed his chaotic thoughts, acknowledging Jiang Wan's wisdom. Since Master Ling Tian had acted thus, he must have his own plans. It was futile for him to worry unnecessarily. Haha, truly impressive. Master Ling Tian possesses a discerning eye. For over a decade, I failed to recognize such a genius as Su Yang in our Suiqing. I am indeed humbled. You flatter me, Lord Lin. Rest assured, regarding the matter at hand. Given that the Li family dared to plot against the gold medal student of the Southern Martial Academy, it is tantamount to treason. The Security Bureau will handle it appropriately. That is not it, Lord Lin. I still wish to avoid revealing my identity prematurely. How about this? Su Yang proposed, retrieving a recording stone from his spatial ring. This contains evidence of Li Kueibua and Li Tianhao confessing their crimes of treason. Lin Xuanfeng, being seasoned in his wisdom, quickly grasped Su Yang's intent. Moreover, since the charge of treason was indeed valid, he readily agreed. Very well, I will initiate the projection immediately. Outside the alert zone, the originally 1,000-strong martial artists had swelled to over 10,000. Among them were martial artists, ordinary citizens, and students, all engaged in fervent discussions. Naturally, the topic revolved around the events transpiring within. Unfortunately, the guards stationed at every crucial route, along with the military stationed outside the city, ensured that no information leaked out. Look, what is that? In the distance, a phantom of a massive blade hovered in the air. Though separated by several miles, the crowd could still feel its terrifying presence. Such overwhelming might. Could it be that a fourth-tier powerhouse has intervened? A fourth tier. There is not a single fourth-tier powerhouse in all of Suiqing. It can only be said that Suiqing is too small, too impoverished to support even one. Boom. Just as the crowd marveled, another wave of even more potent golden light erupted. As the golden radiance burst forth, many were overwhelmed by its sheer force, unable to lift their heads, while countless others fell to their knees. Han Jing, Lu Xiaoxiao, and the others also prostrated themselves, their hearts racing in trepidation. Only when the golden light dissipated, revealing a raging inferno in the distance, did the crowd dare to raise their heads. That was the location of the Li family, a fire engulfing their estate. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Indeed, that is the Li family, their estate is ablaze. In that moment, the collective heart of the crowd quaked with dread. The implications were clear. Such a grand display could only be directed at the Li family. And now, with the Li family in flames, it indicated that their obliteration was highly probable. The Li family, a behemoth in Suiqing, had met its end. Jingjing, do you truly believe that Su Yang has gone to the Li family? Could this matter be connected to him? Lu Xiaoxiao pondered over her previous confrontations with Su Yang, a sense of trepidation creeping in. Jingjing, you must assist me. I acted that way towards him solely for your benefit. Han Jing furrowed her brows and shook her head. It is impossible. It cannot be Su Yang. If it were truly him, he wouldn't have been so consistently oppressed during the practical training sessions over the past 6 months. Even if he is a beastmaster, his spirit beast would certainly not be a match for the head of the Li family. Jingjing's analysis was spot on. It could not possibly be Su Yang. Zhang Tai chimed in. Did you not hear? That was a battle of the 4th and 5th tiers. Do you honestly believe Su Yang could reach such heights? Let alone Su Yang. Even our city lord falls short. As the two spoke, Lu Xiaoxiao's previously frantic heart began to settle. Indeed, if Su Yang possessed such power, he could easily crush her with a mere finger, and she would have had no chance to treat him as she did. While the crowd was engaged in discussion, a radiant light suddenly flickered across the sky, and after a wave of disturbance, an enormous image materialized above Suiqing. Almost everyone in the city could see it clearly upon lifting their heads. The image depicted 2 humans and a demon beast, none other than Li Kueibua and Li Tianhao. Both individuals were well-known figures in Suiqing, and many recognized them instantly. Initially, the crowd remained calm, but as the content of the discussion deepened, their anger ignited. Damn it! The Li family has colluded with the demon tribes to massacre human geniuses. How despicable. Thankfully, the Security Bureau discovered this early. Otherwise, how many humans would have suffered? The Li family, such scum, deserves extermination. As more individuals began to seethe with rage, the guards surprisingly withdrew, and the crowd found their outlet. charging madly towards the Leaf family's location. In this vast world, despite the multitude of races, the greatest threat to the Huaxiao was undoubtedly the demon tribes. Not only did various demon beasts gnaw away at Huaxiao's territory, but demon warriors also launched surprise attacks on human cities, bringing calamity upon the Huaxiao people with each encounter. Among these, human traitors often emerged, putting their selfish interests above the lives of others, even acting as guides for the enemy. Such individuals were loathed by the public even more than the demons themselves. Now, upon learning that the Leaf family was among these traitors, a blaze of fury erupted. The survivors of the Leaf family had barely begun to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to be alive, when thousands of warriors surged forward, attacking any Leaf family member they encountered without mercy. After the onslaught, the bodies were tossed into the flames for disposal. The survivors could never have imagined that after narrowly escaping one calamity, they would meet a fate even more excruciating. Su Xiaoyu, your hand is truly remarkable, Lin Xuanfeng remarked. Having left with Su Yang and now observing the crowd rushing towards the Leaf family, the will of the people must align with righteousness. It really has nothing to do with me. Su Yang, in his arrogance, acknowledged that this video was indeed his handiwork. After all, Li Kueibua and Li Tianhao were his fans, and reaping a bit of profit from them was effortless. However, his comment was met with an eye roll from Zhang Wan. His boastful words seemed reminiscent of the elders from the Saint race, who spoke grandly yet killed without a flicker of their eyes. Su Yang had intended to return, but Lin Xuanfeng insisted on dragging him to the city lord's mansion. Upon their arrival, an elderly man awaited them at the entrance, with Mo Rufu and Lin Xin standing behind him. Upon seeing them return, he promptly approached. Lord Lin, Master Mo. After the two elders exchanged pleasantries, they entered the city lord's mansion, followed by the younger generation. Mo Rufu's expression was animated as he subtly tugged at Su Yang's sleeve. Su Gu, did you go to the Li family? Su Yang glanced at Mo Rufu, who had completely shed the aloof demeanor of a proud aristocrat and had transformed into a chatterbox filled with curiosity. What do you think? Mo Rufu was taken aback. I think you must have gone. I just saw the projection in the sky. If I had been there, I would have killed a couple of Li family members to vent my anger. Su Yang shot him a glare. Then why didn't you go? Mo Rufu felt a bit embarrassed. My grandfather called me back, but thankfully I returned. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen you, Su Gu. You are now my idol. From now on, I will follow you. You were so impressive in the arena. Stop, Su Yang said, feeling overwhelmed, casting a sympathetic glance at Lin Xin. Although the girl was beautiful, her life must be quite burdensome. Who could tolerate having a fly buzzing around their ears all day? Lin Xin stifled a laugh, pinching herself to suppress her amusement. Upon entering the main hall, the guests took their seats. Lin Xuanfeng introduced the elderly man to Su Yang. As Su Yang had surmised, the elder was indeed Mo Rujian, the head of the Mo family. I hear that you, Su Xiaoyu, are in urgent need of jade and rare earth materials? Mo Rujian got straight to the point. Su Yang glanced at Zhang Wan, surprised to find that his senior sister was quite reliable. After discussing serious matters the previous night, Zhang Wan had agreed to visit the city lord's mansion and had inquired about his resource needs. Su Yang did not hold back and stated his requirements directly. Jade was merely a mundane item, easily obtainable with wealth. However, rare earth materials were not so easily acquired. They were typically used for refining elixirs and armor. He had mentioned it casually, not expecting Zhang Wan to take it to heart. Yes, Master Mo, but... Su Yang rubbed his fingers together awkwardly, mimicking a money-counting gesture. This action elicited hearty laughter from Mo Rujian. No worries, my Mo family can generously provide you with a batch of jade for free. As for rare earth materials, may I inquire which type you desire? Heavy rare earth or light rare earth? Su Yang paused, realizing that he had not delved into this subject in recent days. Is there a difference? Each type of rare earth has its distinct functions. What area do you intend to use it for? Su Yang pondered for a moment before responding honestly, for defense. Mo Rujian considered this. For defensive purposes, heavy rare earth would be preferable. Both Wushang rare earth and Diling rare earth would suffice. Furthermore, just like other medicinal materials, rare earths are also graded. The most commonly used are of the yellow tier. The higher the grade, the greater the value and efficacy. Su Yang nodded, absorbing the information conveyed by Mo Rujian. Which type of rare earth is easily obtainable in large quantities? Mo Rujian was taken aback, realizing that Su Yang seemed to require a substantial amount of rare earth. Although these materials were scarce, their uses were quite specific, and the demand was not particularly high. Now that the other party sought a large quantity, it raised questions. However, Mo Rujian did not hesitate for long. After a slight moment of contemplation, he continued, Diling rare earth is found in a massive mine near the southern capital. Su Yang's eyes brightened at this revelation. It seemed he had to choose the Southern Martial Academy for the sake of the Diling rare earth. Initially, He had planned to wait for a better offer, but now, he found this arrangement quite negotiable. As Su Yang departed from the Lord's mansion, the afternoon had already set in. Mo Jian had promised to expedite the transportation of a batch of jade and rare earth elements. Whether it would materialize remained to be seen. After Su Yang's exit, Mo Jian and Lin Xuanfeng swiftly relocated to another venue. Have you made up your mind, Brother Mo? This wager is not insubstantial, Lin Xuanfeng remarked. Mo Jian chuckled softly. Brother Lin, your stake is not trifling either. Should we extinguish the Li family? It is inevitable that someone will rise in their defense. Did you not discern any underlying truths, Brother Mo? Lin Xuanfeng smiled knowingly. Simply considering his current realm, he can contend with Li Kuei. Does that not indicate something? Moreover, can you guess the rank of the token bestowed upon him by Master Ling Tian? Mo Jian's interest was piqued. He was aware that the tokens of the Southern Martial Academy were categorized into 3 tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. Lin Xuanfeng's granddaughter, Lin Xin, had been admitted early and possessed merely the most basic bronze token. Even that ordinary bronze token had not been seen in Sui City for years. Judging by Lin Xuanfeng's tone, it was unlikely to be bronze. Could it be silver? As for gold, he dismissed the thought. A gold token signified a prodigy capable of ascending the Southern Martial Academy's ranking list, with the lowest achievers having reached the 3rd stage's 3rd level. No matter how extraordinary Su Yang was, he could not attain such heights. Otherwise, they would have truly wasted years in their cultivation. Silver token? Mo Jian ventured cautiously. Lin Xuanfeng shook his head with a smile and uttered 2 astonishing words. Gold token. Gold token? Mo Jian gasped in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. No wonder this cunning old fox had so readily annihilated the Li family. Backed by Master Ling Tian, what was there to fear? Mo Jian immediately retrieved his phone. Mo Yen, double the previous shipment. No, increase it tenfold. Mo Jian, did the Hong family also participate earlier? Inform the dark guards to eliminate them. Lin Xuanfeng rolled his eyes beside him. Do you really think it appropriate to call for slaughter in front of me, the esteemed lord of the city? Yet he discreetly turned away, pretending not to hear. In the Hong family, Hong Dingkuan paced restlessly in the hall, his heart racing with unease since receiving news of the Li family's extinction. Hong He, have all the members returned? At his call, a figure hurriedly entered from outside. Reporting to Master, everyone has returned as per your instructions. Hong Dingkuan glanced at the imposing duo seated on either side, his demeanor slightly easing. With them present, he felt a semblance of security. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a thunderous explosion erupted in the courtyard, followed by several agonizing cries. Hong Dingkuan's expression changed dramatically. Brothers. His voice had barely escaped when the 2 men sprang into action, their murderous intent palpable. As they exited, they beheld dozens of shadowy figures charging toward the hall. The murderous aura emanating from each was no less formidable than that of the 2 men. Let us go, Bai Sha commanded sharply, his pupils narrowing. In an instant, the duo ascended to the rooftop and vanished in a flash. Hong Dingkuan stood dumbfounded. You've got to be kidding me. Are you just going to run? What about me? Chapter 34. The Exchange Competition, a Contempt from Han Jing. Moments later, Hong Dingkuan's head was severed from his body. Beside him were the black and white twins, who had just attempted to flee. 10 minutes later, the Hong family was engulfed in a sea of flames. In a single day, the 2 great overlords of Sui City had been eradicated, sending shockwaves throughout the entire city. Even the previously arrogant martial artists had adopted a more humble demeanor, wary of provoking a formidable adversary with a mere glare. As the orchestrator of this upheaval, Su Yang remained unfazed. After exiting the Lord's mansion, he proceeded directly to the restaurant, spending 5 million Yanhuang coins on jade. To his dismay, the advancement progress of the Jade Qilin had only increased by 500 points. Calculating, it amounted to merely 1 point for every 10,000 Yanhuang coins. This revelation left him astounded. It appeared that a single upgrade for the Jade Qilin would require a staggering 50 million, and this was merely the initial ascension. Future upgrades would undoubtedly demand astronomical sums. It seemed that accumulating emotional value might prove to be a more accessible route. Su Yang contemplated. Now, with his white fox unveiled to the public eye, his identity as a beast tamer no longer required concealment. Henceforth, he could leverage the white fox for profit. At the first high school, in the principal's office, Gao Han wore a troubled expression. Opposite him sat a woman in her 30s, exuding an air of grace, teacher Song Jing. Following Li Kueiwei's apprehension by the security bureau that morning, Song Jing had assumed the role of the school's team advisor. Teacher Song, it is indeed challenging to have you take over this mess, he remarked. Rest assured, the school will not impose stringent demands regarding this exchange competition. Furthermore, with Su Yang as your formidable asset, there may very well be unexpected victories in store. Song Jing managed a wry smile. Even now, Recalling Su Yang's clash with Lu Chaofeng sent tremors through her heart. It was a strike worthy of a third-tier martial artist. Yet it had been thwarted by Su Yang's Spirit Beast. Adding to that, he had also managed to withstand a surprise attack purely with his physical prowess, rendering him virtually invincible among first-tier practitioners. How could she possibly summon the confidence to guide such a student? Yet, upon reflecting on the prodigious Chun Pingan from Chun City, her excitement morphed into despair. This genius, originally a member of Chun City's elite class, had transferred to the first high school just days prior. The motive was unmistakable. Was it truly necessary for a talent like Chun Pingan to participate in a mere exchange competition? It felt akin to adults bullying a child. Principal, do you think Chun City's first high school needs to resort to such tactics? Even if Chun Pingan were to sweep through our entire team, what pride would there be in that? Song Jing queried, perplexed. Gao Han chuckled softly at her words. Winning against us may not hold much honor, but it would certainly catch the eye of certain individuals. I've heard that several recruitment officers from martial academies are present in Chun City, and they are undoubtedly there for Chun Pingan. They are vying for his attention. At this juncture, with Chun Pingan transferring to our school and proclaiming his intent to participate in the exchange competition, it is merely a demonstration of his worth to those instructors. Seeking to secure greater resources, Gao Han stroked his chin, fully aware of such stratagems, yet feeling somewhat helpless. Demonstrating worth was one thing, but he hoped they wouldn't use his school as a stepping stone. Though Su Yang's Spirit Beast was formidable, it did not represent a true third-tier strength. Based on his observations, Lu Chaofeng's final strike likely only possessed the prowess of a second-tier 7th or 8th level. One could challenge ranks while the other relied on medicinal enhancements to reach a high second-tier position. The superiority was crystal clear. Alas, it seemed that Su Yang had not anticipated this. After enduring in silence for so long, believing the moment had come for him to soar, he was met with a prodigy among prodigies. Gao Han sighed deeply. At that moment, the telephone on his desk rang abruptly. Upon answering, he listened for just a couple of sentences, and the worried expression that had adorned his face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of exhilaration. After hanging up, his gaze towards Song Jing turned peculiar, causing her to feel a shiver down her spine, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest. Just then, Gao Han suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Song Laosher, are you not a harbinger of good fortune? You have only just assumed command, and the Lord's residence has already bestowed a grand gift upon us. Song Jing's expression shifted to one of skepticism. What grand gift? Tomorrow, Lin Zine and Mo Ruffling from the extreme class will be transferring to our school. They've already chosen their class, Class 9. Is that true? Song Jing's face lit up with surprise, but her skepticism returned swiftly. Class 9? Why Class 9? There is only one reason. Because of Su Yang, Gao Han declared with certainty. Su Yang's recent victory has undoubtedly showcased his prowess, attracting the attention of the Lord's residents. Song Jing nodded in agreement, recognizing the principal's reasoning. Nevertheless, despite such a formidable lineup, the prospect of defeating Chuncheng No. 1 High School remained bleak. Yet, this school team was perhaps the strongest the institution had seen in years, and she felt a sense of pride to be associated with it. Indeed, Song Laosher, please inform Su Yang that he should come by the school tomorrow. New students ought to meet him. The following day, upon receiving the call, Su Yang arrived at the school punctually. At that moment, the students' gazes towards him brimmed once more with admiration. Regrettably, the emotional value of these students could no longer provide Su Yang with significant returns, which left him somewhat disappointed. As he reached the classroom door, the previously noisy classroom fell into an immediate hush. The sight of Su Yang had everyone wide-eyed, akin to witnessing a marvel. Lu Xiaoxiao nudged Han Jing. Jing, Su Yang is here. Aren't you going to say a few words to him? Han Jing, with a haughty tilt of her neck, retorted, if you want to. Go ahead. All right, you said it. Lu Xiaoxiao, upon hearing this, acted as if she had received a royal decree, adjusting her attire to enhance her allure further. After Su Yang's triumph over Lu Chaofeng, he had naturally usurped Lu Chaofeng's position, that of the top student in No. 1 High School, an object of desire for countless girls. Despite the perceived shortcomings of a beast master, Su Yang's advantages in the martial examination would be considerable. As for the future, as long as he could gain admission to the martial academy, where countless prodigies resided, who would still need to be shackled to him. Su Yang, you are fantastic. Come, sit here. Lu Xiaoxiao's voice was an exaggerated pitch, striving to sound as gentle as possible. She even shifted her body aside, making her form appear more alluring. However, Su Yang ignored her entirely, walking straight to the last row, claiming his designated seat. Lu Xiaoxiao felt somewhat embarrassed, biting her lip as if she had suffered a great injustice. Noticing Su Yang's disregard, she cast a pitiful glance at Han Jing. Han Jing, sensing the tension, rose to her feet. Despite Su Yang's newfound stature, The remnants of her former superiority prevented her from lowering her proud head. Yet, internally, she felt somewhat swayed. After all, the current Su Yang seemed to merit her attention. That thought, however, dissipated in the face of Su Yang's haughty demeanor. Su Yang, what makes you so impressive? Are you merely a beast master? Without a spirit beast, and without the explosive blood pills your father provided, could you even withstand a single strike from Lu Chaofeng? I doubt you could endure even one move. As Han Jing's words echoed, a profound silence settled over the classroom, soon followed by hushed whispers. Did Su Yang use explosive blood pills? Isn't it said that consuming them leads to certain death? Could he possibly explode at any moment? Goodness. Does that mean we are all in danger? Su Yang paused momentarily, casting a look of incredulity at Han Jing. This woman was truly fearless. Even conjuring notions of explosive blood pills. Why not claim she had consumed an elixir of immortality instead? Seeing Su Yang's silence, Han Jing believed she had struck a nerve, her expression becoming more arrogant. Indeed, Su Yang remains the same as ever, a worthless wretch. If only he could muster a little backbone. Perhaps I would regard him with a modicum of respect. Su Go, I'm here. Just as Han Jing contemplated speaking further, an exaggerated laugh echoed from the doorway. Mo Ruffling, clad in designer attire with impeccably styled hair, presented himself like a wealthy scion. However, upon spotting Su Yang, a sycophantic smile immediately graced his previously frosty countenance. Resembling a devoted lapdog, he recalled his father's words from the previous night. From now on, Su Yang will be your guiding star. If you lose sight of him, do not return. Uncertain of his father's sudden whim, Mo Ruffing nonetheless held a high regard for Su Yang. The classroom fell into an odd silence. All eyes fixed intently on the entrance. The female students discreetly retrieved their compact mirrors, checking their appearances meticulously before lifting their heads again. Their expressions enamored as they gazed at Mo Ruffing. Goodness, he is extraordinarily handsome. With wealth and strength, compared to him, Su Yang simply pales in comparison. Meanwhile, the male students' gazes were fixated on the ethereal beauty following Mo Ruffing, Lin Xin, dressed rather ordinarily without any deliberate embellishment. Her pure and alluring aura seemed etched into her very being, utterly unmaskable. Yang Gang trailed behind, his smile wide as a blooming flower, having not flattened his grin since encountering the duo. Ah, money. These two are just bundles of wealth, ready to pour into my embrace. How much bonus will I secure from this martial examination? He cleared his throat and clapped his hands. Classmates, we have 2 new students joining us. I believe no introduction is necessary, right? With only half a month until the martial examination, those participating should strive to gather as many resources as possible. For those taking the literary examination, do not slacken, aim for excellent results. After Yang Gang concluded, he glanced towards the back row. At that moment, Mo Ruffing had already seated himself next to Su Yang, quietly conversing with him, while Lin Xin opted for a single seat, but also positioned herself in the last row. After some contemplation, Yang Gang decided that in the remaining days, they likely would not be present in the classroom often, so he let it be. Su Yang, Lin Xin, Mo Ruffing, please visit the school team office shortly. Song Laosher is looking for you. With that, Yang Gang departed the classroom. As soon as he left, some bolder girls began to take action. Lu Xiaoxiao, who had been ignored by Su Yang, suddenly radiated vitality. Compared to Mo Ruffing, Su Yang is nothing. She yanked her already low-cut neckline even further down, exposing her assets to the air. Han Jing shot her an annoyed glance. What kind of friend are you? Doing this in the trial grounds last time and again now. Despite her assertiveness towards Su Yang, when faced with Mo Ruffing, Han Jing's girlish demeanor surfaced, hesitating to follow Lu Xiaoxiao. Instead, she remained seated, covertly observing. While she may have been slightly less endowed than Lu Xiaoxiao, she was confident in her beauty and elegance. She understood well that affluent families would never allow a woman of questionable repute to enter their homes. If Lu Xiaoxiao succeeded, she was certain she would too. With a radiant smile gracing her features, Lu Xiaoxiao approached Mo Ruffing's seat, observing that he and Su Yang were deeply engrossed in their conversation. She leaned alluringly against the table, exuding an undeniable charm. Brother Ruffin, about our last encounter. Suddenly, an unexpected high-pitched voice interrupted, startling Mo Ruffin mid-discussion. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Lu Xiaoxiao's garish attire, which left him feeling quite nauseated. Su Ge, is this woman unwell? Her veins are practically bulging. Doesn't she feel suffocated? She looks like the skin of a toad, trying to scare us to death. Su Yang couldn't contain his laughter, realizing that Mo Ruffin's sharp tongue was not only witty, but also rather cutting at times. Lu Xiaoxiao froze in place, caught in an awkward position. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. All right, let me introduce you to Teacher Tsang. Su Yang chuckled, hastily rising to his feet. Mo Ruffin and Lin Xin followed closely behind as they made their way towards the door. In the distance, Lu Xiaoxiao faintly caught the sound of Su Yang's laughter. It's not as unbearable as you claimed, just too dark. Perhaps it was overexposed. That damned Su Yang, Lin Ziyin. Will you not put him in his place? Lu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in silent resentment. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyin trailed behind, her head bowed, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. That insufferable Mo Rufin has corrupted Su Yang. Upon reaching the school team office, they found several individuals already present. Teacher Tsang greeted them with a warm smile, while Lu Schwenner swiftly pulled Lin Ziyin to sit beside her. Now that everyone is here, let us discuss the upcoming exchange competition, Teacher Tsang began, outlining the details. Although many team members stole glances towards Lin Ziyin and Mo Rufin, Teacher Tsang could only turn a blind eye, but when he introduced the opposing team, particularly the prodigious Chen Pingyan, a collective groan erupted. How are we supposed to compete? That one person could easily defeat us, unless we have the stunning Lin on our side. Someone lamented, only to quickly correct themselves upon catching sight of Lin Ziyin, mentally congratulating their cleverness. Hearing this, even Teacher Tsang regarded Lin Ziyin with a glimmer of hope. If there remained even a sliver of chance, it resided in the prospect of Lin Ziyin teaming up with Su Yang for a wheel war. Although defeat seemed inevitable, it would at least be less embarrassing. Lin Ziyin's expression stiffened as she spoke coolly. Even if I exhaust all my trump cards, I still cannot match him. Teacher Tsang managed a forced smile. No worries, everyone should just give their best effort. The main goal is to avoid injuries. The exchange competition is set for 3 days hence, in the afternoon, and we will depart early, so please do not be late. Furthermore, the rewards for the victors are quite substantial. There are 10 bone refining pills up for grabs. Let us do our best. With that, Teacher Tsang concluded the meeting after exchanging contact information with Lin Ziyin. Indeed, the announcement of such incentives sparked a renewed glimmer in the eyes of the previously dispirited team members. The bone refining pills would be invaluable once they formally stepped into the realm of martial artists. Even at the second tier, these pills would be beneficial. Consuming them would significantly accelerate their physical training and unleash their latent potential, thereby enhancing their physical prowess. Even Mo Rufin felt a surge of eagerness. Conversely, Su Yang was less enthused about the rewards. Why rely on external aid when diligent practice is sufficient? He mused. After departing from the school and bidding farewell to Lin Ziyin and Mo Rufin, he took a taxi to the city gate station. He was determined not to squander the next 2 days within the city. Slaying an additional beast would not only garner him another fan, but also yield varying emotional values. Truth be told, after learning about Chen Pingyan, a sense of urgency bubbled within Su Yang, igniting a thrill of excitement. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. He thought, if he could conquer Chen Pingyan, the rewards would undoubtedly surpass those offered by the school. However, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. After just 1 day at Trial Ground 33, Su Yang received a call from Mo Rufin, informing him that the Earth Spirit Rare Earth had arrived and urging Su Yang to take a look. If he could swiftly elevate the Earth Qilin, his own Earth Shield would automatically ascend as well. Even a third-tier defense would significantly amplify his combat capabilities. Following the address provided by Mo Rufin, Su Yang hurried back. Upon arrival, he was pleasantly surprised to find Mo Jian awaiting him at the entrance, an unexpected honor. It was evident that this merchant family possessed a keener sense of awareness than the average person. Su Xiaoyu, please come in. Mo Jian warmly welcomed him, while Mo Rufin obediently trailed behind. After exchanging pleasantries in the main hall, Mo Jian produced a key. Su Xiaoyu, everything has been stored in the warehouse. I'll have someone escort you there. If it doesn't meet your expectations, we can search for alternatives. Chapter 36, The Ascension of the Jade Qilin. The Gathering of Silver Sand Technique. Mo Rufin volunteered to lead Su Yang to the designated warehouse. Su Gu, I'll wait outside for you. No need to rush. We still have a day before departure. He grinned, opening the door just wide enough for one person to slip through. Su Yang, feeling no need for pretense, entered the warehouse and closed the door behind him. The warehouse was not particularly expansive, measuring about 200 square meters, with a dozen specially designed boxes placed in the center. Surrounding them were various ores, large and small, nearly filling the entire space. Master, I'm hungry. Master, I want some too. Before Su Yang could examine the contents of the boxes, the plaintive cries of the Jade Qilin and Earth Qilin echoed in his mind. 2 gluttons, Su Yang thought, rolling his eyes. However, faced with the heap of materials, he decided to release both Qilins. With a flourish, the 2 Qilins eagerly lunged towards their food as soon as they appeared in the warehouse. The boxes opened, revealing one filled with an assortment of jade stones, while the others contained a fiery red substance. This must be the Earth Spirit Rare Earth, Su Yang surmised. The Earth Qilin pounced on one of the boxes, taking a bite that instantly reduced its contents by nearly half. Su Yang was taken aback. The current Earth Qilin was no larger than a teddy bear. yet it devoured an amount nearly equivalent to half its size without a hint of difficulty. Meanwhile, the Jade Qilin was equally swift. Resting its front hooves atop the jade stone box, visible streams of pale green light began to coalesce within its body. In mere moments, the once lustrous jade lost its sheen and crumbled to dust with the slightest touch. What a true glutton, Su Yang marveled, shaking his head in amazement. Approximately 20 minutes later, all the rare earth and jade stones had been consumed by the two Qilins, who, appearing somewhat unsatisfied, gazed up at Su Yang with pleading eyes. Master, we want more to eat. Su Yang felt a rush of frustration, while he was uncertain of the price of the rare earth. A glance at the panel revealed that the progress value of the Jade Qilin had increased by 1,000, equating to a staggering worth of 10 million. In the blink of an eye, 10 million had vanished, truly an extravagant expenditure. However, upon noticing that the Jade Kirin was merely 200 away from promotion, he felt a flicker of temptation. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to procure another 2 million jade stones today to elevate the Jade Kirin. As for the Earth Kirin, after digesting those rare earths, it had grown significantly, now comparable in size to a young lamb, enveloped in a misty aura. As that aura gradually receded into its body, Su Yang sensed a transformation occurring in his own skin. His previously taut skin had become even more refined. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that even the pores had undergone a change, exuding an enigmatic charm. Could it be that my defenses have strengthened? A glimmer of surprise illuminated Su Yang's eyes. Yet this time he refrained from experimenting with a blade on his own body, instead inquiring of the Jade Kirin. Little Jade, to what stage has my defense progressed? Master, your defenses are remarkably strong now. Even I could only strike you down with a single palm, and you would not even turn to mud, the Jade Kirin replied succinctly. Just give me the specific number, Su Yang urged. Peak stage 2, the Jade Kirin answered with alacrity. In the main hall of the Mo family, Mo Jian sat leisurely sipping tea. Old Wu, convey the message that at mealtime, some food should be sent to warehouse number 3. Ensure it is of the highest standard. Understood? Also, no one is to approach warehouse number 3 without summons. He mused that with such a colossal quantity, his young friend Su must be utterly astonished. As this thought crossed his mind, Mo Jian smugly stroked his beard. Although it was labeled as a sample, the jade alone was worth 10 million, and the rare earths even more so. All told, this gift was valued at over 20 million. Yet Mo Jian deemed it worth every penny. For he desired precisely this effect, one that would astonish the recipient, thus rendering the gift truly valuable. A pettiness would yield no such impact. Just then, the voice of Mo Ruffling echoed from outside. Grandfather, Su Yang has arrived. Mo Jian hastily rose to greet him. Su, my young friend, have you forgotten something? Speak up, and I shall have it prepared. Mo Jian's warmth made Su Yang feel somewhat bashful. He rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. Old Master Mo, your gift is far too lavish. Once I am wealthy, I shall certainly repay you. For now, could you assist me in acquiring another 2 million jade stones? I have exhausted my supply, but rest assured, I shall bear the cost myself. This was not born of greed. Rather, it was clear that the Mo family was keen to foster a connection with him. To voice this request outright would only solidify the Mo family's perception of him as one of their own. Indeed, upon hearing that Su Yang required another 2 million jade stones, Mo Jian waved his hand, instructing the steward to make the necessary arrangements. Yet, his hand lingered, suddenly frozen in place. Used up? That amounts to 10 million jade stones. How could they have vanished in the blink of an eye? Even if tossed into water, it would take at least 20 minutes to deplete. Nonetheless, he quickly regained his composure, refraining from mentioning this matter again, and amiably urged Su Yang to take a seat and engage in casual conversation. The steward was efficient, and within 20 minutes, he hurried in with a box. Mo Jian rose at the appropriate moment. Su, my young friend, you may attend to your matters. Su Yang, unceremoniously, took the box of jade stones back to the warehouse. As soon as he entered, the Jade Kirin seemed to sense the jade's aura and began to stir with excitement. Once released, it eagerly lunged towards the stones. With a resounding roar, the Jade Kirin's aura, already potent, reached its zenith upon consuming the batch of jade, erupting spectacularly. Its body rapidly expanded, now resembling a calf. Radiating an air of scholarly wisdom, its gaze deepening further. Su Yang observed the Jade Kirin, and the interface appeared. Indeed, the Jade Kirin had advanced to the second tier, with its promotion progress now at 0.20000, and its fan count increased to 36. Moreover, the advancement of the Jade Kirin directly bestowed upon Su Yang a new skill. When he glanced at the martial arts list, he was utterly astounded. Cosmic Silver Sand Technique, beginner in a short period, allows the practitioner to gather the cultivation power of all fans onto oneself or a selected fan, thereby enhancing their combat strength. In principle, The maximum enhancement of combat strength for the recipient of the beginner Cosmic Silver Sand technique is tenfold. The drawback is that after use, the practitioner will enter a state of weakness. Su-yang was significantly shaken. One could only say that a system-produced item must be of exceptional quality. Currently at the first level of the second tier, if he were to employ this technique, he would likely not fear even a mid-level third-tier warrior. Moreover, this was not even the most formidable aspect of this secret method. It could simultaneously be applied to fans, rendering the weakness period virtually irrelevant for him. Just imagine. White Fox was already at the third tier. With an additional secret method, it could probably withstand even fourth-tier opponents. With this ace up his sleeve, Su Yang's eyes sparkled with determination. What of the Chun family's prodigies? What of their invincibility? Just wait, he was coming for them. Chapter 37. Departure to Chun City. The schemes of Chun City No. 1 Middle School. The following day dawned bright and clear. Early in the morning, Mo Ruffling drove to pick up Su Yang and Lin Ziyin, heading straight for the school. Once everyone had gathered, Teacher Tsang provided some final instructions before announcing the departure. Inside a conference room at Chun City No. 1 Middle School, a dozen students sat, each exuding an extraordinary aura. At the forefront sat a teacher in his 30s. Liang Ping, the coach of the school's team. Liang Ping surveyed the room, his gaze ultimately landing on a young man at the back, his eyes nearly glistening with honeyed delight. This competition can be said to be the easiest one I have ever overseen. We are going in with open cards. I can hardly fathom how the opponents could possibly win. His words instantly elicited a chorus of laughter. However, as the host, should we not maintain a modicum of humility? Teacher, we aspire to be low-key, but the reality simply does not allow for it. One team member chimed in with a grin. Indeed, their strongest contender must be that so-called genius girl, Lin Ziyin, right? With a cultivation level at the third level of the second tier. She is on par with senior sister Mingqi. As for that Mo Ruffling, though he is at the pinnacle of the first tier, I am confident I could best him one-on-one. The rest of them are hardly worth mentioning. The speaker was Hao Run, the vice-captain of the team, whose cultivation was at the peak of the first tier. Before Chen Pingin's arrival, he had been the indisputable second-in-command. Now, however, he had been relegated to third place. Liang Ping waved his hand dismissively. Hao Run, do not underestimate our opponents. You have heard about the events at Suiqing No. 1 Middle School, have you not? That's Su Yang. Defeating Lu Chaofeng is likely not as simple as he appears. Furthermore, it is rumored that the demise of the Li and Hong families is also related to him. Seated not far from Chen Pingan, Jiang Mingqi had remained silent until Liang Ping mentioned Su Yang, prompting a barely perceptible disdainful expression from Chen Pingan. Only then did Jiang Mingqi speak. Teacher, you mentioned that it is merely a rumor, without confirming whether Su Yang is indeed connected to the downfall of those two families. Let us not overlook how he supposedly defeated Lu Chaofeng. There are now at least 3 different versions of the story. How could a so-called waste with a mere 81 points in blood testing manage to defeat a 5th-level warrior like Lu Chaofeng in such a short span? All individuals present are practitioners, and such a deceit is utterly unworthy of scrutiny. Ultimately, let us not forget that the protagonist of this competition is none other than Brother Chun. Regardless of who else may be involved, they can only serve as mere background figures. As Jiang Mingqi concluded her string of remarks, even Liang Ping found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the spotlight belongs to Chen Pingan, a martial arts prodigy rarely seen in a century in Chun City. No matter who stands in opposition, they are destined to be mere embellishments. Furthermore, it is evident why Chen Pingan transferred to First High. Very well, we must proceed with the personnel arrangements as per usual. You may deliberate among yourselves. I shall take my leave. With that, Liang Ping hummed a tune and departed. Such an invincible lineup truly requires no further concern from him. He could simply sit back and await his rewards. Once Liang Ping left, Chen Pingan also rose to his feet. To be honest, he viewed this meeting as a complete waste of time. As the two exited, the remaining team members finally came to life, engaging in a lively discussion. Sister Mingqi, are we really doing nothing at all? What if that Su Yang is merely pretending to be weak? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingqi scoffed. Pretending to be weak? That depends on what kind of tiger we are dealing with. Sister, no matter what kind of tiger it is, once they arrive, we can concoct a reason to probe them. I refuse to believe we cannot discern their true intentions. Brother Chin would certainly disdain such tactics. We shall assist him in this endeavor, and once we uncover Su Yang's true capabilities, Brother Chin will undoubtedly express his gratitude. Jiang Mingqi raised an eyebrow at the words, looking quite pleased as she regarded Hao Run. Hao Run, do not go too far. After all, they are guests. Rest assured. Sister, I will unearth his secrets, Hao Run replied with a sly grin. The distance between Suiqing and Chunchang is not great, yet it is separated by several trial zones. Su Yang and his party set off in the morning, taking a bus to the inner city station, where they transferred to a train and did not arrive in Chunchang until nearly noon. Compared to Suiqing, Chuncheng is significantly more developed. It stands as the second most prominent city in the entire defense circle, next only to the central city, Piqing. Upon exiting the inner-city station, a group of students from Chuncheng First High awaited them with banners. As the crowd emerged, one student stepped forward. "You must be the teachers and students from Suiqing First High. I am Li Xiang from Chuncheng First High, and I welcome you all." Li Xiang appeared quite courteous, and after his introduction, he politely addressed Song Jing. "Hello, teacher. Our team coach, Mr. Liang, is waiting for you at the school. Shall we head there directly?" Song Jing hesitated briefly before nodding. "Very well. It would be good for everyone to familiarize themselves with the environment." Li Xiang smiled subtly and continued, "Of course. You are welcome to tour our school. However, I must inform you that our academic ethos may differ from yours, as we highly encourage competition. If you encounter any impolite behavior during your visit, I urge you to be tolerant. Any conflict could adversely affect your performance in the competition this afternoon." Li Xiang's words were laden with unspoken implications, causing Song Jing to furrow her brow. Although she had never led a team in competition, she had accompanied teams on visits before. Regardless of how arrogant the opposition might be, it was inappropriate to intimidate them from the outset. Moreover, he was merely a student. What audacity did he possess to speak to a second-tier martial artist in such a manner? Yet, due to her position, she refrained from rebuking him. Her silence, however, did not mean her team members would tolerate it. "Oh, what a coincidence. I excel at educating ill-mannered little brats. If your school cannot teach them properly, I would be more than happy to assist," Mo Ruffing remarked flamboyantly, tossing his head back. "Very well, we shall look forward to this student's guidance," Li Xiang replied. Evidently pleased with Mo Ruffing's reaction, his smile widening. Su Yang remained silent, standing at the back of the crowd, watching with a bemused expression. Indeed, they had underestimated him. As soon as they disembarked, their eagerness to appreciate Chuncheng's local culture vanished. "All right, everyone. Let us stay focused and remember what I said before we set out. Be brave and be yourselves." After Song Jing finished speaking, she motioned for Li Xiang to lead the way. Mo Ruffing, still fuming, glared at Li Xiang. Ironically, after making his remarks, Li Xiang became exceedingly polite, leaving Mo Ruffing with a belly full of anger with no outlet. Su Yang patted Mo Ruffing on the back. "The more upset you are, the happier they become. Watch as I help you avenge this later." Upon hearing this, Mo Ruffing perked up. "Really? Do you have a way to deal with that, Chinpingen?" Before Su Yang could respond, Mo Ruffing's spirit sank again. "Brother Su, I'm not trying to discourage you, but while your pet is indeed strong, it is not a match for that freak. This grudge will have to be set aside for now." Su Yang smiled faintly. "I never hold grudges." Mo Ruffing was still astonished by Su Yang's magnanimity when Su Yang nonchalantly added, "I settle scores on the spot." Li Xiang sat in the front row, feigning sleep with his eyes closed, yet his ears were perked up, capturing every word spoken in the bus. When he heard Su Yang declare he would settle scores immediately, he nearly burst into laughter. This person truly knows how to boast. Once they enter the school, he will have a spectacle to behold. Chapter 38, Teacher Tsang? It's an honor to meet you. After approximately 15 minutes, the bus gradually slowed down and finally came to a stop at the entrance of First High. A crowd of curious students had gathered at the school gate, with Liang Ping standing at the forefront, beaming. Upon seeing Song Jing, he appeared somewhat taken aback, his demeanor becoming markedly more enthusiastic. "Teacher Tsang, right? It's an honor to finally meet you in person. I sincerely apologize. As you know, many admissions officers are present for this exchange competition, and Master Ling Tian will also be attending shortly. I apologize for any oversight." Song Jing raised an eyebrow. Master Ling Tian would be present as well? This revelation filled her with a sense of bitter dismay. In a situation destined for defeat, it is always better when fewer people are aware. It seems this wish will ultimately be unfulfilled. Among the crowd, Hao Ren stood with several teammates. "Are you all prepared? Rest assured, Brother Ren, everything is arranged perfectly. If they are too weak, there will be no need to participate in the afternoon exchange competition." In a designated training room, Chun Pingen wore a frosty expression. Through the window, he observed the scene at the entrance. A slight smirk played on his lips as his gaze settled on a particular youth. "Su Yang, how dare he seize my guaranteed admission slot? Soon, you shall learn that no one dares to take what belongs to Chun Pingen, nor can they." He vividly recalled the scene from several days prior. The master had come in person, and the Chun family had warmly welcomed him. Yet, unexpectedly, instead of receiving the coveted golden token from the master, they were met with an apology. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the medal had been given to someone else. However, if he could demonstrate superiority over the other party, it was not out of the question to apply for another slot. At that moment, Chun Pingen felt a profound sense of humiliation. Although that slot was not of great importance to him, its significance had changed entirely now. What cannot be obtained is invariably the most desirable. Moreover, It was humiliating to be outdone by an inconspicuous, ordinary student. Did this not imply that, in the eyes of the master, the opponent surpassed him? This was a notion he could not bear. He yearned to vanquish his adversary openly, then publicly declare his rejection of the South Boundary Martial Academy's recommendation. This desire elucidated the presence of numerous admissions teachers at this seemingly trivial exchange competition. Though the South Boundary Martial Academy was formidable, the Chen family was not a mere soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door of the training room. Chen Pingyan opened it to find Jiang Mengqi, her face alight with a smile. Her eyes sparkled with mirth as she glanced at Chen Pingyan, then shyly lowered her gaze. Brother Chen, Hao Ren and the others have gone to probe Su Yang's true abilities. It won't be long before his actual combat strength is revealed. Chen Pingyan looked at Jiang Mengqi with a hint of helplessness. Mengqi, why must you all go to such lengths? Regardless of his prowess, he is destined to be my subordinate. Nevertheless, I appreciate your efforts. Upon hearing Chen Pingyan's gentle words, Jiang Mengqi felt her heart melt, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. No need for thanks, Brother Chen. It was entirely my choice. Please, continue with your tasks, and I shall inform you once we have results. As Jiang Mengqi departed, the smile faded from Chen Pingyan's face. How foolishly sentimental. At the school gate, Liang Ping warmly welcomed the students from Suiqing No. 1 High School, ushering them into the campus. Teacher Tsang, the admission staff are chatting in the conference room. Why not accompany me to listen? It would be beneficial, especially since our principal is present. Teacher Tsang hesitated. It was customary to meet the principal when visiting another school. However, the reception given to students had been rather lackluster, and she feared that if she stepped away, her students might encounter unforeseen issues. Rest assured, Teacher Tsang, I will assign a member of the school team to guide them around. Nothing will go amiss, Liang Ping assured her. As he spoke, he glanced back, and Hao Ren promptly approached. Teacher, may I show them around? Liang Ping nodded. Of course, they are guests. Treat them well. Hao Ren grinned widely. Classmates, follow me. Seeing this, Teacher Tsang felt compelled to relent. After advising Su Yang and the others to avoid causing trouble, she followed Liang Ping. Hao Ren introduced himself and began leading Su Yang and the others on a leisurely tour. At each location, he provided explanations, proving to be quite the capable guide. Before long, they arrived at the training hall. Hao Ren gestured. This is where our students train. It is equipped with a variety of advanced facilities, making it the most cutting-edge among the 12 guard cities. Come, let me show you something that I can guarantee you have never witnessed before. With that, he stepped into the training hall. Su Gu, does he imply that we are uninformed country bumpkins? Mu Ruyun whispered, visibly displeased, as they followed him inside. Being country bumpkins is one thing, but being cornered is another, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. As Mu Ruyun turned around, he noticed that the two students from Chincheng No. 1 High School, who had initially lagged behind, had closed the door to the training hall. What does this mean? Are they attempting to trap us? Mu Ruyun's expression turned cold, and he prepared to confront them directly. Su Yang seized Mu Ruyun's arm. Patience, let us see what tricks they have in store. Within the training hall, numerous students were perspiring profusely. Some nodded in acknowledgement as Hao Ren's group approached, while others outright ignored them. As they passed each new piece of equipment, Hao Ren eagerly described its advanced features. However, with every step they took, a growing number of students trailed behind them. Initially, the group assumed this was merely curiosity, but as the crowd swelled, they began to sense something amiss. A palpable hostility emanated from those following them. Exchanging glances, Su Yang and Mu Ruyun feigned ignorance. As they neared the arena, one of the previously silent students suddenly lunged forward, colliding forcefully with a member of Suiqing No. 1 High School. The latter instinctively attempted to retaliate, only to witness the assailant being hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. In that instant, everyone was taken aback, particularly the Suiqing student, who couldn't comprehend how he had been sent flying despite not yet stepping into the realm of martial artists. What are you doing? Is your school team so impressive? This is not your territory. The students from Suiqing shouted, demanding an apology. If you refuse to apologize, we'll make you. Voices of anger erupted from the crowd, with the students from Chuncheng No. 1 High School flushing red in the face, resolute in their unwillingness to relent. Su Yang and Mu Ruyun exchanged glances, recognizing the same sentiment reflected in each other's eyes. This was clearly a provocation, an unfounded pretext for conflict. Given the current atmosphere, it appeared they were prepared for a war of attrition or a group confrontation, having no intention of allowing them an easy time. Su Yang, they are looking for trouble, Lin Ziyin, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Indeed, we must exercise caution and avoid falling into their trap, Su Yang replied. No sooner had his words left his mouth than a shriek pierced the air, followed by one of their teammates soaring into the air, crashing down just as the previous student had. Who raised you? You refused to apologize after committing wrongs. The attacker exclaimed indignantly. Mu Ruyun could no longer contain himself, launching a punch that sent the assailant flying, crashing to the ground, unconscious. This incident undoubtedly ignited a powder keg, further inflaming both sides. In the ensuing chaos, some began to strike from the shadows. Chapter 39. Take down that guy. The students from Chuncheong No. 1 High School were beginning to falter. Suyang quickly discerned that those launching sneak attacks were no ordinary students. They were likely elite students from their own school, veritable martial artists. In the background, several martial artists coldly observed, subtly encircling the Suiqing students. At this moment, Haoren genuinely took on the role of a peacemaker, attempting to restrain his fellow students while urging the Suiqing crowd to ascend the arena. It was the highest point nearby, providing an effective means to separate the two groups. The nearest Suiqing team member, not thinking twice, leapt onto the arena. The instant he did, the students from Chuncheong displayed strange smiles, instinctively retreating a few steps to create distance. An outsider stepping onto the arena was tantamount to a provocation against the school. In that case, please enlighten us. Those martial artists who had been lingering at the back stepped forward, speaking with unwavering confidence. Haoren, wearing an expression of frustration, slapped his forehead. Oh dear. It's all my fault. I overlooked this detail. What now? If you truly accept the challenge, our students may not know how to temper their strength. It would be unfortunate if anyone were to get hurt. Li Qingshan, standing on the arena, felt his face flush. He now understood that he had fallen into their trap. Su Gu, they are clearly setting us up, Mu Ruyun said, his anger palpable. To deceive us, one must possess the capability to truly consume us, Su Yang remarked coldly. If not, I shall take the initiative. They remain unaware of your hidden cards. This is our sole glimmer of hope, Lin Xin interjected. Fear not. This motley crew is hardly formidable enough to compel me to reveal my trump cards, Su Yang chuckled lightly, casting his gaze towards the arena. At that moment, a student from Chuncheong No. 1 had already ascended the stage, his aura reined in, rendering his cultivation level undetectable. Classmate, I shall indulge you in a little sport, he declared. Li Qingshan, having no avenue for retreat, straightened his posture, embodying the demeanor befitting a martial artist. Very well. Pay attention. The student's aura suddenly erupted, his vitality surging like a torrential river. Li Qingshan's expression shifted drastically. A martial artist? They had dispatched a genuine martial artist, while he himself was merely at the threshold of martial prowess, utterly outmatched. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, better to die than to yield. He summoned his vitality, charging forth to meet the student. Fool. The student made no use of any weapon, merely unleashing a punch that struck Li Qingshan with tremendous force. Bang! Upon impact, Li Qingshan was sent flying, collapsing unconscious to the ground. Damn it, are you playing dirty? Do you have no shame? Let's fight, you scoundrels. Lin Xin's face was equally filled with fury as she brandished a short sword. Allow me, she insisted. Su Yang quickly restrained her. Do not be hasty. Dealing with this rabble isn't worth sullying your hands. As he spoke, Su Yang strolled onto the arena. His gaze brimmed with disdain as he surveyed the surroundings. Reaching the center, he gestured, and a sofa materialized out of thin air. The crowd from Suiqing was dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? Were they treating the arena like their living room? The student who had injured Li Qingshan wore a grim expression. What is the meaning of this? Su Yang did not even glance in his direction, sweeping his finger across the gathered crowd. A bunch of trash. I shall sit here. If you have the ability, come forth. The students from Chuncheong No. 1 were instantly incensed. Such blatant contempt. What an arrogant display. Brother Wang, teach him a lesson. Make him regret it. Brother Wang, if he gets hurt, we'll pool together for his medical expenses. I'll contribute 50 cents. Su Yang's audacity provoked even those who hadn't initially joined in, inciting a chorus of shouts for contributions. At that moment, Haoren, having lost his facade, was equally vexed. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu nodded and descended from the platform. Those who wish to fight can proceed. The accompanying students understood the cue, and one student immediately leaped forward. Damn it. Let me see what gives him the audacity to act so high and mighty. As the boy ascended the stage, he moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance to Su Yang in an instant. Bang! Yet, Su Yang remained unmoved. It appeared as though a white shadow burst forth from Su Yang. And in the next moment, the boy was sent hurtling back, soaring over the arena and landing amid the crowd below. Haoren squinted. That student was also a candidate for this year's martial examination, possessing a speed-related talent. Who would have thought that even such swiftness would fall short? Only then did Haoren notice that nestled in Su Yang's arms was a white fox. Is that your spirit beast? No matter how formidable you are, can you truly exhaust all these 100 martial examination candidates? With the first student cast off the stage, another rushed up without delay. However, his fate mirrored the first. Before he could even glimpse the white fox, he was sent tumbling off the stage. This pattern repeated, and within mere minutes, a dozen martial examination candidates from Chuncheung No. 1 had already fallen. Within the exclusive training room, Jiang Mingqi had redirected the surveillance from the training hall directly into Chun Pingan's training chamber. At this moment, Jiang Mingqi was watching the screen with a face full of anxiety. Brother Chun, it seems Su Yang's Spirit Beast excels in speed, effectively countering our fighters. Chun Pingan stood by the window, gazing below. In the realm of martial arts, speed is unrivaled. Yet, there is also a saying, sheer strength can overcome skill. Do you believe that if you were to take the stage, you could defeat that Spirit Beast? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Mingqi replied confidently. Though that Spirit Beast is swift, it appears to be merely at the second level, on par with my own cultivation. My talent, being area of effect based, assures me that I could defeat it with a single strike. Chun Pingan nodded in agreement. Thus, it is not that the opponent is too strong, but rather that we are too weak. When the actual competition arrives, he will not possess such an advantage. In the training hall, within a short span, over 20 students from Chuncheung No. 1 had succumbed, while the White Fox continued to exude an air of nonchalance. This caused Hao Ren to grow increasingly apprehensive. If this continued, he would truly be unable to bear the consequences. Just then, Su Yang spoke from the stage. Isn't this pace a tad slow? Why not all come at once? We are rather eager to dine. The remaining students from Chuncheung No. 1, who had initially hesitated, were once again ignited with fury. Was he challenging them all to a duel? If they did not dare to accept, they might as well abandon their training altogether. Damn it! Beast Tamers are merely those who command spirit beasts. The Beast Tamer himself is nothing but trash. Everyone, follow my command. A portion of you bind the Spirit Beast, while the rest take down that fellow. Chapter 40. A two-pronged assault, the collapse of Chuncheung No. 1. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd gleamed with excitement. Indeed, in one-on-one combat, it was impossible to bypass the Spirit Beast's attack on the Beast Tamer. Yet now, with our numbers reaching 60 to 70, even sheer force could overwhelm him. The students promptly divided into two groups, advancing towards Su Yang and the White Fox. The White Fox transformed into a streak of meteoric light, plunging into the throng. Due to the overwhelming numbers, the students it incapacitated or injured were scarcely able to fall, being immediately propped up by those behind them. Finally, with the cooperation of both groups, several students managed to ascend the stage, gritting their teeth as they charged towards Su Yang. Damn it, keep pretending. I'll make you regret it. Observing from the side of the stage, Mo Ruffing and the others grew anxious. Zine, I'm going to assist Brother Su. Does he look like he needs help? Lin Zine scoffed. Mo Ruffing was taken aback, glancing back at Su Yang. Indeed, even as multiple opponents rushed onto the stage, Su Yang remained leisurely seated, now holding a chicken leg, savoring it with unrestrained delight. Oh, you're here? No need to rush. I'll send you all back to your beds. As Su Yang munched on the chicken leg, his words were muffled. Just as several individuals were about to reach him, a ferocious wolf howl suddenly erupted. Before Su Yang, a formidable howling wolf appeared with an imposing aura. The crowd had yet to fully comprehend the situation when they felt a surge of tremendous force, sending two martial artists soaring while spewing blood. Another one? Hao Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. In the realm of beast tamers, how could the diminutive Su Yang possibly command two spirit beasts simultaneously? Furthermore, it was evident that both creatures possessed formidable abilities. Not only was he astounded, but even Jiang Mingqi, who resided within the confines of the training room, gazed wide-eyed in disbelief. While she felt confident in confronting a single beast, the appearance of two would leave her with no choice but to plead for mercy. Deep within, she silently rejoiced. This trial would yield meaningful insights. Should the opponent unleash both spirit beasts during the exchange competition, they would have no one formidable enough to counter them. Save for Qin Pingan. Even he was taken aback, clearly surprised by Su Yang's ability to control two beasts. However, a smile soon graced his features. Indeed, there was some substance to this, yet it was hardly insurmountable. He could rally his allies, and the Lingxiao sword sect was by no means a solitary wolf. This afternoon, the demonstration would unfold. Su Yang, seated on the sofa, had just finished a chicken leg while the students on stage lay sprawled, fast asleep. The fate of many more students below mirrored that of their peers, each indulging in sweet slumber. Hao Ren felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. His mouth agape, he was rendered speechless. At that moment, all he desired was to weep. Your turn, come forth, he thought, instinctively shuddering. Though he was at the 8th level of the first tier, facing those two spirit beasts robbed him of any semblance of courage. Suddenly, he recalled it was mealtime and thought perhaps he should eat first. With a nervous chuckle, he sought an escape, only to witness a white figure charging toward him. He barely had time to lament before he too succumbed to slumber. Su Yang clapped his hands and surveyed the students from Chuncheong No. 1 High School, who had not made a move throughout the ordeal. Will you continue, or shall I summon the teachers to escort them back? No sooner had he spoken than the door to the training hall was flung open with a resounding bang. Liang Ping and Song Jing rushed in, their faces etched with urgency. Behind the throng of teachers trailed two students, the very ones who had been stationed at the entrance. Upon entering the training hall, their footsteps faltered, disbelief etched across their faces. Before them lay a sea of students, sprawled haphazardly on the floor. The air was thick with chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy. Strangely enough, amidst such a widespread skirmish, the training hall had suffered minimal damage, as if the combatants had adhered to a code of civility. On the arena, one student sat leisurely, seemingly unconcerned as the teachers made no effort to rise. Liang Ping's eyes nearly ignited with fury. You there, come down, that is not your seat. Why can't I sit? The student retorted. Or is it that everyone in Chuncheong No. 1 can only engage in trivial matters? Before Su Yang could respond, Lin Xin stepped forward, her charming visage now frosty. You, Liang Ping, consumed by rage, opened his mouth to reprimand, but upon seeing Lin Xin, he swallowed his words, his complexion turning ashen. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, first, take them to the hospital. An hour later, at Chuncheong Hospital, in a room furnished with 5 beds, Liang Ping stood there, his expression grim. Hao Ren and the other 4 team members lay on the beds, their bodies swathed in bandages. What a mess you've made. Not only did you instigate trouble, but you also lost so miserably. What now? Liang Ping snapped, exasperated. What should have been a novice-level competition had been escalated to a challenging ordeal by this foolish group. While a single match might have been tolerable, the dire reality was that all participants were third-year martial arts students. Over 40 had sustained severe injuries, rendering them incapable of competing in this year's martial arts examination. This would likely result in them being surpassed by other cities, bringing shame upon all of Chuncheong. Neither Hao Ren nor Liang Ping could shoulder such a burden. You claim the opponent initiated the conflict? That a group of martial arts students could not endure the provocation? Liang Ping pondered for a moment before slowly articulating his thoughts. They could not bear the responsibility, so they must find a way to shift the blame onto the other party. After all, it was a case of if my companion perishes, I shall remain unscathed. Hao Ren hesitated momentarily. Yes, but, Liang Ping interjected sharply. No buts. Just remember that you acted in response to the provocation. Is that clear? Understood, Teacher Liang. However, Captain Jiang specifically retained a surveillance feed that she has access to. Liang Ping waved his hand dismissively, his frustration mounting. I will handle the surveillance issue. Just say it malfunctioned. Without evidence, they cannot cause any trouble. However, all present students must present a unified account. Can you manage that? Hao Ren promptly assured him. Rest assured, Teacher Liang, this matter has already been arranged. There will be no issues. Liang Ping shot him a piercing glare. If everything were fine, we wouldn't have so many lying here in the first place. This is utterly embarrassing. While urgent measures were being deployed here, Su Yang enjoyed a well-deserved respite after a hearty meal. Song Jing, having grasped the full extent of the situation, did not perceive any fault on her end and thus did not dwell on it. Yet by afternoon, the situation took a dramatic turn. Hundreds of parents congregated at the school gates, vociferously protesting. Some even unfurled banners demanding severe punishment for the assailants, decrying the harm inflicted upon the martial arts students as intolerable. Chapter 41. A city united in indignation, preparing for competition. Chuncheong No. 1 High School engaged in emergency public relations, repeatedly assuring that justice would be served to all martial arts students, ultimately inviting all parents inside to temporarily quell the uproar. In the training room, Liang Ping wore a serious expression. Chen Ping'an, as you have observed, Su Yang is rather peculiar. If we could leverage this to eliminate him from the competition, it would undoubtedly benefit us. Moreover, we have already lost half our team and do not hold the upper hand in terms of capability. Chen Ping'an remained silent, merely casting a dispassionate glance at Liang Ping. That single look sent a chill down Liang Ping's spine. He suddenly realized that had Chen Ping'an not chosen to join their school, he would not have even qualified to instruct him. Furthermore, the Chen family's young master was not someone he could afford to provoke. He quickly donned a smile. Young Master Chen, that was not my intention. I merely meant to inquire, what do you think we should do? Chen Ping'an smiled serenely, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. It's quite simple. In a moment, I shall single-handedly confront all 7 of them, and the matter will be resolved. You may announce that the Chen family, along with Chen Ping'an, vows to share both glory and shame with Chuncheong No. 1 High School. What they have lost, I will ensure they repay tenfold or even 100-fold. Chen Ping'an spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet Liang Ping felt his blood surge with excitement. What is a prodigy? What is the pride of Chuncheong? This is it. With Chen Ping'an, Chen Cheng shall undoubtedly leave an indelible mark during this tumultuous time for humanity. With Chen Ping'an's assurance, Liang Ping felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Due to this commotion, many parents who initially had no interest in the competition became involved. By just past 1 o'clock, the entrance of Chen Cheng No. 1 high school was thronged with hundreds of citizens, including students' parents and some irate, passionate citizens, ordinary folks, and martial artists alike. Every face was etched with fury. Some fervent parents had begun to shout, "Let us in. We demand to witness retribution." In their own territory, they felt oppressed by outsiders and sought justice. Chen Cheng students, rally. Let us cast them into the depths of hell. Chen Ping'an stood by the window, observing the agitated crowd at the school gate, murmuring to himself. The effect seems to surpass my expectations. Master Ling, I shall make you aware of the folly of your decision. In the break area of Suiqing No. 1 High School, Song Jing was in a state of distress. The unfolding events were far beyond her anticipation. Logically, Chuncheong No. 1 High School, having provoked the situation, should have sought to de-escalate. Instead, they exacerbated it. Clearly, their intentions were less than noble. She gathered all team members once more. As the situation had escalated beyond mere friendly exchanges, threatening to evolve into a widespread incident between the two cities. I must confirm again. Do you have any evidence that the other party instigated this? The team members, having just learned of the situation from Song Jing, were indignant. Chuncheong No. 1 High School was indeed shameless, having initiated the provocation and ambushed their team members. Now, they were attempting to shift the blame. It was utterly disgraceful. Were there no cameras in such a modern training facility? Among so many students present, did none dare to acknowledge the truth? Song Jing managed a bitter smile. I raised this issue from the outset. They claimed the cameras malfunctioned in the past few days and were being reset, leaving us with no evidence. Su Yang glanced at Mo Ruffung, a strange smile crossing his lips. Indeed, one cannot expect honorable actions from those devoid of shame. He mockingly remarked, what a coincidence. The cameras fail just when trouble arises? They likely fear revealing the footage. What can we do? It's their territory. They declare what is and what isn't. And we can only abide. Song Jing felt helpless as both sides stood firm in their positions, with her team clearly at a disadvantage. Under the weight of public opinion, it would likely be difficult to proceed with the exchange competition in an hour. Once the competition begins, you must be cautious. If you sense anything amiss, concede immediately, understood? Song Lao was concerned they might take advantage of the situation to inflict harm upon them. Lin Ziyin spoke up, struggling to contain her anger. How shameless. If they cannot win, they resort to slander. But what if their own are injured or defeated? Surely, they would show a different face then. Song Jing nodded. I only hope you all remain safe. As for the outcome of the competition, it has become inconsequential. Song Lao, don't be so pessimistic. Perhaps they will have a change of heart soon? Or maybe someone among them recorded the incident, but hasn't dared to release it yet. A change of heart seems unlikely. As for the footage, they would never release it. That would be self-incrimination. Su Yang smiled, refraining from further comment. The future remains uncertain. Just past 2 o'clock, the group departed from the hotel. Upon exiting, they immediately sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Initially, the crowd had been impassive, but now even ordinary individuals looked upon them with seething anger, as if eager to pounce. Even the students sent to escort them radiated disdain. Song Jing's expression was grave. She remained silent, channeling her spiritual energy, prepared for any sudden developments. She was uncertain whether the enraged throng might erupt unexpectedly. Knowing today, why not have acted differently from the start? Rest assured, we, the people of Chuncheong, disdain such petty tricks. We shall triumph over you honorably in the arena. And we will proclaim that Chuncheong shall not be insulted. The declaration from Chuncheong rang out, fervent and resonant. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cacophony erupted. Turning toward the sound, they were met with a disconcerting sight. 2 boys at the rear of the opposing crowd were clapping furiously. Upon catching Chuncheong's gaze, one flashed a toothy grin and gave a thumbs up. Well said, classmate. Thumbs up for me too. The students of Chuncheong were momentarily speechless, incredulous at the mockery. As they entered the campus of No. 1 High School, it was already teeming with people. Upon spotting Su Yang and his group, the crowd glared menacingly. Su Yang, however, regarded them with delight. To him, these individuals were the very embodiment of fortune. The originally scheduled competition in the gymnasium had been relocated to the school playground due to an unexpected surge in spectators. Upon reaching the playground, the students directed Su Yang and his companions to a designated area before departing. In the distance, a few spectators had already taken their seats, their cold glares fixed upon the newcomers. Look, the recruitment officers have arrived. You might want to pay attention. They could be of use, Song Jing pointed out, indicating the stands. A group of 5 slowly made their way to the front row of the stands, and as they settled in, Those who had arrived earlier began conversing with them animatedly. Suddenly, Su Yang squinted. In the distance, a girl was approaching with a graceful stride. She was clad in a hoodie, a smile adorning her face, yet it was incongruous. She bore a massive axe slung over her shoulder. Chapter 42. Jiang Wan's Great Axe. The competition begins. Jiang Wan, wielding her great axe, nonchalantly approached the front row of the stands and took a seat. Those seated behind her, including several recruitment officers, were instantly displeased. Is this a place for a mere girl to sit? Yet, it seemed they were hesitant to confront her directly, merely glaring at her back. Humph. Is it so unreasonable? Was no one there to teach you some manners before you left school? One of the recruitment officers could not restrain a scoff. Jiang Wan turned her head, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded the officer. Oh, who might you be? From Beiwu? You spoke of teaching manners before leaving. But alas, you seem to have forgotten your brain. Care to join me here? As she spoke, she playfully shook her enormous axe. Zhang Beixing was momentarily at a loss for words, his face flushing with embarrassment. Indeed, those from that faction lacked reason. Yet, despite being momentarily stumped, he lacked the courage to occupy the front row himself, for he was acutely aware of the caliber of individuals soon to arrive. Even as a recruitment officer from Beiwu, he felt dwarfed before such company. Humph, sit there if you like, but do not offer your seat later, Zhang Beixing muttered coldly. No sooner had he spoken than the crowd below began to stir. Almost everyone turned their attention toward the stands, where four figures were advancing slowly. Leading the group was a sprightly elder, flanked by two slightly younger gentlemen. A middle-aged man lingered behind, exuding an aura of formidable intensity. Look, isn't that the esteemed Chen Taizhong? He has come as well. Is that Elder Zhuge from the Lingxiao Pavilion standing beside him? Indeed it is. I caught a glimpse of him the last time I delivered goods to the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion. He exudes an impressive aura. The individual following Old Master Chen must be a high-ranking military official from the Chen family, rumored to be striving for the Master Realm. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was filled with astonishment. Although Chen City is considerably stronger than other garrison cities, the Master Realm has not been seen in many years. Old Master Chen, flanked by Elder Zhuge and Principal Yi, approached the front row of the viewing platform. Upon noticing Jiang Wan lounging nonchalantly, Principal Yi's expression darkened instantly. Young lady, have you perhaps mistaken your seat? Jiang Wan turned her head to glance at Principal Yi. What? Are you implying that my master's great axe does not belong here? My master has said that if you have any objections, you may address him directly. If it weren't for his last-minute engagement that required me to step in, I wouldn't have bothered to attend. Principal Yi's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words, while Old Master Chen chuckled heartily. No worries. I rather enjoy the company of the younger generation. It makes me feel rejuvenated. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wan pouted and shifted somewhat aside. I have no intention of feeling old. Old Master Chen remained unfazed, but the middle-aged man behind him flashed with anger. Impudent. You. Just as Chun Yan was about to erupt, he was halted by Old Master Chen. His imposing presence instantly diminished, though his gaze towards Jiang Wan remained hostile. Enough. Let us focus on the competition. Old Master Chen declared, taking a seat first. Jiang Wan scoffed and fell silent. Meanwhile, below the platform, the team from Chun City No. 1 had also taken their positions. However, following injuries sustained by 5 regular team members during practice, 5 substitutes had been hastily brought in, sitting proudly under Jiang Mengqi's leadership. They occasionally flashed thumbs up towards Su Yang and the others, which prompted Mo Riyun to retaliate on the spot. Nonetheless, the atmosphere of tension had already enveloped the entire field, rendering their minor skirmish inconsequential. Ladies and gentlemen, at last, a third-tier powerhouse stepped into the arena, his presence commanding immediate attention. The annual Chun Shui Martial Arts Exchange Competition is about to commence. However, this year, we have encountered some unexpected circumstances. I shall not elaborate on the details, but can our great Chun City allow itself to be humiliated? These individuals are the future pillars of humanity, the heroes of the front line. Yet now, they have been grievously injured by the arrogance of others, with their recovery still uncertain. This is a profound sorrow for our kind. The host's impassioned words stirred the emotions of the crowd. Shouts and curses erupted in response. Eliminate those vile dogs from Sui City. Avenge our great Chin martial arts students. Below the platform, had it not been for the martial artists restraining them, enraged individuals would have charged at the Sui City contingent. Even so, some had prepared to hurl eggs and rotten vegetables at Su Yang and the others, with even a bag of mysterious liquid mixed in. Sensing the escalating situation, Song Jing activated her spiritual defense early, averting the impending disaster. Everyone, please remain calm. The host's voice, infused with spiritual power, swiftly quelled the uproar. The people of Chin City are reasonable. Even after suffering harm to our hundreds of students, we shall maintain restraint and resolve this matter within a manageable scope. Now, Let us invite the captains of both teams to the stage to determine the order of appearance. With the host's announcement, the competition officially commenced. Though the atmosphere was markedly more serious than in previous years, Su Yang turned at Song Jing with a grin. "Teacher Song, I'm off." Song Jing nodded slightly. "Be careful." Su Yang flashed a hand signal, striding boldly towards the arena. His arrogant demeanor sparked another round of outrage. On the viewing platform, several recruitment teachers furrowed their brows. Is this the caliber of students from Sway City No. 1? It seems I must report to the academy and recommend suspending this year's recruitment plan for them. Indeed, allowing such individuals into the academy would be a disgrace. Hearing these comments, the principal of Chin City No. 1 barely managed to suppress a smirk. The unfolding events appeared surprisingly smooth. Despite the barrage of insults, Su Yang maintained a cheerful demeanor, even waving to the crowd. Once on stage, Jiang Mingqi positioned herself beside the host, glaring frostily at Su Yang. "Have you two decided on the order of appearance?" The host spoke without even sparing Su Yang a glance, completely disregarding him. Even if Su Yang wished to interject, he had no opportunity. In response, both Su Yang and Jiang Mingqi handed the prepared list to the host. In reality, the rules of this exchange competition were straightforward. It would be a series of one-on-one duels, with the winner continuing to challenge the next opponent until defeated. The last one remaining on stage would determine the victorious faction of the competition. Once the list was received and the captain stepped down, the host announced the commencement of the first round. Representing Sway City No. 1 was a contender named Qin Fan, a near warrior boasting a vitality level of 132 points. Not particularly weak. His opponent was also a near warrior. As they took the stage, their eyes locked in a fierce glare. Had the host not been present, a brawl might have already ensued. Without further ado, the host declared the match to begin. Both fighters immediately unleashed their signature techniques without hesitation. The clash of weapons echoed as martial skills were showcased. They utilized the fundamental martial techniques taught by their school, reflecting the reality for most martial arts candidates, as cultivating resources are nearly astronomical for students from ordinary families. Yet they possessed courage, vigor, and an indomitable spirit. The exchange became a fierce contest, each side demonstrating a relentless drive. Song Jing watched intently, ready to concede at the slightest indication of danger from Qin Fan. Chapter 43. The humiliated Sway City competitor. Su Yang takes the stage. However, it appeared that the opponent was a substitute. Despite their fervor, this competitor was still weaker than Qin Fan. After several dozen exchanges, they were ultimately struck down by Qin Fan's lance, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! A fountain of blood erupted from their mouth. An exaggerated injury that momentarily stunned even Qin Fan. Am I truly this strong? However, the opponent's dramatic display of bleeding ignited the crowd's fury once more. How despicable! To employ such brutal force in an exchange match. Clearly, there are no good individuals from Sway City. Does our number 1 not have a single capable fighter? Let us take them down. Despite the blood rain, the opponent's gaze remained resolute. Staggering to their feet, they charged at Qin Fan once more. In mere moments, the arena was drenched in blood, a shocking sight. Su Yang's eyes widened. Is this person truly made of water? After losing so much blood, they still refused to fall. Lin Xin scoffed, disdain evident in her beautiful eyes. It seems they have become addicted to this self-inflicted suffering. How pitiful. However, regardless of what the two individuals said, the opponent on stage was indeed bleeding profusely, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion, marking the conclusion of this fierce battle. Immediately following, the second member of the opposing team entered the arena, a combatant of martial artist caliber. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he unleashed his martial techniques. Qin Fan, merely an aspiring martial artist, was utterly incapable of withstanding the formidable aura emanating from a true martial artist. The adversary executed a series of intricate blade techniques, inflicting numerous wounds upon Qin Fan's body. Yet, due to the overwhelming visual impact of the first match, the spectators felt no sense of bloodshed. On the contrary, the thrill of victory heightened their excitement. They were eager to witness the prowess of Chuncheong No. 1 High School. Qin Fan staggered to his feet, glaring furiously at his opponent. Damn it, is being a martial artist that impressive? I'll pierce you through. Qin Fan roared, disregarding his injuries, and charged once more at his adversary. Song Jing, in a state of desperation, screamed frantically, urging Qin Fan to concede. Yet the cacophony of the crowd rendered his voice inaudible. Even if he could hear her, in his current fervor, he would choose to ignore it. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fan was left with no unscathed part of his body. The opponent, exercising restraint, ensured that each wound was merely superficial, subjecting Qin Fan to humiliation without rendering him incapable of fighting in the immediate term. This was blatant humiliation. The entire audience was engrossed in a shared release of emotions stemming from this disgrace. Get down. The opponent seemed to have had enough of the struggle, effortlessly evading Qin Fan's attacks before delivering a decisive kick that sent him tumbling off the stage. Song Jing summoned all her spiritual energy, managing to catch Qin Fan just before he hit the ground. Su Yang and the others wore grim expressions. If the first match had been a contest of valor, the current situation had completely transformed into something unrecognizable. Brother Su, let me take this match. The preceding fighters have already conceded. No way, I can do it. Even if I can't win, I'll at least take a piece out of him. Before Su Yang could respond, some team members began to voice their dissent. Su Yang, let me handle it. At least I can finish what Chen Pingyan started. Chen Pingyan is entrusted to you. Lin Xian's voice was soft yet resolute. Once she spoke, the others fell silent. Their willingness to step up was fueled solely by passion, with no assurance of success against the opponent. Ultimately, it was their own inadequacies that hindered them. None of you need to go, I'll negotiate. This match isn't worth competing in. Song Jing glared as the medical personnel took Qin Fan away for treatment, her indignation palpable. Su Yang chuckled softly, shaking his head. Teacher, the best part is yet to unfold. How can we concede so easily? Moreover, even if we concede, I suspect the other side would find an excuse to force us to fight. Rather than that, we might as well let them have their way. After saying this, Su Yang turned his gaze to Lin Xian. It's not you who will go, it's me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian grew anxious. If you take the stage, we will have to concede entirely, leaving us no way out. No way out. I don't need one. Trust me, I'm confident. Though Su Yang asserted this, who could truly feel reassured? Even if he had the strength to take on Chen Pingyan, how much spiritual energy would he have left after the exertion of 5 fighters? Wouldn't he that merely be offering himself up for further humiliation? No, absolutely not. The group resoundingly opposed. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Trust me just this once. Su Yang's gaze was unwavering. Lin Xian looked at him, and for a fleeting moment, she felt an almost divine presence emanating from him. He could do it. When this thought emerged in her mind, it startled her. When had she developed such faith in him? Lin Xian felt her cheeks flush, unable to meet Su Yang's gaze any longer. Mo Rufu observed Lin Xian's blushing face with an enigmatic expression. The typically aloof Lin Xian was blushing. Could there be something more to it? Fine, but don't overestimate yourself. Even if you can't defeat Chen Pingyan, it would be perfectly normal given your current level. Lin Xian's voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Don't worry. Su Yang smiled, waving his hand as he glanced at Mo Rufu. Just follow my lead. Rest assured, Mo Rufu replied with a mischievous grin. Su Yang turned and strode toward the arena. I will take the next match. The host frowned slightly. The rules are clear. If you enter, all the team members listed before you will be considered forfeit. In other words, if you take the stage, you will represent Suiqing No. 1 High School as the last fighter. Is that understood? Understood. The host nodded, signaling both sides to prepare for the match. Su Yang's sudden appearance on stage left the audience of teachers and powerful figures bewildered. What was Suiqing No. 1 High School doing? Were they conceding? If they conceded, it would indicate their sensibility. Otherwise, they would each be beaten like mangled dogs, likely too ashamed to return. Hey, did you all catch a glimpse of Su Yang's level? Why does it seem so elusive to me? A recruiting teacher suddenly remarked. Exactly. I can't see through it either. Could his level truly be that formidable? How can that be? Most likely, he has mastered some technique to obscure his aura, merely putting on a facade. Unless he refrains from engaging, otherwise it should be easy to see through. These observers had only heard from a multitude of students that Su Yang possessed 2 spirit beasts. As for how powerful he truly was, there was no definitive understanding. After all, the previous annihilation of the Li family had been strictly sealed off by Lin Xuanfeng, with few having witnessed it firsthand. Therefore, their speculation about this beast master remained at the level of an ordinary beast master. Jiang Wan disdainfully curled her lips, saying nothing, but eagerly watched the arena. Is it finally about to get interesting? On the stage, Su Yang casually approached one side, a sofa suddenly materializing, and he reclined in it, waving at his opponent as he lay back. This scene, reminiscent of a practice hall, sent the students into a frenzy once again. Damn, he really knows how to show off. Let us beat him until he can't get up. This moment not only incited outrage among the audience, but also drew disapproving shakes of the head from the powerful figures in the stands. Suiqing No. 1 High School was heading for self-destruction. The next round would undoubtedly be catastrophic. On the stage, the first-tier martial artist was infuriated, although not the strongest at his school. He ranked among the top 5. To be insulted in such a manner while seated was intolerable. Seeking death, the student roared, unleashing his blade techniques once more. Evidently fueled by true rage, his strikes considerably more potent than those he had used against Qin Fan. Su Yang, however, maintained a leisurely demeanor, not even attempting to evade as the blade light approached him. Damn, I thought he was impressive. He can't even dodge a single strike. This act is worth only 2 points. It's pathetic. Look out. The derisive murmurs from the crowd quickly turned into gasps of astonishment. The blade light faded, and Su Yang remained seated on the sofa, having taken a barrage of strikes without so much as a tear in his clothing. In that moment, not only were the spectators dumbfounded, but even the student who had delivered those strikes was left in disbelief. Chapter 44. Revenge, the astonishment of Jiang Mengqi. With a single, mighty strike capable of shattering the defenses of a first-tier celestial demon bear, he now found himself unable even to rend his opponent's garments. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Could it be that the attire of his adversary was not an ordinary battle suit, but rather a form of enchanted armor? All of his previous dozen strikes had landed upon the areas shielded by that suit. Is this truly all? Even a grandmother at a supermarket, snatching eggs, possesses more strength than you. Now it is my turn. As Su Yang spoke, a second-tier howling sky wolf abruptly manifested upon the arena. Its eyes sparkled like lightning, and its form moved with the swiftness of the wind. Before the student could react, the howling sky wolf had already soared above him, and moments later, he crashed heavily to the ground. His clothing lay in tatters across his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Do not fret, this is merely the interest. Su Yang sneered, as the howling sky wolf, as if obeying an unspoken command, continued to sweep over the fallen student. In mere moments, the first-tier warrior lay on the ground, his body nearly devoid of any unscathed area, with blood saturating nearly half of the arena. Below the stage, the members of Qin City No. 1 High School had turned red-eyed, each one roaring in rage, eager to rush into the fray. Is it now that you cannot endure any longer? What will happen when you faint? Mo Ryun felt a surge of delight within, muttering under his breath. Upon lifting his gaze, he met Lin Ziyin's cold stare, nearly leaping in fright. Ziyin, what are you doing? You might scare someone to death, you know? Lin Ziyin remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him. Honestly, are you hiding something from everyone? Mo Ryun, feeling a twinge of guilt, shook his head. What are you saying? I can't understand you. Is that so? Not understanding is of no consequence. Upon our return to Suiqing, Uncle Mo will ensure you comprehend. Lin Ziyin turned away, choosing not to engage with Mo Ryun further. Oh, really? What does this have to do with me? Suga forbade me from speaking. Mo Ryun wore a look of grievance, feeling like a mere pawn following orders, questioning why he must bear the consequences. These individuals truly lack reason. Yet, upon hearing his words, Lin Ziyin's eyes lit up. Her suspicions had merely been casual, yet she had inadvertently stumbled upon a kernel of truth. So, will you speak or not? Of course I will. Everyone will know soon enough. Mo Ryun leaned closer to Lin Ziyin, whispering a few words into her ear. Her eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing those few phrases. You mean to say, Shu? Mo Ryun hastily silenced her. Su Gu said the timing is not yet right. Lin Ziyin nodded, her gaze drifting back to the arena, now tinged with curiosity. On the arena, the host, unable to watch any longer, called for a halt to the match. In this round, Suiqing No. 1 High School emerged victorious. As the host's words echoed, a team of medical personnel from Chun City No. 1 High School rushed forward with a stretcher, carefully lifting the injured student onto it and sprinting towards the sidelines while administering urgent care. Even they, accustomed to witnessing life and death, felt a shudder of fear at the sight. The student was in a dire state, with not a single piece of skin intact, and he appeared as though he might fall apart at any moment. Jiang Mingqi's eyes blazed with fury as she fixed her gaze upon the boy lounging on the sofa, nonchalantly sipping a bottle of soda, even burping after a few sips. Qin City shall prevail. A sudden roar erupted from the previously silent crowd, igniting their emotions like a detonated powder keg. Qin City shall prevail. Qin City shall prevail. You all forfeit. I shall take over. I will make him pay for his arrogance today, Jiang Mingqi hissed through gritted teeth. The other team members exchanged glances, silently nodding. Save for the few who had been hospitalized from earlier encounters. The one who had just stepped onto the stage was the strongest among them, aside from the captain. Yet, against the opponent, there was no room for them to exert their strength. Should they take the stage, the outcome would be even grimmer. Moreover, since the opposing side had allowed their previous members to forfeit, they could do the same. Jiang Mengqi ascended the arena, declaring the forfeit of her comrades, and resolutely approached Su Yang. Do you really think that defeating a first-tier opponent makes you invincible? Do not presume upon Shengu, even before me. You are but a mere jester. I will ensure you understand the dire consequences of offending Qin City No. 1 High School. As she spoke, her aura surged violently. If she had previously resembled an enraged tigress, she now transformed into a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. Jiang Mengqi's energy intensified until it reached the first layer of the second tier, before gradually stabilizing. Surrounding her, a halo of earthy yellow light began to form. Some teachers in the audience recognized the martial skill and gasped. Is that the Earth Spirit Shield? a low-grade yellow-tier martial technique? It seems Jiang Mingqi has mastered it to a significant level. Indeed, do not underestimate this technique. Although its rank is not high, once mastered to a significant level, it can withstand attacks below the second tier without faltering. The crowd murmured in awe as Jiang Mingqi maximized the Earth Spirit Shield and charged towards Su Yang. Her strategy was simple: withstand a blow from the Howling Sky Wolf to buy herself time to close the distance to Su Yang. As a Beastmaster, the opponent had just displayed a defensive martial technique, revealing the conventional tactics of a Beastmaster, prioritizing defense while their spirit beasts focused on offense. A cold smile spread across Jiang Mingqi's face. Wrapped in the earthy yellow aura, she accelerated towards Su Yang. Midway through her charge, her longsword began to dance, creating a multitude of sword flowers. Yet Su Yang appeared oblivious, continuing to sip his drink. Witnessing this, the principal of Qin City No. 1 High School and Elder Zhuge exchanged knowing smirks. This boy was still employing tactics suitable for a first-tier opponent against a second-tier one, undeniably courting disaster. Swish, countless plum blossom sword lights simultaneously descended upon both Su Yang and the Howling Sky Wolf. Oh whoa! The Howling Sky Wolf howled, its form darting through the curtain of swords, leaping toward Jiang Mingqi. Jiang Mingqi felt a surge of alarm, although she had aimed her strikes at both targets. Her primary focus had been on the Howling Sky Wolf. To her astonishment, even this had failed to halt the beast. Her speed was simply no match for that of the Howling Sky Wolf. Plum Blossom 3 strikes, Jiang Mingqi shouted. And the once dispersed Plum Blossom sword lights suddenly split into 3 layers, each more concentrated and formidable than the last. At last, the Howling Sky Wolf's advance was momentarily impeded. However, in the next instant, it let out another howl, its aura surging once more, faintly reaching the 5th layer of the second tier. In an instant, the ocean of sword light was utterly shattered. Jiang Mingqi coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning ashen. She stared in horror at Su Yang. What manner of monster is he? Faced with the Howling Sky Wolf after its surge in power, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Chapter 45. A man cannot rely solely on words. I advise you to bring out your trump cards swiftly. Otherwise, you may find yourself without opportunities soon. Su Yang took a sip of his drink, reclining languidly upon the sofa, exuding an air of effortless leisure. In stark contrast, Jiang Mingqi, with a single strike, was already bleeding from her mouth and nose. Humph, do not rejoice too soon, she declared, raising her sword once more. A faint frost began to appear along the blade, and amidst the frost, several plum blossom buds emerged. These were not merely the illusory blossoms of her swordplay, but real buds, slowly unfurling under the chilling aura of her sword. In an instant, the spectators could indeed perceive a fragrant scent of plum blossoms wafting through the air. On the stands, the teacher who had earlier pointed out Jiang Mingqi's cultivated techniques was suddenly filled with excitement. Linghan Fury, he exclaimed, recognizing it as the 3rd form of the plum blossom sword technique. His eyes sparkled with admiration. While the first 2 forms had impressed him, the 3rd form left him utterly astounded. Although the plum blossom sword technique was also of the low yellow grade, the first 2 forms were merely conventional. However, the 3rd form unleashed a power that was incomparable to its predecessors. It could be said that this technique genuinely endowed Jiang Mingqi with the strength to challenge opponents of a higher tier. If utilized properly, she could even defeat a 3rd-tier warrior. Yet, the teacher shook his head, lamenting, alas, her vitality is insufficient to unleash the full might of this form. On the arena, Su Yang watched Jiang Mingqi with keen interest. Indeed, those who could become prodigies possessed remarkable capabilities. He merely shifted his posture slightly, a gesture that conveyed enough respect. Jiang Mingqi gritted her teeth, and as the plum blossoms reached a certain quantity, they suddenly converged into a torrent, surging into her body. Almost simultaneously, the chilling radiance of her long sword surged forth, enveloping the arena in a flurry of plum blossoms. The blossoms spun rapidly, then descended like a tempest towards Su Yang and the Howling Wolf. Boom! As the blossoms struck the ground, countless sharp beams of light shot forth, the immense force causing the entire arena to tremble. Bravo! Captain Jiang is magnificent. This tremendous commotion instantly ignited the audience's excitement. They had felt stifled, yearning for exhilarating victories to cleanse their inner fury, yet instead, their anger had only intensified. At this moment, they were finally liberated from the sight of their opponent's arrogant demeanor. How could they not be thrilled? Yet, in that fleeting moment, the rapidly contracting beams of light seemed to encounter an insurmountable force, abruptly retreating and shooting outward in all directions. To the spectators, these beams appeared as harbingers of doom. Those closest to the arena could not suppress their gasps. Swish, swish, swish. On the stands, Elder Zhuge and the principal simultaneously took action. The scattering light was instantly halted by an invisible barrier, vanishing from sight. When the crowd turned their gaze back to the arena, they were left in stunned silence. Jiang Mengqi lay weakly at the edge of the stage, continually spitting blood, her expression utterly drained. The principal rushed onto the arena without a moment's hesitation, retrieving a medicinal pill from his pocket and placing it in Jiang Mengqi's mouth. Only when she began to stabilize her breathing did he breathe a sigh of relief. Su Yang exhibited no inclination to intervene, sitting there with a smile, sipping on cola. As he watched the medical personnel carry Jiang Mengqi away, he blandly remarked, "There's still one left. Hurry up and finish this, I'm holding it in." The principal glared at Su Yang, momentarily at a loss for words. Damn it. How did this monster suddenly appear in Shuicheng No. 1 High School? Fortunately, we possess a trump card. Otherwise, we might have truly faced disaster. Below the arena, thousands of spectators were left in bewilderment. Defeated. Again defeated. A second-tier warrior had fallen to this Beastmaster. Wasn't it said that Beastmasters had significant shortcomings and limited potential? How could a Beastmaster, who had awakened less than half a year ago, effortlessly defeat a second-tier warrior? Jiang Mengqi's defeat meant that only one person remained on their side. Should he fall, the Chen family as Qilin would undoubtedly seek retribution for past humiliations. What was there to fear? They ought to consider who their last contender was. Dreaming of defeating him was futile. Many in the crowd felt a surge of realization. Indeed, though they had but one person left, that individual was the most extraordinary genius of Chen City. Even in their main city, few could claim to consistently defeat him. The Saint. The Saint. Voices began to rise in fervent calls. Initially sporadic, the chorus gradually coalesced into a mighty wave of sound. Now, let us welcome Chen City's foremost genius, the Saint of the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion, Chen Ping'an. The host announced with great clarity. As the words echoed, nearly everyone's gaze turned to a nearby high-rise, the training building of Shuicheng No. 1 High School. Chen Ping'an's exclusive training chamber resided there. Look, the Saint has arrived. The Saint can even fly. The Saint of Lingxiao Sword Pavilion is truly majestic. On the high-rise, a figure clad in white, standing atop two swords, descended from the heavens like an immortal. Elder Zhuge stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. Old Chen, your great-grandson is indeed a prodigy. At such a tender age, he has already mastered the second tier of sword control technique, far surpassing my capabilities at that age. Old Chen nodded, barely containing his smile, yet humbly stated, Ping'an's achievements are due to the guidance of all the elders. Without your diligent instruction, how could he have attained such accomplishments? Elder Zhuge felt even more elated. Once the Saint takes action, I believe a single strike will leave the opponent without any means of resistance. Suddenly, a loud laugh interrupted, and Jiangwan waved her hand dismissively. Apologies, I couldn't hold it in. Continue. Although she claimed to be unable to restrain herself, her smile was unrestrained. Elder Zhuge grew irritated. No wonder Nanwu gives your master 2 recommendations each year. He cannot retain anyone. Such conduct is truly a disgrace to Nanwu. Upon hearing this, Jiangwan's expression darkened. Old man, care to repeat that? Elder Zhuge felt his temper rising, yet he dared not repeat his words. Observing his awkward demeanor, Jiangwan had no intention of letting him off the hook. If you choose not to speak, do you think my master is magnanimous, allowing you to take advantage? I shall inform my second master and ask him how he would handle someone cursing you into extinction. You're talking nonsense. Elder Zhuge felt he was losing his mind. Why was he engaging with her? Choosing to remain silent, he turned his attention back to the arena. Chen Ping'an descended like a celestial being, his white garments billowing in the wind. Behind him, he bore 6 flying swords. He gazed coolly at Su Yang. I admit I underestimated you earlier, but soon, you will realize that all your pride is merely that of a petty clown. I hope your body is in good condition to keep up with the martial examination. Su Yang rubbed his ear, a hint of exasperation on his face. Do you all indulge in so much idle chatter? A man cannot rely solely on words. Chapter 46. Chen Ping'an's swift defeat, seeking trouble. Chen Ping'an let out a cold snort, refraining from further conversation, as 2 flying swords suddenly soared into the air behind him. Like 2 agile serpents, they flicked their tongues menacingly at the howling sky wolf. He swore that if he uttered another word, he would consider himself a dog. The flying swords moved with grace, slicing towards the howling sky wolf. Despite the wolf's remarkable speed, the swords were hardly slower. In the blink of an eye, they hovered above the wolf's head, the amassed momentum erupting with a thunderous force. Under the weight of this aura, the howling sky wolf's movements faltered slightly. Death! With a cold grunt, Chen Ping'an swiftly withdrew his long sword, causing the previously unleashed flying swords to erupt once more. In an instant, they enveloped the howling sky wolf within a radiant glow, akin to a meat grinder, reducing everything within to mere powder. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an directed the remaining swords straight towards Su Yang. A cold smile graced his lips. Everything was under his control. While others might struggle to confront a beastmaster like Su Yang, he was not so limited. His 6 swords could divide into 3 groups to fight simultaneously. This meant his skill naturally countered Su Yang's. Unless the opposing 3 forces could withstand the sword's assault, such a scenario was utterly implausible. After all, the Howling Sky Wolf was only of second-tier strength. Amidst the dazzling light, Chun Ping'an moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance to within 5 meters of Su Yang in an instant. Yet, Su Yang remained seated, even sporting a smile. Just as Chun Ping'an's sword tip was a mere meter from Su Yang's body, he felt a sudden flash of white before his vision blurred, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. In that moment, panic surged within Chun Ping'an. Was this a spatial talent? How could this be possible? However, there was no time for contemplation. Sensing the anomaly, he activated his passive defensive skill. A radiant aura enveloped him, shielding his body. Once he completed this, he exhaled a sigh of relief. His light shield was a low-grade mysterious technique, a treasured martial art of the Lingxiao sword sect, impervious to attacks below the 3rd tier. Prepared? Just as he felt a sense of ease, a mocking voice echoed in his ear. Startled, he looked up to see Su Yang still lounging on the sofa. Disdain etched across his face. Besides Su Yang, the Howling Sky Wolf regarded him with a similarly mocking gaze. Not dead, Chun Ping'an's mind momentarily faltered. He had intended to kill that spiritual beast, and with its strength, there was no way it could escape the onslaught of the flying swords. Yet, this improbable occurrence had transpired. Before he could fully comprehend his astonishment, Su Yang continued, "Since you're ready, here I come." In an instant, Chun Ping'an's hair stood on end, a wave of extreme danger washing over him. Though he had yet to discern the situation, his instinct warned him of peril, deadly peril. He hastily summoned all his blood energy, channeling it into his defense. A sudden gust of wind erupted. Almost immediately, the radiant aura surrounding him shattered, and his body was sent hurtling backward. While still airborne, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness, as if he were a discarded sack of refuse. At that moment, on the arena, Su Yang remained leisurely seated, the Howling Sky Wolf standing behind him, unscathed. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with nearly everyone rendered speechless. What had happened? They had witnessed Chun Ping'an charging towards Su Yang, poised to end the battle in a single strike, only to suddenly freeze. Then, dazzling light enveloped him, followed by his abrupt expulsion from the arena. What was going on? Was this a performance? It was rather lackluster, wasn't it? At least Jiang Mingxi had managed to hold her ground for a few rounds. Was this truly the infamous Chun Ping'an of Qin City? Preposterous. Observing the scene, Old Master Qin could no longer contain himself and bellowed as he rushed onto the stage. After a thorough examination of Chun Ping'an, he sighed in relief. Chun Ping'an had merely been stunned by external forces and was not in serious danger. However, rather than waking him, he turned to Su Yang. "You audacious fool. Resorting to underhanded tactics. Such actions are tantamount to treason and warrant execution." Old Master Chen's eyes widened, his 4th-tier aura erupting. In that instant, Su Yang felt as though he were mired in a quagmire, utterly immobilized. Even his thoughts slowed, rendering him unable to summon the fire Qilin. Just as he believed he was about to fall, a massive axe appeared, crashing down between them. Old Master Qin fixed his gaze on the axe's wielder, speaking coldly. "Girl, this matter exceeds your jurisdiction. His use of heretical tactics marks him as an enemy of humanity. You cannot protect him." During Old Master Qin's discourse, Elder Zhuge and the principal of the first high school had joined him, standing behind Old Master Qin. The implication was clear. Should Jiang Wan act recklessly, she would face the wrath of 3 4th-tier powerhouses. Even as a disciple of the Southern Martial Academy, her strength could not match theirs. "Oh, you claim it to be so? What evidence do you possess of any heretical methods?" Jiang Wan faced the 3 4th-tier figures without a trace of fear, her lips curling in disdain. Old Master Qin hesitated. He could not specifically name any heretical method. However, it was evident that whatever had incapacitated his great-grandson was not a legitimate means. Noticing his indecision, Elder Zhuge's expression darkened. "Girl, do not deceive yourself. Humanity has long established a decree. Upon discovering heretical beings, they must be executed on the spot. Once you wade into this murky water, escaping will not be so simple." Jiang Wan seemingly did not grasp the thread in Elder Zhuge's words, retorting dismissively, "Do not try to intimidate me with grandiose claims. Your words wouldn't even frighten the wooden statues of my ancestors. Now, if you have evidence, present it. If not, declare the outcome, and let us all return to our respective homes. If you wish to exploit this situation, you'd best consult this axe's opinion first." "What? Do you Southern martial folks intend to leverage this to bully others?" Old Master Qin's voice rang out passionately, resonating throughout the entire arena. His declaration ignited the crowd's fervor. They demanded accountability. Chin City was not to be trifled with. It was no wonder they could injure so many martial examination candidates. They must have employed these heretical methods. Take them to the Safety Bureau. I refuse to believe there are no ulterior motives at play here. The crowd erupted in furious roars. While Old Master Chen let out a quiet breath, he exchanged glances with Chen Pingyan, who was being carried away. He feared that if Chen Pingyan awoke at this juncture, it might become a psychological burden for him. As Chen Pingyan was escorted away, Old Master Chen turned to the principal of the first high school, understanding the unspoken words. The principal spoke. The exchange competition has devolved to this point, losing its original intent. The reason lies in your indiscriminate harm against over 100 martial examination candidates from Chun City's first high school. You must provide an explanation. Su Yang scoffed at the remarks. These individuals truly lack shame. The truth is likely more apparent to them than anyone else, yet they now feign innocence. Such audacity is remarkable. However, this aligns perfectly with their intentions. With everything seemingly tranquil, who else could possibly contribute such a wealth of emotional value? The solution is quite straightforward. Simply retrieve the surveillance footage from the training facility, and the matter will become glaringly evident, will it not? Is it possible that the signal was indeed lost? As Su Yang spoke, he mischievously winked at the principal of first high school, who pretended not to notice and grunted dismissively. How could that be? It just so happened that there was no signal during that time. At this point, the principal's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. No wonder, you have indeed been scheming with great intent. By jamming the surveillance signals, you have created an opportunity to fabricate lies, have you not? Su Yang found himself laughing in exasperation, sensing that the moment had arrived. He waved to the audience below. Principal, it matters not if the surveillance is faulty. I have a gift for you that you are certain to adore. Chapter 47. The Grievance of Snow. The triumphant return to the city. Mo Ruo Feng, upon noticing Su Yang's signal, chuckled gleefully. I have awaited this moment for far too long. He tossed his hair back with a flourish, exuding an air of arrogance. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The spectacle is about to commence. Song Jing cast a perplexed glance at Mo Ruo Feng as he strode towards the arena, sensing that she was perhaps being kept in the dark about certain matters. Indeed, as her guiding teacher, she had merely led the team, despite their remarkable achievements in Chin City, which included triumphing over the formidable Chin Pingyan. It seemed as though none of this was directly related to her. Her students were being slandered, and all she could do was offer a feeble defense. Just as Song Jing was lost in thought, Mo Ruo Feng had already ascended the stage. Su Gu, I have arrived, he greeted with a grin. Ladies and gentlemen, let us witness the unfolding events. Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement of Mo Ruo Feng's presence. In response, Mo Ruo Feng extracted a glistening stone from his pocket. Upon seeing the stone, the principal of First High School's pupils constricted, an ominous premonition rising within him. Nevertheless, he refrained from acting immediately. The truth of the situation remained uncertain, and he would not allow himself to falter. The next moment, the stone emitted a radiant beam of light, projecting a vague image into the sky. Initially shaky, the image soon stabilized, allowing the onlookers to discern its contents. Where was this? It seemed to feature numerous students. Is this our first high school's training facility? Indeed, I have visited several times. This is our training venue. Yet had not the principal just stated there was no signal there? How could there be video footage? A murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd as they began to discuss amongst themselves. The trajectory of events appeared to be veering off course. The principal's expression darkened considerably upon witnessing this development. He understood all too well that if this video were to be made public, it would spell disaster for First High School. This is a sensitive matter. How dare you record without permission? Cease this at once. As he spoke, he prepared to intervene forcefully. At that moment, an exceedingly dangerous aura manifested behind him. With no time to contemplate, he swiftly evaded. Just as he did, a shadow of an axe fell where he had just stood. The principal was seething, nearly breathing fire. Jiangwan, do you wish to aid the oppressors? If it comes to that, I shall have no choice but to teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Jiangwan scoffed, resting the massive axe on her shoulder. You? Do you think you are worthy? The principal was momentarily taken aback, looking up at Elder Zhuge, who merely nodded slightly. Before he could act, the giant axe suddenly radiated a formidable energy, locking onto the principal of First High School, Elder Zhuge, and Old Master Chun. Do you wish to take desperate measures? Let us see if you can withstand this strike from my master. Feeling the terrifying energy, the principal's complexion turned ashen. Do you genuinely dare to strike? In the city, teachers attacking students without cause is a grave offense. Jiangwan smirked mockingly. And what of your unprovoked assault on the students of the Southern Border Martial Academy? As the two faced off, the aerial video displayed the conflict between students from First High School and those from Suiqing. The individual attempting to mediate was seen urging the opposing side to retreat to their platform. The audience, numbering in the thousands, was left in stunned silence. Is this real? The mediator is the vice captain of our school's team? Wasn't it the other side that provoked first? Holy cow, we actually sent a martial artist to confront their quasi-martial artists. This is utterly merciless. Listening to the murmurs and observing the crowd's changing expressions, the principal's face turned a shade of deep anger. Yet, he remained ensnared by the oppressive aura. It was clear that any movement would lead to a devastating blow. A strike from a master was beyond his capacity to endure. Jiangwan, I will report you to the disciplinary department of your martial academy. You shall await the consequences. Jiangwan feigned terror, her ponytail swaying. Oh dear. I am so frightened. My hands tremble when I am scared. What should I do? It seemed to validate her claim, as the energy she commanded also quivered slightly. Principal Wang, we shall discuss this matter later. My Ling Xiao Sword Pavilion will also be involved. Elder Zhuge gritted his teeth, but managed to suppress his fury to mediate. Those individuals were notorious for their madness. Provoking them further could lead to unpredictable consequences. Principal Wang pressed his lips together, ultimately choosing silence. Though his gaze bore down on Jiang Wan with steely intensity, Su Yang observed Jiang Wan's nonchalant demeanor with excitement. How impressive! Were it not for Jiang Wan's intervention, I might have returned empty-handed against those fourth-tier fighters. Contemplating this, he found himself increasingly curious about his convenient master. Her approach was evidently to his taste. The aerial footage had now transitioned to the scene of Su Yang's group battling the martial examination candidates from First High School. Over 100 individuals had collapsed before even reaching the stage, while their opponents lounged on sofas, indulging in refreshments. What humiliation! The irony was that it had been their side that instigated the conflict. The other party could only be deemed to have retaliated in self-defense. Had they emerged victorious, it would have been a matter of pride. At worst, they could have simply offered compensation. Yet, they had lost. Over 100 individuals. And scarcely a few managed to reach the stage before being taken down. This was a disgrace beyond measure. In that moment, the hearts of thousands were filled with a tumult of emotions. By now, Principal Wang's face had turned a ghastly shade. He could predict the dire consequences that awaited him. Song Jing, witnessing the final scene, let out a long sigh of relief. She ascended the stage with her long legs. Principal Wang, is this the conduct of First High School? Wrongfully accusing and assaulting our students is nothing short of thuggery. You must compensate our students. Should we not receive a satisfactory resolution, we will escalate this matter to the highest authority. Principal Wang coughed up a mouthful of blood. Compensate you? You've barely injured a few. How many have we lost? Over 100. Many will not even be able to participate in this year's martial examination. Who am I supposed to seek compensation from? Damn Liangping, it was a brilliant idea of yours. Principal Wang's eyes blazed with fury, his heart filled with resentment. However, in the end, Principal Wang managed to suppress his anger. At this juncture, the situation had escalated significantly. If Suiqing No. 1 High School continued to press on, his position as principal would become untenable. After considerable negotiation, he expended 10 blood vitality pills to send the members of Suiqing No. 1 High School onto the inner-city train. Merely half an hour after their departure, Liangping was also sent to the hospital. It was reported that while squatting in the restroom, he was bitten by a venomous insect, resulting in severe bodily decay. In a particular VIP ward of the hospital, Chun Pingon sat on the hospital bed, his countenance darkened. In truth, he had awakened before leaving the playground, yet he wished he hadn't. He had faced defeat before, but such a humiliating loss was unprecedented, and a hint of inner turmoil began to fester within him. Su Yang, I shall seek your demise to avenge today's disgrace and vanquish my inner demons. For the martial arts examination, I shall present you with a grand gift. Chapter 48. If you cannot defeat a second-stage opponent, do not return. On the inner-city train, Su Yang and his companions were in high spirits. Even now, they had yet to recover from the thrill of their victory. As for Jiangwan, when Su Yang and his group boarded the train, she chose a different destination. Junior brother, we shall meet at the Martial Academy. Sister, see you at the Martial Academy. Su Yang had already come to accept this senior sister wholeheartedly. On the train, the team members engaged in lively discussions, the atmosphere vibrant with excitement. Su Ge, you are simply too handsome. If I were a girl, I would undoubtedly throw myself at you. Mo Ryun cast a shy glance at Su Yang, subtly flirting. This left Su Yang feeling somewhat nauseated. Get lost, I don't swing that way. With an expression of disdain, Su Yang shifted his position, creating a slight distance from Mo Ryun. This action elicited a wave of laughter from the group. Song Jing smiled as she observed the youthful exuberance around her, clapping her hands together. All right, this time we at Suiqing have triumphed over Chuncheong No. 1 High School after a 3-year hiatus, and we defeated them decisively. Even with the formidable Chun Pingon on their side, Song Jing paused, her gaze falling upon Su Yang. After all, he is a third-stage opponent. A formidable presence that even I could not overcome, yet was so easily dispatched by you. After a moment, she continued, as for the rewards from this competition, we shall distribute them upon our return to school, and we can discuss how to allocate the compensatory blood vitality pills. As soon as Song Jing's words fell, Mo Ryun interjected, in my opinion, the rewards and compensations from this exchange match are all thanks to Su Ji's efforts. He deserves the lion's share, if not the entirety. And I believe no one would object. The others nodded in agreement, whether it was Li Qingshan, who had been severely injured during the practice session, or Qin Fan, who had fought valiantly during the exchange match. They were merely offering their heads for the cause. As for the rest, they had primarily served as support. No objections. Agreed. Absolutely. The group voiced their consensus. Su Yang smiled and shook his head. Although he coveted these resources, he understood that a gentleman must adhere to certain principles. No need. Let us divide it equally. We are a team, and if we fail, would you leave me to shoulder the blame alone? Of course not, someone chimed in. Then it is settled. Thus, the victory shall be shared among all. Mo Ryun attempted to say something further, but was promptly silenced by Su Yang. It's decided. Song Jing nodded. Since Su Yang has spoken, we shall proceed as he suggests. The remaining team members expressed their delight. Even if they did not receive a portion, they had little to complain about. After all, who would refuse more resources? An additional resource meant an increase in strength. With the martial arts examination approaching, every bit of strength heightened their chances of gaining admission to a prestigious martial arts academy. Upon returning to Suiqing, Su Yang directly requested leave from Song Jing and did not attend the school's welcome ceremony. To him, such superficialities were a waste of time. Lin Xin and Mo Ryun also abstained. As soon as they disembarked the train, their family vehicles whisked them away. After their departure, Su Yang headed straight to the building of cultivation. He requested a training room, settled his mind, and began to examine his status panel. At that moment, his feedback value astonishingly reached 3,000 points. This figure startled even Su Yang. It seemed that those formidable individuals had indeed provided him with abundant emotional value. Indeed, one must seek out ample opportunities for gain. Had this occurred in Suiqing, even with all his efforts, he would have been fortunate to achieve half that amount. Sigh. Su Yang sighed. This was the disparity at play. After a brief contemplation, he spent 1,000 feedback points to upgrade his wind-chasing Thunderblade to the proficient stage. The remaining 2,000 points were entirely allocated to his blood vitality. In an instant, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins, a portion of it racing through his meridians. Su Yang grimaced in pain. Damn, it seems one cannot consume too much blood vitality at once. This sensation of pain lingered for about the duration of a tea ceremony, before gradually subsiding. His body felt sticky all over. Su Yang promptly entered the restroom to cleanse himself, emerging refreshed, invigorated, and brimming with energy. Upon glancing at his status panel again, he found that his realm had ascended to the second stage, second level. Extending his right hand, a metal battle knife materialized within his grasp. He gently sensed the intent of the wind-chasing Thunderblade. With a swift motion, he executed a strike, practicing the techniques of the wind-chasing Thunderblade. His movements were as swift as the wind, the blade tip flickering like a cunning serpent. Each strike unleashed a faint rumble of thunder, its power exceeding that of the initiation stage by more than double. The harmony of speed and strength was indeed captivating. After a thorough practice session, Su Yang felt immense satisfaction. With this set of techniques alone, he was confident that he could adeptly handle an opponent even a stage or two above him, provided he did not resort to any hidden cards, of course. After all, his current combat prowess could not be simply equated with his realm. With more than 10 days remaining until the martial arts examination, he mused, with my current strength, opponents below the third stage could not inflict any harm upon me. On the contrary, if I were to engage in a prolonged battle, I could potentially wear down a high-ranking third-stage martial artist. As for the fourth stage, that would necessitate relying on Xiaohua. It was unlikely that there would be fourth-stage martial arts examinees in the main city of Piqing. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, it would be wise to hunt more demon beasts. This way, both he and Xiaohua could experience rapid growth. It was said that the top performers in the martial arts examination, as well as the top of their realm, and even the national champion, received exceptionally generous rewards. With this thought, a smile crept onto Su Yang's lips. If these rewards could be stacked, then I must secure as many as possible. For the next 10 days, he had no intention of returning to school. Instead, he planned to immerse himself in the trial zone. This would not only hone his martial skills, but also help him garner more followers, providing an additional layer of security. With this determination, he checked the time and realized that there should still be a bus departing the city, so he did not delay any further. After settling the fare, he hailed a taxi and made his way to the City Gate bus station. At the Mo residence, Mo Ryun stood obediently in the living room, while Mo Jin sat in the upper seat, savoring tea, seemingly deep in thought. Mo Ryun discreetly lifted her gaze, casting a pleading look towards the beautiful woman in purple seated beside her. Mo Ryun gently shook her head, signaling Mo Ruffing to remain still. After a long pause, Mo Jian finally spoke. Is it truly that difficult? Mo Rufing's expression instantly soured. Grandfather, Brother Su defeated that Qin Pingon with a single move. Even if I exhaust all my trump cards, I still cannot catch up. Mo Ruffing felt tears welling up. Had he known, he would have refrained from such meticulous reporting. Now, he had ensnared himself in a predicament. Alas, how did I end up with such a foolish grandson? You shall venture out of the city for training. If you cannot even defeat a second-tier demonic beast, do not return. Mo Ruiying, you are to supervise, but under no circumstances are you to interfere. Yes, grandfather. Watching Mo Ruiying depart with Mo Ruffing, Mo Jian's eyes gleamed with intensity. What a remarkable boy. Not even a third-tier opponent can stand against you. Although it seems somewhat unjust, as he was incapacitated before he could showcase his true strength. Yet, in the chaos of battle, one must seize the most advantageous moment. This is not an ambush, it is decisiveness. It appears my wager was astutely placed. Chapter 49. The approaching martial examination, weighty information. Time flows like a river, and the martial examination is now imminent. The entire Sui city has become lively, with discussions surrounding this year's martial examination filling conversations over tea and meals. This is no mere coincidence. The reforms implemented for this year's examination are unprecedented in their magnitude. Traditionally, the martial examination took place within a testing zone, where the outer perimeter was devoid of tiered demonic beasts. The middle area hosted some low-tier first-level beasts. The inner area contained higher-tier first-level beasts, and the core zone was dominated by second-tier apex beasts. The demarcations between these zones were starkly visible, and crucially, all the beasts were previously tamed by humans before being released into the testing area, their inherent ferocity having been largely diminished. However, this year, the examination site has been established within a recently conquered demonic beast territory. The beasts within remain untamed, retaining their primal ferocity, and their levels have significantly escalated compared to previous years. In fact, within the inner area, the demonic beasts already reach second-tier status, with dozens of third-tier beasts present in the core zone, and even sightings of fourth-tier beasts. To put it plainly, this year's martial examination is far more akin to real combat, and its brutality is palpable. The announcement of this policy elicited an immediate societal reaction. This is only one aspect. More importantly, this year's examination will not only include students from various local academies, but also allow military personnel, hermit families, and even allied non-human races to send eligible participants. This, in effect, has elevated the difficulty of this martial examination exponentially. Initially, many parents of martial examination candidates banded together to protest, but when the authorities responded firmly, stating that those who disagreed could forego the examination, the dissenting voices were swiftly quelled. Naturally, this year's martial examination is more brutal than any before it, but correspondingly, the rewards are also more substantial than ever. The top 10 in each competition area will not only receive a wealth of resources, but will also qualify for the next round of competition within the realm. Ultimately, the top 100 talents will represent the realm in the overarching contest. The final battle will select the top 50 from 400 participants, who will then enter the Tianyuan secret realm for trials. Initially, many were unaware of the significance of the Tianyuan secret realm, but upon inquiry, they were astounded. The Tianyuan secret realm is the most magnificent and mysterious realm discovered by humanity to date. Furthermore, this realm seems to possess a unique magical quality, appearing only once every 500 years for a duration of 1 month. This year coincidentally marks the turning point of this cycle, meaning that in 3 months, the Tianyuan secret realm will officially open. Any fortunate individual who can gain even a modicum of opportunity from the realm will be bestowed with treasures that will benefit them for a lifetime. The 4 great realm leaders of the Yanhuang have all experienced the Tianyuan secret realm 500 years ago. This fact alone ignites an ardent fervor among countless martial examination candidates and their families. Princes and dukes, why should they be the only ones of noble birth? Why can't I be a harbinger of this cycle? Thus, despite the harsh reality, an indomitable competitive spirit surged within countless martial examination candidates. At the Sui City Lord's residence, Mo Jian and Lin Xuanfeng stood on either side, while Ling Tian occupied the center. As Ling Tian sipped his tea and savored its flavor, Mo Jian spoke softly. Master Ling, the reforms for this year's martial examination must be driven by considerations from above. However, I fail to comprehend why hermit families and non-human races are allowed to participate. They have made no significant contributions to humanity. Hermit families are solely focused on their own interests and seldom assist in the official eradication of demonic beasts. As for those non-human races, they have not aided us in the past, but now stand a chance to claim spots for humanity in the Tianyuan secret realm. I find it somewhat perplexing. Ling Tian smiled lightly. It is precisely this perplexity that is warranted. Consider the immense rewards for this martial examination. How could the authorities possibly possess such vast resources alone? If they wish to partake, they must naturally contribute something in return. Lin Chuanfeng frowned as well. Even if they have provided substantial resources, it seems inadequate compared to the opportunity to enter the Tianyuan secret realm. Gaining access to the Tianyuan secret realm could very well cultivate unparalleled powerhouses. Ling Tian did not respond immediately. He leisurely raised his teacup and took a sip. You both make valid points. But have you considered that there might be other underlying motives at play? The matter has not yet reached the stage for public disclosure, so I cannot elaborate further. However, I can assure you that if any descendants of your families are participating in this year's martial examination, advise them to strive for commendable standings. Before long, you will find yourselves grateful for this decision. At this juncture, Mo Jian and Lin Chuanfeng refrained from further inquiries. Yet a shared intuition loomed in their minds. The situation was indeed as they suspected. There was a high probability that significant actions would follow the conclusion of this martial examination. With only a few days remaining until the martial examination, both Lin Chuanfeng and Mo Jian harbored the same thought: to mobilize their entire family's resources to ensure that the youth participating in this examination could enhance their capabilities to the fullest. Perhaps they would witness the dawn of a new era. Concurrently, as the authorities announced the specifics of this year's martial examination reforms, they also introduced the establishment of the Tianjiao rankings. The Tianjiao rankings are divided into 5 lists, one for each of the 4 realms: East, West, South, and North, as well as an overall ranking. The overall list will compile all the Tianjiao across the domain for ranking purposes. This initiative will provide a general understanding of the Tianjiao throughout the domain, and after the martial examination, a grand competition among the Tianjiao will lead to a re-ranking. The new list will also serve as the ultimate criterion for entry into the Tianyuan secret realm. In other words, those who secure a position among the top 50 on the final list will gain the qualification to enter the Tianyuan secret realm. At the outset of the rankings establishment, a formidable powerhouse projected it into the sky. The vast heavens were cloaked by 5 colossal lists, seemingly extending beyond the horizon. However, as the martial examination had yet to commence, all 5 lists remained blank. Nonetheless, the grand and boundless aura stirred the hearts of all present. At the headquarters of the Southern Realm Guard, in an office, a stern-faced middle-aged military officer gazed at 5 young men and women before him. He was Zhai Lintian, the chief instructor responsible for this special training. Zhai Lintian nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group. Their appearance belied any signs of youth commensurate with their age. What was evident was merely the resolute spirit and unwavering loyalty characteristic of soldiers. Are you little ones confident? Zhai Lintian inquired with a smile. Reporting. I fear they might complain, claiming we are using our might to intimidate them. This remark immediately elicited smiles from several others, and Zhai Lintian chuckled as well. As far as I am aware, among the local schools, Chen Ping'an from Chen City, Lin Ao from Pai City, and both Ruanshan and Wu Dongjian are of the 3rd tier. It is said that Wu Dongjian has even reached the zenith of the 3rd tier, talents not to be underestimated. Reporting to the chief instructor, although their levels are formidable, I firmly believe that in terms of actual combat, victory is ours. Moreover, senior sister Morong's prowess even surpasses theirs. Upon hearing this, Zhai Lintian's gaze fell upon one of the young women, Morong Yufei, at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. In fact, she could break through to the 4th tier at any moment. However, she has consistently felt that her body's meridians have yet to be perfected. Hence, she has restrained herself from advancing. Receiving such praise, her expression revealed no trace of arrogance. It seemed rather taken for granted. To enable you to participate in the martial examination, the headquarters of the Guard Corps has expended significant resources. You 5 are the most outstanding among this special training class. I hope the investment we have made will yield abundant returns. Ensure the completion of your tasks. The group responded in unison. Understood. As for your potential adversaries, the relevant departments have already prepared the necessary materials for you to familiarize yourselves with over the next few days. Chief Instructor, I believe the students from those schools tend to exaggerate. For instance, that Chen Ping'an, a 3rd-tier martial artist, was decisively defeated by a 2nd tier. What if he falters? If there are no hidden circumstances, it can only be said that Chen Ping'an likely attained his level solely through the accumulation of medicinal pills, with his actual combat strength probably only at the 2nd tier. As for that Su Yang, his weaknesses are glaringly obvious. After all, in battles with demonic beasts, no one stipulates that it must be one-on-one. Zhai Lintian waved his hand dismissively. Do not be careless, regardless of the opponent's hidden cards. Remember to remain humble and cautious. Do you understand? Yes. After Zhai Lintian concluded, he proceeded to analyze each prodigy's talents and combat techniques. In the martial examination, candidates would not attack one another, as points were the sole measure of their performance, and these could only be obtained from demonic beasts. However, in the ensuing competition, clashes between candidates were inevitable. Thus, understanding one's opponents became crucial. A similar scene unfolded among various hidden families, each faction conducting final oversight on their respective geniuses, determined to shine brightly in this martial examination. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained before the martial examination. Suyang tirelessly hunted beasts in the trial zone. As was his custom, he employed a rotation system with his spirit beasts. Once his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, he would summon a spirit beast to battle, and when he had regained enough energy, he would switch to another spirit beast. The results were remarkably effective. In just over 10 days, he had slain over 1,000 demonic beasts, among which 400 were above the second tier, and dozens were third-tier beasts. His own level had now risen to the third tier, and he possessed over 10,000 points of repurchase value, comfortably reclining against a large rock. He gazed up at the sky, feeling a sense of grandiosity and satisfaction. He marveled at his newfound wealth, over 10,000 points. Truly, the vast world beyond the city held boundless opportunities. After calculating the time, he resolved to return to the city. In the next 3 days, he needed to carefully contemplate how to allocate his numerous repurchase points. After resting for a while, Suyang watched as the white fox dispatched a group of howling sky wolves, summoning it back into his sea of consciousness, and waited for the fire Qilin to consume the remains of the demonic beasts before heading to the supply area. Upon returning to the city, he headed directly to the building outside the tower and requested a training room. Swiftly entering, he opened the panel and began to ponder. Currently, his sky-splitting fist had reached the mastery level, while Fire Dance Silver Serpent, Cloud Winding Thousand Illusions, and Earth Shield were all at the initial stage. Though balanced, he lacked a true trump card for survival. In extreme situations, if the White Fox and Little Fire faced formidable foes, his safety would be compromised. One must forge their own strength. Suyang had never considered his spirit beasts as his ultimate safeguard. After much contemplation, he finally made a decision. He needed both a combat trump card and a life-preserving one. With the current level of Cloud Winding Thousand Illusions, he could remain unscathed against opponents below the 4th tier. But the chances of escape against a 4th-tier opponent would significantly diminish. To be prudent, Suyang spent 1,000 points of repurchase value to upgrade Cloud Winding Thousand Illusions to the mastery level. The remaining 7,000 points were all allocated to Fire Dance Silver Serpent. With the allocation complete, the Fire Dance Silver Serpent successfully reached the minor achievement level. With a flick of his thoughts, a small flame appeared in his hand. Though diminutive, Suyang could palpably sense the terrifying energy fluctuations contained within it. Compared to before, it was several times more potent. If the initial stage Fire Dance Silver Serpent could eliminate second-tier opponents, then the current iteration could likely dispatch mid-tier and even high-tier third-tier foes with ease. Naturally, this came at a cost, as the mere flicker of flame consumed half of his spiritual energy. He could not help but lament that if only his spiritual energy reserves were more abundant, he would not have to worry about running out. However, this was not the pressing matter at hand. First, he needed to navigate the upcoming martial examination and secure the corresponding resources, which was of utmost importance. In the trial zone number 33, a blood-soaked youth, though his eyes were somewhat glazed over, steadfastly focused on a second-tier howling sky wolf. Damn it, still not dead? Mo Ruffling wielded his broadsword and charged once more at the howling sky wolf. The beast let out a fierce howl, lunging towards Mo Ruffling. The wolf's razor-sharp claws grazed Mo Ruffling's left shoulder, leaving a gash deep enough to see bone. In a swift maneuver, Mo Ruffling ducked low, dragging the blade across the howling sky wolf's abdomen. With a sickening sound, the wolf was eviscerated. Its body leapt upward, but before it could land, its innards spilled forth, splattering Mo Ruffling. Collapsing to the ground, he gasped for breath, nearly devoid of strength, too fatigued even to wipe the blood from his face. Hidden in the shadows, Mo Ruing watched with concern, but ultimately breathed a sigh of relief. Her younger brother, at the pinnacle of the 1st tier, had finally slain a second-tier demonic beast, fulfilling their father's objective. Mo Ruing quickly revealed herself, rushing to Mo Ruffing's side, lifting him under her arm, and hastening back toward the city. Though Mo Ruffling was gravely injured, she believed that such wounds would not hinder their father's plans for the martial examination 3 days hence. Upon returning to the Mo family, Mo Jian was taken aback by Mo Ruffing's injuries. You just watched your brother face such peril? Mo Ruing's lips twitched, but she remained silent. Had she misremembered? Was this order not one you had personally issued? Mo Jian cast a helpless glance at Mo Ruiying and promptly retrieved a pill from his spatial ring, placing it into Mo Ruiying's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and within a minute, Mo Ruiying's previously pallid complexion began to regain a healthy hue. Signs of healing even appeared on the substantial wound on his shoulder. Observing this, Mo Jian let out a slight sigh of relief, preparing to have someone escort Mo Ruiying back to his room for rest, when he suddenly noticed an agitation in Mo Ruiying's breath. It fluctuated erratically, sometimes rising, sometimes falling, sometimes slow, sometimes rapid. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? A smile of joy spread across Mo Jian's face. This breakthrough, at such a moment, was undoubtedly a promising sign for Mo Ruiying. 2 days later, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The nerves of the martial examination candidates were taut to the utmost. Tomorrow, the martial examination would officially commence. This afternoon, they were to gather at school before proceeding collectively to the examination venue. As the main city, Peaching oversaw 12 subordinate cities. The total number of graduating students was approximately 200,000, with around 20,000 participating in this year's martial examination. Across the entirety of Yanhuang, the number of participants surged to at least 1 million. These individuals were to become the new force in Yanhuang's defense against the beastly hordes. They marched forward, unyielding, their vitality unceasing. Thanks to the unwavering dedication of these individuals, despite the strength of the beasts, humanity could not be extinguished. When Su Yang arrived at the school, most of his classmates had already gathered. Upon seeing him, many eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Recently, the news of Suiqing No. 1 High School's team triumphing over Chunqing No. 1 High School had stirred a tremendous wave across the campus. As a beast master, Su Yang had garnered unanimous recognition from his peers. Among them, the students participating in the martial examination were especially captivated. Lu Xiaoxiao had implored Han Jing more than once, assuring her that if she simply asked, Su Yang would certainly agree to team up with them. At that point, wouldn't they soar to new heights? Their aspirations of entering a prestigious martial academy could transform into the opportunity to select the best of the best. Han Jing felt tempted, yet her expression remained impassive. What if he faltered during the examination? She had thoroughly offended the Chun family from Chunqing. What if they retaliated, dragging them all into misfortune? Upon arriving at the examination venue, Lu Xiaoxiao believed the odds of this happening were slim, but refrained from voicing further doubts. Last time, Han Jing's father had returned with pills for her. Now, Han Jing's vitality was nearing the critical threshold of 130, far exceeding Lu Xiaoxiao's 101. Presently, Han Jing was the most formidable ally she could cling to. She could not afford to let go. Spotting Su Yang again, she nudged Han Jing once more. Jing, Su Yang is here. Yet, Han Jing appeared oblivious, her demeanor unchanged. If they were to team up, he would have to make the first move. She could never approach him first. As Su Yang's white moonlight, she could not utter such words. If he proposed it, would she agree or not? Han Jing pondered silently. Well, if he were sincere, she might consider granting him a chance. As Han Jing wrestled with her decision, the other martial examination candidates were already buzzing with anticipation. Sugu. Hello, Sugu. Su Yang was well aware of their intentions, offering a nonchalant nod in acknowledgement. Witnessing his indifferent demeanor, no one dared to speak up any longer. Zhang Tai, seething with resentment, glared at Su Yang. Seeing no one approach him, he felt somewhat comforted. Just as the atmosphere became subtly charged, Lin Xin and Mo Ruiying arrived. After a few days apart, Su Yang could distinctly sense an enhancement in both of their auras, particularly in Mo Ruiying, who seemed to have achieved a significant breakthrough. Sugu, I have broken through. Am I impressive, or what? Upon seeing Su Yang, Mo Ruiying eagerly approached him, seeking recognition. Su Yang wrinkled his brow in distaste. Scram. Not looking. Not looking. What do you mean not looking? Mo Ruiying was momentarily taken aback, his expression blank as he processed Su Yang's words. Lin Xin pushed Mo Ruiying aside. Have you not had enough of your boasting? After which, she turned to Su Yang. Su Yang, have you broken through again? Su Yang chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. Just a slight breakthrough. Lin Xin regarded him as though he were a marvel. Another breakthrough? What kind of prodigy are you? However, she had grown accustomed to his feats and changed the subject. You know we can form teams for this martial examination, right? How about we team up? The moment her words left her lips, the entire class fell silent. Lin Xin was the pride of Suiqing, and her proactive request for Su Yang to team up was astonishing. Could it be that Su Yang truly possessed such formidable prowess? If these two teamed up, wouldn't they dominate the martial examination? Han Jing's heart raced uncontrollably. Surely Su Yang wouldn't allow himself to be intercepted so easily? Almost immediately, she felt a surge of irritation. Indeed, men were all the same. They professed eternal devotion but crumbled under the slightest test. Yet the next moment, Han Jing's expression brightened. She heard Su Yang declare, "Forget it, I don't intend to team up." Lin Xin nodded. "All right, I was just asking." "Xin, if Su Good doesn't agree, how about we team up?" Mo Rian chimed in, grinning. "Only the weak need to form teams." Lin Xin replied coldly. Striding directly to her seat, Mo Rian remained cheerful, muttering, "I'm not weak. I'm so strong I scare myself." Lu Xiaoxiao nudged Han Jing. "Jing, did you see that?" Su Yang rejected Lin Xin. "That's Lin Xin. It seems he truly likes you. Who could refuse a goddess like her?" As Lu Xiaoxiao spoke, her eyes lit up. Why would Su Yang turn down Lin Xin? Did he perhaps have someone else in mind? As for his claim of not wanting to form a team, that was utter nonsense. Who would choose to hunt monsters alone when they could team up? There could only be one reason for his actions. He had someone special in mind. And among the entire first high school, who else could garner such particular treatment from Su Yang but Han Jing? Why don't you go ask him? All right, I'll give him a way out. Han Jing shared this thought, understanding that opportunities to overshadow Lin Xin were rare. She brushed her loose strands behind her ear, maintaining her cool demeanor as she walked over to Su Yang. "Su Yang, my father said to look after you during the martial examination. Let us team up." "Lin Xin?" "Su Yang?" Mo Rian exclaimed. "Who are you? You'll take care of Su Ge?" The incredulity on Mo Rian's face was palpable. What level of foolishness must one possess to utter such a statement? Su Yang took a deep breath before replying. "Please thank Uncle Han for his kindness. I appreciate it. But I've already stated I want to go solo. No need to trouble you." Han Jing's eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe that Su Yang had the audacity to reject her. Hadn't she already extended an olive branch? How dare he refuse? Han Jing exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. "Well, those were your own words. If you fail to gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy, do not come crying to my father." With that, she stormed back to her seat, sulking in frustration. The other candidates, witnessing the humiliation of Lin Xin and Han Jing, refrained from making fools of themselves and promptly organized themselves into a line. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the homeroom teacher, Yang Gang, entered the room, announcing that the martial arts candidates were to gather on the playground in preparation for departure. Aside from Su Yang and a few others who appeared notably relaxed, the remaining 6 candidates visibly began to show signs of anxiety. This examination would determine the course of their lives. Upon arriving at the playground, they found 2 buses parked firmly in place. This martial arts examination represented both a challenge and an opportunity. I hope that years from now, you will not regret the choices made today. If you can achieve that, then you will have no cause for remorse. Yang Gang's succinct remarks encapsulated the entirety of their high school experience. A few sentimental students even felt tears welling in their eyes. Yang Gang gestured for the students to board the bus. Once he confirmed that everyone was on board, he followed suit. The examination site was located 300 miles from Piching, in an area recently conquered by the Guard Army. After thorough cleansing to ensure compliance with headquarters standards, it was officially designated as the Piching examination site. Su Yang and his companions also needed to transfer to an inner-city train, and after a 3-hour journey, they finally arrived at their destination. By now, night had fallen, yet the gathering place was ablaze with lights. Countless military vehicles nearly filled the road, and rows of military green tents stretched for miles beneath the illumination. For candidates hailing from distant places like Suicheng, it was necessary to arrive the night before. Meanwhile, candidates from the main city and nearby garrisons would arrive the following morning. "Tonight, rest early to ensure you are in good spirits for tomorrow," Yang Gang advised, appearing even more anxious than the students, frequently recalling various points to address. The martial arts candidates nodded silently, and after being assigned to their tents, they retreated into their respective quarters. The next morning, many students awoke early. Outside the tents, a cacophony of sounds filled the air, as those who lived nearby had already arrived and were receiving various briefings. At 7:30, all martial arts candidates were summoned to gather in the open area outside their tents. In the sky above, a formidable expert of the sky realm circled continuously. The martial arts examination commenced promptly at 8 o'clock. By 7, all candidates had assembled. In the air, hundreds of figures hovered, subtly encircling the candidates below. At the center stood 5 master-level figures, exuding an imposing aura that enveloped the entire examination site. "With half an hour remaining, please ensure you are prepared. I will reiterate the important details," one of the master-level experts called out, his voice clear enough for all to hear despite its softness. "Be sure to wear the martial artist wristbands issued earlier. They will not only record the number and level of beasts you slay in real time, uploading the data to the terminal system, but in the event of a life-threatening crisis or if you wish to withdraw, pressing the red button will conclude your examination. However, pressing the button means your martial arts assessment will end immediately." Half an hour later, at the master's command, hundreds of security gates simultaneously opened, and thousands of candidates surged into the examination area. Concurrently, a swarm of drones ascended, providing comprehensive coverage of the venue. The cameras mounted on the drones relayed the situation directly back to the command base. Within the makeshift command center, a large camouflage tent housed several masters, and behind them stood over 100 sea and mountain realm experts. At the forefront was an enormous display screen. In the central position were 10 larger split screens, surrounded by numerous smaller ones. The 10 larger screens were clearly designated for the top 10 candidates. However, as the candidates had just entered and had yet to slay any beasts, no specific student had yet been focused on. To one side of the display was the Peaching talent ranking. Those who placed in the top 10 would represent Peaching in the Southern region's talent competition. Although the martial arts examination had yet to commence, many had already formed their opinions regarding potential candidates. Ultimately, the martial arts examination would test their true strength. Those of higher realms would not falter significantly even if they performed poorly, while those of lower realms would struggle to surpass formidable high-level beasts, resulting in lower scores. Look, points have appeared. Suddenly, a sea and mountain realm expert murmured. As he spoke, the leaderboard had already changed, revealing over 100 names. At the top was Qin Ping'an, with a score of 10 points. In second place was Murong Fangfei of the Guard Army, with 8 points. Wu Dongjian, Wan Shan, and Lin Ao ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th, respectively. According to the rules, slaying a first-tier beast awarded 1 point, a second-tier beast awarded 10 points, and a third-tier beast garnered 100 points. As for fourth-tier beasts, they were worth tens of thousands. Qin Ping'an's score of 10 indicated that he had already slain 10 first-tier beasts within the first few minutes of the examination. His speed was indeed commendable. Being among the highest ranked in this group, his agility allowed him to engage with the beasts more swiftly. Establishing an early lead made it increasingly difficult for others to catch up. Some teachers began analyzing the situation. Old Ling, do you regret it now? One master, of similar age to Ling Tian, chuckled. When have you ever seen me regret anything? Ling Tian retorted defiantly. Han Qi rolled her eyes. Keep being stubborn. However, it's too late for regrets now. Yesterday, Qin Ping'an already agreed to choose our Eastern Region Martial Academy. Honestly, it's a bit embarrassing that you have so few talents in your Southern region, yet they still come to our Eastern region. She continued, by the way, what about that Su Yan you later chose? What is his ranking? As she spoke, she began searching the leaderboard. Not in the top 10. Not even in the top 20. Oh, has he slipped outside the top 20? Surely not to 50, right? No, not even 50. Although Han Qi had intended to mock Ling Tian, her surprise grew upon realizing that Su Yang had not even made it into the top 50. While he may have been slightly lacking, being chosen by Ling Tian suggested he would not rank so poorly. At that moment, Qin Ping'an had already accumulated 35 points. Ling Tian remained relaxed and at ease. Others were unaware, but he knew the truth. To speak of Su Yang's spirit beast, it was merely a walk in the park when dealing with those peripheral beasts. There was no way he could fall outside the top 50. Found it. Found it. Ha ha. Old Ling, you're going to die laughing. Han Qi exclaimed. Su Yang, with 2 points, is ranked 9,999th. He was nearly out of the top 10,000. Wow. That's impressive. Inside the examination site, Su Yang remained oblivious to the discussions regarding him among the masters. He was exerting himself to the utmost, plunging fearlessly into the examination venue with the technique of cloud scrolls of 1,000 illusions. Foolishness. The entire perimeter of the examination ground was teeming with countless demonic beasts. Even if he accounted for those above him, the points would scarcely amount to a mere 10,000. Yet, within the inner circle, a mere 1,000 second-tier beasts would suffice. I must strive to attain a high score, while simultaneously ensuring they acquire fewer points. Thus, my pace must quicken further, Su Yang pondered. Sprinting madly while retrieving a chi-replenishing pill from his spatial ring, which he swallowed with haste. Recently, the rewards from the exchange competition had reached his hands, and he had opted to convert everything into chi-replenishing pills. With these, his energy recovery rate could increase several-fold. I hope Mo Ruffing and Lin Xin heed my advice and do not squander too much time on first-tier beasts. Elsewhere, Qin Ping'an commanded 4 flying swords, which traced an eerie arc in the air before swiftly dispatching 4 first-tier demonic beasts. Nearby, Jiang Mingqi gazed at Qin Ping'an with admiration. Brother Qin, you are incredible. You are now ranked first. That Su Yang hasn't even made it into the top 1,000. Qin Ping'an chuckled dismissively. Such results were only to be expected. Mingqi, let us hasten to eliminate the beasts in this area and then advance inward, for that is where the key to scoring lies. Let these trivial creatures be left for the fools to collect. When we encounter Su Yang, how we proceed will depend on you. Jiang Mingqi nodded. Rest assured, Brother Qin. Once we meet, I will ensure he earns not a single point. Qin Ping'an narrowed his eyes and nodded in agreement. He, Qin Ping'an, was not so easily deceived. Should one attempt to deceive him, they must be prepared to pay a price tenfold, or even 100-fold. If Su Yang failed to place within the top 100, what face would the Southern Region Martial Academy have in specially recruiting him? Once Su Yang's name fell from the ranks, he could exact whatever revenge he desired. An ant, after all, was of no concern to anyone's life or death. The entire examination venue spanned several hundred miles, even by car. It would take over 2 hours to traverse from the outer edge to the inner circle. Even at full speed, Su Yang took just over an hour to arrive. Meanwhile, the competition for rankings had reached a boiling point. After more than an hour of battle, the highest score had changed hands, now belonging to Murong Fangfei with 215 points. The second place was taken by Wu Dongjian with 210 points. Chen Ping'an had dropped to third place with 198 points. Lin Xin and Mo Ruffeng were ranked 12th and 25th, respectively, while Su Yang lingered around the 10,000 mark. Chapter 52. Points soaring. Is the bracelet malfunctioning? At first brimming with confidence, Ling Tian now furrowed his brow. What on earth was happening? Could it be that his luck was so abysmal that he had yet to encounter a single group of beasts? Old Ling still holding firm? Han Qi remarked with a TSK. I just checked. Su Yang is now outside the 10,000 mark. Truly a marvel. Ling Tian scoffed coldly, remaining silent. If it weren't for Su Yang's dismal ranking, he would have insisted on pulling up footage of that fellow to see what tricks he was up to. In the dense forest, 2 young women, having collaborated to slay a first-tier beast, were now panting heavily. Lu Xiaoxiao's face was alight with excitement. Jingjing, you are amazing. This is the 13th beast you've killed. Though Han Jing felt somewhat fatigued, she humbly smiled in response to Lu Xiaoxiao's praise. No, we defeated it together. It is not solely my achievement. Not at all, Jingjing. Thank you. I always hold you back. If you hadn't taken me along, your score would surely be higher. I've dragged you down. Han Jing quickly interjected to stop Lu Xiaoxiao from continuing. Xiaoxiao, we are sisters. I won't allow you to say such things. Lu Xiaoxiao beamed. All right then, Jingjing, shall we always remain best friends? Han Jing nodded vigorously, touched by her words. Seeing her sister's reaction, Lu Xiaoxiao smiled mysteriously. Jingjing, we are currently ranked 200th. With a bit more effort, we can enter the Martial Academy. How do you think Su Yang is faring? Him? Within 1,000? Han Jing feigned indifference, although a twinge of discomfort gnawed at her. That foolish boy had been given an opportunity, yet refused to team up with her. If he had brought along his spirit beast, she wouldn't have had to struggle so much. 1,000? Jingjing, I can only say you overrate him. He is already beyond 10,000. Look, Lu Xiaoxiao laughed maliciously, scrolling through her bracelet, which hovered around the 10,000 mark. Suddenly, her expression froze. Han Jing sensed something was off and leaned in closer. There were only about 11,000 students in this examination, making it easy to locate someone outside the 10,000. However, as she watched Lu Xiaoxiao scroll through twice, without finding Su Yang's name, anxiety crept in. Could that guy have been eliminated? Lu Xiaoxiao muttered. Unconsciously, she scrolled upward. And after a moment, her movement abruptly halted. 521st? Could it be a namesake? Lu Xiaoxiao instinctively exclaimed. The bracelet clearly displayed Su Yang at 521st place with 92 points. Just moments ago, he had been far outside the 10,000 mark. How had he suddenly ascended to 500? Although the examination had only just begun, and the gaps in scoring had yet to widen, Su Yang's rate of improvement was exceedingly strange. Lu Xiaoxiao's first thought was that Su Yang was cheating, but she quickly dismissed the notion. Modifying the information on the bracelet privately was simply impossible. Look, it has changed again. Lu Xiaoxiao, still in shock, heard Han Jing suddenly exclaim. Glancing back at the bracelet, Su Yang's score had risen to 142, an increase of a full 50 points. Within mere seconds, his score had surged by 50 points. Even if 50 beasts stood still, one could hardly defeat them all in just a few seconds. Han Jing chuckled softly. Do not concern yourself with him. I am certain this is false. Even the top-tier geniuses could not possibly dispatch 50 beasts in an instant. It must either be a system error or your bracelet malfunctioning. Han Jing was resolute, and Lu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, that explanation seemed to align with reason. At that moment, however, Su Yang's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the scene before him. There were easily 40 to 50 second-tier beasts, with his white fox leading 2 third-tier howling sky wolves in a fierce battle. The only drawback was the swarm of drones overhead. At this juncture, he dared not release his little fire. Should he reveal any clues, it would be a disastrous miscalculation. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon the corpses. But the cores were invaluable and must not be discarded. Su Yang mused inwardly. Without pausing, as the 3 spirit beasts fought ahead, he scurried behind them, eagerly harvesting. As the number of kills surged dramatically, Su Yang's ranking began to rise rapidly as well. 10 minutes later, all 50 second-tier beasts lay vanquished, and Su Yang's score soared to 542 points, catapulting him to first place. This spectacle left those trailing behind utterly dumbfounded. Han Chi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the large screen before him. The central split screen prominently displayed none other than Su Yang's combat footage. To be precise, it showcased Su Yang harvesting demonic cores while the three spirit beasts engaged in battle. Old Ling, this seems somewhat against the rules, doesn't it? In accordance with regulations, the demonic beasts here are classified under the Guardian Army, and their cores are strictly prohibited from being collected privately. Ling Tian curled his lips in disdain. As a candidate, what concern is it of mine? Han Chi, momentarily at a loss for words, thought it unwise for him to seek trouble. The older ones were stubborn, and the younger ones were likely not much better. In the video, Su Yang had dispatched this batch of demonic beasts without hesitation and continued on his way. In the next instant, Su Yang's figure vanished from the screen. Han Chi gasped in surprise. How could this be? The drone's automatic monitoring range should extend thousands of meters. How could such a vast area fail to lock onto a mere martial arts candidate? Ling Tian's eyes gleamed with intensity. Quickly, mobilize more drones to track Su Yang at full capacity. As soon as Ling Tian uttered these words, orders were promptly issued below. While racing ahead, Su Yang cast a glance at the sky. Several drones were closing in from all directions, subtly forming a siege. Su Yang felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, he had not allowed Xiaohua to consume the corpses of those demonic beasts earlier, or else he would have undoubtedly fallen under so many watchful eyes. He flashed a grin at the drones and unleashed his cloud-winding thousand illusions technique. In a blink, his figure appeared 1,000 meters away. From the perspective of the drones, Su Yang seemed to have vanished into thin air, only to reappear at a distance of 1 kilometer. This was surely an Earth-level movement technique. Han Chi watched in astonishment as Su Yang advanced in the video, unable to contain his exclamation. He was utterly unsettled. That was an Earth-level technique. How many individuals at the Mountain Sea realm possessed such a skill? Yet here he was, witnessing it in a martial arts candidate. Moreover, judging by its form, it was likely beyond the introductory stage, potentially reaching a realm of mastery. This was indeed alarming. In the city of Pai, the few prodigies who had mastered Earth-level martial skills at the introductory level were already considered exceptional. To achieve mastery was almost beyond imagination. Now, this feat had been accomplished by an ordinary martial arts candidate from a mere watch city. How could he not be astonished? Ling Tian shot him an irritable glare. So what if it was Earth-level? Why the fuss? In the examination grounds, Su Yang paid no heed to those drones, accelerating his pace. He had not actively sought out the inner area. His basic principle was to kill upon encounter. If he did not encounter any, he would simply continue onward. In the core area, it was the third and even fourth-tier demonic beasts that constituted his ultimate goal. Elsewhere, Chen Pingon gazed at his wristband, lost in thought. Initially, he could not fathom why Su Yang's score had surged so dramatically in such a short span. But soon, he jolted with realization. Aha, I understand now. This fellow is quite cunning. He must have dashed into the inner area. After all, a second-tier demonic beast is equivalent to 10 first-tier beasts. Indeed, a clever calculation. Chapter 53. Chen Pingon's ally, Su Yang in peril. Having discerned the clues, Chen Pingon no longer hesitated and urged Jiang Mingqi and the others to advance at full speed. Those aiming to enter the martial academy, but lacking the strength to slay second-tier beasts, naturally congregated in the outer region. This area was also the most fiercely competitive, with 8,000 to 9,000 individuals present. Although there appeared to be tens of thousands of demonic beasts, the share for each person was minuscule. However, upon reaching the inner or even core areas, the situation was entirely different. That was where the true competition among geniuses lay. Along the way, Chen Pingon also noticed several figures darting forward swiftly. Indeed, few geniuses are foolish. I'll take the lead and send you the waypoint once I reach the inner area, Chen Pingon remarked, as 2 flying swords shot out behind him. With a gentle leap, he stepped onto the 2 swords, soaring forward like a meteor. Su Yang furrowed his brow. It had been over 10 minutes since he had slain 2 third-tier beasts. In that time, he had not encountered any more beasts. Although third-tier beasts offered higher scores, their numbers were correspondingly scarce. Searching for them was too labor-intensive. If only there were a way to attract them. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Yang's eyes lit up. Blood chi. The demonic beast's thirst for blood was nearly fanatical. As long as there was sufficient sanguine scent, it would be enough to draw a multitude of demonic beasts. With this in mind, Su Yang wasted no time in recalling several spirit beasts, transforming his figure into a bolt of lightning as he rushed back. Within the base, the supervising officials, who had been closely observing the large screen, exchanged puzzled glances at the central display. What is he doing? Why is he running back? Given his prowess in dispatching third-tier beasts, he could certainly secure a top position with a bit of luck. Now, wasting time to return, the outcome was uncertain. Indeed, within 10 minutes of this remark, Murong Yufei surpassed Su Yang and officially ascended to first place. The central screen switched to showcase Murong Yufei's image. At this moment, she was situated within the territory of second-tier beasts. Before her stood dozens of howling wolves, and behind her lay a field strewn with corpses. Those wolves had mostly fallen to a single strike. With a sharp cry, Murong Yufei charged once more into the pack. She employed no elaborate techniques, relying on the simplest of movements, yet her efficiency was remarkable. Nearly every stroke claimed a howling wolf. Compared to other students, she resembled a fearless warrior. The wolves before her were not mere points, but adversaries embodying national grievances and personal vendettas. Her sole objective was clear: to kill, to eradicate these vile creatures. In the monitoring room, a group of formidable individuals nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Guardian Army was unparalleled. Old Ling, I must say, this girl seems far more impressive than your disciple. Han Shi seized the opportunity to belittle Ling Tian once again, speaking without restraint. Ling Tian snorted in response. So what if she is impressive? Do you wish to compare resources with the Guardian Army? Upon hearing this, Han Shi fell silent. Among the university, hidden families, and the Guardian Army, when it comes to resources, none could rival the Guardian Army. For no other reason than that the Guardian Army has always fought on the front lines. The treasures within the territory of demonic beasts, the corpses of beasts, and their cores, these are acquired firsthand by them. Though envious, no one dared to voice discontent. After all, those resources were earned through the sacrifices of the Guardian Army soldiers. Moreover, the rear personnel can cultivate in peace, all thanks to the warriors of the Guardian Army standing firm at the forefront. There is no notion of a tranquil existence. It is merely that others bear the burden for you. Han Shi found it impossible to refute Ling Tian, and after a roundabout reflection, turned his gaze back to Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang's rank had fallen to 9th place, on the brink of being removed from the main screen. In front of him, aside from Lin Ao from Pai City, Wan Shan, Wu Dongjian, Morong Fangfei from the Guardian Army, Li Haiyuan, and the only member of the hidden family from Pai City, Zhuge Pei, Qin Pingan was also positioned at 8th place. Meanwhile, Wu Dongjian had reached the core area and was engaged in combat with a Tianyang python. That python seemed to be of a high 3rd-tier realm, and Wu Dongjian was momentarily at a disadvantage. Wu Dongjian has encountered a rather troublesome opponent, Han Shi lamented. Wu Dongjian's talent lies in the fire element, which proves to be of limited efficacy against the Tianyang python. Had he been pitted against a different beast, the struggle would not have been so arduous. Ling Tian offered an objective analysis. Han Shi nodded in agreement, and for once, the two refrained from their usual bickering. In the video, Wu Dongjian adeptly maneuvered around the head of the Tianyang python, seizing opportunities to unleash his attacks without hesitation. After a brief moment, it appeared that he had discerned the python's weaknesses, reducing it to a state of increasing subjugation. It can be concluded now, I must admit. This little fellow is quite astute, Han Shi remarked, drawing a definitive conclusion. The judgment of a master-level expert regarding the battle's dynamics is indeed sharp. In less than a minute, Wu Dongjian finally spotted his chance, and a blinding flash struck the python's vulnerable point, penetrating its thick scales and creating a massive wound. By the way, I have heard that Wu Dongjian shares a good rapport with Qin Pingan. Given how your disciple humiliated Qin Pingan last time, do you think he would come out unscathed if they were to cross paths? You can see for yourself, can't you? Ling Tian spoke with bravado, though inwardly he felt a pang of anxiety. Should a conflict arise, if Su Yang were determined to flee, his Earth-tier agility should suffice for his escape. However, if he were to stubbornly engage, the outcome would be uncertain. Yet, enduring a setback might be beneficial. After all, that young man had concealed his fire affinity. Had he revealed it from the outset, he would undoubtedly have received vigorous support, leading to a very different scenario today. Within the examination grounds, Su Yang finally returned to the inner area, this time opting not to conceal his prowess and promptly unleashed 3 third-tier beasts. Upon receiving orders, the beasts dispersed rapidly to attack. After each kill, Su Yang would swiftly collect the beast's remains into his spatial ring. In a short span, he had gathered the corpses of over 10 second-tier beasts. It was now 1 in the afternoon. I need to hasten and earn more points. After dark, it should be the perfect opportunity to attract those third-tier beasts. There's no rush to return, Su Yang resolved quietly. With his decision made, he began to roam the inner perimeter. Suddenly, he froze, sensing a faint killing intent emanating from the nearby thicket. Fortunately, due to the exceptional perceptiveness of the Jade Qilin, he was able to detect it. Otherwise, he might have missed it entirely. Do you wish to kill me? Su Yang chuckled inwardly. Let's see who you are and whether you possess the capability to do so. Chapter 54. A fist that sends Qin Pingan flying. Su Yang smirked coldly, deploying the cloud-wrapping illusion, causing him to vanish in an instant. Qin Pingan, arriving at the inner area, uncertain of whether fortune favored him or not, had yet to slay many second-tier beasts before encountering an adversary eager for revenge. Yet, Jiang Mingqi and her companions had not yet arrived. According to their original plan, Jiang Mingqi was to be the central figure, while he was to orchestrate the entire operation. As he hesitated, a fleeting blur caught his eye, and before he knew it, Su Yang had vanished from sight. The next moment, a palpable sense of danger surged within him. In a flurry, flying swords ascended, guarding all directions. Oh, what a coincidence. Hiding there, are we? Waiting for an opportunity? Su Yang's voice echoed nearby. Upon hearing it, Chen Pingyan decisively sheathed his flying swords. Isn't your oversight a bit excessive? What I do here is none of your concern, he retorted, rolling his eyes as if to dismiss the matter. This was the genius of Chun City, a prodigy born once in a century? Merely a coward, Su Yang scoffed. Chen Pingyan's steps abruptly halted, and he turned. His expression contorted with rage. What did you say? I said you are a coward. Since you wish to kill me, yet still pretend, what else could you be? Su Yang taunted. Chen Pingyan was taken aback. He had concealed his murderous intent, and from such a distance, he could not fathom how his opponent had sensed it. Although astonished, he refused to concede. I don't know what you're talking about. If you're looking for trouble, I'm more than willing to oblige. But it will have to wait until after the martial examination. I'm not one to wait. If you want to fight, let's get on with it, Su Yang declared. Releasing the white fox, the overwhelming aura of the third-tier beast erupted instantaneously, causing Chen Pingyan's pupils to constrict. He too unleashed his own aura, shouting, "Are you insane? Fighting privately during the martial examination will get you expelled." Uffed. I've memorized the rules of the martial examination. Is there such a stipulation? Su Yang replied dismissively, regarding Chen Pingyan as if he were a fool. Chen Pingyan paused, realizing that indeed, there was no such rule. Yet, this guideline was one that everyone adhered to instinctively. After all, the final scores for the martial examination were determined by points earned from slaying beasts. With time already tight for hunting, who had the leisure to settle personal grievances? He had initially intended to exploit this understanding, binding Su Yang with the rules while orchestrating Jiang Mingqi and the others to intervene. Thus, regardless of victory or defeat, he would remain unscathed. Unexpectedly, his opponent was not playing by the rules. Left with no choice, he had to take action. Die! Chen Pingyan shouted fiercely, as two of his flying swords shot toward the white fox while the other two aimed directly at Su Yang's chest. Bang! Before the swords could reach their target, Su Yang's figure had once again vanished from sight. Just as a sense of alarm rose within him, an immense force struck him hard. Chen Pingyan was sent flying by a single punch, crashing through several large trees before finally creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. Coughing up blood, Chen Pingyan felt a constriction in his throat, but only after expelling the crimson liquid did his breathing ease slightly. However, upon taking a breath, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain. He estimated that several of his ribs must have fractured. His face pale with horror, he gazed at Su Yang, who had effortlessly shattered his defenses. How could someone of his caliber have such power? What realm was he truly in? In the monitoring room, numerous powerful figures witnessed this scene unfold. Many were incensed. How outrageous! Such audacity! To engage in private combat during the martial examination, what do they think this is? Their own arena? They must be expelled immediately. Call for the staff on site to remove them from the examination. A powerful figure from the mountain and sea realm seethed with fury. As he shouted, his gaze shifted towards the few masters at the forefront. They were the highest-ranking individuals present and the chief examiners of this assessment. Naturally, the decision rested with them. Old Ling, I must say, your disciple is rather troublesome during the martial examination, Han Shi remarked, only to stop mid-sentence, a look of realization crossing his face as he turned to Ling Tian. Wait, your entire faction is hardly composed of easygoing individuals. Oh, is that so? Should I inform the elders upon my return, or go straight to the ancestral master? Ling Tian replied, regarding Han Shi with an amused expression, seemingly eager for a spectacle. Aware of his slip, Han Shi hastily changed the subject. Let's not dwell on that. What should we do about the current situation? It was said that these two individuals had already been admitted early, so even if they were expelled, it would matter little. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian was instantly enraged. Nonsense. Just because they were admitted, does that mean their rankings no longer matter? Furthermore, which regulation states that two martial examination candidates must be expelled for sparring? Han Shi's eyes widened. He knew he could not be deceived by this old man's hypocritical facade. Yet he was taken aback by the audacity displayed. This is sparring? Your notion of sparring involves one punch sending the opponent into a pit. As this thought crossed his mind, Han Shi was momentarily stunned. One punch. It certainly seemed like just one punch. Chen Pingyan had advanced to a third-tier martial artist. A force of 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms should not have inflicted such severe injury. Could it be that Su Yang's strength exceeded 5,000 kilograms? The mere contemplation of this figure caused Han Chi to involuntarily gasp in shock, and his gaze toward Ling Tian grew increasingly peculiar. Does your disciple possess such extraordinary strength? Ling Tian, enigmatic as ever, simply chuckled without responding, his own heart filled with astonishment. This disciple of his is indeed a treasure. And he remained unaware of how many surprises awaited him. After the martial examination concluded, he would insist on a re-evaluation. The testing apparatus in such a small locale was simply imprecise. After a brief discussion, the examiners swiftly reached a conclusion. Actions not prohibited by law are permissible and will not be pursued. Su Yang, with a smile in his eyes, squatted by the pit. Oh, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself. While everyone else is fighting for their lives, you lie here asleep. Out of kindness, I shall keep you company. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with me? Chun Pinyin, seemingly oblivious, stared vacantly into the void, muttering the words, "It's over, it's over." At this crucial juncture of the martial examination, having sustained such grievous injuries signified his complete farewell to this competition. As for the subsequent Southern Region Grand Tournament, and even the National Tournament, they were no longer of any concern to him. All of this was due to that damned Su Yang. His promising future had been utterly ruined by him. As this realization sank in, his eyes filled with hatred, and he gritted his teeth, refusing to speak as he silently recuperated his energy. Previously, he had underestimated Su Yang. Jiang Mingqi's strategy was likely rendered futile. Yet now, as long as he could recover to even 30% of his strength, he could invoke his secret techniques, and even if he could not slay his opponent, he would at least take a piece of flesh. Do you wish to know? I have no qualms about telling you. Chun Pinyin gasped for breath and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Chapter 55. The Chun family's secret techniques, merely a glance. Su Yang squatted nearby, watching Chun Pinyin with keen interest. It seems we have indeed underestimated you. Chun Pinyin spoke slowly, pausing to contemplate his words as if choosing them with great care. Su Yang, discerning his attempt to stall, revealed a sly smile and interrupted him. Quite well said. Do refrain from continuing next time. With that, Su Yang suddenly plunged a blade into Chun Pinyin's arm. Ah! Chun Pinyin let out a heart-rending scream. At that very moment, countless plum blossoms suddenly appeared in the sky, cascading down like a torrential rain. Each petal was edged with sharp ice crystals, causing numerous trees to shatter and fall under their onslaught. Linghan Fury? Not bad. A bit stronger than last time. Sensing the intensity of the plum blossom attack, Su Yang nodded slightly. Jiang Mingqi was filled with excitement. Previously, she had only unleashed Linghan Fury at the last moment, failing to harness its full power. This time, however, catching her opponent off guard and with ample spiritual energy, she had unleashed its full potential. This was the plan they had conspired together earlier. She firmly believed that this time, the individual across from her was fated to meet his demise. Once he had completely lost his capacity to resist, she had already devised a fitting punishment for this detestable character. She intended to thoroughly humiliate him, stripping him of his clothing and chaining him by the neck, parading him around the entire examination venue. Are you not a beastmaster? You should experience the sensation of your spirit beast at least once, preferably broadcast live via drone, so that everyone can witness and know. Chun Qing's proud son cannot be trifled with. As she indulged in these wild imaginings, the endless plum blossoms had already encircled Su Yang. Jiang Mingqi was filled with exhilaration. She could almost envision her opponent writhing on the ground in agony, pleading for mercy. Her body trembled with anticipation. The climax was finally upon them. Brother Qin, do you see? I have avenged you. Jiang Mingqi could not help but murmur softly, even failing to notice that the myriad plum blossoms attacking Su Yang had abruptly vanished. Your brother Qin is down in that pit. Perhaps you should join him? Su Yang remarked with a teasing smile. Jiang Mingqi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing toward the pit. There lay a filthy young man, contorted in pain, his arm pinned to the ground by a long knife, utterly unable to move. Brother Chun. Jiang Mingqi was momentarily stunned, gazing at Chun Pinyin in the pit with a sense of bewilderment. She had been so caught up in her excitement that she had not even clearly heard who had screamed. Mengqi, run! Chun Pinyin gritted his teeth, his face anxious, seemingly fearful of implicating Jiang Mingqi. Yet he was certain that she would never flee alone, as long as she could stall Su Yang for a moment. He was confident he could recuperate enough to deploy his secret techniques. At this point, he could not afford to concern himself with whether or not he would kill Su Yang. In his mind, Su Yang was already a dead man. Indeed. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Mingqi resolutely shook her head. Brother Chun, I will help you avenge yourself. Our people are on their way, Jiang Mingqi declared, waving her sword as she once again unleashed Linghan Fury. However, in her concern, she had forgotten that even their seemingly unattainable prodigy, the godlike Chun Pinyin, had suffered such a miserable defeat. How could her second-tier strength possibly turn the tide? Boom. The plum blossoms had barely risen before they were instantly shattered, and her body, akin to being struck by a truck, was thrown into the pit created by Qin Pingyan. Qin Pingyan, his face turned as pale as paper. The fragment of his secret technique he had painstakingly gathered was nearly interrupted. Damn it, I had no idea this woman was so heavy. Brother Qin, I'm so sorry. Jiang Mingqi, blood still staining the corner of her mouth, hurriedly apologized. Despite the pain coursing through her body, lying atop Qin Pingyan brought her an unexpected sweetness. It seemed that such a failure was not entirely unacceptable. My, what a good classmate and friend. I heard you wanted me to be your pet, and chain me up? Jiang Mingqi was momentarily taken aback. How did she know? Yet she swiftly denied it. Who said that? How could that be possible? This is the time of the martial examination. Such actions would only lead to mutual destruction. If we cannot achieve good results, you will equally have no time to hunt beasts. Why not let it go? Let us laugh and forget our grievances. Qin Pingyan, upon hearing Su Yang divulge his earlier confessions, felt a surge of anxiety. In Qin City, he was as flawless as jade. He could not allow himself any blemishes. Thankfully, it seemed Jiang Mingqi did not mind. This brought him a slight sense of relief. However, at that moment, Su Yang let out a cold laugh. In Qin City, it was your error that initiated this conflict. We are merely retaliating within limits. I never expected you to learn nothing from your mistakes, to reform. And at such a vital occasion as the martial examination, still harbor intentions of harming our nation's promising youth. How much can one endure? Why should you dictate when to start and when to cease? I declare that it ends now. Before Jiang Mingqi could utter a word, she felt Qin Pingyan nudge her from beneath, causing her entire body to soften. Her complexion flushed crimson. We can offer compensation. Jiang Mingqi's voice was barely audible. Oh, how do you propose to compensate? Su Yang feigned interest, squatting down to scrutinize Jiang Mingqi, noting her blushing face, which elicited a peculiar expression from him. This woman is quite something. We can give you 1 million, and this matter will be settled. What do you say? 1 million? Su Yang scoffed. Then his gaze shifted to Qin Pingyan, sensing that in this brief moment, Qin Pingyan's aura had grown significantly heavier. It seemed this secret technique was quite effective. Here's the deal. I will grant you a chance. Before you unleash your secret technique, I will not lay a hand on you. In return, I only wish to glimpse that technique. Qin Pingyan instinctively wanted to refuse. Ridiculous. This technique is the treasured heirloom of the Qin family. How could it be revealed so easily? Impossible. I can offer you 5 million. Su Yang shook his head regretfully, then swiftly drew the long knife embedded in Qin Pingyan's arm and thrust it into his other arm. Jiang Mingqi, pressing down on Qin Pingyan, felt a chill as the knife wind swept past, followed by a muffled groan from him. Upon seeing Qin Pingyan's other arm pierce through, her eyes widened in shock. What are you doing? Qin Pingyan shouted, but Su Yang ignored him, slightly shaking the knife's handle. Qin Pingyan, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, could only endure to maintain his facade. I am a man of principles. I never take what is not freely given. I always ensure the other party is willing to comply, Su Yang declared, withdrawing the knife once more, but this time, he did not stab immediately. Instead, he began to search Qin Pingyan's body, seemingly selecting the next spot for the blade. Jiang Mingqi could no longer bear it. The feeling of being at the mercy of another was utterly terrifying. Brother Qin, just show him a glimpse. This is the martial examination arena. He wouldn't dare be so brazen. Qin Pingyan snorted coldly, his mind filled with thoughts of torturing Su Yang. This man was a lunatic. He no longer doubted that if he did not comply, Su Yang would indeed stab him 100 times. If that happened, recovery would be futile. No matter how much he healed, he could never match Su Yang's speed in stabbing. Perhaps allowing him a glance would be too detrimental. It took him 3 years to cultivate to this level. Letting him see it would likely be beyond his comprehension. With that thought, a look of difficulty crossed Qin Pingyan's face. You promised to only take a glance? I can agree to that. Chapter 56, Acquiring the Gathering Spirit Technique, Opening the Acupoints. Su Yang nodded. Seeing this, Qin Pingyan focused his intent, and an ancient tome appeared in his hands. I am a man of my word. I promise to look only once. It can be put away now, Su Yang replied with a smile, glancing at the tome before averting his gaze. He truly did not look a second time. Qin Pingyan was momentarily stunned, a wave of regret washing over him. Had he known this man was so trustworthy, he would not have needlessly endured that stab. Seeing Su Yang indeed turn away, Qin Pingyan set his mind to fully recovering. Even though he could not reach his peak state at that moment, he was confident he could still overpower Su Yang after unleashing the secret technique. Meanwhile, after merely glancing at the technique, Su Yang felt a jolt of energy surge within him. On his panel, in the martial skill section, a new skill appeared, Gathering Spirit Technique, low-grade profound level, not mastered, upgradable 0-1000. To be honest, the ability of the Jade Qilin was quite extraordinary. According to the information in his mind, cultivating the secret technique to its highest level could open 36 acupoints, each functioning like a dantian, capable of storing spiritual energy. In battle, they could supply energy just like a Dantian. This ability was indeed outrageous. It was akin to a car, while others had a single fuel tank. You would have 36. Just imagine the terrifying endurance capacity. Moreover, within this secret technique, there was an ultimate burst, where the spiritual energy from several acupoints could explode simultaneously along a specific route, unleashing energy far exceeding simple accumulation. It appeared somewhat similar to his cosmic silver sand, but fundamentally, they were entirely different. Cosmic silver sand merely provided a temporary boost in strength, lacking durability. In contrast, the gathering spirit technique enhanced one's very essence. If cultivated to perfection, what astonishing level of spiritual energy could one store within? Su-yang felt a surge of joy. Indeed, what one thinks often manifests. He had previously regarded his spiritual energy reserves as a shortcoming, and now the perfect solution had presented itself. Without hesitation, he spent 1,000 points of feedback value to elevate the gathering blood technique to the novice level. In an instant, 2 acupoints were opened within his body. Between heaven and earth, spiritual energy surged into him like a fountain, even forming a small whirlwind in the surrounding air. But that was not all. As the whirlwind intensified, it grew larger. The once calm sky, influenced by the whirlwind, transformed into a grand funnel. The spiritual energy spilling from the heavens rushed into Su Yang's body like a dragon drinking water. Chun Pingin's eyes widened. He was all too familiar with this phenomenon. Yet, understanding it also rendered him incapable of accepting it. This spectacle was clearly a sign that the gathering blood technique had reached the novice stage. However, this manifestation was far more violent than what he experienced upon his own entry into the technique. One could even say that his initial experience was akin to an ant compared to an elephant. They were simply incomparable. Yet, this individual had merely cast a glance at the secret manual. He hadn't even touched it. There was no time to waste. He could not let Su Yang complete the process. Chun Pingin gritted his teeth, and 6 flying swords rose into the air, charging towards Su Yang with an unmatched might. Come on. Su Yang laughed heartily. At that moment, he had never felt such a surge of vitality. His confidence soared to unprecedented heights. Facing the swiftly approaching flying swords, he did not even attempt to evade. He merely swung a fist. The powerful fist aura enveloped his entire front. Boom. Before they could collide, the 6 flying swords were deflected by the fierce wind. Following that, an even greater force arrived, and the 6 flying swords were crushed into mere iron shavings. Chun Pingin stood frozen, his eyes wide and mouth agape. How is this possible? How can this be? The flying sword he wielded was a gift from the Lingxiao sword sect. Although it had not reached the level of a spiritual weapon, it was still vastly superior to ordinary alloy materials. Even a typical 3rd-tier high-level martial artist could not hope to destroy it in a single strike. Yet, at this moment, those 6 flying swords had been reduced to mere iron filings. In that instant, Chun Pingin's heart raced uncontrollably. He had lost all desire to compete with Su Yang. The only thought that consumed him was to flee, quickly escape. Otherwise, with a mere flick of the mind, the opponent could decisively imprison him forever. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the button on his wristband. Inside the monitoring room, numerous powerful figures witnessed the entire spectacle, all rendered speechless. Initially, some had disapproved of Su Yang's actions, believing he had violated the examination's rules. However, when the celestial phenomena manifested and Su Yang shattered the flying swords with a single punch, silence enveloped the room. Old Ling, what kind of monster have you taken under your wing? Han Qi murmured. At this point, Ling Tian had grown somewhat accustomed to such sights. He realized that if he were to express his astonishment, his eyes would surely pop out of their sockets. Regrettably, given Su Yang's current performance, he was likely to vie for the top position. However, he had squandered too much time. Look at Murong Yufei and Wu Dongjian. They have both reached the core area, their scores exceeding 1,500 points. Not to mention Su Yang. Even Zhuge Pei, who ranks 3rd, trails the top 2 by more than 400 points. Catching up now seems as daunting as ascending to the heavens. What on earth does this guy intend to do? In the video, Chun Pingin had already been escorted away by the invigilators, while Jiang Mengqi stood there, seemingly in a daze. She still could not comprehend what had just transpired. Her brother Chun had given up and called for help. Calling for help meant that his martial examination had come to a definitive end. His score remained at 540, a score that would soon be surpassed by other candidates. This meant that he had no hope of staying within the top 10 and consequently lost his qualification for the next round. Enough of that. It is time we discussed our matters, Su Yang said, producing a rope approximately 5 meters long with a flick of his wrist. Will you put it on yourself? Or shall I incapacitate you so you can wear it? Jiang Mengqi, still reeling from shock, had completely forgotten that Su Yang had previously uttered those words. Now, witnessing him actually producing a rope, She realized he was not merely issuing threats. He was genuinely prepared to bind her. For the first time, she felt a surge of fear. Su-yang, I was merely speaking in jest. I did not mean it. I understand my mistake. I beg you, spare me. I can offer you money. Su-yang remained unmoved, regarding her with a dispassionate smile. Just speaking in jest? If I were to lose, would you merely be jesting? A mistake must be acknowledged, and one must stand firm against consequences. Do you understand? I offer you two choices. Either you put it on yourself, or I will render you unable to move, and you will put it on yourself. You have 3 seconds. Choose. Chapter 57. My sweethearts, I have arrived. Jiang Mingqi felt as though she were losing her mind. She had never encountered such an aggressively domineering man, devoid of any grace. Having already admitted her fault, why did he persist? She felt wronged, and resentment toward Chen Pingyan began to fester within her. Why had he felt the need to say such things? She had been standing up for him, yet he had unhesitatingly sacrificed her to buy himself time. Was he still the flawless Chun brother she once knew? But now, it was too late to voice her grievances. In the distance, several shadowy figures lingered, afraid to approach. They were her companions, originally intended to confront Su-yang. Yet now none dared to draw near. Time's up. It seems you prefer pure enjoyment, Su-yang remarked with a cold smile. Slowly advancing towards Jiang Mingqi with the rope in hand. Wait. As she watched him approach, her heart raced uncontrollably. She did not wish to suffer such humiliation. Yet she dreaded being eliminated even more. She was destined for greatness. I will do it myself. As those words escaped her lips, she felt every ounce of vigor drained from her, leaving her hollow and devoid of spirit. Su-yang regarded her with a newfound amusement. This woman possessed a certain tenacity, far surpassing that of Chen Pingyan. Witnessing her pitiful confidence and dignity utterly shattered, he felt no further inclination to engage. Disinterested, he tossed the rope towards Jiang Mingqi. Very well, handle it as you see fit. This is your last chance. Should there be another, I trust you understand the consequences. With that, Su-yang departed. Yet Jiang Mingqi remained, as if a mere shell of her former self, standing there in a daze. The distant figures of the young men, having seen Su-yang leave, finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to Jiang Mingqi's side. Sister Jiang, that guy is gone. You are safe. Jiang Mingqi, as if in a trance, paid them no heed. The boys exchanged glances, and one bold enough cautiously approached, gently prodding her. Sister Jiang. Just a moment ago, Jiang Mingqi had been lost in thought. Now, she suddenly erupted into laughter. Her laughter grew louder, almost maniacal. In the stillness of the examination hall, her mirth reverberated ominously. The boys couldn't help but share the same thought. Has Sister Jiang lost her mind? Jiang Mingqi continued her wild laughter, ignoring the boys entirely, and moved toward the discarded rope. Bending down, she picked it up, slowly wrapping it around her neck, circling it once, twice, until only half a meter remained. Her face had lost all traces of joy. Martial artists? You dare to call yourselves martial artists? This was the only sentence Jiang Mingqi uttered before her sword unsheathed itself, radiating an icy brilliance. The air around them turned suddenly frigid, causing the boys' bodies to stiffen. Kill! Jiang Mingqi's voice rang out as she charged into the thicket. Before the boys could react, a chilling roar echoed from the depths of the forest, anguished and sorrowful. The boys exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if Sister Jiang had succumbed to madness or transformed her sorrow into strength for a fierce eruption. Yet, they paid her no further mind. The sky had begun to darken. Though the frequency of beast appearances would rise at night, so too would the danger escalate significantly. Most were aspiring martial artists or first-tier martial artists, lacking in keen senses, and a moment's inattention could lead to ambushes by ferocious beasts. In the monitoring room, the examiners, having witnessed Su-yang finally spare Jiang Mingqi, collectively exhaled in relief. If Su-yang had truly stripped Jiang Mingqi of her clothing and paraded her like a pet, they would have been compelled to intervene. Oldling, do you think Jiang Mingqi can withstand this? Han Shi expressed concern. If she makes it through, with her tenacity, she is destined to become a formidable force. If not, she should return home with humility. Martial artists must confront life and death, Ling Tian replied. Han Shi nodded. At this point, I find myself quite intrigued by Jiang Mingqi. As for Chen Pingyan, to be honest, I am quite disappointed. His disappointment did not stem from Chen Pingyan's defeat at the hands of Su-yang, but rather from the attitude Chen Pingyan exhibited in the face of adversity. A prodigy is merely a prodigy. While one's realm is significant, the nature of one's heart holds even greater importance. If one fails to grow, they are merely an ordinary mortal, thus losing any value for cultivation. It appears we shall have to contend once more, Ling Tian chuckled. Han Shi scoffed disdainfully, about to speak when his gaze abruptly fixed upon the large screen at the center. There was Wu Dongjian, making a gesture across his throat to a drone, silently mouthing something that, judging by his lip movements, was the name Su Yang. Han Qi smirked with a hint of malice. I told you. Wu Dongjian has always been on good terms with Qin Pingan. Now that he has learned of Qin's plight, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. He possesses the strength of a pinnacle third tier. Do you think Su Yang can escape unscathed? Ling Tian furrowed his brow. Wu Dongjian could be considered the true genius at the apex of Pi City. Comparing him to Morong Xuefei, it is difficult to say who is stronger. His involvement at this moment is indeed unfavorable news for Su Yang. Retreat? What retreat? If we cross paths, then let us see. Who wins and who loses remains uncertain. Han Qi smiled but did not respond further, turning his attention back to the screen. With the time Su Yang had squandered, both Morong Yufei and Wu Dongjian had surpassed 1,600 points, while Su Yang had plummeted to 8th place with only 842 points, an entire half less than the top two. As night descended, everyone would constrict their range of activities, minimizing encounters with demon beasts. Attempting to catch up would be akin to climbing a mountain. Although if Su Yang could maintain a position within the top 10, he would still qualify for the next round. The resources awarded for the top 10 are vastly inferior to those for the top 2 or even the top spot. At this moment, however, Su Yang had retreated into a cave, displaying no urgency. He first checked the rankings and, upon seeing the scores of the top 2, chuckled to himself. Indeed, they had also penetrated into the core area, but judging by their scores, they had not slain many third-tier demon beasts. There was enough left for him. Calming his mind, he focused on his status panel. After a day of hard labor, he had amassed over 5,000 points in return value. Even after allocating 1,000 points to his spirit gathering technique, this meant he had earned more than 6,000 return points in just one day. This figure even surprised him. Truly, the spoils of the strong are plentiful. An idea struck Su Yang. If he were to specifically target those prodigies, laying out the facts and reasoning, and if that failed, resorting to threats or inducements, he could easily rake in a significant amount of return points. This was a quick way to earn money. However, the immediate priority was to enhance his strength. At present, the advancement progress of the Fire Qilin had reached 21,653,000, while that of the Jade Qilin had risen to 465,020,000. It seemed that with a bit more effort, this martial examination might allow the Fire Qilin to advance once again, which would be immensely gratifying. As for himself, he remained at the second tier, second level, while adequate. He felt it wasteful in terms of resources. The acupoints opened by the spirit gathering technique are akin to a dantian. Even a slight elevation in his realm would triple the spirit power stored within him. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yang began to allocate points to his cultivation. This time, he dared not invest all at once, but opted for increments of 500. This approach, while still painful, was bearable. He spent 500 points, increasing his vitality value to 1,005, thereby elevating his realm to the second tier, 6th level. The remaining vitality points were directly allocated to his body refinement technique, bringing it to mastery. This endeavor cost him 4,000 return points, but Su Yang deemed it worthwhile. The innate constitution and bloodline are the foundation of a martial artist, ultimately determining their future potential. Otherwise, if one merely focused on elevating their realm while their body could not endure it, such efforts would be in vain. At this moment, a faint golden light radiated from his bones, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. It could be said that even without employing the Earth Shield, his physical form could withstand second-tier attacks. With fewer than 2,000 return points remaining, he surveyed his options and decided to upgrade the Earth Shield to the proficient level. There was no choice. The other options required tens of thousands of points, which were beyond his means. Still impoverished. Yet, thinking of the upcoming competition, his confidence surged. My dear ones, are you ready? Here I come. Su Yang flashed a devilish smile, and his figure instantly vanished from sight. Chapter 58. Su Yang's unconventional maneuver. He is doomed. In the core area, Wu Dongjian encountered a king sun python once more. With experience on his side, dealing with this creature became a matter of ease. He continually shifted his position, deftly maneuvering the sun python, leaving behind concealed fireballs in the space around him. Before long, the sun python was riddled with wounds. Just as the sun python grew utterly enraged and somewhat irrational, Wu Dongjian's full-force strike landed precisely on its 7-inch position. Boom! The colossal serpent crashed to the ground. Wu Dongjian gasped lightly, his expression cold. Brother Jian, how formidable you are. This time, first place is undoubtedly yours. At this moment, two figures approached from a distance. One of them, not yet close, spoke with a grin. Wu Dongjian glanced at them. Linao, Ruanshan, you two have arrived quite swiftly. Ruanshan chuckled. If we had delayed any longer, we might have missed even the soup. While it is still light, let us hurry and slay another 1 or 2 third-tier demon beasts to solidify our current rankings. Wu Dongjian nodded. That works, just don't wander too far. Before night falls, we must gather at one location. At night, demon beasts will appear in droves, and encountering them can be quite troublesome. As for the foremost 4th-tier demon beast, it is restricted by the formation, so there is no need to worry. Ruan Shan, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, the chief examiner had informed them that there could be 4th-tier demon beasts within the core area. This made them hesitant to venture too deeply. 4th-tier beasts are truly formidable. They can fly. Just that alone makes encountering them a wishful thought for escape. The two were just about to seek another 3rd-tier demon beast when Wu Dongjian coldly interjected. Do me a favor. If you happen to encounter that Su Yang, convey a message for me. If he crawls over to see me, perhaps I will show him some leniency. Ruan Shan and Lin Ao exchanged glances, both nodding in response. They were aware of Wu Dongjian's relationship with Chen Pingyan, and now that Su Yang had forced Chen Pingyan to withdraw, how could Wu Dongjian not stand up for him? However, they did not take it too seriously. Although Chen Pingyan was strong, he had only just reached the 3rd tier. And compared to them, he was significantly lacking. If they were to confront Chen Pingyan, while they might not achieve a swift kill, they could certainly overpower him throughout the encounter. If Brother Jian were to take action, it would undoubtedly be a swift defeat. As for Su Yang, having defeated Chen Pingyan, he was merely above average. In another location, a solitary girl lay concealed amidst the grass. Her wolf-like eyes surveying her surroundings as she stealthily approached a 3rd-tier howling sky wolf. Despite the creature's vigilance, it remained oblivious to her presence, standing firmly in place. As the distance between them narrowed to mere dozens of meters, the howling sky wolf suddenly emitted a fierce howl, turning its gaze toward Murong Yufei's hiding spot. Without a moment's hesitation, Murong Yufei sprang into action, her form soaring into the air. With the execution of her martial technique, Shadow Phantom, she moved with the swiftness of lightning. The howling sky wolf leaped sideways, narrowly evading her initial strike. Alas, it could not escape the follow-up of Murong Yufei's assault, resulting in its throat being severed. Blood gushed forth, and its body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Silence ensued. Murong Yufei swiftly concealed her form once more, her breathing becoming almost imperceptible. It appeared her stealth could render 3rd-tier and below beasts utterly unaware, though she was still somewhat lacking against those of the 4th tier. She mused silently. Though the sun had yet to set, she was already strategizing for the impending nocturnal battle. Su Yang, having hastily made his way back to the core area just before nightfall, thought to himself that it would be prudent to find a couple of beasts to hone his skills. He set off, employing his agility to seek out signs of magical creatures. Moments later, a 3rd-tier golden-spiked porcupine appeared before him. Its realm was rather ordinary, merely at the 1st or 2nd tier. The golden-spiked porcupine was slow in its movements, yet its formidable defense and power warranted utmost respect. Its quills alone were sufficient to craft superior weaponry. Among its tier, its defenses were unparalleled, with few beings able to breach its guard. Su Yang chuckled, eager to test his current strength and resilience. As the porcupine charged towards him, Su Yang stood his ground, meeting it head-on. With a resounding impact, man and beast collided, resulting in the porcupine's 2 golden quills shattering and its skull caving in significantly, sending its body hurtling backward like a cannonball. Upon landing, it twitched a few times before its limbs stiffened. Su Yang smirked. Is that all a 1st tier can muster? As night finally descended, the examination mode shifted dramatically. All participants instinctively adopted a similar strategy. Those who had initially teamed up began to coalesce into larger groups, while solitary figures also started to band together. The reduced visibility significantly affected these martial examinees, prompting everyone to exercise greater caution. Even the prodigies within the core area began to form alliances. Under the shroud of night, the distant howls of magical beasts echoed ominously. Unlike humans, the night belonged to them. In the monitoring room, the examiners grew tense. This was their first endeavor to conduct a martial examination that spanned the night, and it was evident that the higher-ups sought true warriors, not mere sheltered flowers. Nonetheless, they did not neglect the students' safety. Otherwise, a single night could lead to grievous losses. Of the 8 masters initially present, 4 had already ventured out to patrol, ready to provide immediate assistance should danger arise. As for the experts of the sky and sea realms, the vast majority had also departed. Suddenly, Han Chi exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth is that kid doing? Ling Tian raised his eyes to a screen, where a faint light flickered into view. Without needing to look closely, he recognized it as Su Yang's location. The image was clear, showing Su Yang leisurely igniting a campfire, even holding several pieces of cleaned magical beast meat. Was he preparing to roast? Ling Tian felt a headache coming on. Did this fool truly not understand the implications of emitting light at night? Was he not concerned that the enticing aroma would attract hordes of magical beasts? If that happened, a pack of 3rd-tier beasts could easily tear him and his spirit beasts to shreds. What should we do? Han Chi frowned. Although Su Yang's actions were exceedingly foolish, lacking even a modicum of common sense, the rules dictated that examiners could not intervene unless a distress signal was issued. Let him be, Ling Tian replied curtly. If he wishes to court danger, so be it. Su Yang skewered a piece of the porcupine meat onto a long spear and set it over the fire. This was the result of his recent hunt. He had collected the quills and divided the meat into several chunks. Regrettably, he had not thought to bring any seasoning, which would have significantly enhanced the flavor. Shaking his head, he noticed that the flames had diminished somewhat, and the amount of meat was insufficient to lure more beasts. Contemplating this, he swiftly set up a few more fires, impaling the porcupine meat to roast it further. A distant howl echoed, the unmistakable sound of a howling sky wolf. Had they arrived? Sensing his efforts were bearing fruit, Su Yang intensified his cooking. Meanwhile, from the shadows, numerous pairs of eyes glared at him with a fiery intensity. Filled with contempt. Is this guy for real? He dares to light a fire? Wu Dongjian scoffed coldly. At this rate, all the magical beasts will be drawn to him. I thought he would be a formidable opponent, but I overestimated him. Let us just sit back and enjoy the show. In a concealed area, Murong Yufei moved like a wraith, utterly devoid of presence within the darkness. Without a hint of aura, she too wore a mask of disappointment. She had believed that he would be different from those who merely basked in false reputations. Yet, he proved to be even more foolish than they. Su Yang's reckless actions were, to any onlooker, tantamount to courting death. It was no wonder Murong Yufei felt let down. It seems my true rival does not reside in this city, but rather in the southern capital, she murmured to herself. According to her original plan, the night was her domain. Both her stealth and shadow phantom techniques could reach their zenith under such conditions. Yet, all of it was disrupted by Su Yang's blundering. Even she, on the cusp of the fourth tier, lacked confidence when faced with a horde of third-tier beasts. She was eager to see how this fool would cope when the beasts descended upon him. Unbeknownst to them, in the unseen void, a master-level expert and numerous sky and sea realm warriors stood poised for action. Should Su Yang issue a distress signal or find himself in imminent peril, they would intervene in an instant. Regardless of the outcome, they had already marked Su Yang with a resounding negative in their minds. This boy, it seemed, would not amount to much. As Su Yang listened to the increasingly nearby roars of beasts, his excitement grew. This tactic was undeniably effective. He savored the roasted porcupine meat, chewing heartily. Although lacking seasoning, the inherent flavor of the porcupine was sufficient to awaken one's appetite, rendering it utterly delectable. With a mighty roar, the first wave of magical beasts arrived. A pack of over a dozen third-tier howling sky wolves, their crimson eyes gleaming with predatory intent, fixed their gaze upon Su Yang. The gathering of these howling sky wolves exuded a chilling aura that even the concealed Murong Yufei and Wu Dongjian found utterly despairing. Invincible, undeniably invincible. Their first instinct was to flee, retreating as far as possible. In stark contrast, Su Yang gazed upon the dozen or so howling sky wolves with an expression of exhilaration. A dozen, equating to over 1,000 points. Howl! Howl! The wolves' cries echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the pack surged forth. Many candidates, witnessing the third-tier howling sky wolf pack for the first time, were profoundly shaken by the scene. The imagined terror of a third-tier wolf charge paled in comparison to the horrifying reality that unfolded before them, magnified 100-fold. Above, those of the Mountain Sea realm and Sky Control realm had already concentrated their spiritual energy, poised to strike at a moment's notice. The implications of disrupting the martial examinations rules would be addressed post-factum. As Su Yang observed the approaching wolves, he unleashed the white fox and 2 third-tier howling sky wolves. The trio of spiritual beasts formed a semi-encirclement against the advancing pack. You are surrounded. Surrender at once, Su Yang declared. One hand on his hip while the other held a piece of porcupine meat, munching as he spoke. The 3 spiritual beasts likewise stared intently at the dozen howling sky wolves, as if they were the formidable side in this confrontation. The howling sky wolves, momentarily taken aback by the sight of their kin standing in opposition, began to howl in confusion, seemingly attempting to communicate. Bro, we're on the same team. You've got it all wrong. Get lost. Meanwhile, the hidden candidates felt a sense of incredulity. Surrounded? There were merely 4 of them. While the opposing side numbered over a dozen, wasn't the narrative inverted? As they scoffed at Su Yang's audacity, the 2 sides commenced their contest, raising the collective tension. Beneath the glow of flames, Su Yang's spiritual beasts charged into the wolf pack. The erupting momentum was palpable, sending nearby weeds and vines tumbling through the air. The 2 howling sky wolves faced off against the demonic beasts with no significant advantage. However, the white fox, adept in speed and possessing an enigmatic spatial illusion, proved to be more effective, though its effectiveness against third-tier demonic beasts was considerably diminished. Even a momentary distraction allowed the white fox to decisively slay a howling sky wolf before it could retaliate. This marked the first time the onlookers witnessed Su Yang's spiritual beasts unleashed in full force, their faces awash with astonishment. No wonder this lad acted with such impunity. His spiritual beasts were indeed extraordinary, praised Yuan Shan. But what of it? A third-tier white fox relies primarily on speed. The howling sky wolves are merely countered by this advantage. If it were a Tianyang python or a golden-spined porcupine, with their formidable defenses, the white fox's prowess would diminish significantly. If surrounded completely by porcupines, the white fox would face certain doom, Wu Dongjian coldly analyzed. His remarks quickly garnered Lin Ao's agreement. What Brother Jian says is absolutely correct. The howling sky wolves are also speed-oriented, and with their greatest advantage neutralized, their combat effectiveness has plummeted. As they spoke, a howling sky wolf charged towards Su Yang. With one hand clutching meat and the other wielding a blade, he appeared remarkably relaxed. As the howling sky wolf approached overhead, he swiftly unleashed the windstorm thunderblade, severing the wolf's neck in a single stroke. In the shadows, Morong Fangfei's demeanor shifted. While others might perceive Su Yang's move as mere speed overpowering his foe, she discerned far more. The timing, technique, and force of that strike were executed with impeccable precision. To achieve such mastery, one must at least reach a proficient level in this martial skill, an extraordinary feat for a martial examinee who had only awakened 6 months prior. Have you been biding your time all along? I underestimated you, Morong Fangfei mused inwardly, but in the next moment, her pupils constricted. Her figure vanished entirely. Her stealth heightened to the utmost, blending seamlessly into the darkness. In the distance, the rustling grew louder, gradually resonating like distant thunder. She could even feel the ground trembling. The Tianyang pythons were approaching in numbers. Unlike the howling sky wolves, the Tianyang pythons possessed not only formidable offensive capabilities, but also astonishingly resilient scales that rendered their defenses remarkable. Generally, warriors of the same tier found it exceedingly challenging to breach the defenses of a Tianyang python. Wu Dongjian, having encountered them twice, knew this all too well. A one-on-one confrontation was far from easy. Thus, upon realizing a group of Tianyang pythons was imminent, he felt a wave of anxiety. We must retreat. The Tianyang pythons are here. Their speed was equally swift, rendering their current position perilous. The group dared not linger, their figures darting back a mile before once again concealing themselves. Su Yang is finished. He is ultimately a fool, Wu Dongjian concluded as he observed the underbrush stirring below. Chapter 60. Astonishing Scores. Morong Yufei enters the 4th tier. Above, the powerful figures grew tense anew. The dissipated spiritual energy coalesced once more. After slaying the last howling sky wolf, the rustling noise erupted like thunder. Tianyang pythons. The golden-spined porcupines are rather sluggish, Su Yang pondered, furrowing his brow. According to his plan, it would be ideal for these demonic beasts to appear simultaneously, allowing him to achieve his objectives in one fell swoop. He was eager to test the might of his fire dance silver serpent, though his previous spiritual energy reserves only permitted 2 uses. Now, having opened 2 acupoints, that count had risen to 6. Alternatively, enhancing the combat capabilities of the little fire and white fox would also prove beneficial. Su Yang swiftly reached a decision. He had many options at his disposal. Hiss! At long last, the Tianyang pythons emerged, numbering over 10. Each was as thick as a cow or horse, their scales glimmering ominously in the firelight. With no superfluous movements, the Tianyang pythons charged forth, several encircling the 2 howling sky wolves. With a flick of their tails, they launched an attack. Let us celebrate with a firecracker first. Su Yang's gaze turned cold as the iron tails of the Tianyang pythons approached the howling sky wolves. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated. The 2 howling sky wolves detonated, the force of their self-detonation akin to that of missile explosions, sending tremors through the earth. Flames and blood erupted into the sky, mingling with countless fragments of Tianyang pythons. All present stared in disbelief. Was this a desperate measure? This fool was effectively severing his own escape route. Had he been shrewd enough to let his spiritual beasts fight to the last breath, they might have bought him time to flee. But now, he had no such opportunity, Wu Dongjian coldly remarked. As he had predicted, the shockwave from the self-detonation of the 3rd-tier howling sky wolves not only killed 2, but also injured 4 Tianyang pythons. However, the remaining 4 were thoroughly enraged, roaring as they charged towards Su Yang. Before the tension could escalate, a sudden flash of white appeared. The white fox, empowered by the cosmic silver sands, exuded an aura of terrifying ferocity. Unleashing its full speed, it surged forward like a piercing projectile. In a single thrust, it managed to pierce through the vital spot of the sun-soaring python, executing a flawless strike. The enraged python let out a furious roar, instinctively shielding its vulnerable areas. while simultaneously launching relentless attacks against the White Fox. However, the White Fox had developed armor-piercing capabilities, rendering the python's speed sluggish in its eyes. In the blink of an eye, the fox had traversed through 5 of the pythons. Soon, only 3 injured pythons remained, seemingly paralyzed with fear, abandoning the fight to flee in a frenzied retreat. As Su-yang contemplated urging the White Fox to pursue and eliminate them, he was suddenly jolted by a tremor that shook the very ground beneath him. The horde of golden-spined hedgehogs had finally arrived, their numbers surpassing that of the howling wolves and the sun-soaring pythons combined. Without hesitation, Su-yang ceased to concern himself with the fleeing pythons and recalled the White Fox into his consciousness space. What was he doing? The assembly of powerful figures was left bewildered by Su-yang's actions. The White Fox was undeniably formidable, its unique armor-piercing ability making it the perfect candidate to confront the golden-spined hedgehogs. Yet, Su-yang opted to withdraw it. Their confusion only deepened, and their interest peaked as they anticipated what would come next. In an instant, the nearby forest was laid waste as a throng of hedgehogs, adorned with golden spines, charged forward. These creatures tore at the carcasses of the howling wolves and sun-soaring pythons strewn across the ground while continuing their relentless advance. Su-yang estimated there were at least 30 of them in this group. Once he dispatched this batch, no one would surpass his score, unless someone dared to contest him for the 4th-tier beast. Su-yang quietly calculated as he had already included that 4th-tier beast in his own ambitions. Roar! The hedgehog horde surged forward. Yet Su-yang did not order the White Fox to charge again. As the golden-spined hedgehogs drew ever closer, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Fire dance, silver serpent. Su-yang murmured, conjuring a small flame in his hand. Go! With a flick of his wrist, the seemingly feeble flame transformed into a mighty fire dragon, exuding overwhelming power. The dragon swept through the hedgehog horde, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, tinged with a hint of char. In that moment, silence enveloped the world. Even the master-level expert widened his eyes in astonishment. At the instant the fire dragon emerged, he felt his heart skip a beat. What kind of martial technique was this? In his understanding, there was no fire-based skill that could rival it. Heavenly tier? As those words flashed through his mind, his heart began to race uncontrollably. Heavenly tier was a classification beyond comprehension. Not to mention masters, how many formidable beings possessed heavenly tier martial skills? Few, and all were considered their ultimate techniques. No wonder this individual exuded such confidence, daring to provoke a horde of 3rd-tier beasts. The Southern Martial Academy had truly struck gold. Wu Dongjin stood agape, unable to utter a word. He felt no desire to speak, his face stinging with embarrassment. Internally, he was grateful he had not confronted Su-yang earlier. He believed that had he attempted to challenge Su-yang, he would have undoubtedly met the same fate as Qin Pingan. Cursing under his breath, he thought, damn it. If you're strong, just be strong. Why pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? Don't you know that it's incredibly deceitful? Jiangu. Look at the leaderboard. Just as Wu Dongjin was lost in thought, Wan Shan suddenly exclaimed. Wu Dongjin looked up, and a bracelet was thrust before his eyes. The top position had naturally been claimed by Su-yang. Upon seeing the score behind it, he was rendered speechless. 6,142 points. Over 6,000 points? Wu Dongjin gasped. The 3 of them had all ranked within the top 10, yet combined they barely amassed 4,000 points. Even if they eliminated all remaining beasts, they could not catch up. No, there's still a possibility. In the core area, there remained an ultimate beast, the 4th-tier creature. Yet, Wu Dongjin merely entertained the thought. 4th tier, a watershed moment. 4th tier, the Sky Sovereign, capable of flight. What could they possibly use to combat it? Even if they could reach it, they could never touch that beast. Just then, as despair began to settle in, a terrifying presence erupted from the depths of the forest, a tempestuous force soaring into the sky. A tornado formed, swirling debris and shifting the very fabric of reality. Was someone breaking through? Wu Dongjin's expression shifted. Such a monumental aura could only signify a breakthrough to the 4th tier. Morong Yufei? It had to be her. She had actually broken through to the 4th tier. What was her intent? Wu Dongjin exclaimed in shock. Within the forest, Morong Yufei's expression was resolute. Her aura surged forth, her body quivering with power. Suddenly, that overwhelming force rapidly receded, vanishing entirely. Morong Yufei's eyes widened, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth. Su-yang, I acknowledge your strength. But the first place must belong to me. With a thought, she levitated into the air, quickly adjusting herself before soaring toward the core area. She was now airborne, having entered the 4th tier. Chapter 61. The Ultimate Boss, Missouri Roofing's Hope. Su-yang stood in place, somewhat taken aback. Had she truly broken through to the 4th tier? Indeed, it was astonishing. It seemed she aimed to confront that 4th tier beast. Su-yang contemplated and hurried toward the core area. After the earlier carnage, the core area was significantly quieter. Even the remaining third-tier beasts had thoroughly concealed themselves. All along the way, he encountered not a single beast. In the heart of the core area, a peculiar mist enveloped the surroundings. The fog hung thick, as if something were obstructing it from dispersing. Beyond it lay a circle of isolation, swaying in the gusts of wind. Su-yong's lips twitched. This was rather lackluster. Outside the isolation, Morong Yufei wore a grave and determined expression. Clad in a black combat suit, her hair billowed in the wind, exuding an air of fierce elegance. She stepped forward slowly, gripping her sword tightly. 1 step, 2 steps. Finally, she crossed the isolation line and vanished into the mist. As she entered, the once calm fog erupted into a tempest, swirling violently like boiling water. At that moment, Wu Dongjin and the others arrived. Upon seeing Su-yong, they nodded slightly, but chose to move toward another direction. Wary of approaching him, Su-yong paid them no mind. The fourth-tier beast was far more enticing at this juncture. Glancing around, he observed a gathering of about 10 martial candidates nearby. To his surprise, among them were Lin Xin and Mo Ruffeng. This left him astonished. Lin Xin had already reached the second-tier third level, and teaming up with stronger allies could indeed allow her entry into the core area. However, Mo Ruffeng, barely at second tier. Taking such a risk to enter the core area was quite bold. Just then, Mo Ruffeng spotted Su-yong and excitedly waved his hand towards him. Then, pulling Lin Xin along, he strode towards Su-yong. It appeared that Lin Xin was somewhat bashful, yet her steps followed obediently. Glancing at his wristband, Su-yong was astonished to find Lin Xin ranking 9th in the points leaderboard, while Mo Ryun lagged slightly behind at 11th. A mere 70 points away from the coveted 10th position. A thought flickered through Su-yang's mind. After all, the elder of the Mo family had shown him kindness. With a little maneuvering, it was conceivable that Mo Ryun could break into the top 10. As for the future, that would naturally depend on Mo Ryun's own efforts. In the midst of his contemplation, Mo Ryun had already approached. Brother Su, you're incredible. You've even forced Morong Yufei to challenge a fourth-tier beast. I just witnessed your fierce battle with the horde of beasts. Brother Su, you truly deserve my admiration, Mo Ryun continued, exhibiting his usual loquaciousness. Su-yong merely smiled in silence. Once Mo Ryun had finished his exuberant praise, he remarked, "You're not too shabby yourself. It's impressive that you fought your way to 11th place with second-tier strength. Keep pushing, and you might just enter the top 10. Upon hearing this, Mo Ryun's expression soured. Heaven knows how much effort he had expended to reach his current score. Advancing further seemed as daunting as scaling a mountain. Brother Su, please don't jest. If it weren't for my good fortune in encountering a pack of low-tier second-grade beasts, I would have surely been eliminated." Su-yong smiled mysteriously. "That may not be the case. There's still some time before dawn. If we collaborate, our goals may yet be realized." Mo Ryun's eyes brightened at this suggestion. How he longed to break into the top 10. The difference between 10th and 11th place, while merely a single rank, translated into a chasm of resources. Not to mention, the allure of advancing to the second round was simply irresistible. "Brother Su, I implore you to take me along," Mo Ryun exclaimed, dropping to one knee and clasping his fists. Su-yong chuckled, somewhat exasperated, and playfully kicked Mo Ryun. "If you're going to kneel, do it properly. No need to put on airs." Mo Ryun grinned as he stood up. "Godfather, you said it yourself. I'm truly kneeling here." Su-yong found himself at a loss for words. This fellow seemed to possess an even thicker skin than he did. While the two engaged in their playful banter, Lin Xin stood quietly to the side. Initially, she had followed Su-yong's advice, hunting second-tier beasts in the inner area. However, upon hearing about the beast horde being hunted in the core zone and seeing Su-yong's astonishing score on his wristband, she realized the gravity of the situation. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to temporarily team up with a few members of the elite class and entered the core area. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from within the isolation zone, followed by the sight of a shadow shooting out. Su-yong immediately ceased his playful antics and turned to look. Emerging from the isolation zone was none other than Morong Yufei. Outside the isolation zone, torches had already been lit. The beasts, having been frightened out of their wits, dared not show themselves. Moreover, even if they did venture out, the elite candidates gathered here were more than capable of handling a mere dozen beasts. Morong Yufei landed not far from a bonfire. Everyone could clearly see that her combat suit was tattered, and she had spat out several mouthfuls of blood before she managed to stand up slowly. Su-yong's brow furrowed. It seemed that the beast she faced was indeed formidable. "Senior Sister Morong, what transpired inside?" inquired a fellow candidate from the guard corps. The fourth-tier beast within was undoubtedly at the second level of the fourth tier. It was incredibly strong. Had I not risked taking a hit to escape, I might not have made it out at all, Morong Yufei replied, her complexion increasingly pale. indicating that she had suffered severe injuries from that encounter. The surrounding candidates listened intently as Murong Yufei spoke, their expressions reflecting a growing sense of despair upon hearing her assessment of the beast's strength. Those who had reached this area were undeniably exceptional talents. They were proud, yet equally astute. They understood that if a fourth-tier expert deemed the beast formidable, it was beyond their capabilities to confront it. A collective sigh swept through the crowd, and it seemed that the prospect of further engagement was bleak. "Wait for me a moment. I'll go take a look," Su Yang said languidly. This statement startled Mo Ryun. "Brother Su, did you not hear what that woman said? That beast is far too strong. Even fourth-tier candidates cannot handle it. I'm not implying that you are weak, of course. Enough chatter. Wait here. I'll take you to score points afterwards. If you keep talking, you might miss the chance," Su Yang remarked, unleashing his trump card. Mo Ryun fell silent immediately. As Su Yang approached the isolation zone, he whispered to Lin Ziyin, "Do you think Brother Su is trying to show off in front of the ladies? If you're scared, just stay here." After saying this, Lin Ziyin surprisingly followed him. Mo Ryun was left dumbfounded. Had she lost her mind? Or did she possess some unfounded confidence? In the distance, Wu Dongjin squinted, observing Su Yang as he neared the isolation zone. This guy truly showed no regard for others' safety. "Brother Jian," Wan Shan suddenly interjected, "do you think the beast might also be injured?" Wu Dongjin turned to Wan Shan. Perplexed. "What do you mean?" Wan Shan smiled, glancing between Murong Yufei and Su Yang. The chief examiner wouldn't place an utterly hopeless beast there. That would serve no purpose. If it's there, I believe its tier will not be excessively high. It's likely only at the first or second level of the fourth tier. Although Murong Yufei has just broken through, she is still a fourth-tier candidate. Perhaps that beast is also wounded. This is an opportunity. Furthermore, no one had stipulated that only one person could enter the core zone at a time. Wu Dongjian's eyes lit up as he considered Wan Shan's words. The more he thought about it, the more he found it reasonable. If the beast was injured and engaged with Su Yang, they might not be entirely without a chance. At this moment, it was a matter of who could seize the opportunity. We should go in as well. Chapter 62, 4th Tier Earth Spirit 8-Headed Serpent, Annihilation, Unprecedented Points. Crossing the isolation zone. Su Yang frowned slightly. It was the most perfunctory isolation zone imaginable. The difference between the inside and outside was staggering. Outside the isolation zone, everything seemed ordinary. Yet within, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped him. The intensity was so great that it caused Su Yang to stumble momentarily. He could sense that if he entered the mist, the pressure would likely increase to an unimaginable level. You are strong, but that 8-headed serpent is even stronger. It's simply beyond your capability to handle. Murong Yufei interjected suddenly. Su Yang smiled at her, but his footsteps did not falter. As he crossed the isolation zone and felt the weight of that pressure, the usually unassuming little earth spirit stirred with unusual excitement. "Master, I want to eat." "Master, there is something delicious inside. Are you saying the beast inside will benefit you?" Su Yang queried, puzzled. "Yes. I can sense that if I consume it, my strength will undoubtedly surge, and your defenses will be significantly enhanced as well." The earth spirit replied eagerly, even beginning to paint a vivid picture of the possibilities for Su Yang. Originally, Su Yang had approached the situation with a trial-and-error mindset. If he couldn't manage it, it wouldn't be the end of the world. However, at this moment, upon hearing the transmission from the Earth Qilin, Su Yang's perspective shifted. Who could possibly refuse an opportunity for growth? As he stepped into the mist, the pressure intensified abruptly. The swirling fog surrounding him felt as though it transformed into countless weights, each as heavy as iron. Indeed, there was a certain nuance to it. Su Yang murmured to himself as he pressed onward. His strides appeared effortless, yet those trailing behind him were not afforded the same ease. Among the group, Wu Dongjian was the most accomplished, but even he found his knees weakening upon entry, while those accompanying him faltered and knelt on the ground. What on earth? How can this pressure be so formidable? Wan Shan muttered in annoyance, struggling to rise. Everyone, be cautious. If it becomes too much, do not force yourselves, Wu Dongjian advised. In truth, if one could not withstand such pressure, entering was merely a path to demise. As he delved deeper, his steps grew more measured. With each advance, the weight increased significantly, and soon his complexion turned pale. Beads of sweat dotted his face, and though he lifted his foot, he found it impossible to move forward. Ahead, the mist appeared to take on a tangible form. Observing Su Yang, who seemed to stroll leisurely ahead, Wu Dongjian's astonishment reached unparalleled heights. In that moment, he was utterly convinced his opponent was vastly superior. The strong embody the truth. Lin Ziyin, not having ventured far herself, halted in her tracks. Her delicate features were etched with reluctance. The figure advancing before her had become increasingly indistinct. Was she truly going to lose sight of him? She was unwilling, determined not to succumb. A fierce defiance erupted within her, a tumult of emotions vying for release. In the next instant, she summoned every ounce of strength and stepped forward once more. A surge of blood erupted from her mouth, leaving her visage wan. At that moment of bloodshed, a resounding roar echoed in her mind, as if some terrifying force was stirring to life. Her eyes widened in shock, caught in a daze. Su-yang moved swiftly. For him, the pressure was barely perceptible after the initial onset. Before the earth Qilin, the earthen pressure felt akin to a comical jester. Inside the monitoring room, Ling Tian's expression grew solemn. On this day, he had been astonished and elated too many times to count. His nerves were beginning to feel numb. Yet, in this moment, his face was awash with concern. The core area, shielded by formations, rendered the drones incapable of capturing the interior scenes. Although a lethal strike could be triggered at the challenger's brink of death, Ling Tian dared not gamble, especially after witnessing Su-yang unveil layer upon layer of hidden strength. He believed that even without the aura of slaying a fourth-tier beast, Su-yang, given a few decades, would inevitably rise to become a formidable force. Thus, he fervently wished for Su-yang to avoid reckless risks. Coming to his senses, he shook his head with a wry smile. When had he become so overly cautious? Old Ling, don't fret. That kid doesn't seem to be of a short-lived sort. Han Qi surprisingly refrained from countering Ling Tian and instead offered words of comfort. Ling Tian nodded, yet unease lingered in his heart. Time stretched unbearably. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Silence reigned. Just as Ling Tian began to feel anxious, contemplating whether to intervene, the screen displayed a sudden surge of the dense mist, shaking the entire formation. Faintly, a flicker of flame seemed to flash and vanish. Then, the mist settled into tranquility once more. Had it ended? Why hadn't the lethal strike been triggered? Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback, then fury ignited within him. Had the kill strike not been activated before Su-yang met his demise? Impossible, utterly impossible. Ling Tian dashed out. In the void above, numerous powerful figures felt a gust of wind sweep past. By the time they registered the sensation, the figure had transformed into a mere death. In an instant, he reached the core area, only to be left speechless. The mist had dissipated, revealing a slightly barren hilltop where a dozen students stood in a daze. At the very center, a familiar silhouette stood serenely. Who but Su-yang could it be? Ling Tian was momentarily stunned, and then a greater shock surged through him. The dispersal of the mist signified the annihilation of the fourth-tier Yamata Naroki. Yet, Su-yang was merely at the second tier. How could he have achieved such a decisive kill? He recalled the flicker of flame. Surely, that was Su-yang's innate fire talent. However, even with an SSS-level fire talent, it should not suffice to slay a fourth-tier beast. Could it be that he had employed the technique contained within the golden badge? For the first time, Ling Tian found himself unable to fathom Su-yang. Su-yang took a deep breath, a faint aura swirling around his body. The Yamata no Orochi had vanished, entirely transformed into nourishment for the Earth Qilin. At this moment, the Earth Qilin's eyes were tightly shut, its life force oscillating between tranquility and turbulence. Su-yang could sense that the Earth Qilin was on the verge of a breakthrough, and the ensuing surprises would undoubtedly be formidable. The core area was steeped in an eerie stillness. All eyes widened in astonishment, with Morong Yufei exhibiting an expression of disbelief. He had done it again, another swift kill. Just how grotesque was this combat prowess? She had personally battled the Yamata no Orochi and understood its might well. Her astonishment at Su-yang's displayed power only deepened. As this thought crossed Morong Yufei's mind, she found herself startled. Within her family, her talent ranked merely above average, far from the top-tier talents. Consequently, the resources she could access were significantly limited. Unwilling to concede, she resolutely joined the guard army, dedicating herself to arduous training. Hoping one day to return to that place with her head held high and declare, I am capable too. Yet today, witnessing Su-yang's prowess, despair momentarily clouded her thoughts. Was innate talent truly more vital than hard work? Su-gu, you are not merely my brother. You are akin to my father, my true father. So impressive. Mo Rufu danced over in exuberance. With Su-ji's stability, do I not also have hope of entering the top 10? He had just witnessed a staggering 16,000 points, almost surpassing Su-yang's initial score. Su-yang cast a disdainful glance at him. All right, let us form a trio for the next round and gather some experience. Su-yang had become the focal point of the arena, and upon uttering this, those ranked in the top 10 were instantly taken aback, particularly the two at the bottom. Lin Ziyin, position 9th, felt no concern. The 10th ranked individual, however, was gripped by dread. The first to be ousted would undoubtedly be him. Damn it, why must you pick the softest fruit? Someone shouted, prompting the others to awaken. In an instant, they scattered in haste, fearing they would be overtaken if they delayed. Chapter 63, The Pride of Suicheng, the first of the Southern Territories. Su Yang surveyed the rapidly dispersing crowd with a smile, remaining silent. Lin Ziyin remained silent, her expression an enigmatic blend of emotions. This peculiar demeanor had persisted since they stepped into the mist, yet her reticence had previously gone unnoticed by the duo. "Let us proceed," Su Yang murmured, after the three had activated their wristbands to team mode. Within the core area, following his extensive hunting and the sporadic efforts of Wu Dongjian and others, merely 20 or so demonic beasts remained. Concealing oneself in such an expansive region would indeed prove challenging. However, Su Yang had no intention of seeking them out. Instead, he released several howling wolves to scout the surroundings. Should anyone stumble upon a demonic beast, they would rush to seize it, though somewhat underhanded. This strategy proved remarkably effective, stifling their opponent's scores while augmenting his own, ultimately garnering a surge of emotional points. The mere thought of it brought him immense satisfaction. As dawn broke, merely 2 hours remained until the martial examination concluded. Mo Ruffling had ascended to the 8th position, and Lin Ziyin had climbed to 7th. Su Yang felt a profound sense of contentment with these results. In the final 2 hours, aside from those candidates stuck at a standstill, the rest had adopted a rather laid-back attitude. With a resounding chime echoing through the heavens, several master-level experts unleashed an overwhelming aura from the void above. The demonic beasts were instantly subdued, cowering in fear. The sun rose once more, casting its light upon all martial candidates, their faces reflecting a newfound sense of relief. The conclusion of the martial examination symbolized the end of their high school journey. All the beauty, regret, and hope dissipated into the ether. They yearned not to reminisce but to indulge in a cathartic release of the pent-up frustrations and hardships of the past 3 years. Within the examination hall of Peaching, over 10,000 candidates eagerly made their way toward the exit, their faces illuminated by the joy of released pressure. In that moment, equality reigned supreme. As the final bell of the martial examination tolled, a colossal leaderboard shimmered with vibrant hues in the sky, captivating the attention of all candidates, even the residents of nearby cities. The internet was ablaze with notifications. The martial examination results had become a topic of national interest. Almost everyone lifted their heads, eyes alight with eagerness. Families with candidates could hardly contain their fervent prayers. At last, names began to materialize on the leaderboard. 100th place, Han City No. 1 High School. Wu Zun, 324 points. 99th place. As the list was unveiled, excitement surged through the crowd. Whenever a name from their city appeared, its residents cheered jubilantly. When the top 10 were announced, nearly everyone held their breath, striving to control their inhalation as if to avoid disturbing the rankings. 10th place, Guard Corps, Lehigh Yuan. 1801 points. A ripple of astonishment spread through the crowd. Was the score truly over 1,800 for the 10th place? This year's scores were indeed extraordinary. Hadn't the previous year South 10th place barely exceeded 1,000? Look, the 8th place has been revealed. Over 2,000 points. The 8th name appeared on the leaderboard. 8th place, Swaiching No. 1 High School. Mo Ruffling, 2,155 points. Wow, from Swaiching? If memory serves. It has been years since Swaiching had anyone in the top 10. The crowd buzzed with excitement. No way, the 7th place is also from Swaiching? 7th place, Swaiching No. 1 High School, Lin Ziyin, 2,346 points. A wave of exhilaration swept through the entire Swaiching populace. Some leaped in joy, and others even set off firecrackers. 2 candidates in the top 10. How long had it been since they achieved such a feat? Truly remarkable. Although no further Swaiching names appeared in the subsequent rankings, they were already more than satisfied. This achievement had shattered their previous records. Many Swaiching residents gathered at the entrance of Swaiching No. 1 High School, jubilantly brandishing firecrackers. Gao Han, the vice principal and de facto leader of Swaiching No. 1, could hardly contain his elation. At the outset of the results announcement, he had utilized a projection stone to display the scores above Swaiching No. 1 High School. As the names of the 2 Swaiching students shone brightly on the leaderboard, the crowd erupted into cheers. The leaderboard continued to unveil the top 3 candidates. 3rd place, Peaching No. 1 High School, Wu Dongjian, 2,665 points. 2nd place, Guard Corps, Morong Yufei, 3,025 points. As the scores were revealed, reactions varied. Some were shocked, others hopeful, and many puzzled. While Morong Yufei was relatively unknown, Wu Dongjian was a household name in Peaching. In the public's perception, he was almost guaranteed to be the top candidate from Peaching this year. Yet, to find him in 3rd place was unexpected. Soon, Morong Yufei's background was uncovered, and a hush fell over the crowd. From that family, it was somewhat acceptable. Yet how could such a prodigy only claim 2nd place? Who, then, was the first? The announcers seemed to prolong the suspense, as the name of the 1st place remained elusive. At this moment, all eyes were glued to the leaderboard, breaths held in anticipation. Suddenly, The grand leaderboard emitted a dazzling brilliance, gradually converging at its pinnacle. With a resounding burst akin to fireworks, a line of text slowly emerged. First place, Suiqing No. 1 High School, Suyang, 18,762 points. In that instant, the crowd fell silent, rubbing their eyes to confirm the score once more. How many? Was there a mistake? Over 1,000 points for first place? Look again, that's not just over 1,000, it's over 18,000. His score was nearly equivalent to the total of the others combined. This was undeniably an unprecedented achievement. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. All eyes fixated on the national leaderboard. This time, the leaderboard updated swiftly, ranking the top 10 prodigies from the southern region. As the names appeared, the audience was captivated. Their interest solely focused on the highest ranks. The top 100 names were distinctly marked, and the top 10 were emphasized. There it is, indeed, first place. Hooray! Piqing has the top candidate. Nonsense. It's Suiqing S. What does Piqing have to do with it? At the entrance of Suiqing No. 1 High School, the crowd, initially stunned, erupted into sheer exuberance. The top candidate from Piqing belonged to their Suiqing. The top candidate from the southern region was also theirs. Suiqing No. 1 High School was on the verge of greatness, achieving an unprecedented 3 in the top 10, including one southern region champion. Without a moment's hesitation, the resources acquired by Suiqing No. 1 High School in the coming year are bound to be a staggering figure. Parents of high school students from various cities have begun to stir, with some even taking action to transfer their children. In no time, all the phone lines at Suiqing No. 1 High School were overwhelmed. In stark contrast to the frenzy surrounding him, Suyang remained remarkably composed. Congratulations. Wu Dongjin proactively approached Suyang. Through this experience, he had come to realize that such a person, even if not befriended, must never be antagonized. Moreover, they would soon be alumni of the Southern Border Martial Academy, preparing to compete together in the next round. With a teammate like him, the odds of success would undoubtedly increase significantly. Suyang nodded in acknowledgement, opting for silence. In truth, he preferred that these prodigies despise him. For who else would provide him with emotional value? Furthermore, he gazed longingly at the tens of thousands of feedback points displayed on his panel. Yet he lamented that this was not an opportune place to accumulate them. Congratulations, Suyang. Just as Suyang was lost in thought, a cool, feminine voice suddenly rang out behind him. He turned to see the serene visage of Murong Yufei. Perhaps due to her prolonged exposure to the outdoors, her complexion was not particularly pale, exuding a healthy wheatish hue that was quite alluring. You are impressive as well, Suyang replied. Lin Ziyin, who had been standing beside Suyang, suddenly grew vigilant, instinctively leaning closer to him without uttering a word, merely clenching her fist in a silent gesture. Observing this, Mo Ruffin couldn't help but smirk. Was the stunning Lin Ziyin asserting her territory? Murong Yufei paid no heed to Lin Ziyin and continued, You are strong, but do exercise caution. Although the prodigies from Jinsheng have lower scores than yours, that does not imply they are inferior. To my knowledge, several have been participating while suppressing their realms. Suyang regarded Murong Yufei with curiosity, pondering why she felt the need to impart such advice. Did she fear he would become arrogant? Murong Yufei seemed to discern his thoughts. I am not meddling in your affairs. I merely wish to convey encouragement. With that, she turned and departed without waiting for a response from Suyang. This left Suyang momentarily stunned. But he had no time to ponder her meaning as several formidable presences locked onto him. Chapter 64 Zhangtai? No, you should now be addressed as Zhangda. Suyang instinctively looked up to see several figures appearing above him, descending to his side. Among them was someone he recognized, his one-time acquaintance, Master Ling Tian. Ling Tian's expression was somewhat peculiar as he repeatedly winked at Suyang. What is wrong with you, old man? Have you contracted an eye infection? Suyang, congratulations. You've secured the top position in the southern border, the foremost master began, his tone filled with gravitas. Huahafeng, spare us the formalities. If you think my disciple has performed admirably, simply offer him the rewards. Ling Tian interjected before Suyang could respond. Huahafeng chuckled. Rewards will indeed be given. But what I wish to address now is... He cleared his throat. According to regulations, all demon beasts within the examination arena belong to the guard corps. It seems you have acquired quite a few beast cores, particularly that of the 4th-tier Yaki serpent in the formation. Might you? Suyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Beast cores? What beast cores? His face reflected genuine bewilderment, his mouth slightly agape. Huahafeng appeared somewhat exasperated. To be fair, I can give you the cores from the 3rd-tier beasts as a reward offset, but the 4th-tier core has already been claimed by someone else. So you ought to relinquish it. Even if you deny it, you cannot hold on to it. So why put yourself through unnecessary distress? Suyang felt helpless. But master, how can you be so certain that core is in my possession? I didn't even lay eyes on that demon beast's corpse, let alone acquire its core. Hua Hafeng glanced at Su Yang and then at Ling Tian, both wearing innocent expressions. Who would believe such a claim? The points are clearly credited to your account. There's no escaping that. However, I must admit I lack evidence. He shook his head in resignation. I merely wanted to remind you that without the beast core, you may encounter significant trouble. Should you recall anything, feel free to seek me out. With that, Hua Hafeng turned and left. Su Yang sensed a hostile gaze from among those departing with Hua Hafeng. He smirked. Who are you trying to intimidate? Once Hua Hafeng departed, Ling Tian remained behind. Old Hua wasn't trying to scare you. The beast core is indeed reserved by someone, but what enters our hands is ours to keep. They expect us to surrender it? Dream on. Su Yang continued to feign innocence. No, I assure you, that core truly isn't with me. Ling Tian paused, taken aback by Su Yang's steadfastness. However, he decided not to press further. All right, it's no big deal. After the martial examination concludes, you will return with me to the Martial Academy. The Southern Border Grand Tournament starts in a month. Use this time to cultivate at the Academy. While the Morong family is influential, with our venerable ancestor around, they wouldn't dare breathe a word. The Morong family? Are they after that beast core? Su Yang inquired, his expression peculiar. If memory served. 3 of the top 10 prodigies on the recently announced Southern Border Prodigy list bore the surname Morong, with the second ranked being a fellow named Morong Chayang. Initially, he thought it a coincidence, but now, hearing Ling Tian's words, it seemed unlikely. Ling Tian did not hold back, stating, the Morong family is arguably the most prestigious clan in Jincheng, boasting an 8th-tier spirit transformation ancestor and over a dozen masters, an undeniable behemoth. It is said that this ancestor has prepared a spiritual artifact named the Yaqi Staff for their strongest prodigy, Morong Chayang. However, for him to wield it perfectly, he requires the core of a Yaqi serpent. The one you defeated is precisely what he needs. Su Yang now comprehended that the Morong family had regarded the Yaqi serpent as a foregone conclusion, hence their lack of concern over the martial examination's timing. Perhaps they never anticipated that a candidate from the Piqing examination site could indeed slay a Yaqi serpent. By a twist of fate, this had ultimately benefited him. He nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. What of the Morong family? What of Morong Chayang? He would proceed undeterred, seeing that Su Yang remained silent. Ling Tian mistakenly assumed he was feeling apprehensive, which inexplicably brightened his mood. Now this is more like it. My role as your master is truly coming to fruition. Do not fear. Once we arrive at the Martial Academy, you will see that you have not chosen the wrong master. My lineage is exceptionally formidable. When the time comes, I can easily procure something from my master uncle to ensure your safety. As for the Chen family in the martial examination, they are hardly worth mentioning. Jincheng, as the central city of the southern border, is beyond description in its opulence. Not only does it house the Southern Border Martial Academy, but its various clans also wield immense power, encapsulated in the saying of 1 dragon, 2 tigers, and 5 wolves. 1 dragon refers to the lord of the southern border. The 2 tigers signify the 2 major families, one of which is the Morong family, while the 5 wolves represent the 5 top-tier families. These 8 prominent clans collectively dominate nearly half of the resources of the southern border. The majestic Xianlai Mountain, the ancestral home of the Morong clan, harbors within its embrace a secluded cultivation ground where a striking young man stands, wielding a golden staff adorned with 8 serpent heads that exude an extraordinary aura. He meticulously polishes the staff, his expression one of utter concentration. Behind him stand 2 companions, one of whom, unable to contain his impatience, speaks up. Brother Yang, do you truly intend to let him off the hook? I say we should strike now. If he doesn't surrender the demon core, I'll make him crawl all the way to Jincheng. Does he really think he is formidable just because he is a top scholar? Not to mention, with us too, we could easily overpower him. Morong Chaoyang casts a resigned glance at the speaker. Chaoui, can you not take a page from Yuya's book? Exercise some patience. What harm is there in letting him safeguard it for a few days? When the time comes, I shall ensure he relinquishes it willingly. The treasures of the Morong family are not to be trifled with. As he speaks, an overwhelming aura erupts from Morong Chaoyang, coalescing into a shockwave that obliterates a towering tree 100 meters ahead, reducing it to mere dust. His body then begins to levitate, sitting cross-legged in midair, surrounded by a golden radiance, reminiscent of a majestic sovereign. In my era, none shall stand in my way. You beings are but fit to bow your heads. After conferring with Su Yang, Ling Tian departs, merely indicating that he will escort Su Yang and Lin Xin directly to Jincheng the following day. Observing Ling Tian's departure, Su Yang and his companions exit the gathering and find their way to the shuttle bus for Suiqing No. 1 High School. Inside the bus, the other students have already boarded, and upon spotting the trio, Yang Gang rushes over, enveloping Su Yang in a hearty embrace. Good lad, a top scholar. You must be counting your prize money until your fingers cramp. Su Yang's lips twitch. Old classmate, You're going to squeeze the life out of me. Yang Gang chuckles, releasing Su Yang and playfully patting him on the back, his excitement palpable. The gazes of their classmates are filled with admiration for Su Yang, while Han Jing's look is particularly complex. Glancing at Lin Xin standing behind Su Yang, she suddenly feels a pang of inadequacy. Lu Xiaoxiao contemplates speaking, but ultimately refrains. The current Su Yang is beyond her reach with her trifling schemes. He seems like a celestial dragon, while she is merely a worm wallowing in the mud. Regret washes over her. Had she not encouraged Han Jing to discard Su Yang, might she be the one standing behind him now? But the past is irrevocable, and everything has changed. Su Yang pays no heed to the two girls as he passes by, even turning not a glimmer of his gaze. Yet he pauses momentarily upon spotting Zhang Tai, who appears injured, occupying 2 seats and half reclined. Upon catching sight of Su Yang, he quickly turns his head away. What strikes Su Yang as odd is the bandaged area, which is conspicuously located between his legs. Could it be? A classmate, noticing Su Yang's expression, immediately approaches with a smirk. Su Gu, Zhang Tai is having a rough time. Just as the martial arts examination was nearing its end, he urgently needed to relieve himself and ended up squatting atop a ball rat, resulting in a bite. What? Su Yang's eyes widen in disbelief. Why on earth would you, a grown man, be squatting there? And what a coincidence. A sympathetic expression overtakes his face. Zhang Tai, or rather, I should now address you as Zhang Da, my condolences. The laughter of Mo Ruffung erupts as he comprehends Su Yang's insinuation, causing Zhang Tai to spew a mouthful of blood and faint. Chapter 65. The Secret of Lin Xin. Upon returning to school, Su Yang finds himself unable to resist Yang Gang's enthusiasm and reluctantly takes a stroll around the campus. Word of the top scholar's return has spread, and a crowd has gathered at the entrance of the school, with thousands of firecrackers lined along the roadside, igniting with a crackling cheer even before the bus arrives. After an exuberant speech from Gao Han and receiving a cash reward of 1 million from the school, Su Yang seizes the opportunity to slip away, heading straight for the restaurant. Now, Su Yang has achieved a level of notoriety, with many greeting him as he walks. The waitress, Ziju, beams with delight, eagerly escorting him to the largest cultivation chamber, expressing that it is complimentary for him to use for as long as he desires. Before even entering the chamber, Lin Xuanfeng and Mo Jian arrive. As they approach, Mo Jian bursts into laughter and extends his hand. Su Yang, feeling exasperated by their overwhelming warmth, finds it hard to remain angry. My young friend, I cannot thank you enough. If not for you, Fenger would never have made it into the top 10. Old Master Mo, you flatter me. I am merely a friend helping another friend. It's no great feat. Mo Jian's laughter grows even more hearty at this. Indeed, friends are invaluable. Since we are friends, the Mo family shall be your home. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Without allowing Su Yang a chance to respond, he continues, by the way, another batch of earth and rare earth has arrived. When do you wish to use it? I am at your service anytime. Upon hearing that the rare earth has arrived, Su Yang's eyes light up. Though it appears that the earth Qilin has yet to complete its breakthrough, rendering it temporarily useless for him. I appreciate it, Old Master Mo. But I am heading to the Southern Martial Academy tomorrow, so, no worries. I shall arrange for it to be delivered to you. Just provide a contact method. With Mo Jian's insistence, Su Yang finds it impossible to refuse. He recognizes that Mo Jian wishes to forge a deeper connection with him, having lived 2 lives. He is not so naive as to reject such an advantageous alliance. There is no doubt he will require various materials in the future, and having someone gather them for him alleviates much hassle. Moreover, he trusts the Mo family, familiar with their integrity. Thus, he concedes with a nod of agreement. Seeing his old friend take such a step brings Lin Xuanfeng great satisfaction. After exchanging pleasantries, he entrusts Su Yang with the care of Lin Xin during the journey before taking his leave. Finally entering the cultivation chamber and closing the door behind him, Su Yang exhales deeply, preferring straightforwardness over the complexities of human relationships. Settling his thoughts, Su Yang begins to contemplate. After slaying the 4th-tier Yaqi serpent, his feedback points have soared to over 11,000. Furthermore, the Fire Qilin has completed its advancement, with its progression now at 51,000. With a flicker of thought, a cluster of flames materializes before him, no longer the vibrant red, but transformed into a deep black. Gazing at the dark flame, a piece of information instantly unfolds in his mind. Undying divine fire. Once it touches a being, it grants immortality and indestructibility while simultaneously scorching the soul, leading to its utter annihilation. Su Yang is astounded. Has the flame seed undergone evolution? With a slight focus of his will, a small wisp of black fire appears on the wall. What was once a wall capable of withstanding the strongest attacks from 4th-tier experts is instantly burned through, creating a small hole. Su Yang hastily retracts the black fire, silently calculating. In just this brief moment, a third of his spiritual energy has been expended, and he had previously opened 2 additional acupoints. Had this been in the past, his spiritual energy would have been depleted in that same time frame. Indeed, the more powerful the entities, the greater the resource consumption. Su-yang sighs, refocusing his thoughts. How should the allocation of this batch of feedback points be determined? I am about to head to the Southern Martial Academy, yet my own realm still feels rather lacking. I cannot solely rely on little fire. It seems that I ought to elevate my cultivation level. This way, I can sustain the Fire Dance Silver Serpent for a longer duration. As for the rest, I shall further enhance my spirit gathering technique. Su-yang felt somewhat helpless as he gazed at the multitude of martial skills awaiting nourishment, lamenting the absence of feedback points. It appears that I must endeavor with even greater diligence. Resolutely, he began to incrementally allocate feedback points to his vitality. 1100, 1200, 1500 boom. When his vitality reached 1500, a resplendent golden light enveloped Su-yang, reminiscent of the divine. This golden radiance incessantly purified his limbs and bones, rendering them increasingly flawless. His aura surged exponentially, akin to the rumble of thunder with each breath. After a prolonged moment, Su-yang exhaled a breath of stagnant air, his gaze becoming resolute. His bones transcended the ordinary, and his internal organs fortified, stepping into the 3rd tier. He had entered the realm of the extraordinary. Once his 5 internal organs reached full proficiency, he would truly transcend the mundane world, fundamentally distinguishing himself from ordinary martial artists. Without delay, Su-yang ventured into the mysterious realm, and indeed, a new Kirin materialized before him. Its entire body radiated golden hues, with a lion's head and a fan-like tail. Compared to the other Kirins, Su-yang could distinctly sense a hint of lethal intent emanating from this one. Fixating upon it, a new panel appeared. Current Spirit Beast, Golden Kirin, Origin Level. Realm, 1st tier. Talent, Destruction of Resilience, Damage Amplification, Domain of Slaughter. Function, Damage Amplification, Enhancements for Weapons and Techniques. Fan count, 0. It indicated that the Golden Kirin was primarily a harbinger of destruction, capable of automatically granting a 50-point enhancement to spirit-based weapons. Upon activating the Domain of Slaughter, the host could unleash the Golden Kirin's primal power, within which the opponent's damage would automatically diminish by 50. It delighted in consuming various weapons, and the higher its tier, the more potent its effects became. Su-yang was taken aback by this revelation. According to the panel, the Golden Kirin could not only enhance weapons, but once its realm was elevated, it could even transform into the weapon he frequently wielded. Even prior to this transformation, its ability to consume weapons was formidable. As long as the opponent's strength did not exceed his, their weapons could be forcibly devoured. Contemplating this, Su-yang felt a considerable weight upon his shoulders. If the Golden Kirin found itself without sustenance, it would be a testament to his inadequacy as a master. However, he pondered, once the Golden Kirin grew strong enough to transform, wielding a Kirin as a weapon would be an awe-inspiring sight. Regrettably, he currently possessed no spirit weapon. Ordinary weapons could not withstand the Golden Kirin's bloodthirsty intent. It appeared that he needed to devise a means to acquire a spirit weapon. Clenching his fist, he reveled in this unprecedented sense of power, feeling quite satisfied. Although I am currently only at the 3rd tier, among my peers, I am unafraid. If I employ the Fire Dance Silver Serpent, I could easily contend with 4th tier opponents. Yet here I am, a mere hanger-on. Why should I demean myself? If need be, I can always call upon others, or rather, summon beasts. The Muron clan, 4th tier prodigies? Dare they provoke me? Familiar with his current state, Su-yang continued to allocate points, spending 3,000 to elevate the spirit gathering technique to mastery. Boom, boom. For resounding blasts echoed within him as he successfully opened 4 meridians. Now, he possessed the equivalent of 7 dantians throughout his body. Reflecting upon this, he found it utterly terrifying. The following morning, Su-yang emerged from the training room, invigorated, only to find Z1 waiting at the door. Upon seeing him, she momentarily froze. In just a single night's time, she could perceive that Su-yang had grown significantly stronger, as if he were an entirely different person. Moreover, he appeared even more handsome. Is this the demeanor of a top scholar? Indeed, it easily invites fanciful thoughts. Su-yang, not one to be stingy, directly gifted Z1 100,000 in tips. Given that he would likely be away for an extended period, this was a generous farewell. Exiting the building, Su-yang made his way to the city lord's mansion. Ling Tian was already waiting there, and upon seeing Su-yang, he too was momentarily taken aback. You have also broken through? Su-yang nodded naturally, then raised his head. You too? Ling Tian regarded Su-yang as if he were a rare beast and gestured towards Lin Xin. She had consecutively broken through 4 minor realms the previous night and was now at 2nd tier 8th level. When Lin Xin caught Su-yang's gaze, she shyly lowered her head, feeling somewhat despondent. She had initially thought she could catch up to him, only to realize how naive that was. Girl, this fellow is peculiar. A voice echoed within Lin Xian's consciousness. She glanced nervously at the others, relieved to find they were oblivious to her inner turmoil. Indeed, within her soul, another spirit had inexplicably manifested. Under the pressure of the eight-headed serpent amidst the mist, her soul had developed a fissure, giving rise to this new spirit, who introduced itself as the purple-robed immortal emperor. Chapter 66. Entering the Martial Academy, Earth and Wood System. At first, Lin Xian thought she was losing her mind. An immortal emperor? She had never encountered such a title before. Had con artists become so unprofessional? It was only last night that the purple-robed immortal emperor enabled her to ascend 4 minor realms overnight, finally convincing her of the truth behind the spirit's words. However, when it came to the nature of an immortal emperor, the spirit remained vague, merely stating that discussing it further would be unproductive, as knowing too much might hinder her progress. What is so peculiar about him? Lin Xian inquired with her thoughts. Others may not sense it, but this emperor can. You mean he harbors another being within his soul? Not necessarily, but it is undoubtedly terrifying. My current soul is too weak to probe further. Lin Xian nodded slightly. With this explanation, she felt somewhat reassured. No wonder he had advanced so rapidly. It turned out he was using a cheat. Yet now, she too possessed a cheat. With this thought, Lin Xian lifted her head and gazed at Su Yang, her eyes brimming with confidence. Feeling her gaze, Su Yang returned it. Lin Xian was instantly stunned. A crimson hue blossoming on her cheeks, coloring her face as red as blood. Lin Xuanfeng observed this scene and grinned with delight. As the ancients say, even heroes struggle to pass the beauty's gate. Old Mo had tied his fortunes to Su Yang, yet in the end, he would still be working for the Lin family. The thought made his smile even more pronounced. Sensing her grandfather's amusement, Lin Xian's face flushed, and she began to act coy. Grandfather. Lin Xuanfeng quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, grandfather won't laugh. Well, it's about time. We should set off now, Ling Tian interjected. The group exited the city lord's mansion, and Ling Tian summoned a massive axe, swiftly flying away with the two of them. The journey from Sui City to Jin City spanned almost the entire southern region, covering a vast distance of 10,000 miles. Even with Ling Tian carrying them, they flew for a considerable half-day before finally descending and slowing their pace. Below them, towering buildings resembled mere toys, extending for thousands of miles, dwarfing Sui City many times over. Is this Jin City? Su Yang marveled. The true magnificence of Jin City can only be felt once we land. In our martial arts academy, how magnificent it is. Once we arrive at the academy, I shall have Xiao Wan guide you around, declared Ling Tian with palpable pride. Su Yang could not help but feel a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Last time, senior sister Jiang Wan mentioned that the academy is teeming with hidden talents. Yet one wonders how many troublemakers there might be. I have always relished the challenge of dealing with them. At this moment, the Southern Region Martial Arts Academy was abuzz. On this very day, the first after the martial examination concluded, the rankings of the Academy's illustrious leaderboard experienced a notable upheaval. Could it be? By what right? A mere freshman has claimed a position on the leaderboard. What? Have the upperclassmen all ceased to exist? Hush, did you not notice? That freshman amassed over 18,000 points in the martial examination. Wasn't there someone who scoffed at the mere notion of 18,000? Yet, does it truly matter? Setting aside any potential foul play, who can genuinely believe that the prowess displayed is a true reflection of that individual's capabilities? Even if one were to slay a master with external assistance, it is hardly something to boast about, is it? Thus, the martial examination scores are utterly inconsequential. What? Do you wish to issue a challenge? The student curled his lip, casting his gaze towards a particular direction in the crowd. A challenge? That is hardly my prerogative. Do you not see? Wu Su stands over there. As the student spoke, he followed his gaze and spotted a sullen-faced young man gripping a large blade amidst the throng. He was none other than Wu Su, a sophomore ranked 30th on the leaderboard. While this may appear to be a lowly position, one must understand that the leaderboard encompasses students from all 4 years, making the emergence of a sophomore in this sea of hidden talents a formidable feat throughout. Wu Su's expression remained dark, an aura of uncontrollable intensity emanating from him, causing those nearby to instinctively retreat in fear of unintended consequences. Humph. What of the martial examination champion? I shall make him realize that being the champion means nothing at this esteemed institution. Wu Su uttered these 2 sentences before departing the scene, the blade trailing behind him, sparking a shower of embers upon contact with the ground. He did not venture elsewhere, but proceeded directly towards the Zhu Exine courtyard, a residence specifically allocated for the Academy's elite as recognized by the leaderboard. The entire Zhu Exine courtyard was constructed in a circular fashion. The outermost layer comprised 10 villas, inhabited by the students ranked lowest on the leaderboard. Wusu resided in the first villa on the outermost ring. Even so, the opulence of the villa surpassed all expectations. Each villa was fortified with arrays, the potency of which increased as one approached the core area. Within these walls, the concentration of spiritual energy was immensely greater than that found outside. Moreover, the villas not only provided a comfortable living environment, but also featured dedicated training rooms, equipped with top-tier facilities. The cost of constructing a single villa surpassed that of the practice halls of prestigious high schools. As Wusu gazed at the villa before him, his anger intensified. He was on the verge of vacating this place, yet he could not accept it. Wusu, what? Do you wish to linger a moment longer? I suggest you abandon such thoughts. Those civil engineering folks are nothing but lunatics, and it is unnecessary to engage in a feudal rivalry with them. Just as Wusu simmered with indignation, a youth emerged from the neighboring villa, casting a half-consoling, half-mocking glance at him. What of lunatics? If they provoke me, even if I do not lose my sanity, I shall ensure they feel as though they have. Wusu retorted before stepping into the courtyard. Settling cross-legged upon the training platform, he was eager to see if the Southern Region Martial Arts Academy had truly abandoned all decorum, allowing trash to invade the hallowed grounds of Zhu Xian Courtyard. The academy had notified him to vacate his room immediately, as that newcomer was arriving shortly. Thus, he decided to await his arrival here. What if that newcomer is one of their disciples? He may be old and timid, but this new student shall serve as a perfect outlet for his frustrations. Ling Tian maneuvered the massive axe downwards. According to regulations, flying within Jin City was strictly prohibited. However, such rules were akin to mere trifles for them. The axe served as the ultimate proof of their authority. Within the city, those from the security bureau bowed their heads upon seeing the colossal axe. I see nothing. I see nothing, they muttered repeatedly, only to lift their heads again, affirming that there was nothing in the sky. After Ling Tian and Su Yang landed, Su Yang gazed curiously at the imposing structures before him. They did not touch down within the academy itself, but rather at its entrance. You are now newly minted students of the Southern Region Martial Arts Academy. A sense of ceremony is essential. Upon crossing this threshold, you shall become part of the Southern Region Martial Arts Academy. Su Yang looked at the grand entrance, feeling a profound sense of awe. The Southern Region Martial Arts Academy was indeed deserving of its name. The gate towered to a staggering height of 100 zhang, adorned with flamboyant calligraphy proclaiming, Southern Region Divine Martial Academy. At a mere glance, those characters seemed to exude an overwhelming pressure, bearing down directly upon him. Su Yang quickly averted his gaze, reluctant to linger. Those characters were pinned by a demigod, which is precisely why no one dares to fly directly into the academy. A demigod, a being of the 9th tier, could likely obliterate countless masters with a mere breath. Who would dare to recklessly soar over the strokes of his brush? As Ling Tian spoke, his words trailed off. Xiao Wan has arrived. Let her settle you in while I attend to some matters. According to Ling Tian's wishes, he would have preferred to take Su Yang for a re-evaluation, but certain protocols must be adhered to. He needed to report to the academy first. Jiang Wan regarded Su Yang with a peculiar expression, leaving him bewildered. What is it, senior sister Jiang? Is there something on my face? Jiang Wan chuckled lightly. No, you shall soon find out. Now, on behalf of the 45 students of the Civil Engineering Department, I extend a warm welcome to you both as our new junior brothers and sisters. What? Civil Engineering Department? Su Yang felt as though he had been transported back in time. Remember to invite me when you hold a feast, Jiang Wan said with a gentle smile. What is it? Do not be so mundane. Once you join us, you will soon discover that we are indeed the Civil Engineering Department. However, speaking of our alternative name, it is undeniably renowned. What name? Jiang Wan's expression turned serious, and with a flourish, she produced a large axe from her hand, her demeanor shifting to one of mock gravity. With one hand in her pocket and an air of arrogance, she slowly pronounced 3 words, Axe Gang. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense is this? Axe Gang? A classic line from a Stephen Chow film flashed through his mind, echoing with the question, who else? Jiang Wan appeared somewhat embarrassed, recalling her own exaggerated reaction upon first hearing that name, which had eclipsed even Su Yang's. Enough, you shall come to understand in due course. Now, let us proceed to your accommodations. Lin Xin, a student of the bronze medal, resides in the standard dormitory, while your lodgings, Su Yang, shall be at the Zhu Xian Courtyard. Follow me. However, there are still a few loose ends to tie up at the Zhu Xian Courtyard, which I shall leave to you. As Jiang Wan spoke, she led the two into the academy. At the entrance of Villa 30 in the Zhu Xian Courtyard, a number of students had already gathered, drawn by the news. They whispered amongst themselves as they observed Wu Su seated upon the training platform. Wu Su gradually felt a surge of excitement. It was a long-standing tradition within the academy for upperclassmen to bully the newcomers, and now, A freshman had dared to ascend above them. A lesson must be imparted, otherwise, how could they, as sophomores, maintain any semblance of dignity within the academy? Indeed, what of being the top scorer in the martial examination? Who isn't a champion in their own right? Wu Su, overhearing the discussions among the crowd, secretly felt he had made the right move this time. He had just entered the 7th stage of the 3rd tier and initially planned to consolidate his strength for a period before challenging that lad next door, aiming to secure another victory. Now, a chance to establish his reputation had presented itself, which was quite fortuitous. Since his opponent was a top scorer, he would undoubtedly be among the strongest of the new students. Defeating him would surely intimidate the rest of the newcomers. Moreover, those individuals had always been at odds with his master, and this would serve as a means to avenge his mentor's grievances. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he finally rose to his feet. The blade of his great sword firmly planted on the ground, he gazed toward the horizon, exuding an aura of formidable power. Suddenly, he squinted. In the distance, Jiang Wan was approaching with 2 companions. That male student must be Su Yang, he mused. Seeing Jiang Wan in company, his brow furrowed slightly. If Jiang Wan insisted on intervening, would he still dare to fight? After all, the other party was also a prodigy on the rankings and had several positions above him. As he pondered, Jiang Wan and her 2 companions had already drawn near. Junior brother, that is the tail end. You should handle it, Jiang Wan said, pointing with a smile at Wu Su on the stage. Su Yang turned his gaze toward Wu Su, who was likewise looking at him. Their eyes met for an instant, and Wu Su curled his lip in disdain. Indeed, a man of mere reputation, his presence resembled that of ordinary second-year students. Compared to himself, he was vastly inferior. Senior Sister Jiang is here, someone in the crowd exclaimed, recoiling slightly. This woman was known for her unpredictability, her judgment swayed solely by her mood. After a long moment of contemplation, Wu Su finally spoke. Senior Sister Jiang, are you here to escort that lad? As he uttered these words, he braced himself for a potential reprimand from Jiang Wan. However, he anticipated that any punishment would not be in vain, as long as he reported back to his master. It would serve as leverage against her. To his surprise, Jiang Wan smiled mysteriously. Rest assured, I merely brought him here to introduce himself. The rest is not my concern. I still have to escort my junior sister, she replied, promptly turning to leave with Lin Ziyin. Lin Ziyin had intended to stay and cheer for Su Yang. But upon learning from the Z Immortal Emperor that Su Yang would be fine, she decided to follow Jiang Wan. Here, the resources were far superior to those in Suiqing. She needed to seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently. Her cultivation level was still too low. Watching Jiang Wan depart, Wu Su secretly breathed a sigh of relief and turned to face Su Yang, his eyes filled with contempt. You must be Su Yang. You think you can claim this villa simply because of your unreasonable demeanor as a civil engineering student? Don't you feel any shame? Wu Su proclaimed with righteous indignation, his voice resonating powerfully, earning him a silent nod of approval from himself. Yet, Su Yang appeared utterly disinterested. This place is mine now, you can leave. His arrogance, his domineering attitude, typical of a civil engineering student. If you don't leave, I will throw you out like a dead dog. Everyone present gasped. Was he a fool? Did he really believe that his status as the top scorer in the martial examination would still hold weight in the Southern Martial Academy? How naive. Wu Su laughed in anger. Very well, if you have the ability to toss me out, I assure you, I won't even glance back. I'll simply walk away. Otherwise, someone might end up bedridden for 10 days or more. Su Yang felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, university life was splendid, filled with such rebellious spirits. No, it was more about the abundance of challenges. Observing Wu Su's furious expression, he suddenly smiled. All right then, are you ready? Wu Su, appearing nonchalant, hardly regarded Su Yang as a threat. After all, he was at the 8th stage of the 3rd tier. If Su Yang hailed from some aristocratic family, he might have to tread carefully, but the top families in Suiqing were merely middle-class in Jincheng. How much prowess could they possibly possess? As Su Yang approached the martial arts stage, he wasted no words, raising his right hand slowly, palm open. Ignorant of your place, I shall teach you a lesson. Wu Su, upon hearing this, was about to erupt in laughter, but before he could react, Su Yang vanished from his sight, an overwhelming sense of danger washing over him. He had no time to react when a sharp sound echoed. His face felt a sudden sting. Bewildered, he touched his left cheek, incredulous as he gazed at Su Yang. What kind of movement was that? He hadn't even seen it coming before he received a blow. However, his long experience in the wild quickly reminded him that he must strike first. His long blade swung as he unleashed his martial technique. Long rainbow. Bang. Wu Su had barely finished his proclamation when he felt as if a train had collided with him, hurtling across the villa's courtyard and crashing heavily outside the Zhixin courtyard. At this moment, everyone was left in shock. If the previous strike was a sneak attack utilizing movement techniques, this one was sheer raw power. A single punch to send the 8th stage Wu Su flying. What kind of combat prowess was that? As they glanced back at Wu Su, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, his chest slightly caved in, and he had completely lost consciousness. What was his name again? Ah, Su Yang. Remember that face. Never provoke him. Would they even be able to survive this? They had anticipated that finally being in their second year would allow them to bully their juniors, only to find themselves on the receiving end of a beating. A chorus of second-year students lamented in despair. Emerging from the courtyard, Su Yang looked disdainfully at the figure of Wu Su sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. Is this all? You've sullied my martial arts stage. I'll take this as compensation. How truly tiresome. He would have to clean up after this. As he muttered, he removed Wu Su's spatial ring and pocketed it before striding back into the villa, slamming the door shut behind him. Gazing at the panel, it seemed he might still reap a wave of emotional value. He opened the door once more. The second-year students had not yet left, still struggling to lift Wu Su onto a wooden plank. Upon seeing Su Yang suddenly reappear, they immediately froze. Should this prodigy decide to vent his frustrations on them, they would be in deep trouble. Su Yang approached, calm and composed, rummaging through his pocket before producing a coin the size of $1, casually tossing it onto Wu Su. This is my share. Remember to invite me when you feast. Feast? Do you mean to say Wu Su is beyond saving? Was there such a thing as humiliation? Yet, the crowd dared not voice their frustration, none willing to respond. Humph, once our leader returns, we shall see if anyone can handle you. Is bullying a bunch of weaklings all you can do? Is there anyone willing to avenge him? Su Yang suddenly inquired. Seeing no one respond, he realized there was no profit to be had and shook his head. You are all nothing but trash. With that, Su Yang departed. Back in the villa, he surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction. Not only was the villa rich in spiritual energy, but it also contained all necessary living amenities, each possessing a calming effect. The training room was fully equipped. Jiang Wan had mentioned that the training facilities offered even more effective training than those at GXIN Courtyard. While it mattered little to him, Lin Xin certainly needed it. Moreover, Mo Rufeng, based on his ranking, should also be eligible to enter the Southern Martial Academy, and I could certainly prepare some resources for him. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a golden token, which served not only as a communicator, but also proved unexpectedly useful. He relayed a message to Lin Xin, who almost instantaneously responded. By a stroke of luck, Lin Xin was currently at the training hall. So Su Yang said nothing further and, leaving the villa, made his way directly to the training facility. In the training building, Lin Xin felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Wasn't it said that the training rooms could be shared? Why was there not a single one available for her? The receptionist offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, classmate Lin. The training rooms are currently occupied by students holding silver tokens or above. According to the regulations, they have the right to decide whether to share a room with others. Unfortunately, none of them agreed. Lin Xin recognized that pressing the staff would be futile. They were not in a position to make decisions. Yet, if this continued, when would she ever have the opportunity to train? Excuse me, are you a new student this year? Would you like some assistance? A male voice suddenly called from behind her. Turning around, Lin Xin saw a rather effeminate young man. His long hair concealed half of his face, and the exposed portion bore an unnaturally pale hue. An inexplicable sense of displeasure flickered in her heart. Out of politeness, she merely shook her head and replied, No, thank you. However, the effeminate youth was undeterred. Classmate, you must be a bronze token holder, right? Even if you wait, the most you can do is hope for an opening in those ordinary training rooms, which pale in comparison to the advanced ones. He waved his silver token. As for me, I am a silver token student. I can compel other silver token holders to share with me. Though Lin Xin felt irritation, she gleaned a hint of truth from his words. Here, everything was dictated by strength. If you were strong, resources would naturally gravitate towards you. If you were weak, you would be at the mercy of others. Truly, a harsh reality. Thank you, but I still refuse. Lin Xin maintained her stance. This only served to aggravate the effeminate youth further. Classmate, pushing others away is not wise. It will lead to trouble for you. Seeing him resort to threats ignited Lin Xin's anger. That is my concern, and I do not need your worry. As the tension escalated between them, the receptionist began to fret for Lin Xin. She was familiar with the effeminate youth, known as Gao Xian, who possessed a formidable strength at the 3rd level and a talent that allowed him to command spirits in battle. This made him appear rather effeminate and resulted in him having few friends. Notably, he was also somewhat lecherous, frequently approaching beautiful girls, which had caused quite a stir. Consequently, some less powerful female students were hesitant to even present themselves attractively. Now, witnessing Lin Xin's confrontation with him, the receptionist couldn't help but feel anxious for her. Gao Xian, now angered, sneered coldly. Very well. He turned to the receptionist. From this moment on, do not allow her into any training room, otherwise. Both of you shall face dire consequences. The two receptionists exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of despair. Why must they bear the brunt of this situation? The campus was vast, with infrequent sightseeing vehicles passing by, though few students occupied them. As martial artists, they all possessed a degree of agility, and traversing the campus became a form of practice. Su-yang, however, found comfort in boarding a sightseeing vehicle, leisurely enjoying the campus scenery while contemplating whether he might acquire a spiritual weapon at the exchange hall. The weapon enhancement from the Golden Qilin was ever on his mind. Possessing a spiritual weapon would effectively double his strength, a truly terrifying enhancement. Upon arriving at the training building, he noticed that, with the semester yet to commence, the lobby was relatively empty. His gaze quickly landed on Lin Ziyin, who stood at the reception desk, the receptionist expressing her apologies. Nearby, the effeminate young man was still present. Su-yang instinctively sensed something amiss. Was there an issue? If so, he couldn't help but reflect once more on the merits of university life. Lin Ziyin, Su-yang called out. She turned at the sound of her name and, for some inexplicable reason, felt a wave of grievance wash over her, akin to a wronged child seeing a parent. Biting her lip, she nodded in acknowledgement. What is happening? Su-yang inquired. The receptionist had initially intended to coax Lin Ziyin into softening her stance to de-escalate the situation, but upon being outright rejected, she found herself at a loss. They dared not speak ill of Gao Xian, leaving them to sweet-talk Lin Ziyin, hoping she would relent. Just as she was speaking, Su-yang arrived. They exchanged glances, and the receptionist quickly discerned that he too was a new student, and judging by his attire, likely without any significant background. This realization left them somewhat disheartened. Hello, classmate. It's not a major issue. Your friend seems to have a misunderstanding with Mr. Gao, and we're working to resolve it. The receptionist smiled nervously. Su-yang ignored her and focused solely on Lin Ziyin. He threatened to blacklist me from entering here in the future, Lin Ziyin stated plainly. Su-yang chuckled. Indeed, it was time to deal with this matter. However, he resolved to be less gentle than he had been with Wu Su. With a sudden motion, Su-yang unleashed a powerful punch without so much as a question. Gao Xian, initially dismissive upon seeing a new student, was caught entirely off guard by the ferocity of the blow. He felt a disorienting impact, and his body was hurled into the reception desk with a crash, leaving him wedged and immobile. Foul fiend. You scoundrel. Gao Xian attempted to activate his innate ability, only to be met with another brutal onslaught from Su-yang. As the assault continued, Gao Xian found himself too weak to resist, hanging limply from the counter like a defeated creature. The other students in the lobby stared in wide-eyed astonishment. The receptionists were equally dumbfounded. Was this truly a new student? Few veterans could achieve such a feat against Gao Xian. Given his current state, with a face flushed from the beating, it would likely take him weeks to recover. Su-yang shook out his hand. He's quite resilient. Perhaps a different approach is in order. He turned to the receptionist, his expression taking on an excited intensity. Are there any advanced training rooms available? The receptionist's face fell further, contemplating resignation from this job, as it was clearly not meant for mortals. Yet, with no other option, she forced herself to respond. Sir, the advanced training rooms are occupied by gold and silver token students. We lack the authority to compel them to share. I require an advanced training room. Is there any alternative? If not, I shall resort to my own means, Su-yang stated calmly, cracking his knuckles, excitement beginning to shimmer in his eyes. Perhaps I could accompany you to discuss this? The receptionist suggested timidly. Su-yang nodded. Then let us proceed.